Synopsis: Xia Luo wakes up as Spider-Man in a wild corner of the Marvel multiverse. The problem? He's weaker than every other Spider-Man out there. No super strength, no high-tech suit, nothing special. And the villains, ridiculously overpowered. But there's hope. Every time he dies, he can challenge a resurrection match for a second chance and a power-up. Just one problem. Wait, is that an evil Superman? Restart, I need a do-over. Chapter 1. New York, atop the Empire State Building. Pay attention, this red and blue Spider-Man is Xia Luo. In the dark of night, he quietly climbed up to the top of the antenna tower of the building. With clouds covering the moon, Xia Luo Parker found a spot to sit down and raised his hand to take off his mask. The strong wind messed up the young man's hair as he overlooked the neon city below, taking a deep breath of the cool night air before pulling out his phone from his collar. Anyone who's been Spider-Man knows that Spider-Man doesn't have pockets. He opened the phone. Spider-Man, I know who you are. I am your father. Listen, meet me at the Empire State Building at 10 p.m. tonight, or I will kill everyone around you without mercy. The phone screen showed this message, and the sender was none other than Norman Osborn, without any disguise. Norman Osborn, a famous New York entrepreneur, father of Harry, and the supervillain Green Goblin who had recently thrown the city into chaos. As for him, Xia Luo, a transmigrator, his current name was Xia Luo Parker. Uncle Ben, Aunt May, Harry, everything Spider-Man was supposed to have, he had it all. Not long ago, after being bitten by a mutated spider, he naturally became Spider-Man. Super strength, fast reflexes, web shooting, spider sense, wall crawling, he had all the powers. But unfortunately, compared to the movie Spider-Man, his abilities were far weaker. His spider sense was unreliable, his reflexes were only slightly better than an average person's, his strength wasn't enough to lift a small car, and only his web shooting and wall crawling abilities barely passed. The weakest Spider-Man was now being targeted by the craziest Green Goblin. Xia Luo shook his head slightly. After becoming Spider-Man, all he had done was use his powers to mess with some small-time thugs and borrow a bit of money here and there. He hadn't even had a chance to cross Norman Osborn. Yet somehow, this guy had discovered his identity and invited him to this meeting. He accepted the threat. Just a day ago, Norman, as the Green Goblin, bombed an Osborn Company shareholder meeting, and Harry was present at the time. Norman had completely lost his mind and could do anything. Spider-Man's fate is tragic, and Xia Luo didn't want to lose the people close to him. Family, friends, lovers, they would all face danger because of Spider-Man's identity. Spider-Man is lonely. In his second life, Xia Luo refused to accept such a miserable fate. He had tried to avoid this destiny, staying away from any spider-related labs and exhibitions, yet he was still bitten by a mysteriously appearing mutated spider and became Spider-Man. And it was at that moment, upon becoming Spider-Man, that he discovered the only way to break free from this tragic fate. Sacrifice himself. Only by sacrificing himself could the people around him stay safe. So even though he had barely gotten used to his new powers and knew he was no match for the Green Goblin, he still came. He didn't say goodbye to Uncle Ben or Aunt May, nor did he try to convince Harry to stop his father. Because he knew that every struggle might make things worse. His sacrifice was already inevitable. Only by doing this could he gain the power to protect those he cared about. As his thoughts wandered, fire blazed through the night sky. Xia Luo looked up to see the Green Goblin speeding towards him on his glider. Boom tilde. Soon, the Green Goblin, wearing his green armored suit, hovered in the air, his evil golden eyes sizing up Xia Luo. Harry's good friend, they had met many times. Norman had always liked this smart and well-behaved young man. He had even thought, if Xia Luo were his son, how lucky that would be. But there was one thing about him that always gave Norman a headache. Hey Xia Luo, good to see you. I need your help. His tone was kind, making no effort to hide his face as he took off the goblin mask, revealing a face ravaged by illness. Seeing that Norman didn't immediately attack, Xia Luo grinned. As expected, it's you, Uncle Norman. Is that your battle armor? It's really cool. Though the design isn't perfect, it's simple yet personalized, and the glider's air control is amazing. It's very goblin-like. But the armor's polish is a bit off. How about this? You take it off and let me give it a good buff for you. You really don't have to talk. Norman's forehead veins bulged, clearly irritated by Xia Luo's endless chatter. Apart from Harry, not many people could tolerate this guy. Seeing this, Xia Luo spread his hands and smiled. All right, actually, I was going to say your armor doesn't look as good as my suit. At those words, Norman's expression faltered for a moment before he suddenly sneered, tossing a pumpkin bomb behind him. Boom! The pumpkin bomb exploded, and Xia Luo's body instantly turned into charred bones in the light, before being blown to dust by the shockwave. Below the antenna tower, the torn red and blue suit was carried away by the high winds into the night, as if marking the end of Spider-Man's tragic fate. Yes, your suit looked great, so great that it's dead now. Norman revealed a triumphant smile, but then clutched his head in a fit of madness, regretting his impulsive action. Oh God, what have I done? Poor Xia Luo, I should have talked to you first. The next moment, the regret on his face twisted into a sinister grin. Donning the goblin mask once again, Norman flew off into the night. I am the most terrifying goblin. I've never needed anyone's help, ha. His maniacal laughter echoed in the night sky, his dual personalities switching back and forth, sending shivers down the spine. Stars twinkled, and a massive spider web spanned across the universe. Hanging upside down on one of its threads, Xia Luo opened his eyes. He moved his hands and checked his unharmed body once more. Recalling the earlier scene, Xia Luo folded his arms, a bit exasperated. The pumpkin bomb's power had exceeded his expectations, and he himself was pitifully weak. He couldn't win, no way he could. Fortunately, at the moment he became Spider-Man, his golden finger also arrived. Congratulations, you've received an invitation to the resurrection match. Would you like to participate in the resurrection match? Yes, no. The system message appeared before him. Xia Luo put on his spider mask and clicked yes without hesitation. The resurrection match, as the name implies, is a match you must win in order to resurrect. But that wasn't his real golden finger. His true cheat ability was. Ding, you've entered the resurrection match. As his thoughts wandered, Xia Luo's body was devoured by the void. The next moment, he appeared in New York under the night sky. Scene: the Amazing Spider-Man universe. Mission: go to the clock tower and save Gwen Stacy, who is falling. Reward 1, Resurrection Quota X1. Reward 2, Strength plus 10 tons. Participants: Peter Parker, 10 Chitauri soldiers, Tony Stark, Xia Luo Parker. Countdown 30 seconds. In the night, a red and blue shadow swung through the air, landing on the glass exterior of a tall building. The glass reflected the information about the resurrection match, as well as the plot of The Death of Gwen from the movie. In this multiverse, there was another Spider-Man, Peter Parker. After defeating Electro, Peter Parker witnessed his friend Harry, who had become the Green Goblin, capture Gwen Stacy as a hostage to vent his anger at Peter for not saving him. In the clock tower battle, Gwen fell from the tower, and Peter Parker couldn't save the love of his life. His prized spider sense captured every moment of her death. Chapter 2. Among the participants in this resurrection match, although the Chitauri soldiers were just Thanos' underlings, they not only had flying vehicles, but their alien weapons were formidable as well, and they had the advantage in numbers. Then there was Peter Parker. Is this another Spider-Man? As for Tony Stark, Iron Man's aerial superiority completely crushed the Chitauri soldiers' vehicles, making him the toughest competitor in this resurrection match. Encountering such tricky opponents in his first resurrection match was no less than participating in a peak battle for Xia Luo. But being unable to win didn't mean he couldn't outplay them. Tusk. Soon, as the countdown on the glass facade ended, Xia Luo flipped off the building, shooting out webs to swing down onto the street. Swish! With both hands, he shot 2 webs that latched onto streetlights on either side of the street. Pulling on the webs, he leaned back, and with the incredible elasticity of the webs, his body shot into the night sky like a cannonball. Slingshot launch. Boom! The wind howled as Xia Luo's body zipped between tall buildings, the neon lights of the city flashing past him at high speed. When he had first become Spider-Man, this sensation was incredibly thrilling. It was both exciting and nerve-wracking. During practice, he always feared accidentally falling from a great height, but he couldn't resist the adrenaline rush of this extreme sport. But now, he had already mastered this ability with ease. Wow, it's Spider-Man. So cool. As his momentum was about to run out, Xia Luo fired his webs again, swinging between the steel jungle, causing a wave of screams from the onlookers below. Wait a minute, Spider-Man just finished fighting Electro. Why is he here? Suddenly, a voice from the crowd rang out. Everyone quickly checked their phones, looking at the live stream showing a citywide power outage, all confused. That's strange, this is Sector C. How could Spider-Man be here? Everyone was puzzled. Boom! At that moment, a blast of fire roared over the heads of the citizens, sweeping up a wave of heat. Oh my God, what was that? A cool suit. As the crowd exclaimed in awe, several more blasts of fire streaked across the night sky. Oh my gosh, what on earth is happening? What are these monsters? Aliens are invading. The citizens caught a glimpse of the humanoid creatures on the flying vehicles, holding guns and blades, their eyes filled with terror. Meanwhile, the nano-suit zoomed through the high-rise buildings. Tony was still confused. Jarvis, have you ever heard of a resurrection match? Sir, I'm Friday. Tony snapped back, sorry, I didn't mean to. Jarvis was long gone, a consequence of his own mistakes, and he always felt guilty about it. It's all right, sir, but this is no game. Please take this match seriously, Friday reminded him. I understand, lock onto the clock tower. As he spoke, Tony thought about the panel he had just seen, and his face became complicated. Peter Parker's name had appeared on the list of participants. He had already snapped his fingers and wiped out Thanos' army, so how had Peter died? And there was another Spider-Man in this world. Was this all just a hallucination before death? On the bustling streets, a red and blue figure swung past. Swish! In no time, Xia Luo landed on the roof of a residential building, far from the bustling city center. Looking ahead, he saw a towering clock tower illuminated by searchlights, about 100 meters away. This was the place where the battle between the Green Goblin and the second-generation Spider-Man took place, the scene of Gwen's death. There was no noise, which meant Harry hadn't reached the clock tower yet. There was still time. Creak! Suddenly, a grinding sound echoed from the rooftop in the dark, and a chill ran down Xia Luo's spine, as if a terrifying beast had locked its gaze on him. His unreliable spider sense finally worked again. It hadn't given him any warning when Norman attacked earlier. Swish! In an instant, Xia Luo's body reacted on instinct, firing webs to swing into the air, narrowly avoiding a terrifying creature that lunged out of the darkness. Boom! A green, humanoid lizard crashed into the rooftop, its immense strength shattering the concrete, sending debris flying everywhere. Perched on a nearby building, Xia Luo turned around and immediately spotted the menacing, monstrous green lizard. The dangerous aura it emitted made the hairs on his arms stand on end. The lizard, he frowned. No, this isn't Kurt Connors. Xia Luo quickly realized. In this world, Dr. Lizard had already been defeated by Spider-Man. He thought of one of the participants, Peter Parker. In a certain multiverse, Peter Parker wasn't Spider-Man, but the villainous lizard. Looking at the creature in front of him, with its body covered in green scales, Xia Luo watched as the lizard slowly stood up after missing its attack, its eyes filled with madness. Spider-Man. The lizard creature spoke, its green scales wriggling on its face as the crazed look in its eyes faded slightly, replaced with a hint of complexity. Why is Spider-Man a man? The lizard's sharp claws scratched at each other, clearly disturbed. Xia Luo glanced at the green goblin flying overhead and tried to communicate with the lizard in front of him. Hey, I'm Xia Luo Parker. The Spider-Man you know isn't me, but I can swear on Spider-Man's honor that I don't discriminate against your scales or claws. In fact, I've always liked those elements. By the way, have you seen Godzilla? You know, the big monster that goes roar and spits. I think you could probably talk to Legendary Pictures about some kind of collaboration. Xia Luo's nonsensical rambling continued, but the lizard Parker's mind was filled with the image of another Spider-Man. A beautiful girl who loved playing the drums, she was Spider-Man, the idol everyone admired. Everyone loved her. He was no exception. He dreamed of one day becoming her friend. But he was disabled. He had lost his right hand at a young age and was not worthy of being her friend. But one day, he met Professor Kurt Connors, who had also lost an arm. The professor's lizard serum could give its users the ability to regenerate limbs like a lizard, growing back his hand and granting great strength. To gain the right to be friends with Spider-Man, he took the risk and injected the lizard serum, only to turn into a monster. He could never forget the way she looked at him. Shocked, sympathetic, afraid, disappointed. He was going insane. This wasn't the result he wanted, but there was no going back. No, there was a way back. At the last moment of his life, he chose to sacrifice himself so she could live. He died at the hands of Kurt Connors, who had also become a lizard monster. But it didn't matter, she was safe. He had proven with his life that he was worthy of being her friend. She would survive, just like Gwen in this world. With this in mind, Lizard Parker's eyes gradually became resolute. He looked at Xia Luo, who was still babbling, and a fierce light flickered in his gaze. Gwen must live, but you, Xia Luo Parker, Spider-Man should never be like you. You've ruined all the good things I believed about Spider-Man. I'm going to tear you apart. Boom! As soon as Lizard Peter finished speaking, the rooftop shook violently. The concrete cracked as the lizard creature launched itself like a cannonball, crossing the distance between the buildings in an instant. I'll tear you apart. Though Lizard Parker was enraged, it seemed more like he was trying to hide his sickness and helplessness after becoming a monster. Xia Luo immediately stopped talking. He had been prepared for this. The moment the lizard monster attacked, he leapt into the air, avoiding the assault while continuously firing webs toward the clock tower. Inside the clock tower, Harry and Peter Parker were already locked in battle. The next moment would be the key to the resurrection match. Boom! Just then, a blast of fire roared through the air. In midair, Xia Luo's path crossed with Tony for a split second. Peter! Tony called out, but before he could say more, the Chitauri soldiers attacked, flying in on their vehicles, firing a barrage of energy blasts from their weapons. Shit! Boom! Fire erupted as Tony quickly formed a nanometal shield to block the energy blasts, while Xia Luo was struck by one of the beams, tumbling down toward the residential buildings. Ha ha ha, imposter, I've got you. In the dark, Lizard Parker charged forward, seizing Xia Luo's fallen figure in his grasp. Chapter 3. You have 9 restart opportunities left. Would you like to restart? Back on the massive spider web, Xia Luo let out a long breath and clicked restart. Restarting the resurrection match, this was his real cheat. Moreover, every time he restarted, he received a small reward. Over time, these small gains would accumulate, and eventually he would catch up to the other Spider-Men. As mysterious power flowed into his body, Xia Luo felt his bones crackle, his whole body loosen, and his muscle density increased significantly. His previous strength was only a measly 1 ton, so a 1-ton boost might not mean much for other Spider-Men. But for him, a 10% improvement in his stats was a big deal. With increased strength, his overall physical attributes would passively grow as well, which reassured Xia Luo. He no longer had to worry about one attribute spiking too much and causing his body to collapse from imbalance. If he won this resurrection match, 10 tons of strength would be enough to free him from the predicament of being targeted by the Green Goblin. Through this trial, he had learned that the participant Peter Parker was the lizard, with terrifying strength of at least 20 tons, and his defense was even more daunting. Although the lizard's speed was slower, if Xia Luo's spider sense didn't react quickly enough, he wouldn't be able to dodge the lizard's attacks either. As for the Chitauri soldiers, their firepower was also overwhelming. Xia Luo could barely handle 1 or 2 at a time, but definitely not 10. And Tony. It looked like he was using the nanosuit. Could it be endgame Tony? Xia Luo speculated. That would be a bit of a problem. With the firepower of the nanosuit, Tony could easily win the MVP of the resurrection match. If this was endgame Tony who snapped his fingers, even Thanos would have to take a knee. Xia Luo had no chance of winning. He figured that if Tony won this resurrection match, the timeline would move on to Avengers 5. He had to keep trying. As his thoughts wandered, he was once again swallowed by the void and brought back to the Amazing Spider-Man universe. Scene: The Amazing Spider-Man universe. Mission: Go to the clock tower and save Gwen Stacy from falling. In his second resurrection match, the system prompt remained the same. Xia Luo landed on the side of a skyscraper, and since the match hadn't started yet, he couldn't leave his spot. Recalling the last resurrection match, he guessed that the faster Tony and the Chitauri soldiers were further away from the clock tower. However, Lizard Parker, though slower in movement, had reached the clock tower almost at the same time as Xia Luo. Clearly, his starting position was closer than anyone else's. Everyone arrived at the clock tower at nearly the same time, so it wasn't random. 30 seconds later, the countdown ended. Xia Luo flipped off the building, with the wind howling past him. He shot webs from his wrists and swung down, diving into a dark alley below. This time, he wasn't planning to jump in right away. However, just as he landed in the alley, he saw a disheveled couple hiding behind a garbage bin, angrily shouting at a shadow in the dark. "Shit, there's a pervert spying on us. Get lost, or I'll break your little buddy." Xia Luo. Great, this round's starting off wild, huh? Just then, several blasts of fire roared overhead. In the alley, Xia Luo glanced at the still cursing couple and shot a web to pull the garbage bin in front of them. "You bastard, what are you doing? Damn it, I'll shove your eyeballs into the sewer." Swish! Before they could react, Xia Luo's webs shot out again, snatching away their clothes. Right in front of them, Xia Luo whistled, wrapped their clothes in his web, and hung them 10 meters up on the wall. "See you later, you two shy little lovebirds. Next time, remember to cover your faces." With that, he leapt up the wall and swung away with his webs. As he hurried toward the clock tower, Xia Luo's eyes stayed, fixed on the flickers of fire ahead. In the night sky, Chitauri soldiers relentlessly fired energy beams at Tony, but he dodged them with ease. Following them, Xia Luo quickly began to fall behind. "Oh, it's Spider-Man." "No, wait, Spider-Man's still at the power plant." Soon, amidst the exclamations of passers-by, Xia Luo leisurely landed on a residential building near the clock tower. By now, the clock tower had become quite lively. "Peter, we're best friends, but you wouldn't even give me a drop of your blood." On the rooftop, Harry, looking monstrous and deranged, grinned wickedly at Peter Parker and threw Gwen off the roof without hesitation. "No." Peter Parker screamed and immediately leapt off the clock tower. Webs shot out in rapid succession, wrapping around the plummeting Gwen. Boom! Before Peter could catch her, a pumpkin bomb exploded, the blazing fire spreading outwards. The webs melted in the intense heat, and Gwen fell rapidly with the blast wave. "Ha ha ha, despair, Peter," Harry laughed maniacally. "No." Peter Parker's eyes widened, but just as he was about to break through the explosion, Harry blocked him, preventing him from saving her in time. At that moment, a green lizard-like creature quickly crawled up the clock tower and leapt toward Gwen. "Professor Connors," Peter Parker gasped. Professor Connors was supposed to be. However, just as Lizard Parker was about to catch Gwen, a fiery blast echoed through the night, and Lizard Parker was blown straight into the clock tower by the violent firepower. Boom! The clock tower exploded, sending tiny gears flying in all directions, and Gwen's figure began to fade from Lizard Parker's view. "No." The next moment, Tony swooped down from the sky, with nano-weapons floating behind him at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, they had caught up to Gwen and lifted her from the air. "Was that a lizard just now?" Tony blinked. "Sir, I've searched for you. Lizards belong to the genus Lacerta of the reptile order." "Friday, your humor is improving." "Thank you." Seeing the nano-suit dive down, Harry became enraged and threw a barrage of pumpkin bombs. You weirdos can't save her. No. Peter Parker's face changed. As he swung through the air, he shot webs and managed to catch 2 of the pumpkin bombs. Boom, boom. Explosions erupted one after another, and Peter Parker was swept away by the blast, as the massive clock slowly tilted and then fell toward Tony. What a hassle. Jarvis, no Friday. Understood, sir. The nano-metal on Tony's shoulder rippled, releasing several micro-missiles to destroy the falling clock. Boom! As debris rained down, Tony was about to shield Gwen from the falling glass, but the Chitauri soldiers swooped in again. Their laser weapons fired continuously, forcing Tony to dodge while unleashing powerful counterattacks with his nano-suit. For him, dealing with these minions was no challenge. But Gwen didn't have much time. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud crash as Lizard Parker burst through a wall in the clock tower and leapt out again. This time, Lizard Parker finally caught the falling Gwen, a smile spreading across his face. I won't let you die. In Lizard Parker's arms, Gwen, still shaken, looked at the terrifying creature before her, but noticed a trace of sorrow in his eyes. It was a strange expression, almost as if. Thud. The next second, the floor beneath the clock tower shattered, and in the spider-web-like crater, Gwen bled from her orifices. Lizard Parker's body had failed to cushion her fall. No. Watching Gwen's body twitch and spew blood, Lizard Parker howled at the sky, clutching his head in despair. On the balcony of the clock tower, Xia Luo, who had arrived a moment too late, remained silent. Well, that was something. Everyone fought to save her, but she ended up dying even worse. Forget it, restart. Chapter 4. For his third resurrection match, Xia Luo once again chose to hide in the alley. Shit, there's a pervert. The 2 people in the alley had just started talking when Xia Luo skillfully hung their clothes on the high wall. I warned you before, next time, remember to cover your faces. After saying this, he leapt onto the building, leaving the 2 behind, staring at each other. When did he ever say that? I don't know him. Oh no, that's Spider-Man, he's caught us. Relax, he's not your husband, no big deal. With this little episode behind him, Xia Luo smoothly made his way to the clock tower. By this point, a chaotic battle had broken out among everyone trying to save Gwen first. It wasn't much different from last time. Boom, boom, boom. The clock tower exploded continuously, fire roaring. Tony was showing off his nano-suit while also keeping an eye on Peter Parker, as if he were treating this resurrection match like a game. The Chitauri soldiers, on the other hand, focused their attack on Tony, showing no interest in winning the resurrection match. They were strictly following Thanos' orders: eliminate Iron Man at all costs. Amid the chaos, Peter Parker was being entangled by Harry. Every time he managed to push Harry back and tried to save Gwen, he was intercepted by the Chitauri soldiers. Spider-Man, also an Avenger, was equally on their kill list. Once again, it was Lizard Parker who caught Gwen at the last moment. Before the 2 could hit the ground, Xia Luo swung onto the clock tower balcony and shot webs from both hands, suspending the 2 in midair. Lizard buddy, hand her over to me. If you keep holding her, she'll die. Peter. In Lizard Parker's arms, Gwen's face lit up with joy when she saw Xia Luo, clearly misunderstanding something. Xia Luo strained to pull the 2 of them up, his muscles tensed and his feet slipping. Now is not the time to play Beauty and the Beast. Come on. Just as he shouted, the web suddenly snapped, causing Xia Luo to fall backward and get smacked in the head by a falling gear. Xia Luo. The quality of these webs is terrible. Forget it, restart. You have been eliminated and cannot receive a resurrection quota. Reward, strength plus 0.1 tons. You have 7 restart opportunities left. Would you like to restart? For the 4th resurrection match, it was the same plan. Xia Luo snuck into the alley and quickly stole the clothes from the couple. Next time, cover your faces. During the chaotic battle at the clock tower, in the final moments, Xia Luo shot his webs at Gwen in Lizard Parker's arms, without pulling them both up. Hand her over, she's going to die. Before he could finish his sentence, The web ripped off a piece of Gwen's clothing, and both of them fell. Xia Luo. Note to self, don't use webs to save people, especially if you're Spider-Man. Restart. You have been eliminated and cannot receive a resurrection quota. Reward, strength plus 0.1 tons. You have 6 restart opportunities left. Would you like to restart? For the 5th resurrection match, Xia Luo jumped into the alley again, but this time shot webs to cover the couple's mouths and hung them upside down on a billboard. The sound of explosions roared overhead, and he quickly swung off. The same plot played out. After Lizard Parker caught Gwen, Xia Luo shot several webs to secure them both as they fell. This time, the webs didn't break. Before Xia Luo could react, a Chitauri soldier's flying vehicle crashed down, and the ensuing explosion enveloped him in flames. You have been eliminated and cannot receive a resurrection quota. Reward, strength plus 0.1 tons. You have 5 restart opportunities left. Would you like to restart? Xia Luo. After 5 restarts, his strength had increased to 15 tons, but he still wasn't qualified to properly join the battle for Gwen. If he wasn't careful and got caught in the fight, his small body couldn't handle it. Maybe he could try intercepting Harry earlier to prevent Gwen from being taken. But the mission required him to go to the clock tower and save Gwen from falling. Even if he succeeded in saving her by stopping Harry, he wouldn't win the resurrection match. He thought about it. After so many restarts, he had noticed that the Chitauri soldiers only attacked Tony and Peter Parker. Harry's real target was Peter Parker, while Tony seemed to be focused on Spider-Man, causing him to miss the best opportunity to save Gwen. To be precise, Tony didn't seem to be taking the resurrection match seriously. Peter Parker didn't need to be mentioned. The situation was even more chaotic than in the movie, and he had no time to save Gwen. It was clear that Peter wasn't trying to save Gwen just for the resurrection quota. The thick-skinned Lizard Parker had the best chance of saving Gwen amid the chaos. Maybe Xia Luo could start with him. With that in mind, Xia Luo clicked restart. The same events unfolded. Xia Luo arrived at the clock tower, and the battle resumed. He locked onto Lizard Parker, who was climbing the walls, and immediately swung to the outer wall of the clock tower. Hey, Lizard Buddy, I've got a little project to discuss with you. Let's talk about how we can save Gwen. You should have some time now, especially since, looking like that, you're probably not getting a job anytime soon. Xia Luo mimicked Lizard Parker's movements, quickly scaling the wall. Get lost. The irritable Lizard Parker roared, whipping his tail and smashing Xia Luo into the wall. His spider sense had failed. From the human-shaped crater in the wall, the half-dead Xia Luo watched as Gwen died once again before his eyes. He felt utterly speechless. This guy was impossible to communicate with when he got worked up. Boom tilde tilde. In the next moment, the Chitauri soldiers arrived, and Xia Luo lost consciousness once again. 7th resurrection match. The moment the countdown ended, Xia Luo didn't act according to his previous plan. He sped toward the clock tower, not pausing at the nearby residential building. Swish! He shot his webs and swung into the clock tower. Creak, 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 tilde, tilde. In the night, a green monster smashed through the windows, charging directly at Xia Luo. Spider-Man. Lizard Parker lunged, leaping from building to building to intercept Xia Luo. Xia Luo shrugged. Xia Luo Parker. We have the same goal, we can work together to save Gwen. Imposter, you're not worthy. Lizard Parker's gaze became dangerous, and as Xia Luo had expected, he shot webs and swung to a higher level. Since they couldn't talk, he'd have to use another method. I'll tear you apart. An enraged Lizard Parker chased after him, recklessly smashing through the mechanical gears inside the clock tower. As gears rained down from above, Lizard Parker didn't notice that Harry had already thrown Gwen off the roof. Boom! The pumpkin bombs exploded, and the top of the clock tower blew apart. As the Chitauri soldiers arrived, the roaring flames shattered the glass, and Tony's nanosuit swept Gwen into the clock tower. Peter! Gwen cried out in panic, and both Lizard Parker and Peter Parker responded at the same time. Gwen! Gwen! Peter Parker leapt down from the tower, while Lizard Parker, without hesitation, jumped toward Gwen. Gears fell from the sky, and the two met in midair. "Get out of my way." Lizard Parker's claws shredded the gears in front of him, then his tail lashed out, determined to crush the imposter. "What?" Lizard Parker charged with terrifying force. Peter Parker, not daring to underestimate him, used his webs to navigate nimbly through the falling gears, dodging Lizard Parker while making his way toward Gwen. "Ha ha ha, Peter, you won't succeed." The Green Goblin swooped in, launching mini-missiles from his glider, causing yet another explosion that engulfed the area. Boom 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 tilde tilde. No. In the stunned eyes of both Lizard Parker and Peter Parker, webs shot out, and another red and blue figure dove through the flames, heading straight for the falling Gwen. Thud thud. Shards of gears flew everywhere as Xia Luo grabbed Gwen, his back already shredded and bloody. Barely holding on, Xia Luo gripped the webs with one hand and cradled Gwen with the other, landing steadily on the ground, before his legs gave way. Next to him, Gwen's body convulsed as blood poured from her abdomen. Her eyes filled with fear, she tried to speak but was choking on blood. Turning her head, she saw the dying Spider-Man beside her, and the terror in her eyes gradually faded. At that moment, Xia Luo witnessed every detail of Gwen's death. Chapter 5. You have 3 restart opportunities left. Would you like to restart? On the massive spider web, Xia Luo scratched his head, feeling that Gwen had died a bit too carelessly this time. But on second thought, it made sense. The battle on the scene was too intense, and with one explosion after another, any normal person hit by debris would have a hard time surviving. Even he had died amidst that chaos. But he had almost made it this time. Let's go again. For his 8th resurrection match, Xia Luo rushed to the clock tower and encountered Lizard Parker. The two figures leapt up to the tall building, leaving destruction in their wake. "I'll tear you apart." "Angry Lizard Buddy, our goal is to save Gwen." "I will save her, I don't need you, imposter." Bang! With a loud crash, Lizard Parker pounced on Xia Luo, looking down at the Spider-Man in front of him with a cruel smile. "I'll tear you apart." "As expected, you're just a brute." As soon as Xia Luo spoke, Lizard Parker froze. "What did you say?" he roared angrily. Xia Luo smirked. "I said she's about to die." As he spoke, he casually dodged a flying gear, still calm. His spider sense was still unreliable. He had dodged the gear based on the experience he had accumulated from restarting over and over. Seeing Lizard Parker becoming more agitated, Xia Luo pointed outside the window. "In 2 seconds, she'll be right there." "What?" Lizard Parker hesitated, and as Xia Luo raised 2 fingers, Gwen's figure flashed past the window. "Gwen!" At that moment, Lizard Parker didn't care about anything else and smashed through the window, diving after Gwen. Xia Luo stood up, dusted off his hands, and carefully observed the battle inside the clock tower without participating. He had collected enough rewards by now. You have been eliminated and cannot receive a resurrection quota. Reward, strength plus 0.1 tons. You have 2 restart opportunities left. Would you like to restart? Restart. For the 9th resurrection match, Xia Luo still didn't take part in saving Gwen. Instead, relying on his prediction, he dodged the barrage of energy blasts flying through the air and swung all the way to the top of the tower. Without the experience from all his restarts, he would never have managed it. "Mr. Stark." He called out to Tony, who visibly flinched. "Peter." Tony scanned the area, looking at the 2 Spider-Men, before fixing his gaze on Xia Luo with a conflicted expression. Only this Spider-Man knew his real name. The next moment, Xia Luo darted into the clock tower. Tony snapped out of it and immediately activated his suit, unleashing its full firepower to blast away the Chitauri soldiers. Without looking back at the explosions, Tony quickly rushed into the clock tower. Boom! The clock tower continued to explode, sending gears flying everywhere. On top of a massive gear, Tony locked his eyes on one of the Spider-Men. Amidst the falling debris, Xia Luo was whistling cheerfully, calmly dodging the flying gears as he strolled leisurely through the chaotic battle. Ha ha ha, Peter. At this moment, Harry swooped down on his glider, but crashed headfirst into the webs that had been set up in advance. Shit. Boom. Harry bounced around and crashed into the ruins of the clock tower. The real Peter Parker and Lizard Parker both leapt toward Gwen, but after a brief struggle, they watched as Gwen was snatched away by Xia Luo's Weeby. It was as if everything had been rehearsed in advance, all under Xia Luo's control. After so many restarts, Xia Luo had finally found the real way to unlock his cheat. Peter Parker looked at this Spider-Man with shock. This guy's spider sense was way too absurd. In such a complex situation, he could predict every single gear attack. Who was he? Meanwhile, Lizard Parker became even more enraged, not thinking about any of that. Damn imposter, you won't take Gwen from me. The monster leapt across the ruins, with sharp gears cutting deep wounds into his scaly skin, but nothing could stop him. A fierce wind rushed toward Xia Luo, but he didn't care. He swung down toward the ground with his webs, knowing he had help. Boom! Just as Lizard Parker was about to tear Xia Luo apart, a powerful electric pulse blasted him into the ruins. Disgusting creature, stay away from him, Tony shouted coldly. Damn Iron Man! Lizard Parker howled as he crawled out of the rubble and continued his pursuit. The previous attack hadn't been enough to take him down. Tony tried to stop him, but was intercepted by the remaining Chitauri soldiers. Hand her over to me. Gears rained down like a storm as Lizard Parker rampaged through the clock tower like a wild beast. Peter Parker dove down to stop Lizard Parker, but Harry smashed into him, sending him flying. Ha ha ha, your fight is with me. Peter, I told you, I'm going to make you feel the pain of losing a loved one. Harry's jagged teeth flashed as he laughed, his hereditary illness having driven him completely mad. He hated himself, his father, Peter Parker, the world, and everything good in it. Let's destroy everything together. Harry, stop. The battle between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin grew fiercer, while Lizard Parker was rapidly closing in on Xia Luo. His greedy eyes were locked on the figure in front of him, his sharp claws extending. Just a little more, and he could tear this guy apart. Sharp gears occasionally slashed through Xia Luo's suit, and the smell of blood quickly overwhelmed Lizard Parker's senses. Peter! Suddenly, Gwen's voice rang out like a stream of water flowing into Lizard Parker's heart, extinguishing the fury and bloodlust within him. Gwen! His pupils contracted as he stared at Gwen in Xia Luo's arms, her face filled with fear and concern. He had never seen Gwen look so helpless before. In his heart, Gwen was Spider-Man, a hero, someone who could calmly handle anything, protect everyone, and defeat all powerful enemies. But Lizard Parker came to his senses, his ferocious expression softening. Even though he knew the Peter Gwen cared about wasn't him, he made a choice. You're not her, he murmured softly, as if saying goodbye. In his eyes, Gwen's face gradually blurred. But he had seen it clearly. She was Gwen, not Spider-Man. Imposter, you win. The next moment, Lizard Parker's heart-wrenching roar echoed through the clock tower as he pushed Xia Luo and Gwen away, right before a massive gear fell and crushed his body. Boom, 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 tilde, tilde. As the giant gear slammed into the ruins, Lizard Parker's figure disappeared completely. Amid the dust, Xia Luo swung down to the ground with his Weeby Gwen, still shaken, looked at the ruins in front of her, her expression filled with complex emotions. He saved us. Xia Luo let out a breath. Yes, he would have saved you. He said it with certainty. After restarting so many times, he was sure of it. Lizard Parker truly wanted Gwen to live, and it had nothing to do with the resurrection match. However, the unfamiliar voice made Gwen suddenly realize something was off. Chapter 6. Xia Luo removed his mask, revealing a young face. I'm Xia Luo Parker, a very industrious Spider-Man. I recently encountered some trouble, which is why you're able to see me. Oh, please put away that surprised look. By the way, what did you have for dinner? I can smell a faint scent of beef pizza on you. That's my favorite, but Spider-Man doesn't have pockets, so I didn't bring any money. Maybe you could consider treating me. Wait, Mr. Spider-Man, my head hurts. Can you tell me why you're saving me? Gwen rubbed her forehead, feeling overwhelmed. Hearing her question, Xia Luo wiped the blood from his forehead, his eyes reflecting a certain stubbornness. With a serious expression, he said, "For myself, and to break the lonely fate of Spider-Man." Lonely fate? Gwen thought of Peter's deceased loved ones and his estranged friend Harry, and suddenly understood. Spider-Man is destined to be lonely. It's fate, almost like a curse. At this moment, the sound of Tony's suit approaching filled the air, and Xia Luo knew it was time for him to leave. "Gwen, it's time to say goodbye. Don't forget to treat me to pizza next time." With that, his figure was swallowed by the void in an instant. He had made good use of Tony. Although Tony wasn't taking the resurrection match seriously, he could be petty sometimes. Who knew if Tony might hit him with something at the last minute? Better to leave quickly. Soon, Tony landed. His nano-helmet retracted, revealing a face full of frustration. "Where's that guy?" he asked Gwen. Gwen blinked. He disappeared just like that. Tony rubbed his temples. "All right, I think I've been tricked. You did not win this resurrection match. You are about to leave this world. Please try harder next time." Seeing the message appear before him, Tony couldn't help but laugh. There's a next time. He suspected this was some sort of prank by the Infinity Stones. In Gwen's shocked gaze, Tony's figure disappeared as well. However, the battle between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin continued. In Xia Luo's universe, atop the Empire State Building's antenna tower. Whoosh tilde tilde. The night wind howled, and red and blue webs fluttered through the air, as ashes gathered in the wind. Under the moonlight, the deflated suit rapidly filled out. Xia Luo opened his eyes once again and found himself back at the antenna tower where he had died. A message appeared in front of him, and a smile spread across his face. "Congratulations, you have successfully won this resurrection match. Reward 1, Resurrection Quota X1 used. Reward 2, Strength plus 10 tons. First time winning a resurrection match. Extra reward, Nano Spider Suit Damaged Version. First time winning a resurrection match. Extra reward, Spider Totem Power X1. Remaining restart opportunities. 1, carried over to the next resurrection match." He clenched his fists, clearly feeling the explosive power coursing through his body. 8 restarts had increased his base strength from 1 ton to nearly 2 tons. With the rewards from the resurrection match, his strength now stood at 12 tons. 12 tons of strength wasn't much compared to other Spider-Men. He was still at the bottom of the pack, but it would be enough to help him deal with the challenges ahead. As his strength increased, his overall physical attributes would improve as well. Then he looked at the additional rewards from the match. Spider Totem Power, the essential source of Spider-Man's power, the ultimate judgment force of fate, possessing mysterious and unfathomable abilities. Please explore its potential. The mysterious power surged into his body and then disappeared as if it had never been there. Xia Luo was left scratching his head. Totem Power, this had appeared in Spider-Man comics, but he didn't really know what it did. As for the nano suit, with a thought, a palm-sized Spider-Man emblem appeared in his hand. He pressed the spider emblem to his chest, and in an instant, nanometal rapidly covered his body, shielding him from the cold night air while clinging tightly to his form. As he shot a web and slid down the glass exterior of the building, the reflection in the glass revealed a magnificent Spider-Man figure. It was more of an armor than a suit. Under the moonlight, the metallic sheen of the nano suit reflected a cold glint, with gold accents throughout the design. His eyes glowed faintly blue, making him stand out in the night. Xia Luo stretched his arms and legs, feeling very pleased with the cool new suit. Too bad it was the damaged version. No metallic spider legs or web shooters were included, and forget about the instant kill mode with red eyes. Even the basic AI assistance wasn't as advanced as Jarvis. It was just designed to make the nanosuit easier to use, ensuring it wouldn't hinder him from shooting webs or scaling walls. Everything was adaptive. This nanosuit was built specifically for Spider-Man. Satisfied with his spoils, Xia Luo leapt off the building's glass wall. Whoosh tilde tilde. The wind howled as he spread his arms, and web wings as thin as cicada wings extended from his armpits. In an instant, his fall slowed dramatically. With the help of the web wings, Xia Luo glided past several skyscrapers before diving into the neon-lit streets below. Amidst the bustling city traffic and noise, it was still the same old New York. Oh, what's that? Spider-Man. Oh my God, he's not dead. His suit looks different, it's made of metal. His suit's upgraded, unbelievable. Passers-by exclaimed in awe, but Xia Luo was used to it. Although he hadn't been Spider-Man for long, his actions weren't exactly low-key, and people in the city were highly aware of Spider-Man's existence. Many citizens recognized him. But something puzzled Xia Luo. Aside from Norman, no one knew he had died. So how did these people know? It wasn't until he returned to Queens. 117 A Bleecker Street. Outside the window, the red and blue figure slowly climbed up the wall. Inside, Uncle Ben and Aunt May sat close together, watching a TV show and occasionally laughing. Xia Luo peeked his head inside, his light blue eyes narrowing slightly. The two of them seemed to be doing just fine. He sighed in relief. Suddenly, the show ended, and Uncle Ben, still chuckling, pressed the remote. On the TV, a sharply dressed news anchor smiled at the camera. Hello, viewers, and welcome to Global News. Regarding the death of Spider-Man, we are fortunate to have a Spider-Man expert with us today who will provide some insight. The anchor handed the microphone to the expert next to him. Hello, everyone. I'm J. Jonah Jameson from the Daily Bugle. According to information provided by the Green Goblin, we can now confirm that Spider-Man has been killed. It's been a week since he was last seen. Chapter 7. Spider-Man is a pest, a coward who doesn't dare to show his face. But that masked Green Goblin is the same. The difference is, the Green Goblin is more arrogant than Spider-Man. Over the past few days, he has attacked Oscorp, Hammer Industries, and Stark Tower, claiming he has killed Spider-Man. During this time, Spider-Man hasn't appeared, which suggests that what he said might be true. The host then chimed in with a timely question. Mr. Jameson, could Spider-Man have been kidnapped or injured, which is why he hasn't shown up these past few days? J. Jonah Jameson burst into laughter. Impossible, he's definitely dead. How can you be so sure? It's my sixth sense. The host. This guy wasn't following the script. This was turning into a disaster. Xia Luo. Looking at J. Jonah Jameson's smug face on the screen, Xia Luo couldn't help but grumble inwardly. This guy really lived up to his reputation as Spider-Man's lifelong nemesis. If Xia Luo remembered correctly, he didn't even know this guy personally. Was it really necessary for Jameson to be this happy about Spider-Man's supposed death? He glanced at the time. 8 days had passed in the real world while he'd been in the resurrection match, which pretty much confirmed the time flow. Despite his long disappearance, Uncle Ben and Aunt May didn't seem worried about him. Something felt off. Could it be? Was the TV show just too funny? Xia Luo scratched his head. But soon, he figured out the real reason. Ben, our little Xia Luo, shared some more of his vacation photos with us. He met a beautiful girl in Bali. He'll need some courage, Aunt May said with interest, holding her phone up to share Xia Luo's vacation life with Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben glanced at it, looking a little puzzled. A girl, liking someone as talkative as him. Aunt May gave Uncle Ben a glare. Old man, if even someone like you, a stuffy bore, can find love, then it's no surprise that our Xia Luo could too. He's quite charming. Yes, very charming. His endless chatter has driven more than a few of his classmates insane, Uncle Ben teased, though his face softened with a warm smile. It's about time he started dating. Uncle Ben glanced at the TV and changed the subject. They say Spider-Man's dead. I wonder if it's true. Don't listen to that guy's nonsense. Jonah is famous for hating Spider-Man. I hope he's still alive. Our little Xia Luo really likes that cute bug. His room is full of Spider-Man posters. The couple continued their conversation while Xia Luo lay on the roof, hands behind his head. The stars twinkled in the night sky, and he gradually felt a sense of calm. Norman Osborn already knew his identity, and it wouldn't be long before he discovered that Xia Luo was still alive. That meant he would continue using Xia Luo's family to threaten him. This had to be dealt with quickly. Target Oscorp. With that, Xia Luo stood up, shot webs from both hands, and swung onto the treetops. Slingshot launch. Swish. His red and blue figure shot through the night sky toward the city, where the darkness revealed the hidden sins and filth below. In a chaotic district, bonfires flickered, and a group of delinquents noticed the figure overhead. "Wow, it's Spider-Man," the crowd immediately grew excited. The gang leader's face darkened as he cursed at his followers. "We're criminals. Are you really excited to see Spider-Man?" "Sorry, I just got a bit carried away." "Shut up, you want to draw him here." "Boss, his voice is louder than ours." "I know." "How does he know we're here?" "I thought he was dead." "You believe what they say on global news. Hurry, grab the stuff and get out of here." "Moved." Instantly, the group fell into chaos, which naturally caught Xia Luo's attention. "Hey, have you guys heard the story of Spider-Man?" "Wow, smells like money." Xia Luo opened the bag and took a glance. If he wasn't mistaken, this was an extremely dangerous chemical toxin. Worth a lot of money. The gang leader's face turned pale, and he started cursing uncontrollably. "You damned bug, give me my stuff back, or I'll twist your head off and fry it." "I know, protein content is 6 times higher than beef." Xia Luo hung the bag on a wall, then started using his web as a jump rope to stretch his muscles. As expected, next came the righteous brawl. "What are you waiting for? Get him!" the gang leader shouted, snapping his men into action. "Get him!" "He's only one guy, ow." Before the guy could finish, he was hit in the head with a brick and collapsed, groaning in pain. Looking over at Xia Luo, they saw him toss the brick aside and leap to the ground, boldly charging toward the crowd. "Go, go, do something." Bang, bang. Clang, clang, clang. The gang frantically pulled out their guns and opened fire, but the bullets merely sparked off the nanosuit, and shells clattered to the ground, completely unable to stop Xia Luo's movements. The nanometal defense was solid, and with his 12 tons of strength, Xia Luo could easily shrug off the bullet's impact. He weaved through the crowd with a light step, grabbing them one by one and hanging them upside down under streetlights. The growing number of web cocoons hanging from the lampposts was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Simple, brutal, and direct. There was no finesse involved. "Ah, damn bug. Damn Spider-Man. Please let us go." The gang alternated between begging and cursing, while Xia Luo casually cleaned his ears, then used one of their phones to call the police. Before the resurrection match, his speed and strength wouldn't have been this exaggerated. It would have taken him quite some time to deal with these low-level thugs. Grumble, grumble. At that moment, his stomach rumbled awkwardly, and Xia Luo sighed in resignation. He had used too much webbing and needed more energy to synthesize the web proteins. Then, a system prompt appeared before him. "You played the role of a friendly neighborhood hero punishing crime. Restart opportunity +1. Seeing this, Xia Luo grinned. The 9 restart opportunities from his first resurrection match had all come from his hard work over time. Afterward, he began to loot the gang's ill-gotten gains. This was an important source of income for him. Every Spider-Man fan knows that Spider-Man is broke. And Xia Luo was no exception. Before long, the sound of sirens approached from the distance. Swish! The red and blue figure swung overhead, and the police officers looked up in surprise. "George, it's Spider-Man. He's not dead." "I see him." George narrowed his eyes and glanced at the loot his officers had recovered, but there was no trace of satisfaction on his face. "Spider-Man, I'll catch you myself," he muttered coldly before ordering the officers. "Take them to the car." "Yes, sir." The police officers busied themselves, exchanging whispers as they worked. "I think George really doesn't like Spider-Man." "You're not wrong, he's got something against him." "Why, Spider-Man's helped us deal with a lot of trouble." "Maybe George thinks Spider-Man's behavior is a provocation." Chapter 8. In the dimly lit office, Norman, dressed in his green goblin armor, lay sprawled across the sofa, flailing his arms and legs like a mischievous child. With a sudden movement, he tumbled off the couch, his phone falling onto the carpet. "Oh, my dear little heart, please don't break. I'd be so sad if you did." After carefully inspecting the phone and realizing it wasn't damaged, Norman sighed in relief. "Good, it's not broken. My fun can continue a little longer." In the darkness, a trembling figure spoke hesitantly. "Mr. Goblin, I'm ready." The pale-faced Betty had set up the camera, and the office lights suddenly brightened. In the corner of the room were the bound and gagged board members of Oscorp. Norman glanced at Betty, the demon mask on his face contorting grotesquely. "You don't have to be afraid. I am the scariest demon, but I have no interest in hurting beautiful women." Betty was on the verge of tears. Hearing this only made her more terrified. Ignoring Betty's fear, Norman rose to his feet and looked down at the group of board members, his insane laughter filling the room. "Gehahata, are you all ready?" The board members' faces were full of terror, their eyes filled with desperation. Without waiting for a response, Norman instructed Betty to point the camera at them. At the same time, the large screen in Times Square flickered briefly before switching to the live feed from the office. "Now tell me, what did you all do to the great Norman Osborn?" Norman cackled. Hearing this, the board members avoided the camera's gaze, their eyes darting in all directions, too afraid to speak. In the next moment, Norman grabbed one of them by the throat. Cracked. The lifeless body collapsed to the floor. Betty, horrified, covered her mouth and retreated to the corner, too afraid to make a sound. The remaining board members were paralyzed with fear, some wetting themselves. "Gehahaha, what a bunch of cowards, but I don't like cleaning up." Norman flicked his wrist and blades popped out, threateningly pointing to a random person. "You start talking." I'll talk. The man trembled, drenched in sweat as he knelt and spoke. "I'm Kurz, I own 11% of Oscorp shares." "Get to the point." Yes, Oscorp was founded by Mr. Norman Osborn. He gave everything for the company, but after his experiments failed, we all worked together to force him out. We are guilty. We. Not detailed enough. Next. Norman cut Kurz off and mercilessly sliced off his head. Gagging sounds. The decapitation, with the head rolling to the ground, caused the remaining people to vomit in fear. Seeing their pitiful state filled Norman with joy. "Ha, this is so fun, so much fun." He clapped his hands in delight and ordered the next board member to recount his grievances. Meanwhile, the live feed on the giant screen in the square quickly drew a crowd of onlookers. "Oh my God, it's the Green Goblin again. What a terrifying guy." "He's absolutely terrifying. What is he trying to do? This is some sick game." "Listen, they're saying those board members removed Norman Osborn from his position as chairman. How is that even possible? What a horrible power struggle." The crowd whispered among themselves, while police sirens blared across the streets, and numerous officers rushed toward Oscorp. Faster, get there faster. This is turning into a terrible day. In the police car, George's face was grim. If they didn't handle this properly, the consequences could be even worse. He glanced at the live broadcast on the large screen, his expression darkening further. Ordinary officers wouldn't be able to handle this situation. He silently prayed that the other team would be reliable. Soon, the police cars sped past the square. A red and blue figure swung down, landing steadily on a billboard. Xia Luo narrowed his eyes as he looked at the screen. Norman's condition was worsening. Otherwise, he wouldn't be doing something this crazy. Xia Luo understood Norman's grievances. He had dedicated his entire life to Oscorp, sacrificing time with his family and missing the chance to see his wife one last time before she died. Norman had neglected his family, all in the name of restoring the Osborn family's glory. He wanted to cure the Osborn family's genetic disease, not just for himself, but so that Harry could live longer and happier without suffering from it. But when the gene serum experiment failed, he lost everything. All his efforts had turned to dust. The board members were the final straw that broke the camel's back. After squeezing every last drop of value from Norman, they discarded him, forcing him to take the risk of injecting the incomplete gene serum. Norman had succeeded. He gained immense strength, and the genetic disease could no longer claim his life. But he had also failed. He lost himself, becoming angry and deranged. Now he wanted revenge on everyone, to release all his inner pain and resentment. He had unleashed the darkest part of himself, determined to bring fear to everyone. In the broadcast, as each board member recounted the facts, Norman laughed heartily. He had been exploited by these people his whole life because of Oscorp. And he had willingly let them, because it was the work he loved most. The journalists gathering below were doing much the same. Before long, many police cars had arrived in front of the Oscorp building, and a large crowd had gathered as well. Norman made no effort to conceal the location of his live broadcast. "Mr. Goblin, please calm down. You can tell us what you need, and we'll try to meet your demands." Standing by the police car, George shouted into a megaphone. Armed officers quietly slipped into the building, ready to act at any moment. A helicopter hovered above the building. "Captain, we've confirmed it. The Green Goblin is Norman Osborn." In the helicopter, Natasha spoke gravely. Beside her, Steve Rogers gripped his shield tightly and took a deep breath. "I've been on ice for 70 years, but my body's fully recovered. I can handle this." Natasha shook her head. Norman used to be a high-ranking SHIELD agent, but for some reason, he left SHIELD early to focus on his company. He won't be easy to deal with. Steve frowned. "Is that so? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "I just found out from Nick." "All right, I'll have to get used to your unreliability." As Steve spoke, Clint Barton's voice came through the earpiece. "I'm in position. As soon as he's in my sights, I can take the shot." "Good, Barton, you're Hawkeye, right? I'm looking forward to working with you." Atop the building, Barton, holding his compound bow, had locked onto Norman's office, his expression serious. Suddenly, a red and blue figure appeared in his line of sight, and Barton knocked an arrow, aiming at the figure. "I've spotted a red and blue bug. Should I shoot him down?" he asked. "Bug?" Steve was momentarily confused, but Natasha seemed to understand. "It's Spider-Man. Looks like Norman didn't kill him after all." Chapter 9. "Understood," Barton replied, silently observing the scene. At the same time, Steve and Natasha leaped from the helicopter, stealthily making their way toward Norman's office. Meanwhile, Xia Luo swung into the building on his webs. The building was pitch black, with only the ticking of a clock echoing through the corridors. Xia Luo carefully crawled along the ceiling of the hallway, making no sound. However, the armed agents who had infiltrated the building weren't as cautious. Click! The moment the stairwell trap was triggered, a loud explosion followed, shaking the building. Fiery blasts erupted through the walls, wreaking havoc. Debris flew through the hallway, dust filling the air. Inside his office, Norman heard the commotion and peeked out the window. Seeing the police cars gathering below, he laughed maniacally at the board members. "Ha ha ha, your saviors have arrived." "Don't worry, I won't kill you here. We'll play this game slowly, and I'll savor every moment," he sneered. With that, he casually tossed a pumpkin bomb out the window. Boom! Outside, before Steve could break through the window, a terrible explosion greeted him. He barely had time to raise his shield, and the blast sent him flying. Luckily, he managed to grab hold of an exterior wall ledge, avoiding a fatal fall. "Ha ha ha, you shield brats are still far from catching up to me." The arrogant Norman flew out the window on his glider, only to be smacked in the head by Steve's shield, sending him tumbling down into the hallway below. "Shit, what is this thing?" Norman shook his dizzy head. As Steve climbed through the broken window, the shield boomeranged back into his hand. "Mr. Goblin, between us, I think you're the brat with no manners." After taking a deep breath, Steve sprinted toward Norman. Just as Norman got to his feet, Steve leapt forward, delivering a powerful punch to the goblin mask. Boom! The attack was relentless. Punches and shield strikes rained down like a storm, giving Norman no chance to recover. Seconds later, Steve grabbed Norman and slammed him into the ground, his head buried in the floor, seemingly signaling the end of the fight. Seeing Norman stop struggling, Steve exhaled and tapped his earpiece. Got him, he said confidently, sure of his combat skills. Beep, beep, beep. Unnoticed until now, Norman's glider hovered outside the window, flashing a dangerous red light. Realizing something was wrong, Steve quickly raised his shield. Wait, I think I didn't get him after all. Boom! Another explosion blasted Steve, sending him flying back into the debris. As the walls crumbled and debris scattered, Norman stood up, cracking his neck, his goblin mask looking even more terrifying. Gehahaha, those military combat techniques from decades ago are outdated. This is what's popular now. With a cruel glint in his eyes, Norman tossed a handful of pumpkin bombs into the ruins. Booms, booms, boom. The building's exterior erupted in flames. Shielding himself, Steve curled into a ball, using the shield's incredible strength to cushion his fall as he plummeted several stories and crashed onto a car. Crash! The fire burst outward, and the small car was instantly reduced to a pile of scrap. As sirens blared, Steve slowly got up from the car roof, wincing as he retrieved his shield. This world sure moves fast. He looked up at the burning building, panting heavily. The onlookers, shocked by the scene, expressed disbelief. Oh my God, did that soldier just fall from up there? And he didn't die. That uniform's really something. Very tight-fitting. Barton, still monitoring the building, commented, "You shouldn't have kicked him back into the building. I can't get a clear shot." "No, I've got a lock. Wait, it's not Norman. I see Spider-Man." Boom! As debris continued to fall from the upper floors, Norman was surprised to find that his glider had been destroyed. He couldn't connect with it, and he spotted remnants of webbing. What, this webbing, Spider-Man? He was first shocked, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you didn't die? Fantastic. No, wait, how are you still alive? This doesn't make sense, I saw you. The goblin was both terrifying and cunning. Trying that trick again. On the ceiling, Xia Luo, who was about to act, shot a web, grabbing the pumpkin bombs and flinging them into the next room. Boom! Ah, tilde tilde. Screams erupted as the wall collapsed, burying the bloodied and mangled board members. You played the role of a friendly neighborhood hero and punished the criminals. Restart opportunity +1. The prompt appeared in front of Xia Luo, leaving him momentarily confused. The villains turned out to be the unlucky ones. Meanwhile, Norman, unaware of what had happened, clapped his hands gleefully. It really is you, Xia Luo. Congrats on the new suit. But you killed people, still think you're a city hero. His tone was full of mockery. Xia Luo shrugged, unconcerned. Oh, so you consider me a hero, Uncle Norman? I might have to sue you for slander. With that, he fired webs from both hands, launching himself like a slingshot. Before Norman could throw another pumpkin bomb, Xia Luo's high-speed charge crashed him through the wall, sending him flying outside the building. I've got him locked, Barton said from the rooftop, narrowing his eyes and releasing an arrow without hesitation. Zing! The alloy arrow struck Norman in the chest, followed by an explosive detonation. Boom! The explosion sent Norman hurtling toward the street below. As pedestrians screamed and ran, George led the officers, surrounding Norman. Meanwhile, Xia Luo clung to a billboard with his webs, his heart still racing as he glanced toward the rooftop. He had almost been hit by friendly fire. Hawkeye's huh. Great, I'll pop your eye out next time. Then, noticing Norman trying to escape in a car, Xia Luo fired his webs and disappeared into a nearby alley. If Norman fell into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands, Xia Luo risked his identity being exposed. He wasn't sure what S.H.I.E.L.D. in this world was like, but there was a good chance it was really Hydra. If Hydra found out his identity, that would be a huge problem. I have to capture Norman myself. With that thought, Xia Luo swung between the buildings, avoiding Hawkeye's line of sight. That guy's arrows were dangerous. Soon, the blare of sirens filled the streets as a high-speed chase unfolded. Gehahaha, let's go, let's go. Norman recklessly sped through the streets in a car, with police cars in hot pursuit. Bang, bang, bang. From the skies, a helicopter flew overhead, with Hawkeye launching arrows that struck Norman's speeding car with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The arrowhead exploded, and Norman was thrown by the blast. Gahahaha, These agents are pretty good these days. Norman tumbled to the ground, ignoring the bullets fired at him. His wrist device flickered, and a new glider flew in from the night sky. "Goodbye, little playthings," Norman said as he jumped onto the glider and sped into the residential area. Seeing this, Barton wasted no time in readying another arrow. "Wait, there are too many people," Natasha stopped him. Barton frowned. "You should trust me." "I do trust you, but Norman will take out his anger on the civilians," Natasha replied calmly. "Fine, I get it." Barton reluctantly lowered his bow. Meanwhile, Steve was watching Spider-Man disappear into the residential buildings, pulling a bill from his pocket. $10 says he catches the goblin. Barton. Natasha. Chapter 10. So much fun, this is way too fun. He steered his glider into a narrow alley, rudely smashing through clotheslines between balconies, sending a flurry of half-dried laundry flying toward Xia Luo. "Sorry, but I'm not in need of any extra fabric right now." Xia Luo swung to the rooftop, extending his arms, using the web wings under his arms to glide over the chaotic alley below. "Gehahaha, got you now." In the next moment, the green goblin shot out from the alley, his glider's blade aiming directly at Xia Luo's heart. The cold gleam of the blade flashed in the moonlight, slicing through the air. Although Xia Luo's spider sense didn't go off, that didn't mean he wasn't prepared for Norman. Boom! Xia Luo extended his web wings slightly, suddenly slowing his glide. Norman misjudged the distance, zooming past Xia Luo in an instant, leaving a blast of hot air in his wake. Just then, from the helicopter, Barton saw the green goblin rise into the air and fired an arrow without hesitation. Boom! A loud explosion lit up the sky, forcing Norman to dive back into the residential area to evade Hawkeye's aim. Kids these days have no manners. Norman sighed, but the next moment he felt his glider start to lose control. No, damn it. He desperately tried to stabilize the glider, only to find it tangled in webs. Norman turned around and saw Xia Luo, gripping the web that was tethered to the glider with one hand, while shooting more webs directly at Norman's face with the other. You little brat." Boom! With his vision obscured, Norman crashed into a rooftop water tank, severing his connection with the glider. His body was then flung into the alley below. No, no, no. Crash, crash, crash tilde. After tumbling through several clotheslines, Norman finally landed headfirst into a stinking trash can. Hey, this is disgusting. The trash can shattered, and just as Norman was pulling himself out, Xia Luo descended, landing a solid kick that sent him flying. Bang! With full force, the green goblin's armored body slammed into a wall. The noise startled the nearby residents, who peeked out of their windows. "Oh, it's Spider-Man. And the green goblin. Oh no, our clothes." Cries of surprise echoed from the apartments. Furious, Norman burst out of the wall's rubble. "I am the most terrifying demon. No one can defeat me." Thwip, thwip, thwip tilde. In an instant, Xia Luo fired webs rapidly, setting up a trap. Norman, struggling to break free, was caught headfirst in the wee bee. "Tell me, why are you still alive?" Panting heavily, Norman's evil eyes locked onto Xia Luo. It was as if he had grown tired, his breathing ragged. Xia Luo shrugged. "Sorry, Norman, you didn't kill me. This is all just a figment of your imagination." He pointed to his head, indicating that something was wrong with Norman's mind. "What?" Norman's pupils contracted, then he shook his head, screaming, "Impossible. I'm not sick, I'm not sick." Xia Luo glanced up at the figure descending from the helicopter and realized he didn't have time to wait for Norman to finish his outburst. Just as he was about to move in and capture Norman, his unreliable spider sense suddenly went off, warning him. "This is..." In an instant, Xia Luo's eyes flashed blue, and without hesitation, he shot out a web and swung away from Norman. Boom! Xia Luo clung to a nearby wall, narrowly escaping. So, that's a real pumpkin bomb. The last time he encountered one of those, it had blown him to pieces. Norman, freed from the trap, slowly stepped out of the shadows, his eyes gleaming with increasing malice. "Not bad, you're more alert than last time," he praised. If those bombs weren't so difficult to make, and if he didn't have a limited supply, shield agents would have been blown to bits already. Xia Luo crouched on the wall, hesitant to make any sudden moves. After some observation, he realized that while Norman's physical strength wasn't too overwhelming, under 10 tons, the combination of his glider, terrifying pumpkin bombs, and resilience made him a considerable threat. Whether it was surviving Hawkeye's arrow strikes or the series of powerful impacts, Norman recovered quickly, and his green goblin armor remained relatively intact. Between his advanced weapons, strong physique, and cunning, Norman was a difficult opponent to defeat without overwhelming force. "Hey, need a hand?" At that moment, Steve Rogers leaped down from the stairs, shield in hand, blocking Norman's escape route. "You're Spider-Man, right? Where are you from?" Steve asked, raising his shield while glancing at Xia Luo. Xia Luo swung down to the ground. Queens, what about you?" "Shield employee housing, 1 bedroom, 1 bath with a private bed," Steve answered proudly. Back in his day, that kind of accommodation was a luxury reserved for officers. "I think you two can discuss this later," Natasha said, training her gun on Norman from the rooftop. Meanwhile, Barton Bowdron chimed in. "I've got a 5-bedroom, 2-bath, 2-story house." Xia Luo scratched his head. "I hate this kind of competition." Norman looked around, his goblin mask even more menacing. "Have you poor fools ever lived in a castle?" "No, but if we capture you, we can sell your castle to pay for all the damages," Steve replied, swiftly hurling his shield. Simultaneously, Barton loosed an arrow, but the cunning Norman wasn't one to give in easily. He tossed several pumpkin bombs in all directions. Booms, booms, boom. Terrifying explosions erupted around them, sending nearby residents screaming and fleeing. In the midst of the fiery chaos, arrows snapped, the shield embedded itself into the ground, and Norman had vanished. Cough, cough, tilde. Amid the wreckage, Steve covered his nose and mouth, retrieved his shield, and muttered, "He got away." Barton scanned the area. "I can't spot him." "All right, I guess we failed this mission," Natasha sighed. "It's been a while since we faced such a slippery opponent. Even 3 Avengers weren't enough." "Wait a second, where's our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man?" she asked, suddenly noticing the absence of Xia Luo. At the same time, sirens wailed through the night sky. Among the chaotic streets, Norman, now draped in a bed sheet, blended into the fleeing crowd. "Gehahaha, Nick, are these the Avengers you gathered? They're pathetic, a bunch of fools." Norman snickered to himself as he hunched over and slipped into a nearby alley. "Hahaha, this is so much fun." As he strolled through the empty alley, Norman took off his helmet, kicking over trash cans with glee. But soon, his laughter faded as he froze in place, staring at the massive web in front of him, where a red and blue figure sat calmly. "Xia Luo, you clever boy, I absolutely adore you," Norman growled with a twisted grin. Xia Luo sat cross-legged on the weeby. "Don't mention the word death to me, I'm allergic." With that, he tugged on the web next to him, and a web trap fell from above, ensnaring Norman. Chapter 11. Thwip, thwip, thwip. In an instant, the webbing was sliced apart, and the spinning blades tore through the massive web, filling the narrow alley with their sharp edges. "Gehahaha, kid, you've underestimated the cunning of the goblin." Norman rose to his feet, tapping his gauntlet to remotely control the blades, locking them onto Xia Luo. Thwip, thwip. The sharp projectiles quickly severed Xia Luo's webbing, limiting his ability to dodge effectively. As the blades ricocheted toward him, Xia Luo's nanotech suit flared with sparks, but managed to withstand the assault, much to his relief. Immediately, his eyes glowed blue, and with the help of his suit's AI, Xia Luo tracked the movement of the flying blades. Muscles tensing, he delivered precise punches, shattering the incoming blades one by one, leaving nothing but broken scraps of metal at his feet. "What?" Norman gasped. But before he could react, the red and blue figure zipped forward with a web-assisted lunge. "Wait, I'm not ready." Bam! Xia Luo's perfect right hook, powered by a solid 10 tons of force, sent Norman crashing into the wall with a loud boom. The rubble crumbled around him, and as Norman tried to pull his head out of the hole in the wall, Xia Luo grabbed him by the head and slammed it into the brickwork repeatedly. Thud thud thud. No, stop, I'm dizzy, Norman wailed between the impacts. Without the assistance of his tech, Norman found himself at a disadvantage in terms of raw strength. If it weren't for the helmet's protection, his head would have already split open. Oh, well, I should be considerate of an elderly man's feelings then. Xia Luo grinned, slapping off Norman's helmet and grabbing a handful of gravel, rubbing it into Norman's face. I'll put some dirt in your eye, Xia Luo said with a smirk. Damn it, stop it, I am the most terrifying demon, you can't do this to me. 3 minutes later, Norman sat slumped against the wall, bloodied and exhausted, his expression one of utter defeat. How could this happen? After enduring such brutal treatment, Norman's eyes glazed over in confusion. It hurts so much, Xia Luo, what did I just do? Norman suddenly snapped out of it, looking at Xia Luo with wide eyes. Kid, I'm sorry, really, I didn't mean to. That wasn't me, I never wanted to become this monster. I just wanted to work with you. I never truly intended to hurt your family. You have to believe me, Norman said, sobbing, remembering how he had threatened Xia Luo's family. Xia Luo dusted off his hands. Sorry too, but it's hard to forgive you for that. Is there any way to control your condition? He asked. Norman, head hung low, wept bitterly. There's no way, I can't control it. I've made too many mistakes and I can't turn back now. So kid, if you want to stop me, the only way is to die, Norman suddenly roared, his face twisting into a snarl. At that moment, Xia Luo's spider sense jolted him, sending a chill down his spine. The danger wasn't coming from Norman, it was from behind. Norman had an accomplice. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Xing tilde. Norman launched a surprise attack, deploying a blade from his gauntlet. Xia Luo spun in midair, narrowly dodging the sharp edge and flipping over Norman's head, landing gracefully behind him. The fluidity of his movement was flawless. Anyone who had worked with Spider-Man knew that acrobatic spins like that were a reflex, not something that required practice. Xing. But then, in a sudden twist, hot blood splattered across Xia Luo's face, blurring his vision. He saw a flash of steel tear through Norman's back, ripping through his armor, leaving a gory hole in his flesh. What? Xia Luo had dodged Norman's attack, but now Norman had been fatally struck by this so-called accomplice. It was bitterly ironic. Boom! Thunder rumbled through the night sky as rain began to fall, dripping into the narrow alley. The mysterious figure slowly withdrew its claws from Norman's body, and blood mixed with rainwater poured out onto the ground. Norman turned slowly, blood gushing from his mouth. The madness in his eyes faded, as if he welcomed this release. He smiled, but there was sadness in it, then fear and uncertainty. Kid, don't tell Harry, and don't be Spider-Man anymore, run. With a final, agonized shout, Norman threw something to Xia Luo, then charged at the shadowy figure in the darkness. Rip! The sound of armor tearing echoed through the alley as blood splattered everywhere. Heavy rain poured down, and the dark silhouette, like a beast from the flood, stood menacingly over Norman. You defeated a supervillain. Restart opportunities +9. SHHHHHHH tilde. The rainwater dripped off Xia Luo's nanotech suit as he fired webs, swinging rapidly between buildings, his heart pounding. He wasn't afraid of dying, but the spider sense amplified his fear of death, compelling him to flee the scene without hesitation. Who was the person that killed Norman? The spider sense's intense reaction to this individual meant that they were incredibly dangerous, someone far beyond Xia Luo's ability to handle. It seemed Norman had known who this person was, and had warned Xia Luo to stay away. This was no random event. The realization made Xia Luo's skin crawl. The Marvel Universe was far more dangerous than he'd imagined, so dangerous that he couldn't even guess who his real enemies were. His thoughts raced, and his body felt drained. His wrist couldn't produce more webs. Uh-oh. The sensation of weightlessness hit him, and Xia Luo's expression froze as he plummeted from the sky, seemingly resigned to his fate. He had exhausted too much of his web fluid, and his body was no longer able to produce more web protein, weakening him significantly. As expected, After a few seconds of free fall, Xia Luo crashed into a nearby balcony. Mother of who keeps a giant snake on their balcony, he cursed. The balcony's owner, hearing the commotion, opened the door, beaming at the sight of Xia Luo tangled in a massive python. "Oh, it's Spider-Man." "Yeah, it's me, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man," Xia Luo replied, wrestling with the snake. He pried the snake off his body and noticed the pizza in the man's hand. "Hey Jack, is that your dinner?" He tossed the python aside and casually took the pizza from the man's hand, greeting him with a wave before digging in. "No, I'm not Jack, my name is," the man started to explain. "Right, Jack, have a good night," Xia Luo interrupted, walking off with the pizza in hand. "Mo beef, my favorite." "Wait, that's the bathroom, the door is on the left," the man called, confused. "Thanks, Jack, say hi to Rose for me." As Xia Luo left, a woman came out of the bedroom, glaring at the man. "Who's Rose?" The man shrugged, "I don't know." "Jason, you've been exposed." "Wait, let me explain." In the hallway, Xia Luo scratched his head as he listened to the argument inside. Strange, do people really fight about having Spider-Man in their house? Chapter 12. Ding Tilda. The elevator doors opened, and under the strange gaze of the man inside, Xia Luo stepped in. "Silence." "Ahem, my name's O'Neill. I'm studying fashion design." The man in a suit coughed to break the awkward silence and handed Xia Luo a business card. Xia Luo patted his suit. Sorry, I don't have any pockets." O'Neill looked a bit awkward, holding the business card stiffly for a few seconds. "No problem. Your suit is pretty nice though, looks metallic." "Yeah, it's nanotech, pretty cool, right?" "Wow, that's incredible. Is that tech already available?" "No, I won it in a revival contest." "Haha, you've got a good sense of humor." "That's what people tend to think, but honestly I see myself as a serious Spider-Man. Of course, if you think I'm funny, I'll take it. After all, who can say no to a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man with a sense of humor and strong arms? Oh, and I can also tell you a funny story. Have you ever seen a green Godzilla? I raced one just recently." "All right, Mr. Spider-Man, this is the first floor," O'Neill interrupted, stepping back, now visibly annoyed. Xia Luo paused, sorry, got carried away. He quickly walked out of the elevator and lightly tapped the spider symbol on his chest, causing the nanometal suit to retract. He flagged down a taxi by the Kirby. "Hey, take me to Queens. Meter, please." When Xia Luo got back to Blake Street, it was already early morning. Before he could pull out his keys, his neighbor from next door opened her window to greet him. "Xia Luo, you're back." The pretty redhead, dressed in a lacy nightgown, waved hello. Xia Luo looked up, glancing at her outfit. "Yeah, Mary Jane, you're up early today." "I'm always up early. By the way, where's my gift?" "Gift?" "Yeah, we had such a nice chat over text, and you promised me a lipstick." Xia Luo froze. He patted his pocket, remembering that this phone had been stolen from Norman. After he had died at the antenna tower last time, Norman had taken his phone. So, what had Norman been doing with his phone these past few days? A sinking feeling hit Xia Luo. Sure enough, after brushing off Mary Jane with an excuse, he unlocked his door and entered his house. Inside, Uncle Ben and Aunt May were already having breakfast. "My little Xia Luo, why didn't you tell us you were coming home? We missed you so much." Aunt May pinched his cheek, smiling warmly. "Xia Luo, where's our gift?" Uncle Ben asked, turning around with a serious look. Xia Luo's eye twitched. Was this family bond really that shallow? He forced a smile. "The gift's in my luggage. It'll be delivered in a few days." "All right, I can't wait for the scarf you got me," Aunt May said, her face full of anticipation. Sitting at the table, Uncle Ben turned, saying seriously, "If you forgot our gifts, don't bother coming home next time." Xia Luo's face twitched again. Was their relationship really this fragile? After fabricating a fake story about his travels to satisfy Aunt May's curiosity, Xia Luo finally made it to his room and pulled out his phone, checking his messages. His expression became more and more incredulous as he scrolled. A moment later, he let out a long sigh, barely holding back a string of curses. No doubt about it, he was about to experience a complete social death. This was the goblin's twisted sense of humor. Xia Luo sighed again and pulled out a small green key from his pocket. This was what Norman had thrown to him before he died, probably something for Harry. He'd need to find a way to deliver it. Thinking of his best friend Harry made Xia Luo's head hurt. Fate had once again pitted him against the goblin. Would Harry eventually become the next Green Goblin? Xia Luo felt like he had to do something about it. He tucked away Norman's key and collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep sleep. At 3 p.m., Xia Luo woke up and stood by the window, basking in the sunlight. Taking a deep breath, he felt recharged and ready for the day. Whistle tilde. He gently helped a bird preen its feathers and then glanced at his schedule. He had lab class today, he'd better head to campus. Not sure if Norman had taken care of his class absences. Nah, that guy wasn't that considerate. After releasing the bird, Xia Luo grabbed his backpack and headed for the door. I'm off to class, don't wait for me for dinner. After saying goodbye, Xia Luo hopped on his bike and rode into the city. First, he needed to buy gifts for Aunt May and Uncle Ben. As for Mary Jane, forget it, money is meant to be shown to women, not spent on them. Thankfully, he'd gotten plenty of cash from those thugs last night, enough to buy some gifts. At the gift shop, Xia Luo filled out the delivery address. Glancing at the time, he realized he only had 20 minutes left. He was running late. Xia Luo quickly ducked into a nearby alley, tapped his chest, and let the nanometal suit spread over his body. Climbing up a wall in a flash, he leapt into the air, activating his glider wings and soaring toward Empire State University. He had graduated from Midtown High earlier that year and had been accepted into Empire State University, which had connections with many superheroes and villains in the Marvel Universe. For example, Dr. Octopus and the Lizard. Whiz tilde. Soon, Xia Luo swung into the campus forest park. The nanotech suit retracted, and Xia Luo straightened his casual clothes as he stepped out of the trees. Hey Xia Luo, you're looking pretty fit. Yeah, and so pale too. Passing by the shade of the trees, a group of senior girls giggled and eyed Xia Luo, before whispering and laughing among themselves. Xia Luo scowled and silently made his way toward the lab building. He had some selfies on his phone, pictures he'd taken to show off his muscles when he first became Spider-Man. Yes, Norman had used his phone to send those pictures to several senior girls. It had probably spread all over campus by now. As he walked, some girls boldly blew him kisses, while others shyly glanced his way, or even turned and walked away in embarrassment. It was a total social death scene. His classmates watched him like an animal in a zoo, and Xia Luo's frustration grew. But the worst was yet to come. Xia Luo, stop bothering me. Ordinary guys like you don't interest me at all. Maybe after you've traveled the world and improved yourself, you can come talk to me again. A confident, arrogant senior girl gave Xia Luo a dismissive look before flipping her hair and walking away. Xia Luo clenched his fist, barely resisting the urge to punch something. This was torture. Hey Xia Luo, a voice called out. Xia Luo turned to see a well-dressed, cheerful boy jogging toward him, a strange grin on his face. So, you're into that type, huh? No wonder you've been so cold to Mary Jane. Harry playfully tapped Xia Luo's chest, waggling his eyebrows. Xia Luo's eye twitched, and he pointed at the girl's retreating figure. That's your wife. Harry's face twisted in anger. Why are you insulting me? That's your wife. Stop it, I'll duel you. The two playfully wrestled as they headed into the lobby. Unsurprisingly, the other students in the room gave Xia Luo strange looks when he entered. Ignoring their whispers, Xia Luo calmly walked over to the experiment station in the corner. As long as he didn't feel embarrassed, the only one who was uncomfortable was still him. Chapter 13. Students, today's experiment is the synthesis and decomposition of biological proteins. Kurt Connors casually glanced around the room and immediately locked eyes on Xia Luo sitting in the corner. The rest of the students had already been staring at him. Xia Luo Parker, good to see you in class, Connors said. To Xia Luo's surprise, Dr. Kurt Connors didn't express any displeasure at his recent absences. Instead, he seemed genuinely pleased and even praised Xia Luo in front of the whole class. Class, over the past few days, Xia Luo and I have been chatting about this topic online. His insights into biology have impressed me, and he's also quite skilled in mechanical theory. If anyone has questions in these areas, feel free to ask him. Hearing this, the students' expressions became even more peculiar. Yeah, Professor Connors, not only is Xia Luo great at biology, his selfies are top-notch too. Ha ha ha, I heard he's been hitting on dozens of girls at once. All those girls blocked him. Crazy Xia Luo. The classroom filled with chatter, and Kurt Connors furrowed his brows. Quiet. Before anyone could respond, Connors turned to Xia Luo and said, "See me after class." Got it, Xia Luo nodded, guessing that Norman had probably talked to Connors extensively. Harry leaned over, whispering, "Don't forget tonight's basketball game." Xia Luo sighed, "I don't even know how to play basketball." Harry rolled his eyes. "I didn't ask you to play. You asked me to invite Gwen from year 2, remember?" Xia Luo froze. Great, even after death, the villain's still moving the plot forward. That's what you call dedication. Next, Dr. Connors demonstrated the experiment. Today's biological protein is derived from Black Widow's webbing. We can blend this spider silk protein with various materials in specific ratios to create different types of webbing. Although Dr. Connors only had one arm, this simple experiment didn't trouble him at all, and he didn't need an assistant. Xia Luo, on the other hand, didn't use Black Widow's spider silk. Instead, he extracted a small sample of his own webbing from his wrist and conducted a one-one experiment using a high-strength resin as a base material. Quickly, he produced a sample of webbing with lower elasticity, but greater adhesive power and resistance to decomposition. The webbing Xia Luo produced naturally had strong adhesion, lasting for about 3 hours before decomposing. Its elasticity was decent, but not as strong as other versions of Spider-Man's webs. When he was hungry or weak, his body would stop producing spider silk protein, which was a bit of a problem for him. That's why he planned to experiment with artificial webbing, so he wouldn't be left high and dry at crucial moments. Peter Parker was a genius who could whip up usable artificial webbing in no time. But Xia Luo couldn't. He wasn't on the same level as other Spider-Men in that regard, and his process would take much longer. The one blend wasn't yielding the desired results, so he adjusted the ratios and continued experimenting. Class ended quickly, but Xia Luo didn't make significant progress. 10 minutes later, Xia Luo followed Dr. Connors to his personal lobby. "Xia Luo, this is the lizard gene experiment I mentioned," Connors said, pointing to a terrarium housing a green lizard. His eyes were filled with excitement. "Thanks to your suggestions, my regeneration gene serum data is much more complete. And with a new grant from Oscorp, I'll soon be able to move on to live trials." Xia Luo's brow furrowed. "Live trials, you mean on humans?" "Of course not," Dr. Connors chuckled. "That's strictly forbidden. I'll be using lab mice." Let's hope that's the case, Xia Luo thought, feeling a sense of foreboding. He knew that Dr. Connors was too obsessed with the regeneration serum to be talked out of his experiment. With Norman's involvement, it seemed the project was progressing even faster, which meant the birth of the lizard wasn't far off. Before being affected by the gene serum, both Norman and Dr. Connors were kind-hearted men. Xia Luo hadn't been able to stop Norman from becoming the Green Goblin, but there was still time to intervene with Connors. Knowing he didn't have the expertise to improve Connors' experiment, Xia Luo could only hope to delay it somehow. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Connors continued chatting with him about the project. But Xia Luo wasn't like Norman. He didn't have an in-depth knowledge of biology. To avoid raising suspicion, he occasionally nodded along, all the while plotting something else. Half an hour later, Xia Luo left the lab and was greeted by Harry, who quickly walked up to him. "Wow, I didn't realize you were this impressive. Even the hard-to-please Professor Connors likes you. Why didn't I notice you were such a genius before?" Harry said, throwing an arm around Xia Luo's shoulders. Xia Luo shrugged. "When you're friends with someone as rich as you, no matter how talented you are, it's easy to be overshadowed by their money. Harry laughed. You've got a point, but you won't regret being my friend. The next moment, Harry's expression turned wistful, though a lot's been happening with the company lately. My dad hasn't told me much, but I've figured out that Oscorp might go bankrupt soon. I might lose my money. Beep beep. Just then, Harry's phone rang. After answering the call, his face turned grim. Are you kidding me? Xia Luo, I've got a problem. You'll have to go to the basketball game alone. I have to leave right now. Harry hurried off toward the parking lot, while Xia Luo didn't follow. Instead, he headed to the rooftop and put on his nanotech suit, swinging down from the building. He knew why Harry was in such a rush. Vroom tilde. Before long, Harry's sports car roared out of the campus. Half an hour later, in an upscale neighborhood, Harry rushed into his father's room, only to find a cold corpse lying on the bed. The body was in a gruesome state, covered in deep slash marks, with the chest cavity brutally torn open, leaving a horrifying, gaping wound. This is... Harry stood frozen, staring at the body in shock. As he slowly approached the bed, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the floor, trembling uncontrollably. Father, Harry looked at the butler, John, his eyes bloodshot with rage and despair. He had just lost his only family. His world was falling apart. His mind flashed back to memories of his father, and his heart throbbed with unbearable pain. The room was filled with sorrow, and John's face was etched with grief. Yes, he's dead. A mysterious person informed me to retrieve the body, and when I arrived, I found Norman's corpse along with. He pointed to the corner, where a broken Green Goblin suit lay. Green Goblin suit. Green Goblin killed my father, Harry trembled. John shook his head. No, actually, your father was the Green Goblin. What? Forgetting his grief, Harry's face filled with disbelief. Impossible. My father would never bomb his own company. Harry's furious shouts echoed through the room. At the same time, Xia Luo, now dressed as Spider-Man, quietly slipped into the mansion. He held the green key Norman had left behind, searching for any hidden entrances. He didn't dare give the key to Harry just yet. If Norman had left behind an incomplete gene serum, Harry's fate could be tragic. Chapter 14. However, Xia Luo searched everywhere, but couldn't find a cabinet or room that could be opened with the green key. It seemed difficult for him to discover the key's secret on his own. The key was old-fashioned, and perhaps Harry knew how to use it. As the sky darkened, Harry emerged from Norman's room, looking like a lifeless shell. He entered Norman's study and stayed there for a long time, without turning on the lights. That night, Harry thought about many things, the weight of his burdens pressing him down, making it hard to breathe. Helplessness, fear, and loneliness replaced the sadness in his heart. On the rooftop, Xia Luo lay back with his hands behind his head, gazing up at the moon while quietly listening to the sounds of crying coming from the study. There was no such thing as true empathy in the world. Norman's death had hit Harry hard, but for Xia Luo, it was just something to reflect upon. He was Harry's best friend, but there wasn't much he could do for him. All he had done was discreetly notify the butler to retrieve Norman's body. And even if Norman hadn't died at the hands of that mysterious figure, Xia Luo would have had to find a way to stop Norman's actions. For Norman, death wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that he feared one day he'd go mad enough to hurt Harry, even though he had already done so before. From Xia Luo's perspective, Norman not dying by his hand was the best outcome. That night, he quietly accompanied his friend through the ordeal. By the next morning, as sunlight streamed through the window and onto Harry's face, the warmth made him tremble slightly. After a night of contemplation, he forced himself to pull it together. Seeing the butler John enter with breakfast, Harry sighed and said, "John, my father's secret must not be revealed. Let's just tell everyone he's recovering from an illness. I'll handle the company's matters from now on." There was a newfound determination in his eyes. After being protected by his father for so many years, it was now time for him to protect what his father cherished, Oscorp. Under John's approving gaze, Harry opened his computer and began searching for all the information related to the Green Goblin. In the most recent news, the Green Goblin had fought Spider-Man just a few days ago. A soldier with a shield, explosive arrows, and that pesky Spider-Man. He muttered to himself as he calmly analyzed the information, trying to find the person who had killed his father. His father's fatal injury was the hole in his chest. After reviewing the footage, he concluded that neither the soldier with the shield nor Spider-Man possessed the ability to pierce the goblin suit's defenses in such a way. So the killer wasn't them. Moreover, they hadn't even caught his father that day. "Harry, the autopsy results are in," John said as his phone rang, bringing new information. "Your father's chest wound wasn't caused by an explosion. The weapon used seemed to resemble the claws of a beast." "A beast?" Harry frowned. "What kind of clue is that?" "Oh, and this," John said as he pulled out the green key. "I found this beside Norman's bed this morning. It seems like a clue I overlooked." "What's this?" Harry took the key, his mind racing with ideas. Immediately, he began searching the study, and eventually found a palm-sized black chest inside a safe. Seeing the chest, Harry smiled faintly. "When I was little, my father would often play treasure-hunting games with me. I always found the treasure, but he'd hide the key, always cheating." The fond memory quickly faded, and Harry's smile vanished. He inserted the key into the chest and found only a phone inside. Taking a deep breath, he turned on the phone and played the video. "Harry, my child, I'm sorry. By the time you see this video, I'll already be dead. I can no longer control myself and can only leave you this message during a brief moment of clarity." On the screen, Norman looked haggard, but he smiled warmly as he spoke. "You've probably never understood why I've poured so much time and energy into my experiments, why I never returned to our family. Your mother left me because of this, and you resented me for it, but I had no choice. I'm telling you now because of our family's hereditary disease. It begins to torment us after the age of 40, slowly killing us. You're no exception, but you still have time. I poured everything into developing a gene serum to cure this disease, but it has a significant flaw. It plunged me into darkness, and I'll never find redemption. So, you must never use it, but I believe you can perfect it. All the data is in my lab, and you know the password. My child, forgive me for leaving so abruptly. I can't hold on any longer. I want you to live a happy life, but some things are unavoidable. Please forgive your unworthy father. Harry, I love you." The video ended, with Norman's face forever frozen on the screen. Harry stared at the phone, unable to snap out of it for a long time. A hereditary disease in the family. Was this the real reason his father took such risks? His eyes reddened as he finally understood his father. Meanwhile, as the video ended, Xia Luo also received a video file from an unknown source. "Xia Luo, congratulations. If you're watching this, it means you've successfully been transformed into a superhuman by the mutated spider." Norman's first words made Xia Luo's heart skip a beat. Was he Spider-Man because of Norman? He continued watching. "Yes, I knew your father. We were good friends. He once showed me his research, which involved genetically engineering mutated spiders to enhance human genes. I was inspired by him and eventually found a way to treat the Osborn family's hereditary disease through genetic modification. The gene experiments were difficult, but I never gave up. Still, I have to admit I'm not as brilliant as your father. My experiments failed, and I became a madman. During my madness, I did something insane. After your father disappeared, I stole the mutated spider he'd created. I tried to replicate his research, but I failed. So, in my crazed state, I placed the last remaining spider near you and let it bite you. You hate spiders, but you didn't have a choice. You might have died, or you might have become a monster, but I believed in your father's work. That mutated spider was designed with your genes. It would give you superhuman strength. Something I could never achieve. I need your successful genetic transformation to help me perfect the gene serum. I need you, Xia Luo." Of course, that's what I thought when I was still sane. If I completely lose myself, I might see you as an enemy, and only you will be able to stop me. At this point, Norman's face filled with guilt. I know I'm selfish and I'm sorry. I can't control myself. Harry knows nothing about this, and I hope you two remain the best of friends. Lastly, as Harry's father, I must warn you, if someone invites you to join a strange organization, don't accept. It's dangerous, very dangerous. The screen abruptly cut off, and the video file deleted itself. Xia Luo fell into deep thought. A missing father, a strange organization. SHIELD. He instantly thought of the Avengers. Could the mysterious figure who killed Norman be related to all of this? Chapter 15. As for his missing father, or the dangers posed by SHIELD, these mysteries would reveal themselves over time. For now, all he could do was grow stronger, cherish the people around him, and live each day to the fullest. And growing stronger would inevitably involve some risky decisions, but he'd first need to gather enough restart opportunities. Thinking about it, he flipped off the roof with a backflip. Just as he landed, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Hey Queens, are you here for the Green Goblin too?" Ahem. Xia Luo turned around to see Steve Rogers and Natasha Romanoff, both in civilian clothes, eyeing him curiously. "Hi, what brings you two here?" Xia Luo asked, feigning ignorance. His spider sense wasn't always reliable, making it hard to detect how many agents might be lurking nearby. Steve stepped forward. "We know Norman was the Green Goblin, so we're here to find him." Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. "That was 2 days ago. Took you this long to get here?" Natasha crossed her arms with a smirk. "Spider-Man, don't underestimate our intelligence network. Now is the perfect time to be here." Hearing that, Xia Luo knew he couldn't hide it anymore. "All right, is there anything I can help with?" "Yeah, by staying out of our way," Steve said, glancing at the approaching cars entering the neighborhood. He turned back to Xia Luo. "We've received word that Norman is dead, so we're taking over from here." Xia Luo scratched his head. "Well, if that's the case, I guess I don't have a reason to stick around. But you know how curious young people are. The goblin is already dead, so what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're planning to take his body. That's inhumane, not to mention illegal. As a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, I can't allow that to happen. All right, I'm leaving." He slowly raised his hands in surrender, then glanced at Natasha. "Can you put your gun down?" Natasha twirled her gun, smiling. "Care for a chat?" "What are you up to?" Xia Luo crossed his arms defensively. "I just turned 18, you know. Can't you leave me alone?" No, sorry," Xia Luo added hastily. "I didn't mean it that way. I heard someone call you that, an old never mind, it wasn't me. You should be pointing that gun at him," he said, pointing at Steve, who looked bewildered. "What?" Steve asked. "Steve, is that true?" Natasha's expression darkened. She hated it when people brought up her age. Although Steve always seemed like the upright type who wouldn't say such things, Natasha knew he used to be a soldier. American soldiers, especially grunts, weren't exactly known for being refined. Hang around them long enough, and even someone like Steve could be influenced. Sensing trouble, Steve quickly raised his hands. No, it wasn't me. Let me explain." "Don't listen to him," Xia Luo said, one hand on his hip, the other pointing at Steve. "You can't trust a man's words." Steve gritted his teeth. "Queens, don't start." "I swear I didn't say anything. I'm just a kid, and good kids don't lie." "Spider-Man, you're such a jerk." "See, he's getting angry." "I am not." "Steve Rogers, you better explain yourself." "I am explaining, I didn't say that." "He said it in his heart, though. I can swear on my Spider-Man honor," Xia Luo said, raising his hand. Before anyone could react, Xia Luo shot webs from his wrist, snatching Natasha's gun and hanging Steve's shield on the roof. "What the?" Caught off guard, both were left without their weapons, and a sense of foreboding filled them. The next second, Xia Luo charged at them, his red and blue figure moving swiftly. Boom! Xia Luo punched Steve, who barely managed to cross his arms in defense. The immense power, at least 10 tons, surprised Steve as he was hurled into the wall. "Damn it!" Natasha's face darkened. Before she could try her Brazilian jiu-jitsu moves, Xia Luo shot webs at her ankles, hoisting her upside down from the roof. With everything done, Xia Luo dusted off his hands. "Sorry, turns out I'm a bad kid after all." "Damn sneaky spider punk." Steve crawled out of the wall, covered in dust, glaring at Natasha. "Do you believe me now? I really didn't say that." Natasha turned her head away. You may not have said it, but you thought it. Thinking is still a crime. Steve. Meanwhile, Coulson and a team of agents burst into the mansion. Mr. Harry Osborne, these are our credentials. Norman Osborne has been charged with endangering public safety and 11 counts of murder. We're here to take his body. What? Before Harry could react, the agents stormed into the room, preparing to seize the body. Wait, you can't do this. He's already dead. You can't take him, I'll sue you. Sorry, we have the proper paperwork, Coulson replied. You bastards. Harry rushed forward to stop them, but was mercilessly pushed aside. He watched in fury as the agents moved to take his father's body, his bloodshot eyes brimming with rage. I know what you're going to do with my father's body. He shouted angrily. While he was alive, he was tormented by disease and exploited by the company's board. Now that he's dead, you still want to take him to some lab for research. Why can't you leave him alone? He's dead, dead. Harry charged at the agents again, only to be restrained once more. Please no, I'm begging you, please. Pinned to the ground, tears streamed down Harry's face as he watched helplessly while his father's body was taken away. The feeling of powerlessness was suffocating. Coulson hesitated, his face conflicted, but he remained resolute in carrying out his orders. Sorry, it's my mission. As soon as the words left his mouth, a red and blue figure suddenly flashed by the window. Hey, are you guys the infamous Men in Black? A voice called out. Spider-Man. The agents were stunned. Before they could act, Xia Luo shot webs, snatching the body from their grasp. Coulson's face darkened. Spider-Man, are you really going to oppose us? The agents didn't hesitate, drawing their weapons and aiming at Xia Luo. Xia Luo shrugged, his tone dismissive. Who cares? He looked down at the disheveled Harry. If your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man helps you get your father's body back, will you give me a follow on my socials? Hope flickered in Harry's eyes and he exclaimed, Thank you, Spider-Man. No problem. The next moment, gunfire erupted. Xia Luo raised Steve's shield to protect himself. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as bullets ricocheted off the shield. Using the impact of the shots, Xia Luo flipped backward and leapt out the window, carrying the body as he swung towards the nearby woods. After him. Yes, sir. The agents sprang into action, but Xia Luo had already vanished into the trees. Whoosh! Wind whistled past as Xia Luo swung from branch to branch, contemplating how to evade shield and return the body to Harry. Suddenly, a loud rumbling came from above. Although his unreliable spider sense didn't warn him, Xia Luo could feel the presence of death. Crabs! Boom! In the next instant, the forest erupted in a massive explosion. Flames engulfed the ground, obliterating everything in sight. Mission accomplished. The annoying Spider-Man is gone for good. Chapter 16. In the vastness of space, atop a giant weeby. Congratulations, you have received an invitation to the Revival Tournament. Would you like to participate in the Revival Tournament? Yes, no. Looking at the familiar notification, Xia Luo sat up from the web, utterly confused. Seriously, what's wrong with these people? Using a missile to bomb a bug. What kind of crazy rich man logic is that? After thinking for a while, Xia Luo finally clicked yes. Since he was already dead, might as well rest easy. The top priority now was to get stronger by winning the Revival Tournament. Only strength could bring about revenge. Ding, you are entering the Revival Tournament scenario. You currently have 12 restart opportunities. The void engulfed Xia Luo's body, and the next moment, he found himself standing under the night sky of New York. Scenario: Marvel Cinematic Universe. Mission 1: Go to the Afghan desert and rescue Tony Stark, who has been kidnapped by the Ten Rings. Mission 2: Go to the Afghan desert and prevent the contestants from rescuing Tony Stark. Reward 1: Revival Quota X1. Reward 2: Strength plus 10 tons. Participants: Xia Luo Parker, Peter Parker, Steve Rogers, Natasha Romanoff, Norman Osborn. The participants will be divided into 2 teams. Team assignments in progress. Team assignment complete. Team Old, Weak, Sick, and Disabled Mission 1. Xia Luo Parker, Steve Rogers, Natasha Romanoff. Team Ruthless and Cruel, Mission 2. Peter Parker, Norman Osborn. If your team wins, each member will receive a revival quota of X1. Mission starts in 3 minutes. Mission ends in 24 hours. Immediately after, a scene from the storyline where Tony was kidnapped appeared before their eyes. The scorching sun beat down, as endless yellow sand howled across the desert. The air was hot, the sand scorching, but Xia Luo's heart felt cold. Being part of the old, weak, sick, and disabled team, he had a bad feeling about this. On his left was the sultry and charming Natasha Romanoff, whose special ability was slowing the aging process. On his right was a frail, wrinkled old man with white hair and wearing a loose Captain America uniform. He clutched his shield with a cloudy, dull look in his eyes, his hunched figure looking like he might be swallowed by the endless desert at any moment. Xia Luo was speechless. It really was the old, weak, sick, and disabled team. Compared to the ruthless and cruel team, which had 2 Peter Parkers and the terrifying Green Goblin, Xia Luo's team didn't seem to stand a chance. Rescuing Tony Stark while the other team intervened seemed like an impossible task. Xia Luo felt a wave of frustration. Next to him, old Steve Rogers seemed stunned at first, then his gaze fell on Natasha. His weathered face suddenly trembled. "Natasha, is that you?" Natasha, still confused, remembered only her last moments on Vormir. "Steve," she frowned, as the elderly man before her slowly overlapped with the dashing captain she remembered. "It's me, it's so good to see you again. This is incredible." "What happened? Did everyone come back?" They came back, but Thanos returned as well. In the end, Tony snapped his fingers. He sacrificed himself. "What? No way. Bruce was supposed to use the Infinity Gauntlet." "Hey, you two, this is the revival tournament. Maybe we should talk about how to win?" Xia Luo couldn't help but interrupt their reunion. Their team was already at a disadvantage, and wasting time would make completing the rescue mission impossible. Hearing his voice, Steve finally noticed Xia Luo. "Peter, is that you?" he asked, surprised. Xia Luo twitched slightly. "Not Peter Parker. My name is Xia Luo Parker." He retracted the nanometal from his face. "Oh right, I remember now. Peter isn't in this team." Steve smacked his forehead. Looking at the young man in front of her, Natasha was also surprised. "Peter Parker is on the other team, 2 of him actually. Unbelievable." Steve nodded thoughtfully. "This must be the multiverse. Doctor Strange talked to me about this." Xia Luo scowled. "Did you guys hear me? This is the revival tournament," he reminded them again. But Steve seemed unfazed, turning to Natasha. "That mission, when you didn't come back, everyone was devastated." "I know, Clint watched me jump. I feel sorry for him, it was too cruel." "It's okay, now we get to see you again." "Steve, you've aged. What happened afterward?" "After Tony's death, I went back in time to return the Infinity Stones, but I decided to stay in that timeline. I had a life with Peggy. I didn't break my promise." "Oh, congratulations. No regrets, huh?" "None. 70 years later, I handed the shield to Sam. I finally retired." "But it seems like only the dead can come here." "Am I dead?" Steve realized. "I only remember feeling really tired that night. Then I lost consciousness, so I did die." He didn't seem too surprised, as if he had long expected his death. He looked down at his old uniform, sighing as he covered his face with his hand. "It's been a while since I wore this." Natasha teased him. "Your muscles have atrophied quite a bit. I wonder how much strength you have left." Steve raised his shield. "You can test me." His face still bore a confident smile. Looking around, he called out, "Xia Luo Parker, we can start, huh? Where is he?" Not seeing Xia Luo anywhere, Steve was puzzled. Did he leave? Natasha scanned the area and pointed toward the distant valley, laughing as she spotted Xia Luo sprinting off. "Looks like this Spider-Man couldn't wait." Steve looked embarrassed. "I guess we did waste too much time." Natasha shrugged. "It's fine, we're Avengers. We need to have faith in ourselves," she said, pulling out her small handgun. "Yeah, it's been a while since I felt this fired up." Steve stretched, eager for action. "Even though I'm not interested in coming back to life, if this game is real, I'll make sure you return." Same here. They smiled at each other, but the peace was quickly broken by the sound of fire and explosions in the sky. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in the desert, and when Xia Luo turned back to look, he saw that both of them had disappeared in a massive cloud of fire. His last bit of hope died. The ruthless and cruel team had already made their move, using the 10 Rings missiles to bomb the site. Both his teammates were dead, leaving only him. At this rate, it was going to be a total wipeout. Unable to swing his webs in the loose sand dunes, Xia Luo wasn't slow on his feet. But as he neared the valley, a familiar figure suddenly leaped down from the sand dunes. Boom! A heavy object slammed into the ground, sand flying everywhere as a sinister green lizardman slowly emerged from the dust. Xia Luo Parker, we meet again. Chapter 17. Xia Luo froze in place, Lizard Parker. One of the Peter Parkers was an old acquaintance, but who was the other Peter Parker? It's me. Lizard Parker cracked his knuckles, the sound of bones popping echoed intensely, his eyes gleaming with cold fury. I gave you a chance, but you wasted it, threw away your opportunity for revival. You worthless piece of trash, I should have never left Gwen with you. Now die. Lizard Parker exploded with uncontrollable rage, pouncing toward Xia Luo, whipping up a violent sandstorm as he charged. He looked far more monstrous in a universe without Gwen Stacy, revealing the most terrifying side of himself. As the beast came at him, Xia Luo knew he wasn't strong enough to take him head-on. A direct confrontation was out of the question. Whoosh! He fired webs from both hands, covering Lizard Parker's eyes. Taking advantage of the brief moment his enemy lost sight of him, Xia Luo sidestepped the incoming strike, leaping onto Lizard Parker's back and using the momentum to vault off. Whoosh! His webs shot out, locking onto the observation tower within the valley, propelling Xia Luo up and into the air. He landed with a swift kick, knocking down the guard on the tower. Open fire, came the command below. The armed guards below received their orders and immediately unleashed a barrage of firepower at the red and blue figure zipping through the air. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Gunfire from the heavy machine guns tracked Xia Luo's movements, occasionally managing to strike his body, sending sparks and pieces of his nanometal suit flying. The suit's defenses were strong, but they could only withstand small-caliber bullets for so long. Bullets dug into his flesh, and though the nanometal quickly bled out the wounds, Xia Luo's movements were gradually slowing. Boom! Suddenly, the Green Goblin, riding his glider, shot into the scene. His custom-made goblin blades whizzed through the air, relentlessly raining down on Xia Luo. Swish, swish, swish. The barrage of blades left Xia Luo overwhelmed. One misstep, and the Green Goblin slammed into him at full speed, sending him crashing through a wooden shelter on the ground. Boom! Cracked. Amid the rubble and swirling dust, the Green Goblin hovered above Xia Luo, extending a blade from his wrist. Ha ha ha, my boy, we meet again so soon. What a delightful surprise. Hearing those words, Xia Luo, despite the intense pain coursing through his body, froze in shock. That tone. The next moment, there was a flash of cold steel, and he lost all consciousness. You have been eliminated. No revival quota earned. Strength reward plus 0.2 tons. Remaining 12 restart opportunities. Would you like to restart? On the giant web, Xia Luo regained consciousness and frowned. He was almost certain now. The Green Goblin in this revival game was none other than Norman Osborn, who had died in front of him just 2 days ago. Norman had regained some clarity before his death, but after entering the revival tournament, his second, darker personality had taken full control. Even if Harry Osborn were here, Norman probably wouldn't hesitate for a second. Lizard Parker and the Green Goblin were both formidable foes for Xia Luo. Not to mention, there was still another Peter Parker who hadn't shown up yet. Whoever made it onto the ruthless and cruel team was bound to be trouble. And as for his own team, well, he had a Black Widow without superhuman abilities and an elderly Captain America whose strength had seriously diminished. No matter how you looked at it, their chances were slim. Fortunately, Xia Luo still had 12 restart opportunities. There was hope yet. Feeling the small boost in his strength after being passively awarded an additional 2 tons, Xia Luo clenched his fists and nodded slightly. Even though he had been eliminated, the double strength reward was still something. A little boost was better than nothing. With a glance at the prompt in front of him, he raised his hand and clicked on restart. Once again, the void swallowed him. You have entered the revival scenario. Back in the scorching desert, Xia Luo glanced at his 2 companions. Natasha. Steve. If his guess was correct, the other team had likely commandeered the 10 Rings missile launchers at the start of the mission. Their spawn point must be somewhere inside the valley. As for how they got the 10 Rings to obey them, that would be no challenge for supervillains. From the start, the other team had the upper hand in both strength and the environment. Using the 10 Rings network, it would be easy for them to locate Xia Luo's team. Xia Luo's first priority now was to prevent Natasha and Captain America from being taken out by a missile strike. With 2 teammates, their odds of winning would at least increase a little. He couldn't take on all 3 villains alone. As he scanned his surroundings, his eyes landed on a desert jeep parked just outside the valley. An idea began to form. The 3 of them were about 500 meters from the valley, close enough to make this plan work. Beep. The mission timer began. Before the 2 could continue their conversation, Xia Luo swiftly backflipped, shooting webs from both hands to latch onto their bodies, forcibly cutting their reunion short. What are you doing? The 2 gasped. Getting you out of here, let's go, Xia Luo replied. With that, his muscles tensed, and with a burst of strength, he swung them both into the air. His 12-ton strength kicked into full gear, whipping up a sandstorm as they were lifted off the ground, spinning like they were in a theme park ride. Whoosh! The wind blasted into their faces, filling their mouths with sand. Old Steve, unable to adjust to the intense sense of weightlessness, was flung hundreds of meters away. Shit, Steve cursed as he flew through the air. Though he wasn't sure what was happening, his battle instincts kicked in. He curled up behind his shield and used it to skid across the sand, sliding over 100 meters before coming to a stop. Just as he lifted his head, he saw Natasha flying toward him. She was still connected to the red and blue blur. That was Xia Luo. Natasha, Peter, Steve called out, just in time to see Xia Luo yank the web line, pulling Natasha into his arms. Thud. The 2 of them tumbled down a sand dune, and just as they hit the ground, an explosion roared in the distance. A terrifying wave of heat and sand engulfed them all, burying them instantly. Hovering above, Norman Osborn stood on his glider, stunned by what he had just seen. Strange, how did he know about my plan? At the mouth of the valley, Lizard Parker leaped down from the ridge, ignoring the storm of sand. He was already too eager to begin. Xia Luo Parker, you worthless insect, where are you? He prowled through the sandstorm, searching for Xia Luo, who was now buried beneath the sand. Meanwhile, hiding behind the jeep nearby, the trio lay low, watching as Lizard Parker drew closer. Xia Luo, no, Parker, how did you know they'd use a bomb? Old Steve asked, still shaken. After this experience, neither he nor Natasha were in the mood to reminisce anymore. Without taking his eyes off Lizard Parker, Xia Luo replied, You didn't know Spider-Man has a spider sense. Hearing this, Steve and Natasha exchanged puzzled glances. Does Peter have that? Natasha asked, confused. Steve thought for a moment. I think I heard something about it. After Mysterio beat him up, he developed it. Okay, but what about this big guy? Natasha asked, watching as Lizard Parker came closer. We can't take him head-on, Xia Luo said, shaking his head. There are still 2 other dangerous guys in the valley. We're no match for them. There's still a full day left until the mission ends. We should hide first and come up with a plan. I know a place, Steve said, as if remembering something. He pointed toward the other side of the valley. Tony once told me about it. After he escaped and upgraded his suit, he came back for revenge but couldn't find the 10 rings. He searched the area and discovered an abandoned bunker. We can hide there. Chapter 18. As soon as old Steve finished speaking, Xia Luo made his decision. All right, let's go with that plan. You two take the car and find the bunker. I'll keep him busy. Natasha furrowed her brow. Driving straight there might be too obvious. They'll easily track us. Trust me, don't worry about anything else. The faster you find it, the better. I have a plan, Xia Luo replied confidently. He knew he couldn't hold Lizard Parker off for too long. Finding the bunker quickly was key to setting up the next restart. Seeing Xia Luo's determined expression, old Steve decided to trust him. He hadn't led a team in years, and ever since entering the revival tournament, his mind felt blank, making it hard for him to offer any meaningful suggestions. Natasha wasn't much better in this area, but still voiced her concern. Little Spider, you seem to have a lot of experience with this revival tournament. Xia Luo nodded. Yes, I've been through one before, and with that guy, he pointed at Lizard Parker. I won last time. And then you died again. Steve's expression was curious. Xia Luo shrugged with a smile. As you can see, I'm a bit of a risk-taker as Spider-Man. If you run into a green goblin later, don't doubt it. He knows me too. Steve, Natasha. All right, little Spider, you seem to be even better at getting into trouble than the Peter I know, Steve said with a wry smile just as Lizard Parker sniffed the air, finally detecting life in the dry environment. Found you, Lizard Parker sneered, launching himself at the jeep with incredible speed. In an instant, a vibranium shield shot through the air, bouncing repeatedly off Lizard Parker's face. Thud, thud, thud. With a series of dull thuds, Lizard Parker crashed to the ground, stunned. What the hell was that? He snarled, clutching his bleeding nose. Old Steve caught his returning shield with a deep breath. Still got it. Thanks, old friend, he muttered. I saw you sneak a breath in there, Natasha teased as she started the jeep. Show some respect for the elderly, Steve retorted with an awkward chuckle as he quickly climbed into the passenger seat, tossing the shield to Xia Luo. Here, little Spider, use this. I already showed you how. Thanks, Grandpa Cap. Hey, I feel like you're insulting me. Steve chuckled as he pointed in a direction, and Natasha hit the gas, speeding away. Xia Luo weighed the shield in his hand. This feels way better than the one I borrowed last time. You worthless scum, you finally showed yourself. Lizard Parker spat out blood, eyes blazing with fury as he charged at Xia Luo, his claws cutting through the air with a deadly whistle, radiating an icy glow. Seeing this, Xia Luo dug his right foot deep into the sand and spun with all his strength, hurling the shield forward. Whoosh! In the movies, Steve Rogers' strength was around 5 tons. Xia Luo was much stronger, and the shield whistled through the air with a deafening roar, clearly packing more power. But this time, Lizard Parker was prepared. He swatted the incoming shield aside and continued his charge toward Xia Luo. Die! Lizard Parker's eyes blazed with murderous intent, but the next second, the ricocheting shield slammed into his head. Thud! Boom! With a powerful strike, Lizard Parker staggered and fell to the ground. Impossible! He roared, clutching his head as a large bump formed. Xia Luo fired a web from his wrist, pulling the shield back to his hand before flinging it again. The shield whizzed through the air with a deafening roar, just like when Steve used it himself. Ah, damn it, I'll tear you apart. Enraged, Lizard Parker kept lunging at Xia Luo, only to be knocked back again and again by the shield. His brute force approach allowed Xia Luo to take full advantage of the situation. This shield was proving to be more useful than he'd imagined. Soon, Lizard Parker was on his knees, covered in cuts and bruises, unable to withstand the sharp edge of the shield any longer. Damn it, how long are you going to stand there watching? Suddenly, Lizard Parker looked up, roaring at the green goblin hovering above. Aren't you going to help me? Tusk, 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 poor little lizard man, you really are an idiot. You've exposed my position, making it hard for me to pull off a sneak attack, Norman Osborn sneered, zooming down from the sky on his glider, tossing pumpkin bombs as he passed overhead. Damn it! Cursing at Norman for his reckless disregard for their safety, Lizard Parker leaped toward him, while Xia Luo, copying Steve's move, curled behind the shield. Booms, booms, boom. A series of explosions ravaged the sand dunes. sending waves of sand and debris flying in all directions, swallowing the entire area. After a while, with the sandstorm swirling around him, Norman hovered in the air, scanning the area for Xia Luo's body. Strange, where is he? That shield shouldn't have been enough to protect him, he muttered, descending and circling low as he searched for Xia Luo. Elsewhere, Lizard Parker's head emerged from the sand. Norman Osborn, I'll kill you. Enraged, Lizard Parker sprang from the ground, lunging at Norman, who laughed as he tossed more pumpkin bombs. Ha ha ha, little lizard. Just because we have the same skin color doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. Same here, I'll tear you apart. Boom! Another explosion rang out as Lizard Parker darted through the blast, leaping onto Norman's glider and knocking him off. Meanwhile, beneath the sand, Xia Luo peeked out from behind the shield, watching the battle unfold. He couldn't help but smile. These two maniacs, fighting among themselves before the mission was even over. The ruthless and cruel team really didn't care who they hurt, not even their own teammates. This could be useful. While the fight between Norman and Lizard Parker grew more intense, Xia Luo crawled away, slipping behind a dune and heading in the direction Steve and Natasha had gone. Steve's shield had absorbed most of the explosion's impact, and Xia Luo couldn't help but covet vibranium even more. If he had a vibranium spider suit, he wouldn't have to be so cautious in this revival tournament. With that kind of gear, he could take on everyone by himself. As he ran along the trail left by the jeep, thoughts swirling in his head, the wind picked up, sending sand flying everywhere. Whoosh! Before long, the trail was completely buried by the sandstorm. At the same time, Xia Luo's unreliable spider sense suddenly kicked in, flashing a warning. He stopped in his tracks, eyes scanning the jagged rocks outside the valley. Behind him, the sound of something wet and slimy slithering sent chills down his spine as a dangerous presence loomed closer. Slowly, Xia Luo turned around, and what he saw made his blood run cold. Standing before him was a figure with spider-like features, its eyes shaped like downward triangles. Blood vessels crisscrossed its sickly white eyes, and its mouth stretched open, revealing razor-sharp fangs dripping with saliva. A long, snake-like tongue flicked out, dripping venom. Encased in an ink-black spider suit, the figure's muscular form radiated an ominous and terrifying aura. Venom Spider-Man. This was Peter Parker, now possessed by the symbiote venom. But he seemed far more dangerous than the Spider-Man turned villain Xia Luo had ever imagined. Chapter 19. The moment Xia Luo saw the figure before him, he let out a slow breath. His already tense nerves died down again. Everyone who has ever been friends with Spider-Man knows that a Spider-Man bonded with Venom is ridiculously powerful. Hey, you like buying discounted suits? Xia Luo ventured cautiously. Venom Parker grinned wickedly, his muscles twitching. I prefer breaking bones. Xia Luo's smile was awkward. Okay, then how about a promotion and a raise? He still wasn't giving up. Too much talk, I'm hungry. Boom. Suddenly, Venom Parker's entire symbiote suit began to writhe, exploding into a massive web of black liquid that surrounded Xia Luo in an instant. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Xia Luo swiped the shield, slicing a gap in the web as he leaped out of the trap, but Venom Parker's arm had already morphed into a massive 10-meter-long blade, sweeping towards him. Boom! With a thunderous crash, debris scattered everywhere as the powerful force, combined with the sharp blade, split a giant boulder clean in half. The attack's wide range left Xia Luo with no room to dodge. Barely able to raise his shield in time, Xia Luo was slammed into the rocky debris by the overwhelming force. Inside the rubble, Xia Luo's entire body groaned under the unbearable strain, the pain searing through him, and the shield in his hand had already been knocked away by the impact. Neither the shield nor his nanotech suit could withstand Venom Parker's monstrous strength. As the terrifying shadow loomed over him, Xia Luo could only manage a faint smile as the hungry monster set its eyes on him. How about we team up to fight Thanos, Parker? I'm going to eat you. Wait, seriously, you're really going to. You have been eliminated. No revival tokens gained. Reward, strength plus 0.2 tons. Remaining revivals, 11, restart. On the cosmic web, Xia Luo sat up abruptly, rubbing his head. That guy is definitely not the bully Maguire. He's just got a serious love for food. Recalling the last scene before his death, Xia Luo couldn't help but swallow nervously. By his rough estimate, that guy's strength was easily over 100 tons, and that wasn't even at full power. There was no way Xia Luo could beat him. Heck, even if all the contestants in this revival tournament teamed up, they still wouldn't win. It was no joke, Venom Parker was truly ruthless. Feeling the pressure mount, Xia Luo considered his next move before tapping to restart again. You have entered the revival tournament. Once again, Xia Luo found himself in the scorching desert, having to repeat the same tired conversation between Natasha and Steve. Natasha. Steve. As soon as the task began, Xia Luo threw them both into the air to avoid the explosion, and the events repeated themselves like before. Find the bunker. Boom. The jeep sped off as Lizard Parker and Norman arrived, their inevitable infighting starting again. Seeing this, Xia Luo slipped away, heading in the opposite direction from Steve. This valley was shaped like a circle, so heading in the opposite direction would also allow him to meet up with Steve and Natasha later. He needed to figure out if Venom Spider was already tailing him. He didn't set up any defenses this time, focusing purely on speed. If something went wrong along the way, it would prove his theory. Before long, he spotted the distant shadow of the jeep. Looks like Venom Spider wasn't after him just yet. Xia Luo quickened his pace toward the jeep, taking a quick look around and spotting the narrow entrance to an abandoned bunker hidden among the rocks. With some quick adjustments, it would be the perfect place to hide. Inside the jeep, however, Steve and Natasha seemed to be piled on top of each other, doing something. Xia Luo. No way, right? Here of all places. Cap was old. He couldn't be pushing himself too hard, could he? Shaking his head at how society was going downhill, Xia Luo approached, only to realize something was wrong. Where were their heads? A sinking feeling hit his stomach, and Xia Luo sighed, throwing up his hands. All right, guess it's my turn next. In the next second, the black symbiote liquid slithered into view, forming a demonic face behind Xia Luo, slowly engulfing him. You have been eliminated. No revival tokens gained. Reward, strength plus 0.2 tons. On his fourth attempt at the revival tournament, Xia Luo followed the same routine as before. Venom Spider had targeted Steve and Natasha. First, it seemed like one of them would have to be sacrificed. At the back of the jeep, Xia Luo wasted no time. He quickly drew a rough map of the valley's outskirts. You two head in opposite directions. The bunker should be somewhere around here. How do you know where the bunker is? Old Steve asked, surprised. Don't ask, just chalk it up to superpowers. Xia Luo found 2 barrels of gasoline in the back of the jeep. Take these with you. They'll be useful when you get to the bunker. Having pinpointed the bunker's location this time, Xia Luo didn't let them use the jeep to travel. Once everything was set up, he grabbed the shield and ran off, leading Lizard Parker away. Hey, handsome lizard, come and catch this crispy little bug. I'll tear you apart. The plan went smoothly. With Norman joining the fray, the two villains soon turned on each other, allowing Xia Luo to slip away in Steve's direction. If he were Venom Spider, he'd obviously go after the pretty girl first before the old guy. Anyone could figure that out. Sure enough, with his speed, Xia Luo quickly caught up to old Steve. Huff puff huffs. You're already here? Ah, youth is such a blessing. Old Steve panted, hands on his knees. Xia Luo took the gasoline barrel from him. Hey, old soldier, wanna play bumper cars? What? With a bewildered look, old Steve watched as Xia Luo flipped the shield upside down and motioned for him to sit on it. Realizing what Xia Luo intended, Steve couldn't help but laugh. Childish, but I'm game. With no hesitation, he sat comfortably on the shield as Xia Luo fired webs, pulling the shield along the sand. Whoosh! The sand shifted beneath them, and as they sped across the desert, Steve's excitement grew. Faster, charge. Shut up, you old man. Is that how you talk to your elders? 10 minutes later, Xia Luo arrived at the bunker. This is the place. Natasha hasn't arrived yet. She might not make it. What do you mean? I'll explain inside. Urged on by Xia Luo, old Steve climbed into the bunker's narrow entrance. Xia Luo followed closely behind, using nearby debris to seal off the entrance. The wind whipped across the desert, soon covering any traces of the entrance. In the darkness, the sound of the storm outside slowly faded, and the musty smell of decay filled the air. Xia Luo tapped his wrist device, causing the spider emblem on his nanotech suit to glow, illuminating the area. The dim light revealed rotting wooden beams and thick layers of spiderwebs all around them. Sand piled up to their knees, and while parts of the tunnel had collapsed, there was still enough space for them to move through. Now you can tell me why we didn't wait for Natasha, old Steve said, his expression serious. Brushing sand off himself, Xia Luo casually replied, "She's already been targeted." "And you let her go? You deliberately sent her to her death." Steve's fists clenched in anger, his eyes blazing with fury. "Don't look at me like that." Xia Luo didn't care about Steve's anger, remaining calm as he explained, "She's already dead. If we win this revival tournament, she'll get a revival token and return to your world. Does that sound cruel to you?" Steve quickly calmed down at Xia Luo's words. "You're right, so when do I die?" Soon, just wait your turn." "No problem." Chapter 20. The abandoned bunker, due to its desert location, wasn't as damp as one might expect. Xia Luo crouched as he passed through a pile of rubble, with collapsing wooden beams supporting the fragile tunnel. It seemed like even a little movement could bring the whole place crashing down. But the fact that it had withstood missile bombardment so far was a testament to the bunker's solid construction. "Since it's a bunker, it must be connected to the 10 Rings camp inside the valley," said the elderly Steve Rogers from behind. Xia Luo nodded. "Yes, but this place has been abandoned for a long time. The deeper parts of the tunnel might have collapsed. If we want to reach the camp, we might have to dig ourselves." Hearing this, old Steve looked concerned. Without a map, randomly digging might get us nowhere. If we dig in the wrong direction, we'll be discovered quickly. "Don't worry about that. Once we reach the camp and get a glimpse of it, I can figure out where we need to go." "A glimpse?" Steve was confused. "Digging makes a lot of noise," Steve continued, still unsure. "Tony once told me that the 10 Rings had at least 300 armed men. That doesn't include the civilians. There are nearly 1,000 people in that valley. Almost every corner has eyes. As soon as we poke our heads out, we'll be spotted." Xia Luo smiled back. "Relax, I've got it under control." With that, they reached the end of the tunnel. Ahead of them was a pile of rubble, leaving no gaps. "Let's get to work," Xia Luo said, starting to clear the debris. Old Steve watched for a moment before helping to move the rocks. As they worked, they kept chatting. "Are you sure they won't find us here? That big lizard seems to have a sharp nose," Steve said. Xia Luo easily lifted a several-ton rock. "I'm betting they won't bother. To them, we're too weak to be a threat. They probably think waiting at the camp is enough to win." Old Steve pushed a rock, pausing halfway to catch his breath and rub his aching back, sweat dripping from his forehead. "If I were them, I'd just ask the 10 Rings leader for information about this abandoned bunker. I'd probably have caught you by now." He was already panting heavily. The older he got, the more his physical abilities deteriorated, though he was still far stronger than a normal person. Clearing the rubble wasn't beyond him, but as the physical effort increased and the oxygen in the enclosed space grew scarce, it became increasingly difficult. Xia Luo noticed Steve's struggle. As he spoke, he tapped the spider emblem on his chest, activating the oxygen supply in his nanotech suit. "Too bad they're not you. The 10 Rings leader is probably already dead, and those guys all have some kind of mental issues. They won't think that far ahead. That's our chance." Steve took a deep breath, his energy returning. "Feels better now. Peter's suit has the same function. Tony built it for him personally." He glanced at Xia Luo's back. "Can you grow 4 metal spider legs?" "Nope, my suit is a damaged version." "Can your eyes turn red?" "Nope." "Does your webbing have hundreds of different modes?" "My webs aren't synthetic." "Wow, body-produced webs, that's pretty cool." "Enough talk, I know you're trying to slack off." Ah, you caught me. 3 hours later, old Steve was completely exhausted. I'm done. Help me out, my back's killing me, he said, turning and leaning against the wall. Seeing the strange posture, Xia Luo refused without hesitation. That excuse is weak. You used to be able to work all day. Steve sighed. That was 20 years ago. Fine, you rest, I'll handle the rest. Xia Luo checked the time. It's night now. Most of the rubble ahead had been cleared, and they were ready to move. He picked up the shield at his feet and began digging upward. Crack, track, track. Soon, Xia Luo dug a 5-meter-deep hole into the ceiling of the tunnel. Whoosh! Suddenly, a foul stench filled the air. Xia Luo sensed danger and quickly leaped away, leaving the elderly Steve trapped in the smell. No, you hit a latrine, Steve shouted in horror. Sorry, I'll try a different spot. Hang in there, Xia Luo called back. I can't, ugh. Steve rolled his eyes as he collapsed into the waste, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Looks like he's a goner. Xia Luo shook his head, closed his eyes for a brief moment of silence, and then started digging in a new spot about 20 meters away. Crack, track. Boom. Outside the valley, the ground near the ammunition depot suddenly collapsed, causing the passing guards to cry out in alarm. What was that? Looks like a person. The guards quickly aimed their guns at the hole, only to be struck down by the shield that flew out of it. Aya. Intruder. Rat-a-tat-tat. In the darkness, gunfire erupted, bullets raining down on the red and blue figure that leaped from the hole. Clang, clang, clang. Xia Luo darted through the camp, deflecting the barrage with his shield. The ricocheting bullets struck the ammunition depot, triggering a massive explosion. Booms, booms, boom. The violent blast sent bullets flying everywhere, and flames engulfed the camp, setting off chaos. No. Aya. Retreat. From the entrance of a nearby cave, Norman soared out on his glider, the green flame from his exhaust lighting up the night as he swooped toward Xia Luo. Cackling wickedly, he called out, Little Xia Luo, I've been waiting for you. Laughing maniacally, Norman's glider unleashed a barrage of bullets, not caring that they were mowing down 10 Rings members as well. Rat-a-tat-tat. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as Xia Luo deflected the bullets with his shield, but the wild ricochet caused more casualties among the panicked soldiers. Boom! At that moment, a stray bullet struck Norman's glider, damaging its flight system. The glider wobbled and began spewing smoke. Oh, looks like my luck's run out, Norman remarked, still trying to maintain his dignity as he crash-landed into the flames below. Xia Luo Parker. A furious lizard Parker then burst from the cave, charging through the chaos, ignoring the bullets zipping by. He raised an arm to protect his face, determined not to be hit by the shield again. Xia Luo, seeing this, casually spun and performed a perfect bowling move, sending the shield spinning across the ground like a deadly wheel, sparks flying as it sliced forward. Slice! The shield flashed between Lizard Parker's legs, leaving a spray of blood in its wake. Isla! A deafening scream echoed through the camp as Lizard Parker's eyes bulged in horror, and he collapsed, clutching his crotch in agony. The pain. It was unbearable. Chapter 21. What kind of low-tier villains come at you one by one like this? He patted Lizard Parker on the shoulder, saying, Next time, remember to wear an iron jockstrap, before raising the shield to block the incoming bullets and charging into the cave. Lizard Parker, his eyes bloodshot and sweating profusely, pounded the ground in frustration. The pain from his injury made it impossible for him to stand and stop Xia Luo. Damn it, I'll rip you apart. Amidst his enraged roar, Xia Luo rushed into the cave, throwing his shield at the armed guards, knocking down a large group of them. As the echoes of their screams filled the air, Xia Luo grabbed one of the 10 Rings members by the throat. Take me to Tony. Goo! The man's eyes bulged, his face turning red as he desperately clawed at Xia Luo's hand, unable to speak. Seeing this, Xia Luo nodded in admiration. Impressive. Even the lowliest members of the 10 Rings are fearless in the face of death. With that, he tossed the man aside and shot webs to grab a rifle, pointing it at the remaining guards. Now, can anyone else tell me? Over there, the group quickly pointed in the same direction. These guys were crazy, and they didn't want to mess with him. Thank you. Xia Luo discarded the rifle and turned, only to find the tunnel blocked by pitch-black webs. The black liquid spread rapidly across the rough stone walls, and sinister white eyes glowed larger in the darkness. Wow, what a dramatic entrance! Xia Luo said with admiration, tossing aside his shield. Come on, we're both Spider-Men, let's be friends. Friends taste good. You have been eliminated. You failed to obtain a resurrection slot, strength plus 0.2 tons. You have 9 remaining restart opportunities. Restart. 5th resurrection match, back at the bunker. I'm done for, help me rub my back, groaned old Steve, turning and leaning against the wall. Xia Luo ignored him, looking up at the ceiling and calculating the distance. Should we dig here? Steve asked. Xia Luo shook his head. No, above us is a latrine. How do you know that? Steve asked, puzzled. Don't ask, just call it a superpower. A superpower that detects poop. Old Steve looked shocked. Xia Luo. Ignoring the mischievous old man, Xia Luo closed his eyes, envisioning a comparison map of the bunker and the 10 Rings camp. 20 meters ahead was the ammo depot, and 90 meters to the right was the cave entrance. The tunnel wouldn't lead directly there, so they'd have to dig. The exact cave route was unknown, and digging through the hard rock beneath would take a lot of time and energy. Being a mole wasn't going to be easy. There were only 18 hours left. He needed to pinpoint Tony's location before he could accomplish anything. With the shield in hand, Lizard Parker and Norman wouldn't be much of a threat. And although the Venom symbiote was powerful, it had a fatal weakness. Sound and fire. Venom hadn't appeared right after the ammo depot explosion last time, likely because of these vulnerabilities. With a plan forming, Xia Luo strapped a gas canister to his waist and began digging. Once again, the target was the ammo depot. What's that? Intruder. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets flew, and the ammo depot exploded, plunging the area into chaos. Cackling madly, Norman called out, "Little Xia Luo." Not even turning around, Xia Luo hurled his shield, hitting Norman's glider dead-on. With a startled cry, Norman plummeted into the flames as his glider crashed. Not much of a challenge. Xia Luo reeled the shield back with webs, waiting for the familiar roar to follow. Xia Luo Parker. Lizard Parker leapt from the cave, but before he could land, the shield was already whizzing across the ground, leaving sparks in its wake. Splat. Ow. As Xia Luo walked past the kneeling, howling Lizard Parker, he offered a piece of advice. I already warned you about the iron jockstrap. Huh. Watching Xia Luo disappear into the distance, Lizard Parker gritted his teeth. When did he ever warn me? Inside the cave, Xia Luo took out several armed guards with a single throw of his shield. Turning to face the pitch-black webs, Xia Luo remained expressionless as he threw the gas canister toward Venom Parker. Boom! The shield scraped against the stone, sparking an inferno that roared to life in the cave. Scree! The flames quickly spread over the black webs, and the black liquid writhed and twisted in agony, letting out a shrill, ear-piercing screech. Seeing this, Xia Luo's confidence soared. It worked. But soon, the black liquid began spreading through the flames, and the fire began to fade. What? Xia Luo was shocked. Venom was nearly overcoming its natural weaknesses. Without hesitation, he dashed into the tunnel, banging on metal pipes to create loud, rapid clanging sounds. Clang, clang, clang. Scree! The black liquid twisted and writhed again under the sound waves. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Luo darted through the webs and into the darkness of the cave. At the far end of the cave, he finally found a room sealed off by an iron door. Bam! He smashed the lock with the shield and kicked the door open, revealing a battered figure tied to a metal frame. Tony Stark. Xia Luo instantly recognized him. Tony was unconscious, his face covered in blood. The arc reactor in his chest was dim, his body covered in severe injuries, and his arms and legs were twisted at odd angles, clearly broken. Explosives were strapped to his feet, and the countdown matched the time remaining on the mission. Seeing this, Xia Luo's face darkened. To make the rescue mission harder, those three maniacs had gone to insane lengths. At that moment, a thin, bald man appeared, holding a cup of water and bringing it to Tony's lips with a blank expression. "You're here to save Tony. I know you're not with those other lunatics," he said. Xia Luo retracted his nanotech mask and nodded. "Are you Dr. Yinsen?" Yinsen's eyes flickered. "You know me?" He looked surprised. "Of course." If it weren't for Dr. Yinsen, Tony would never have transformed into Iron Man. Xia Luo stepped closer, inspecting the unconscious Tony. "How is he?" he asked Yinsen. Yinsen shook his head. "They want me to keep him alive for 24 hours. He's not doing well." He pointed to Tony's back. "Tony's a goner, so am I. We're both going to die here." He sighed. At Yinsen's prompting, Xia Luo noticed the barbed metal spikes embedded in Tony's body. "Those spikes have barbs. Any movement will trigger them, and he'll die instantly." Yinsen's words made Xia Luo's heart sink. He thought this was already nightmare mode, but no, it was hell mode. Tony was doomed. Chapter 22. Wait. Before Yinsen could stop him, Xia Luo had already reached out and slightly moved Tony. Urgh. Instantly, the spikes embedded in Tony's body triggered his nerves, causing him to tremble violently. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth, and his wounds reopened. The next moment, Tony coughed up a large amount of black blood and went completely still. Xia Luo. The phrase, "give it a try," apparently meant die trying. "You have been eliminated. You failed to obtain a resurrection slot. Strength plus 0, 2 tons. You have 8 remaining restart opportunities. Restart." Back on the cosmic web, familiar strength surged into Xia Luo's body. He got up, stretched, and pondered. Tony's body had been tampered with, making it almost impossible to move him without causing fatal damage. Rescuing him seemed nearly impossible. No wonder Lizard Parker and Norman had been so confident, not rushing him from the start. It proved that when villains are ruthless enough, no one can beat them, unless you're even more ruthless than they are. After thinking it over, Xia Luo decided to abandon the tunnel rescue plan. That method had completely failed. The Marvel Universe had unimaginable advanced tech, so it wasn't impossible to remove the spikes from Tony's body. The issue was time. Digging the tunnel had already wasted a significant amount, and time was the one thing Xia Luo couldn't afford to lose. He would have to try something else. Determined, Xia Luo clicked restart again. 6th resurrection match. Under the blazing sun, the three of them appeared in the desert. Hearing the same conversations for what felt like the 100th time, Xia Luo's ears were numby. Time to fly. Whoosh! With the sound of the wind, the three of them dove behind the SUV to avoid the explosion's fire. Dust clouds and debris flew as Lizard Parker searched for them in the sandstorm. "Xia Luo Parker, you worthless insect, come out here. Give me the shield. I'll stay behind and hold him off. You two head for the bunker and wait for me." Behind the SUV, Xia Luo handed the gas canisters to Steve and Natasha. "Pour the gasoline on yourselves." "What?" Natasha frowned. "That's dangerous in this heat." Xia Luo patiently explained, "We're being hunted by a monster. The gasoline can mask your scent. If he's picky, it might just save you this time." After multiple retries, his patience had been thoroughly tested. Without their prior memories, explaining things was necessary. And he wasn't entirely sure this method would work, which is why he hadn't relied on it earlier. But now it was time for Natasha to show her worth. Natasha and Steve exchanged glances and quickly decided to trust Xia Luo. Betraying teammates wouldn't benefit anyone. Without hesitation, they poured the gasoline over themselves and then ran toward the bunker. The next moment, Lizard Parker caught a whiff of the strong gasoline scent and immediately grinned as he lunged toward the SUV. "Got you now." "Well, if you found me, you're out of luck." By now, Xia Luo didn't need to aim. His muscle memory, developed over several retries, guided him as he threw the shield backward. As expected, Lizard Parker, now unable to match Xia Luo, called for help. "Aren't you going to help, damn it?" The Green Goblin soon swooped in, with the same familiar lines and scenes. Booms, booms, boom. As the pumpkin bombs exploded, Lizard Parker and Norman began to bicker and fight, giving Xia Luo the chance to slip away. Near the rocks, he found the gas canister Steve had left behind. After applying some gasoline to himself, he made his way to the bunker. Perhaps Venom Parker didn't like the smell of gasoline, as Xia Luo encountered no trouble on his way. Success! When Xia Luo entered the bunker, Steve's face lit up. He quickly began piling rocks to block the entrance. In the dim bunker, the spider symbol on Xia Luo's chest glowed, casting a bright light. After glancing at Steve and Natasha, both unharmed, Xia Luo let out a sigh of relief. Good, that guy may be hungry, but at least he's picky. With plenty of food available in the camp, Venom Parker wasn't hunting them just because they were enemies. Ordinary humans weren't nearly as appetizing as superheroes. Once they smelled less like delicious prey and more like something rotten, Venom Parker would lose interest. Now that Natasha had survived, they had an extra pair of hands to help clear the rubble from the bunker. 3 hours later, most of the stones had been removed. As Natasha and Steve rested against the wall, Xia Luo deactivated his nanotech suit, tossing his clothes to Natasha. "Kid, what are you trying to pull?" Natasha looked at him with suspicion. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not into elderly smells." He stopped himself mid-sentence, realizing he should break this bad habit. Putting his nanotech suit back on, he turned to them and said, "The next step is to use the bunker to infiltrate the Ten Rings camp. You two are better at blending in than I am." When it came to infiltration, Natasha's confident smile appeared. "You're right, but I don't need your clothes." She pulled out a professional makeup kit from her collar. Contestants carried the specialized tools they had before they died. Xia Luo had his Spider-Man suit, Steve had his shield and uniform, and Natasha, of course, had her own tools. Xia Luo was astonished, as Natasha continued pulling out an assortment of specialized gear from her tight suit, revealing her well-stocked supply of spy gadgets. Where on earth had she been hiding all that stuff? One word: impressive. Wait, who am I supposed to be disguising myself as? About to start working, Natasha paused, instinctively asking Xia Luo for advice. After all, under his guidance, they'd already survived several brushes with death. Xia Luo tapped his nanotech device, projecting an image of a blonde woman. "Make yourself look as close to her as possible." "No problem." Without hesitation, Natasha began applying makeup, tearing parts of her bodysuit and using her tools to patch it together, transforming herself into a refugee. During the process, Natasha made no effort to hide herself, leading to some rather suggestive scenes. Xia Luo swore he wasn't enjoying it, but to ensure her disguise was flawless, he had no choice but to keep watching carefully. "Oh, by the way, can you make a pair of green ballet shoes out of that fabric?" Xia Luo suddenly asked. Natasha looked confused. "Do they have to be ballet shoes?" "Not necessarily, but it'd be nice if you could." "All right, I'll give it a try." With that, Natasha continued sewing. Beside them, old Steve frowned, unable to comprehend what the ballet shoes were for. "Could you explain your plan in more detail?" he asked. "Of course," Xia Luo replied. Chapter 23. In the Ten Rings camp, the armed guards remained on high alert. Meanwhile, a small circular hole quietly appeared behind the ammo depot. By now, Xia Luo was a seasoned expert in digging tunnels, so this process didn't alarm anyone. "Hey, Spider Kid, how's it looking?" Steve whispered from inside the tunnel. Xia Luo flashed an OK sign to Steve and Natasha, who were still in the tunnel. All clear. He climbed out of the hole, then extended a hand to pull both of them up. The trio crouched behind the ammo depot, eyes scanning the patrolling guards. "We need 2 sets of uniforms like theirs," Steve suggested. Xia Luo watched the passing guards. "No rush, leave it to me." With that, he swiftly fired his webbing at the last 2 members of the patrol. The 2 men grunted as they were violently yanked back, instinctively pulling the triggers on their rifles. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Gunfire rang through the night, sending the entire camp into a frenzy. Enemy attack. Xia Luo. Glancing at the disapproving looks from Steve and Natasha, Xia Luo gave them a sheepish grin. Sorry, not experienced in this, let's try again. You have been eliminated. You failed to obtain a resurrection slot, strength plus 0, 2 tons. You have 7 remaining restart opportunities. Restart. 7th resurrection match. Behind the ammo depot, Xia Luo poked his head out to observe the passing 10 Rings members. Timing his shot, he fired his webbing. Seize the gun, silence the targets, capture them. The actions were smooth, but not fast enough. Enemy attack. Chaos erupted in the camp once more, and Xia Luo's expression darkened. 8th resurrection match. This time, Xia Luo didn't act recklessly. He had finally accepted the fact stealth missions were not his forte. Mainstream heroes weren't cut out for sneaky operations. Hey, put this on. In the darkness, old man Steve crept up next to Xia Luo, handing him some clothes, but noticed Xia Luo's troubled expression. Spider Kid, you feeling all right? Steve asked, curious. Natasha chimed in. Maybe he's drained from shooting too much webbing. Xia Luo. He glanced at the uniform Steve held. How did you manage this? Steve gave a wry smile. Being old slows me down, sorry about the wait. Xia Luo's eye twitched. No worries, I forgive you. They quickly changed into the stolen uniforms, smearing their faces with camo paint. All right, Miss Stacy, you're coming with us, Xia Luo said, pretending to escort Natasha as a prisoner. Steve followed closely behind. Hold up, who the hell are you? I've never seen you before. A patrolling guard stopped them, suspicion in his eyes. Before Steve could respond, Xia Luo stepped forward. He whispered something into the patrol leader's ear, causing the man to instantly pale and obediently step aside. Let's go, Xia Luo waved, and Steve quickly nudged Natasha forward as they moved past the guards. What did you say to him? Steve asked, curious. Xia Luo replied without emotion, long live the lizard. Steve. Wait a minute, that line sounded oddly familiar. Natasha had to lower her head to suppress a smile. Captain Steve, you've done something like this before, she teased. Yeah, sometimes words are more dangerous than fists, Steve admitted. From their perspective, the lizard must be their most terrifying figure. Pretending to be his subordinates, even if they're suspicious, they wouldn't dare challenge it. Exactly. Next time you could react a little faster, Xia Luo added. Got it. Soon, the trio arrived at the cave entrance, only to be stopped by more guards. Before Xia Luo could say anything, Steve stepped forward, confidently blurting out, "Long live the lizard." Xia Luo. Well, that was fast. Guards. The guards were confused. Is this a new code phrase? Meanwhile, deep in the cave, Lizard Parker and Norman emerged from a holding cell. It's foolproof, Norman laughed maniacally, tossing aside a blood-stained blade. Lizard Parker's scaly face twitched slightly, still shaken by what had just happened. Damn Green Goblin. Ha ha ha, I love it when people call me the terrifying Green Goblin, because I am terrifying, Norman cackled. More terrifying than him, Lizard Parker pointed towards a shadowy figure in the corner. Norman turned to look at the dark figure. The sounds of loud, wet slurping filled the air, making Norman's smile freeze. Damn it, this guy's scarier than me. No way, I need to be like him, ugh. Mid-sentence, Norman doubled over, gagging. Clearly, he wasn't cut out for being that terrifying. This guy liked eating people's heads. Instinctively, Lizard Parker backed away from Venom Parker lurking in the corner. He'd never seen such a vicious Spider-Man before. Luckily, that guy wasn't on the opposing team. Otherwise, Lizard Parker would have been eliminated long ago. The memory of his previous defeat still burned in Lizard Parker's mind. Xia Luo Parker, that damn Spider-Man, had exploited his feelings for Gwen. What a despicable bastard. Something as pure and sacred as love meant nothing to him. This time, he vowed to tear that guy apart and win the resurrection match. He swore he wouldn't be fooled the same way again. He wasn't an idiot. Long live the lizard. Suddenly, a shout echoed from the cave entrance, making Lizard Parker's face darken. I hate it when people call me a lizard, and if they add handsome to that, I swear I'll tear them apart. With that, he stormed toward the entrance. Who the hell dares? Just as he shouted, he froze in place. His eyes widened, an expression of disbelief crossing his face. In front of him, a pitiful-looking blonde woman was huddled on the ground. The sight of her green ballet slippers triggered a flood of memories. On countless nights when Spider-Man appeared, those green ballet shoes had never left her feet. The next moment, Steve's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. "Sir, here is your dinner." "Dinner?" Lizard Parker turned to Steve, failing to recognize him. The dust storm in the valley earlier had obscured Steve and Natasha's faces. And Xia Luo kept his head low. Lizard Parker wasn't familiar enough with him to recognize him at a glance. Suddenly, Lizard Parker remembered Venom Parker and gulped nervously. I don't eat, you guys," he stammered. He glanced back nervously at the shadows, seemingly worried that the terrifying figure was hungry again. In haste, he grabbed Natasha and dragged her out of the cave. Seeing this, Steve and Xia Luo exchanged glances and quietly followed behind Lizard Parker. "What's your name?" In a shabby wooden shack outside the cave, Lizard Parker was no longer the fierce creature he'd been earlier. He gently draped a coat over Natasha's shoulders. Natasha, proving her worth as a top-level spy, looked at him with terrified yet defiant eyes, her voice soft. "Gwen Tade." At her words, Lizard Parker's body stiffened. Gwen's parallel universe counterpart. That was the only explanation running through his mind. Chapter 24. Meanwhile, Xia Luo stood guard outside, quietly observing Steve, who was moving about the camp. Thanks to Lizard Parker's presence, Steve wandered through the camp without anyone questioning the unfamiliar face. Norman and the others had only used brute force to control the camp, not bothering with the finer details, and they had no idea Steve and Natasha were present. This gave Xia Luo the perfect opportunity. Not long after, Steve returned to Xia Luo's side. "Everything is set," old Steve whispered. Xia Luo glanced at the green figure flying out of the cave. "That guy is cunning and suspicious. Be careful not to let him spot you." "I understand." Steve glanced back at Natasha, who was with Lizard Parker. "She might have to sacrifice herself," he hinted. "She won't. Lizard Parker is a romantic at heart," Xia Luo confidently replied. Steve shrugged. "All right, maybe I was overthinking it." "Do you know why Black Widow could calm the Hulk?" Xia Luo suddenly asked. Steve blinked. "Romance," he guessed uncertainly. Xia Luo glanced at Lizard Parker, who was already falling for Natasha's charms, and nodded seriously. "Seems like that's the reason. Sending her to deal with the lizard is practically unfair." "But it's cruel for the lizard," Steve mused. "If you saw what they did to Tony, then you'd understand what cruelty really is," Xia Luo muttered darkly. "What do you mean?" "You'll see." They chatted a bit more, then saw Lizard Parker emerge from the shack, holding Natasha's hand. "Don't worry, I'll get you out of here," Lizard Parker said gently to Natasha. He then turned to Steve. "Get the car ready. I'm going out for a while." Before Steve could move, there was a loud whoosh above them. Norman, perched on his glider, cackled wildly. "Gahaha, the task isn't over yet. Where are you headed?" Lizard Parker shot him a glance. "HMPH, we've already won. I'm going to take care of my own business now." Norman glanced at the frightened Natasha and laughed. "I see what's happening. She's a prisoner, and you want to get her out of this hellhole before we leave you're such a sweet boy." "Mind your own business," Lizard Parker snapped, glaring at Norman as he pulled Natasha away. Xia Luo and Steve quickly followed them. Norman watched them leave, but made no move to stop them. "Idiot, sooner or later, he'll die because of a woman," Norman sneered before turning back to the cave. Meanwhile, Xia Luo personally drove, taking Lizard Parker and Natasha out of the camp. The SUV roared through the night, speeding across the desert. "Sir, it'll take about 10 hours to reach the nearest city," Steve said from the passenger seat. 10 hours, Lizard Parker exhaled in relief. "Good, we'll make it in time." Just as he was about to reassure Natasha, he noticed something in the back of the vehicle, explosives, and a metal shield. "Wait, that's his shield." Instantly, Lizard Parker's eyes widened in shock, and a chill ran down his spine. "You're all traitors." 20 minutes later, a loud explosion echoed from the outskirts of the valley. "What happened?" Norman flew out of the cave to investigate, asking one of the 10 Rings members for a report. "There was an explosion outside. We spotted someone in a red and blue suit." "Little Xia Luo," Norman laughed maniacally. "He's finally shown up. Where is he?" "The bunker." Norman grinned wickedly. "So that's where they've been hiding. All right, I'll play along." With that, he mounted his glider and flew off in the direction the 10 Rings member had pointed. Once Norman was gone, the 10 Rings member looked up, revealing Natasha in disguise. 10 minutes later, Xia Luo and Steve emerged from the bunker and returned to the camp. "All done," Xia Luo said, finding Natasha. Natasha looked surprised. "That fast?" Xia Luo shrugged. "Of course." Nearby, Steve, holding his well-worn shield, said, "Once we destroyed his glider, he didn't stand a chance against the two of us." Natasha smiled. Just like the Spider Kid said, Green Goblin is cunning but arrogant. He knew it was a trap but still went alone. Xia Luo glanced towards the cave. Norman has a lot of confidence in himself. He believes that even if we kill him, we still won't win the resurrection match. He's waiting to strike us down when we think we've won. Hearing this, Steve frowned. Why is he so sure he'll win? Natasha looked thoughtful. "E got a bad feeling about this." Xia Luo grinned. "No worries, we've already taken care of 2 opponents. Only the most dangerous one is left in the cave." "Yes, I've been preparing for that," Natasha said, pointing to a pile of electronics. "The sonic device is simple to build. I just need to take apart these machines, and I can have it ready in about an hour. But are you sure it'll work?" "That's why you're a top-tier spy," Xia Luo praised. "Let's get to work." 1 hour later, Natasha had finished constructing the sonic device, while Xia Luo and Steve armed themselves with flamethrowers from the 10 Rings arsenal. Behind them, a group of confused armed guards watched their every move, unsure of what they were doing. "Have you noticed? The big lizard and Green Goblin haven't come back." "Yeah, I've got a bad feeling about these 3. They're heading into the cave. That monster is going to eat them. Let's see what they're up to." Under the watchful eyes of the guards, the trio made their way into the cave. The cave was dimly lit, and as they ventured deeper, the air grew colder and more eerie. The smell of blood lingered, making Natasha feel uneasy. Without hesitation, she activated the sonic device. Suddenly, a high-frequency sound wave of 20 kHz echoed through the cave, and a piercing screech rang out from above them. "Screech! Up there!" The moment the creature shrieked, Xia Luo and Steve aimed their flamethrowers at the ceiling, unleashing blue flames. Boom! The cave lit up as the intense flames licked at the dark webs overhead. Under the combined assault of fire and sonic waves, Venom Parker's screeches grew even more agonized. Compared to the temperature of burning gasoline, the high-temperature flames from the flamethrowers had a greater impact on Venom, but it wasn't enough to take down the terrifying creature. Last time, Xia Luo had noticed that while Venom Parker had high resistance to fire, he was extremely vulnerable to sonic waves. With a more sophisticated sonic device, Venom Parker's strength had been severely weakened. Xia Luo could even make out the faint figure of Peter Parker struggling within the symbiote's writhing mass. Peter Parker. Chapter 25. "I see them." As Steve exclaimed, Xia Luo didn't hesitate. He shot out webs, locking onto the figure within the black liquid. "Ag!" Peter Parker screamed in pain as he struggled harder, but Venom remained tightly attached to his body, giving him no chance to escape. "Turn up the power on the sonic device." Xia Luo gritted his teeth, pulling Peter while Steve threw his shield, but it had no effect on the black liquid. "It's already at max," Natasha said, sweat forming on her forehead. She had never seen a creature this terrifying before. She adjusted the sonic device, and Venom's screeches became even more agonized. Shray! Boom! Suddenly, the black liquid slammed against the cave wall, sending rocks flying everywhere and breaking the sonic device. Seizing the opportunity, Venom once again enveloped Peter Parker's body, then transformed into a liquid mass and darted out of the cave. He's gone. Steve retrieved his shield, panting heavily. What is that thing? Natasha wiped sweat from her forehead. It's like something out of a horror movie, an alien monster. It is an alien, Xia Luo confirmed briefly. He turned to Natasha. Make several more sonic devices, just in case that thing comes back. I understand. Natasha glanced outside. What about those people? Steve raised his shield. If they come after us, I'll deal with them. He had already surveyed the camp. If they blew up the armory, the 10 rings would have too much trouble on their hands to focus on them. Soon, the trio reached the end of the tunnel. Opening the iron door, they were met with a heartbreaking sight. Tony, broken and bruised. Stark. Seeing a familiar face, Steve's expression turned complicated. After the events of the final battle, it had been 70 years since he last saw Tony's face. He hurried to Tony's side, staring at the gruesome injuries. Steve flinched, then instinctively turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. Even though this Tony wasn't the one he knew, seeing him like this stirred a deep sense of unease. Those monsters did this. It's pure evil, Natasha said softly, reaching out to touch Tony but stopping herself at the last moment. He must be in so much pain. Steve took a deep breath. Is he going to die right in front of me again? At that moment, a lifeless-eyed Yinsen walked over. He's beyond saving. Look at his back. 3 minutes later, Steve and Natasha were both visibly disturbed. You Avengers have no way to help him, Xia Luo asked. Natasha shook her head. There's nothing we can do. We're not doctors, and we don't have proper surgical tools here. Yinsen sighed. The devil won't let him live. Xia Luo glanced at the clock and shook his head. Looks like we have no choice. We need to find that symbiote. With that, he swiftly left the cave. He didn't want to resort to this option, but he was out of choices. Unfortunately, even in the remaining time, Venom Parker vanished without a trace. The mission failed. You have been eliminated. No revival slot obtained. Strength plus 0.2 tons. Remaining retries 5. Restart. 9th revival attempt. Following the original plan, the trio once again dealt with Lizard Parker and Norman. In the cave, the sonic device emitted high-frequency sound waves, causing Venom to shriek in agony as it fled. Boom! Suddenly, the camp's armory exploded. The intense shockwave forced Venom back into the cave. Don't let him escape, Xia Luo shouted, firing webs to ensnare Peter Parker within the black mass. Behind him, Steve and Natasha followed Xia Luo's lead, even though they didn't fully understand why capturing this creature was so important. Steve ran through the camp with his shield, setting off more explosives. Natasha tossed the sonic device directly into the black liquid, causing Venom to writhe in agony. Shrey! No, he's mine. Venom screeched as it desperately clung to Peter Parker. Snap! Suddenly, the webs broke, and Venom swept Peter Parker away, breaking free from their trap. Seeing the plan fail, Xia Luo didn't hesitate to restart. Remaining retries 4. Restart. Restart. 10th revival attempt. Don't let him escape. Boom! This time, the sonic devices surrounded the cave, and the explosion sealed the entrance shut. No, he's mine. As Venom frantically dragged Peter Parker's body, Xia Luo gritted his teeth. To Steve and Natasha's horror, he lunged at the creature. Spider Kid. It's too dangerous. Gahaha, you're mine too. Venom cackled as it transformed into a massive web enveloping Xia Luo. At that moment, Xia Luo felt like he was sinking into a cold, suffocating space. The eerie liquid seeped into his body, invading every nerve, and a torrent of chaotic thoughts rushed through his mind. Suddenly, Venom seemed to sense something. The black liquid recoiled and violently spat Xia Luo out. Ha ha ha, I know what you're trying to do, but I won't let you succeed. Venom laughed maniacally before tearing through the cave's entrance and disappearing into the night. Lying on the ground, Xia Luo sighed in frustration. He hadn't expected the symbiote to be able to access part of his memories while trying to bond with him. A miscalculation, time to try again. Remaining retries 3. Restart. Restart. 11th revival attempt. This time, Xia Luo grabbed a bundle of explosives and charged at Venom. Quickly, the symbiote began to invade his body again. But just as Venom was about to detect his true intentions, Xia Luo detonated the explosives without hesitation. Boom! The close-range explosion forced Venom to separate from Xia Luo. Venom Parker smashed through the cave wall and escaped, while Xia Luo's body was hurled into the cave wall by the blast. Whoa! Seeing Xia Luo cough up blood, Steve rushed over to check on him. How are you? I arg. Xia Luo convulsed violently as the residual symbiote cells within him began to regenerate and repair themselves. Then, strange black liquid started seeping from his skin, spreading rapidly to cover his nanosuit, transforming it into a sleek black and gold version. In that moment, Xia Luo felt an overwhelming surge of power as the symbiote healed the injuries he sustained from the explosion. Empowered by the symbiote, Xia Luo had never felt so strong. He had succeeded. By using himself as bait, Xia Luo had finally acquired the symbiote cells. But this wasn't his ultimate goal. His true objective was to ensure that Tony Stark would receive the symbiote as well. Chapter 26. At this moment, both Steve and Natasha stared at Xia Luo in shock, with a hint of wariness in their eyes. They had seen firsthand how terrifying the symbiote was, and now it seemed like Xia Luo had been infected by it. They didn't know what would happen next. Xia Luo might open his mouth and devour them at any second. They didn't dare get too close to him. Seeing their expressions, Xia Luo clenched his fist, feeling the immense power coursing through his body. He didn't care about their reactions. Boom! With just one punch, the cave shook violently, and rocks began to crumble. Steve and Natasha struggled to keep their balance and nearly fell. Shit. Steve, you just swore. No, I didn't. They held onto each other for support, steadying themselves. Then they saw that the cave walls were now covered with cracks resembling spiderwebs, each at least the width of a hand. It was hard to imagine such overwhelming strength. If I hadn't seen it myself, I'd have thought Hulk did this. I get it now. After being bonded with the symbiote, the host's strength increases. This was Spider-Kid's plan all along. Incredible, make him stop. If this keeps up, the entire cave is going to collapse. As Natasha finished speaking, the cracks expanded further, and even a slight disturbance could cause the cave to collapse completely. Seeing this, Xia Luo slowly pulled his fist out of the wall, not caring whether or not the others might be buried alive if the cave came down. He felt more powerful and free than ever before. It was as if... Wait, what the hell? Xia Luo suddenly snapped out of it. Jolting awake, as he looked around at the unstable cave, he nearly slapped himself for being so reckless. With only 2 retries left, why was he messing around? He was well aware that the symbiote amplified its host's darker side. Xia Luo had thought that bonding with the symbiote might make him evil or devious, but he hadn't expected it to turn him into a wanderer, someone who was reckless for no reason. He could admit he wasn't the strongest, but he definitely wasn't reckless. He'd been trying his best this whole time. Yet with the symbiote's influence, Xia Luo started doubting himself. Fortunately, though he had become more impulsive, the looming danger of having only a few retries left forced him to restrain his wild tendencies and regain clarity. If the cave collapsed, Tony would definitely be done for. Uncertain how long he could keep this self-control, Xia Luo didn't have time to explain. He immediately rushed toward Tony's chamber. Bang! With a kick, the iron door flew off its hinges, narrowly missing Tony as it crashed into the wall with a loud clang, sending debris flying everywhere. Tony's body trembled slightly from the impact. In that moment, Xia Luo felt a chill run down his spine. Don't be reckless, you idiot. He constantly reminded himself, keeping a tight grip on his actions. Rushing to Tony's side, he didn't hesitate to tear off a small part of the black liquid from his chest. The black liquid writhed in his hand, occasionally forming spider-like tendrils. It looked eerily alive. The symbiote evolves with each new host, and part of its power comes from copying the abilities of previous hosts. Xia Luo had stolen the symbiote from Venom Parker, and now he was going to separate a portion of it and give it to Tony. The symbiote Xia Luo held already had the abilities of two different Spider-Men. He didn't know if giving Tony the symbiote would turn him into Iron Man again. For now, his only goal was to keep Tony alive. Under Yinsen's shocked gaze, Xia Luo brought the black liquid to Tony's ear. In an instant, the symbiote quickly slithered into Tony's ear, and then nothing happened. Just as Steve and Natasha arrived, they witnessed this scene. "Spider-Kid, what are you doing?" Steve exclaimed in alarm. Natasha, now even more wary, held her sonic device, ready to activate it at any moment. "I need an explanation," she said coldly. Xia Luo rolled his eyes. He never liked explaining to wait, okay, I'll explain. Turn that thing off first. He clutched his forehead, exasperated. Seeing this, Natasha cautiously turned off the sonic device, letting out a sigh of relief. Luckily, the sonic waves still affected him. Xia Luo rubbed his temples. The sonic waves had some effect on the symbiote inside him, but not a very strong one. After all, the symbiote evolved with each host. He could have easily powered through the sonic waves and dealt with Natasha if he wanted to. But there was no need. In fact, the sonic waves helped calm the reckless side of him for a while. Taking advantage of this brief window of clarity, Xia Luo explained, "The symbiote has incredibly powerful regenerative abilities. Even a small portion of its cells can grow rapidly within Tony's body and heal his injuries in a short time." "What?" Steve and Natasha both looked shocked and exchanged glances. "Is that why you risked bonding with the symbiote?" Steve asked. Xia Luo nodded. "Yes, Tony's injuries are severe. Without the symbiote, no one could save him." "How do you?" Steve started to question, then answered his own question. "Right, your superpower, of course." By now, Steve had grown used to Xia Luo's seemingly prophetic abilities. With a teammate like this, it seemed impossible to lose. With that, Natasha also lowered her guard. She turned to look at Tony's still form and frowned. "But he doesn't seem to be reacting." "I didn't give him much of the symbiote. It needs time to grow stronger inside him before it can take effect." Sure enough, right after Xia Luo finished speaking, Tony's body began to convulse. His gruesome wounds turned black as the iron spikes embedded in his back were slowly pushed out by more of the black liquid. Wherever the black liquid spread, Tony's wounds healed rapidly, and even the blood was absorbed by the symbiote. Seeing this unfold, Natasha's eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh my God, this is incredible." Steve looked equally shocked. "I can't believe a creature like this actually exists." Behind them, Yinsen, who had appeared numb and lifeless before, now seemed to regain a spark of hope. This creature not only has incredible regenerative abilities, but also can heal its host's injuries rapidly. If it could be used in medicine, it could save humanity, he exclaimed in awe. Xia Luo quickly poured cold water on that thought. The symbiote amplifies the host's darker side. If it were allowed to grow unchecked, the world would be doomed. This is no joke. "What?" Yinsen's face fell, and Steve and Natasha exchanged uneasy glances. "Spider-Kid, what's your dark side?" Natasha asked. She hadn't noticed much change in Xia Luo after the symbiote bonded with him. Xia Luo shrugged, "As you've seen, my dark side is." Chapter 27. Xia Luo. Yeah, everyone says I'm a good kid," Xia Luo replied with an innocent smile. Just as he finished speaking, Tony, still strapped to the iron frame, let out a groan and suddenly sat up, gasping for air. Huff puffs. He took a deep breath and looked around at everyone in the room, his face full of confusion. I just had a nightmare," he muttered, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Yinsen gently patted Tony's shoulder. "That wasn't a dream. You were this close to dying." "What?" Tony recalled the torment he had just endured, shivering involuntarily at the memory. He forced himself to calm down quickly. "Who are you?" he asked, looking at Xia Luo and the others with a puzzled expression. "They saved you, Tony." Yinsen briefly explained the story about the symbiote. Tony looked down at his own body. "Amazing symbiote, but why don't I feel anything inside me? Shouldn't I be able to tell it's there?" Tony was perplexed. Xia Luo explained, due to differences in hosts, the effects of the symbiote vary. You might not feel it right now, but it's there inside you. Maybe it's just shy. Shy? Steve's face was incredulous. A symbiote can be shy. Xia Luo laughed. Of course. In some ways, each symbiote is its own individual with different personalities. Natasha eyed Tony carefully. So, what do you think Tony's dark side will be now that he's been bonded with the symbiote? Well, I know he's an arms dealer, Steve guessed boldly. Maybe he'll want to sell weapons across the galaxy. That's possible, Xia Luo said, stroking his chin. Tony noticed the strange looks they were giving him and felt a bit uncomfortable. I've already sworn off being an arms dealer, Tony said, glancing at Yinsen with gratitude. My friend, you made me realize that my life shouldn't be like that. Natasha raised an eyebrow. So, you're planning to become a superhero? No. Tony spread his arms wide and closed his eyes, as if envisioning his future. I'm going to turn my story into a series of movies. Whether they make money or not doesn't matter. What matters is sharing this legendary tale with everyone. This movie will change the public's perception of me. After that, I'll run for office, and I'll flatten this godforsaken place in the name of justice. That's my mission. It's brilliant. Hearing this, Yinsen glanced at the half-finished Mark I suit in the corner and began to worry about his own future. Xia Luo turned to Steve. There you go, that's his dark side. Steve sighed, rubbing his forehead. This isn't the Tony Stark I imagined. But it's not exactly evil either, Natasha shrugged. Who knows what he'll do next? Just then, a faint crackling sound spread through the cave as small stones fell from the ceiling, and the ground began to shake. Crack, cracked. Rocks started sliding down, and the cave began to tremble. We need to get out of here fast. This place is going to collapse, Steve said in alarm. Xia Luo chuckled. What's there to worry about? In my current state, even if the sky were falling. Before he could finish, Natasha pressed the switch on her sonic device. Buzz tilde tilde tilde. Okay, I'm leaving, Xia Luo said, rubbing his temples. He grabbed the somewhat dazed Tony, and the group quickly dashed out of the cave. Boom, boom, boom. Just as they made it outside, the cave collapsed behind them, sending dust and debris into the air. By this time, the sky was beginning to lighten. The valley was in ruins, and the remaining members of the 10 Rings hid in the shadows, watching helplessly as Xia Luo and the others stole the last functional desert jeep. Vroom tilde tilde tilde. The jeep sped through the desert with Steve at the wheel. He glanced at the time. We haven't gotten a notification yet, which means the mission isn't over. It looks like we need to get Stark to a safe place to complete it. Natasha frowned. I remember Steve said it would take 10 hours to get to the nearest city, but there are only 8 hours left until the mission ends. Steve adjusted his sunglasses. That was just something I said to trick the lizard. Natasha. In the back seat, Tony asked curiously, So your mission is to save me? Who sent you? Yinsen replied, Saving you is bound to bring in a nice sum of money. You just need to be ready to pay up. Tony thought for a moment. Fair enough. He patted Xia Luo on the shoulder. Pretty strong, interested in working for me. Sorry, I'm not interested in working for you. Then what are you interested in? That, Xia Luo pointed at the giant rock formation ahead. Steve quickly slammed on the brakes. It's Venom Parker. Steve's face darkened as he stared at the black figure in the distance. Natasha frowned. He figured out we'd pass through here. Xia Luo opened the car door and stepped out, stretching his limbs. He's Peter Parker, a genius teenager with a high IQ. Just because his dark side has been amplified doesn't mean he's turned into an idiot. Steve also stepped out of the car. If he's really that smart, I'm surprised we even managed to take out his allies. Tony smiled from the back seat. Old soldier, you don't understand the mind of a genius like us. We don't need teammates. Steve rubbed his forehead, exasperated. All right, Genius Stark, can you shut up? That guy is dangerous. No, he's not dangerous anymore, Xia Luo said, as the black and gold nanometal suit began to cover his body. I'll handle this. You guys get Stark out of here. What? Before Steve and Natasha could react, Xia Luo had already turned into a blur, launching himself toward Venom Parker. Too impulsive, far too impulsive, Steve sighed. Natasha nodded in agreement, but he's a good kid. What kind of good kid can smash a rock that big with his head? Tony muttered under his breath. Dust rose in Xia Luo's wake as he shot toward Venom Parker, like a high-speed train slamming into his body and smashing him into the rocky formation. Boom! The rock shattered, sending shards flying everywhere. The black liquid that made up Venom's body formed into a massive 10-meter-long blade, which sliced through the debris. Whoosh, whoosh. The blade cut through the air, stirring up the desert sands in a terrifying display of power. But with a single punch, Xia Luo's 100-ton force shattered the blade instantly. Boom tilde tilde. The two black figures in the desert exchanged webs, rapidly transforming the area into a battleground covered in black webbing. As the two forces clashed, the ever-growing winds stirred up a sandstorm, burying the surrounding area in a whirlwind of dust. Vroom! Moments later, the jeep sped out of the sandstorm. Steve glanced in the rearview mirror, watching the scene with awe. Do all Spider-Men become this powerful when they go dark? Old man, that's just a normal sandstorm in the desert. It doesn't have much to do with them, Tony chimed in. Steve, I guess I was overthinking it. 8 hours later, the group safely arrived in the nearest city. Congratulations to the old, weak, sick, and disabled team for winning this resurrection match. Reward, X3 resurrection tokens. Bonus reward for rescuing Yinsen, extra reward. Chapter 28. Under the scorching desert sun, the black webs from Venom had begun to disintegrate. Venom Parker's half-crippled body was half buried in the yellow sand, while the shattered black liquid around him quickly crawled back into his body, working to repair the damage. At this moment, his grotesque head was half destroyed, and black buds were rapidly growing back. However, Peter Parker's half-exposed face could already be seen clearly. Peter raised a hand and ripped off the black tendrils from his face, his eyes no longer clouded or vacant. The symbiote inside him had been severely damaged in battle, allowing him a brief moment of regained consciousness. Staring at the black-clad Spider-Man before him, Peter's eyes flashed with a hint of gratitude. Thank you, Xia Luo Parker. Xia Luo slowly walked up to Peter Parker, his own black suit just as damaged. The black liquid squirmed as it tried to repair his nanosuit, though at a much slower rate than before, clearly having suffered significant damage during the fight. Although both were Spider-Men, Peter's abilities were originally stronger than Xia Luo's. If not for the fact that Xia Luo's symbiote was a newer, stronger generation, his base attributes alone wouldn't have been enough to defeat Peter. Seeing that Peter wasn't trying to break free from the weakened Venom symbiote, Xia Luo was puzzled. Do you need help? He asked. Peter shook his head. No, it's fine. Letting him take over is better. All struggles are meaningless. Why? Xia Luo frowned. Peter stared at the mission failure notification before him, then tore off another piece of black symbiote from his head and handed it to Xia Luo. Spider-Men are destined to be lonely. We must find a way to defeat our fate. I've failed, but you still have a chance. Good luck, Xia Luo Parker, if we ever meet again. After Xia Luo took the piece of symbiote from Peter's hand, Peter's body was swallowed by the void. As the new piece of symbiote merged into his body, Xia Luo suddenly found himself back in New York. Under the night sky, in a bustling city, the red and blue Spider-Man swung between skyscrapers, and each appearance symbolized hope for the common people. My name is Peter Parker, just an ordinary high school student. Until I was bitten by a strange spider. Overnight, I gained the kind of superpowers that only exist in movies. Because of what Uncle Ben said before he died, with great power comes great responsibility, I've always tried to become better. I became a hero in everyone's eyes. But no one knows that I never wanted to be a hero. However, if I didn't come out every night, this city would be swallowed by its own evil. Criminals would seize the opportunity, and the weak would suffer. But if I continued being a hero, I would lose everything. I've defeated many terrifying enemies, but they've taken away the most important things from me. Uncle Ben, Aunt May, they lost their lives because of me. My best friend Harry, he turned into the evil, insane Green Goblin, also because of me. Mary Jane, the woman I love, is constantly in danger because of me. We've broken up and gotten back together many times, but she still chose to stay with me. But one day, her life was taken away in a single moment. Just as we were about to get married, the enemies I had once defeated returned. They killed Mary Jane, and they killed many others. Everyone close to me has suffered because of me. I think I finally understand. Heroes are destined to be lonely. That's the price of being Spider-Man. I have nothing left to lose. All I can do is continue being Spider-Man. Until my real identity was finally exposed. They couldn't believe that the Spider-Man who had saved the city so many times was just a washed-up reporter. Everyone's illusions about Spider-Man were shattered. And what I had hoped for never came. They began to criticize Spider-Man's every action. Even if I damaged a single bicycle while fighting crime, I had to pay for it out of my own pocket. I got even poorer. To make matters worse, Officer George disapproved of me. He wouldn't let me join the fight against crime. But whenever he encountered something he couldn't handle, he'd ask for my help. I agreed. But my efforts didn't always end perfectly. The result was that people became increasingly critical of Spider-Man, even hateful. I don't understand why. With great power comes great responsibility. Did I do something wrong? Heroes are lonely. Spider-Men lose their families, friends, and lovers. Not only that, I lost my superpowers too. Without my powers, I became a regular person. I couldn't fight evil anymore. I could finally live a normal life. Spider-Man slowly faded from public view. I was no longer Spider-Man, so I wouldn't lose anymore. Even though I had already lost everything. But then I met Gwen, and I fell in love with her. She became my girlfriend, and I had family again. But when a sudden disaster struck, Gwen was in danger. I was terrified, anxious, and uneasy. I didn't want to lose Gwen. So I decided to become Spider-Man again. A stronger Spider-Man. As long as I was strong enough, I could defeat Spider-Man's tragic fate. I accepted help from an alien being called Venom, and at that moment, I felt like a god. I was unstoppable, but I still couldn't save Gwen. She died right in front of me. I'm a failed Spider-Man. I was utterly broken. I was tired, let the world burn. With great power comes great responsibility. What a joke. From now on, no one matters to me. The symbiote is a good thing. It allowed me to fully let go. I began doing whatever I wanted, becoming the city's worst nightmare. The old me was such a fool, sacrificing everything for people who didn't even appreciate it. Now I would make them pay double. And then came the ultimate irony. The former hero became a monster, while the real monsters became everyone's heroes. A group of evil beings called the Inheritors appeared in the city. Their target was Spider-Man. Their power was strange. I couldn't beat them. In the end, I died at their hands. In my final moments, I finally understood the helplessness and despair of the weak. They needed a hero. They needed the me from before. But in the end, those evil beings became the heroes they looked up to. After a long silence, Xia Luo slowly opened his eyes and found himself back in the cosmic weeby. That was Peter Parker's tragic life. From hero to demon, all it took was the loss of Gwen, the final straw. Unable to bear the burden of Spider-Man's fate, he was eventually consumed by himself. In essence, the symbiote doesn't make people good or bad. It simply releases the deepest emotions repressed within the host. Venom Parker was born out of Spider-Man's despair. Why did Peter hand over that part of his memory? What was his true intention? Xia Luo frowned as he recalled the group of beings that had killed Venom Parker. The Inheritors. Interesting. Just then, the rewards for this resurrection match appeared before Xia Luo's eyes. Congratulations to the old, weak, sick, and disabled team for winning the resurrection match. Reward, X3 resurrection tokens. Reward, strength plus 10 tons. Bonus for rescuing Dr. Yinsen, extra rewards. Extra reward 1, power of the spider totem X1. Extra reward 2, nano spider suit, Venom upgraded version. Remaining restart attempts, 2. To be carried over to the next resurrection match. Venom upgraded version. Xia Luo frowned. That creepy thing hasn't left yet. Chapter 29. Bruce Banner stared at the pile of charred remains and strange metal fragments that Coulson had brought, looking troubled. Coulson, it's 11 at night. This is well past my working hours, the mild-mannered Banner complained, looking exasperated. Coulson, ever the professional, remained expressionless. Dr. Banner, this is by the director's order. You can't keep pushing me around like this. I have my own experiments to conduct, Banner said, scratching his head, clearly feeling conflicted. Before Coulson could respond, Natasha Romanoff stepped forward with a smile. Dr. Banner, this is really important. Please help us out. I'll talk to Nick about securing more funding for your gamma radiation research. Hearing that there could be more funding, Bruce Banner forced a reluctant smile. All right, Natasha, I'll do it for you this time, but this can't keep happening. I promise, Natasha said, sincerity filling her eyes. Banner nodded. So, what exactly is this? He asked, gesturing to the charred remains and metal fragments on the table. Natasha explained, this is Spider-Man's body. We had a hard time finding it. Spider-Man, Banner recalled, the superhuman that's been really popular recently. I've heard of him, he's dead. Yes, he was killed by a missile just last week. A missile? Banner looked skeptical. If a missile was involved, there shouldn't be anything left of his body. And using an expensive missile to blow up a bug, that's absurd, he added, his expression odd. Natasha sighed, rubbing her temples. Yes, we agree it sounds absurd, but if you knew who the suspect was, it would make more sense. Who? Banner asked, intrigued. Stark Industries, Coulson replied, still with no expression. He continued, we discovered that the missile used to blow up that area was a Stark Industries Mi-1 formula missile. If Tony Stark is the culprit, then the cost of a missile wouldn't matter to him. Banner stroked his chin, pondering. Does Tony Stark have any grudges against Spider-Man? We haven't heard of any connection between them, Coulson shook his head. Banner thought for a moment. I met Tony recently. He didn't seem like the type. Maybe Spider-Man wandered into a restricted area by accident and got caught in a weapons test. Natasha shook her head. The area where it happened was a residential zone, no weapons testing allowed. And it's highly suspicious that Spider-Man happened to be killed there by a missile. That's why we suspect the missile strike was targeted specifically at Spider-Man, but we're not sure if Tony Stark was directly responsible, Coulson said. With their investigation still lacking key details, Banner didn't want to waste any more time. All right, this is your investigation. What's my role in this? He asked. Natasha smiled. Dr. Banner, your task is to extract Spider-Man's DNA from this pile of ashes. From this pile of charcoal, are you serious? Banner looked exasperated. I know it's almost impossible, but you might find something else in these remains. Natasha pointed to the metallic fragments on the table. Seeing no other option, Banner nodded, then asked, what are these metal pieces? They're fragments of Spider-Man's suit, melted by the high temperatures. It was thanks to these that we were able to confirm this is Spider-Man. I really don't understand why you're so interested in this wreckage, Banner muttered under his breath, approaching the table. He used tweezers to pick up a small piece of ash and placed it into the analyzer. Due to the high temperatures and damage, the DNA has likely degraded completely. I won't wait. There are intact cells. How is this possible? Banner was startled and continued his examination. Oh my God, the intact cells are rapidly self-replicating. They're more active than normal cells. No, this tissue is regenerating. It's alive. This is impossible. This isn't scientifically possible. Biology doesn't work like this. Banner let out a shocked scream, stumbling back and collapsing to the floor, sweat beading on his forehead. Beside him, Natasha and Coulson were just as stunned. Right before their eyes, the pile of ashes began to move, growing tendrils of flesh. The chunks of metal started to melt and reform rapidly. In front of the terrified onlookers, the flesh tendrils grew at a visible rate, converging like living organisms to form bones, nerves, and muscle tissue. As the writhing nanometal climbed over the body, a red and blue figure stood up and stretched. Hey, good evening, everyone. Revived, Xia Luo casually greeted the stunned group, then launched himself towards the exit. With a single punch, he shattered the lab's reinforced glass, dashing into the hallway at lightning speed. To think I was born in S.H.I.E.L.D., what a joke. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. In an instant, the alarms inside S.H.I.E.L.D. blared. Natasha and Coulson, snapping out of their shock, immediately ran after him. Nick, we've got a problem. Spider-Man has escaped, Natasha said urgently, contacting Nick Fury. In his office, Nick Fury frowned deeply. Spider-Man is dead. What are you talking about? No, he's not dead. He's just come back to life. What? Nick Fury was stunned and couldn't react immediately. The next second, gunfire erupted outside his office. Fury's expression shifted as he rushed out to see what was going on. Bang, bang, bang. Under a barrage of gunfire from a squad of agents, a red and blue figure flipped and leaped acrobatically down the corridor. Even though sparks flew from his suit as bullets struck it, Xia Luo pressed on. Sure, he didn't dodge all the bullets, but he looked good doing it. In the blink of an eye, Xia Luo flicked his wrist, unleashing a torrent of webs from his wrist device. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the agents in front of him were enveloped in the thick webbing. With a sudden burst of strength, Xia Luo yanked them all forward, causing them to crash to the ground. My teeth, one agent groaned. Holy crap, that's some serious strength, another muttered. We're a dozen people, and he just yanked us all down with one hand. How does he have that much webbing? Amid the stunned gasps of the agents, Xia Luo dusted off his hands, turned, and smashed through a floor-to-ceiling window, leaping out of the high-rise building. Whoosh! The wind howled as Nick Fury stood in the cold breeze, watching Spider-Man disappear into the neon-lit cityscape below. His eyes narrowed, lost in thought. Natasha soon arrived at the scene, surveying the aftermath with a grave expression. I've never seen him use moves like that before, and his strength seems to have increased significantly. Nick Fury turned to her. No matter what, we need to know how he came back. Send Harry after him. This will be his first mission with us. Understood. Meanwhile, Xia Luo swung through the bustling city streets. Look, it's Spider-Man, a bystander yelled. He hasn't shown up in ages, another cried. Amid the crowd's cheers, Xia Luo landed atop a rooftop. Leaning against a bright neon billboard, he clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within him. 11 resurrection matches had earned him a total strength increase of 22 tons. Add to that the 10-ton bonus from winning the match, along with his original 12-ton strength. A total of 242 tons. That was the standard strength level of an ordinary Spider-Man. And even better was his new nanosuit, an upgraded Venom version perfectly suited to his tastes. As for the issue of exhausting his restart attempts, it'll be resolved. When he's facing an overwhelming situation, there won't be any need to use them up. Chapter 30. As he studied the description of the new nanosuit, Xia Luo raised his hand to adjust the web shooting device. The new nanosuit could use an artificial web shooting device, one of its various web modes being the explosive mode, which Xia Luo had just used to handle the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. In an instant, it unleashed all the stored artificial web protein in his wrist device, indiscriminately ensnaring all nearby opponents. For a strength-based Spider-Man, this move was simple, brutal, and highly effective. While Xia Luo didn't yet qualify as a strength-based Spider-Man, his powers were on par with an average Spider-Man's, which was more than enough to deal with ordinary people or weaker enemies. As for the other web modes, Xia Luo was still in the process of exploring them. The methods for creating artificial web fluid and web shooting devices were stored in the nanosuit's AI chip, allowing him to mass-produce replacements whenever necessary and switch out the wrist web shooting devices accordingly. When Venom mode was activated, the symbiote's various abilities would further enhance Xia Luo's combat effectiveness. Recalling the invincible power he experienced when the symbiote possessed him during the resurrection match, Xia Luo still felt a lingering thrill. His base strength of 12 tons had instantly surged beyond 100 tons, a more than tenfold increase that left him craving more. But the drawback was that it made him increasingly uncontrollable. While it undeniably made him stronger, it could also lead to unpredictable consequences. Losing control at a critical moment could spell disaster. Though activating Venom mode supposedly had no side effects, Xia Luo couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Shaking his head, he brushed the thought aside. 11 resurrection matches meant 11 days had passed in the main world. He wondered how things were back home. Uncle Ben and Aunt May were probably worried sick. This time, there was no green goblin to help cover things up. With that thought, Xia Luo shot a web and swung into the night, speeding toward Queens. As he passed by Palma Street, an ATM exploded on the roadside. Boom! Beep, beep, beep. In an instant, alarms blared as two masked men ignored the onlookers and kicked the broken ATM, hurriedly stuffing the cash into their backpacks. "Hurry up, he'll be here soon," one of them said. "Who cares? Those patrol guys are long gone. They won't get here in time," the other scoffed. "I'm talking about Spider-Man. He used to be active around here." "He hasn't shown up in over 10 days. I heard Stark blew him up. There's nothing to worry about." People also thought he died at the hands of the Green Goblin last time, but who knows if that's even true. Their movements were quick and practiced. In no time, the ATM was emptied into their bags. Under the streetlight, a red and blue figure hung upside down in midair. "Hey, who told you I was dead?" Xia Luo said casually. The moment his voice rang out, the two men froze in place. "Shit, it's Spider-Man. He's alive after all. Run." "Nope." In the blink of an eye, the two would-be robbers found themselves suspended upside down from the streetlight, just like Spider-Man. "Damn it, Spider-Man, let us go," one of them yelled. "Bruce, shut up, we should be begging for mercy," the other hissed. "I know. But you still look so defiant." "Can't help it, I was born this way." As the two bickered back and forth, Xia Luo could only sigh, hands on his hips. Now he knew what it was like to deal with chatterboxes. Slap. He gave each of them a swift smack. "Now, before you start babbling again, answer my question. Who said Stark killed Spider-Man?" Xia Luo frowned. He had no connections with this world's Tony Stark, and there was no reason for Stark to target him. He asked a few more questions, then swiftly swung up to the rooftops, leaving the two suspended thieves behind. Now that he had a lead, he needed to figure out who had tried to kill him. Before long, he arrived at Stark Tower. At that moment, the building was surrounded by a horde of reporters, making it nearly impossible to get through. It was clear that they had just caught wind of the situation. Whoosh! Taking advantage of the commotion, Xia Luo slipped over the reporters' heads and scaled the glass facade of the tower with his hands and feet. In no time, he reached the top floor of the tower. This was Tony's private area, outfitted with all kinds of entertainment facilities and a luxurious infinity pool. Normally, this place was bustling with activity, but now it was eerily silent. Tap! Xia Luo landed lightly on the floor, glancing at the colorful lights around the pool. His eyes locked onto a green hoverboard casually placed next to the garden. It was Norman's glider. Xia Luo frowned, starting to piece things together. "Hey, Spider-Man, so you're really alive." A voice came from inside the room. Dressed in black, Harry Osborn stepped out, raising his glass of wine in a gesture of greeting. "Care for a drink?" he asked with a smile. Eyeing Harry, Xia Luo raised his hands. "Sorry, I couldn't protect your father's body." Harry shook his head. "It doesn't matter anymore, at least it's not in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands." He walked over to a lounge chair and sat down. "I'm glad you're still alive. I heard from Coulson that you were brought back to life," Harry said, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Sitting by the pool, Xia Luo let his legs dangle in the water. "Something like that." Harry took a sip of his wine. "That's one hell of an ability. I'm kind of envious." Although Harry wore a faint smile, there was a hint of bitterness beneath it. Since his father's death, Harry had matured a lot, no longer the sunny, carefree boy he used to be. "Let's get to the point," Xia Luo suddenly said. Hearing this, Harry's expression turned serious. "All right, I've joined S.H.I.E.L.D. They've assigned me to capture you. This is my first mission." He gestured to the nearby hoverboard. Found the armor my father left in the lobby. Even though I haven't taken the genetic serum, I'm still a match for you. Xia Luo lay down by the pool, resting his hands behind his head, completely unguarded. So what's next? Seeing Xia Luo's nonchalant attitude, Harry chuckled. You seem to know me pretty well. Maybe you purposely leaked the story about Stark to lure me here, didn't you? Harry nodded. Yes, you're Spider-Man. You'd continue to fight the city's villains. If they knew, you'd know. You're clever. Xia Luo grinned. So what's your next move? Setting his glass down, Harry mimicked Xia Luo by sitting at the pool's edge. For the sake of Oscorp, to keep the secret that my father was the Green Goblin, and to perfect the genetic serum, I agreed to join S.H.I.E.L.D. But that doesn't mean I'm going to betray my friends. I just wanted to talk to you. I have no intention of being your enemy. Upon hearing this, Xia Luo's legs stopped kicking the water for a moment. Friends, he sat up looking at Harry. This guy was smart, really smart, but was he really that smart? Chapter 31. Hearing this, Xia Luo couldn't help but feel relieved. Thankfully, Harry wasn't completely outclassing him in terms of intelligence, something Xia Luo had been particularly concerned about. However, when Harry mentioned Xia Luo, a trace of worry flashed across his face. Actually, I've been meaning to ask you for a favor, Harry continued, his voice pleading. My good friend Xia Luo has gone missing recently. You're always active in the shadows of this city. You must be able to find him, right? Xia Luo was momentarily speechless. So your good friend Xia Luo has gone missing, huh? I should be able to find him, I guess. Xia Luo coughed. I'm sure his family is really worried about him. No, not really. I lied to Uncle Ben and Aunt May, Harry sighed. I told them that Xia Luo went on a trip. Xia Luo? A trip, again with a trip excuse. Was the world really getting so big that everyone just assumes he's constantly off on some random vacation? Like father, like son. Cough, cough, Xia Luo awkwardly cleared his throat, giving Harry a thumbs up. You handled that well. He'll definitely be grateful for your cover story. With that, Xia Luo stood up and patted the dust off his pants. All right, I'll go look for your friend now. Wait, Harry called out as he quickly stood up, his face filled with another plea. If you do find Xia Luo, please don't tell him about my current situation. Why not? Harry's face grew bitter. If he finds out my father was the evil Green Goblin, he'll surely. Surely what? Xia Luo asked, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder and smiling. Trust in your friend, just like he trusts you. What? Harry was puzzled by Xia Luo's words, but before he could ask further, Xia Luo had already leaped off the rooftop. Wait, where's Tony? Xia Luo suddenly stopped midair, shooting a web to swing back onto the roof. He almost forgot about this little detail. Harry blinked. He's in Afghanistan, I think. He's off to close a big business deal. Xia Luo facepalmed. Looks like Tony's going to get kidnapped again. All right, I'll come back for you later, Xia Luo said as he leaped off the building once more, extending his glider wings and disappearing into the night. After Xia Luo left, Pepper Potts emerged from a nearby room. You just let him leave, she asked. Harry turned back to face her. He's my friend, I wouldn't betray him. Pepper smiled slightly. Yes, you wouldn't betray a friend, but do you plan on becoming friends with Tony? I need to make sure he didn't do it first. He wouldn't do something like that, Pepper said with confidence. Just because Stark Industries' weapons were found at the scene doesn't mean anything. Tony doesn't care about Spider-Man, and he's not dumb enough to use his own company's weapons if he did. I believe that too, but I still need to find him, Harry replied. He'll be back soon enough, Pepper assured him. I'm back. As Xia Luo opened the door, he found Uncle Ben and Aunt May cuddled together on the living room sofa, watching a TV show. Even after hearing him, they barely reacted. Dinner's in the fridge. Heat it up yourself, Uncle Ben said without looking away from the TV. Oh, and don't forget to leave the gifts in our room, Aunt May added casually. Xia Luo rolled his eyes as he placed the gifts he'd bought into their bedroom. Good thing he had prepared ahead of time. But seriously, after being away for so long, they didn't seem to miss him at all. Was he really adopted or something? Hey Xia Luo, did you really go on a trip this time? Aunt May suddenly asked, her tone laced with curiosity. What do you mean? Xia Luo asked, his expression blank. Aunt May glanced toward the neighbors. Mary Jane has been looking for you a lot lately. Are you avoiding her? Is that why you stayed away from home? She smiled, clearly pleased. You're all grown up now, but you should still have some self-control when it counts. That girl can be quite persistent, Uncle Ben chimed in, offering fatherly advice. At this, Aunt May gave Uncle Ben a stern look. What do you know? It just shows that our Xia Luo has some charm. Yeah, I haven't heard him nagging lately, and he's looking better these days. Must be that charm of his, Uncle Ben replied in a half-hearted manner. I'm tired, I've got classes tomorrow, good night. Good night, Xia Luo. Good night. Xia Luo headed to his room. Not long after the lights came on, he heard the sound of small pebbles tapping against his window. What now? He muttered, opening the window only to find Mary Jane standing outside, holding a rock she hadn't yet thrown. She looked sheepish. Quickly tossing the rock aside, Mary Jane awkwardly smoothed out her red hair. But the awkwardness didn't last long. She soon rested her arms on the windowsill, smiling. Xia Luo, where have you been lately? I haven't seen you around for a while. Leaning on the windowsill himself, Xia Luo replied, I got blown up, then won a resurrection match, so now I'm back. He said it as if it were the most casual thing in the world. Really? When are you going to take me along for a match? Mary Jane's eyes lit up with excitement. Xia Luo blinked. I didn't think you'd actually believe that. Mary Jane reached out playfully. I always believe you, just like I believed you when you promised to get me that lipstick, she teased with a sly grin. Xia Luo sighed. If I told you it wasn't me who promised you that, would you believe that too? What do you think? Mary Jane shot him a sidelong glance, her tone annoyed. Did you forget why you promised me a gift in the first place? Why? Because of this, she said, pulling out her phone and scrolling to their chat history, her grin becoming mischievous. You begged me to go on a date with you and promised to buy me a gift. You wouldn't want Uncle Ben and Aunt May finding out about that, would you? What? Xia Luo's face turned dark. When Norman had impersonated him, he'd sent flirtatious messages to several girls, but Xia Luo hadn't had the patience to review all the chat logs. Clearly, he'd missed Mary Jane. Fine, I'll get you the lipstick. What shade do you want? Xia Luo asked through gritted teeth. Seeing Xia Luo so flustered, Mary Jane lifted her chin proudly. HMPH, after waiting so long for you, a lipstick isn't going to cut it anymore. What do you want then? I want. Before she could finish, she suddenly felt her phone disappear from her hand. Turning around, she saw Xia Luo holding it. Give it back, she demanded. All right, here you go, Xia Luo replied, tossing the phone back after deleting the chat logs, looking as relaxed as ever. A friendly tip, don't be fooled by a man's weakness. You'll regret it someday, he said with a smirk. I'm already regretting it. Let me treat you to dinner tomorrow. Bring Harry along. Sounds good, Mary Jane replied cheerfully. The next morning, Xia Luo headed to school. He hadn't attended class in 11 days, but fortunately, Harry had covered for him, so there weren't many problems to deal with. As time passed, even the girls Norman had flirted with while posing, as Xia Luo began to forget about the incident. At least, as long as they didn't see his face. Just then, a familiar classmate walked up to him. Hey, Selfie King, perfect timing, Professor Kurt is looking for you. You should head to his lab, the classmate said. Jenny, I hate that nickname, Xia Luo replied with a scowl. Jenny just grinned mischievously. Who cares? He retorted before walking off. Suddenly, Jenny felt a draft. Ah crap, my pants, who did this? He yelled in panic, hastily pulling up his trousers. Xia Luo retracted his webbing, having snapped a quick photo with his new phone. Who cares? He repeated, uploading the embarrassing photo to the campus network before making his way to Professor Kurt Connor's lobby. He could use Connor's lab equipment to synthesize some artificial web fluid. A few chapters of daily life content should be a nice change of pace, right? Right. Chapter 32. Hey Mary Jane, what brings you here? He asked, a bit surprised. Xia Luo said he was treating me to dinner, Mary Jane replied as she sat down across from Harry. She rested her chin on her hands and gazed out the window, putting on an air of melancholy. Harry, Xia Luo's been acting all mysterious lately. He's barely home and becoming more distant with me, she said. Harry waved for the waiter. One black coffee for the lady, please. I don't like black coffee, Mary Jane refused. Harry shrugged, but it suits your current mood. And besides, he's always been distant with you, you're just noticing now. Mary Jane glared at him. Mind your own business. Fine, if you don't want me involved, I guess I won't be paying for your meal tonight. You're not paying anyway, Xia Luo is. Please, when has he treated us and I haven't been the one footing the bill? Well, now that you mention it, Mary Jane looked around, but still didn't see Xia Luo. Where is he? Why isn't he here yet? She muttered. Harry chuckled, noticing her growing concern. Getting more and more into him, aren't you? I am not. Mary Jane turned her head away, but she couldn't help smiling as she thought about the recent private conversations between her and Xia Luo. He really seemed to understand her. How had she not noticed this all these years? What are you guys talking about? At that moment, Xia Luo walked into the restaurant and waved at them. We were talking about you, Harry said as he signaled the waiter to bring over a menu. Talking about me? Xia Luo glanced suspiciously at Mary Jane. Did she tell Harry about their chat logs? As if reading his mind, Mary Jane said softly, Don't worry, I didn't say anything. You two have secrets? Harry asked, eyeing the pair curiously. Nope, you're overthinking it, Xia Luo said quickly, taking the menu. I'll have the Wellington steak, 2 orders. No, make that 3. Actually, I want 5. Are you a pig? Mary Jane teased. Xia Luo shot her a glance. You wouldn't understand men. He handed the menu to her. I don't need to, Mary Jane said as she placed her order, while Harry turned to Xia Luo. What's been going on with you lately? You've been hard to find, Harry asked. Before Xia Luo could answer, Mary Jane quipped, He's been busy with some resurrection game. Resurrection game? Harry blinked, immediately thinking of the recently resurrected Spider-Man. Xia Luo shrugged. Yeah, it was fun, a bit life-threatening though. Harry shook his head. I'm serious. Fine, I ran into some trouble but Spider-Man saved me, Xia Luo admitted. Spider-Man? Mary Jane was startled. Harry feigned shock as well. Wow, the one and only superhero, Spider-Man. Xia Luo. What terrible acting. Right, you said you had something important to tell Spider-Man, Xia Luo asked. Harry hesitated for a moment before answering. I have a friend. Xia Luo. Okay, what does your friend want with Spider-Man? He continued. Looking more serious now, Harry said, My friend is in some trouble. It's related to Spider-Man, but I don't have his contact information. He hadn't thought to ask Spider-Man yesterday. Xia Luo nodded. I can try, he'll probably agree. Thanks, if you can get in touch with him, have him come to my place. I'll give you the address. No problem. As they talked, Mary Jane couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. You two are hiding something, she declared. No, we're not. HMPH, a woman's intuition is never wrong, she said, pouting. Both Xia Luo and Harry immediately looked away, avoiding eye contact. That night at the Osborne mansion. Under the moonlight, a red and blue figure swung gracefully across the rooftops, landing softly atop one of the buildings. Xia Luo gazed into the distance at the wreckage left behind from the explosion that had nearly killed him. You're here. In the garden below, Harry looked up at the figure on the roof. Tony is missing. He's likely been kidnapped. That's bad news, Xia Luo said as he jumped down to stand in front of Harry. So, that's why you needed my help. Yes, Harry replied. He motioned for his butler, John, to bring over 2 cups of coffee. You want to find out who tried to kill you, too, he continued, gesturing toward the bombing site. Aside from the military, Stark Industries doesn't sell Mi-1 missiles to anyone. We can rule out the military, since their use of these weapons would be recorded. That leaves only one possibility. Tony sold those weapons illegally, and not even his assistant knows about it. Xia Luo nodded as he took the cup of coffee from the butler. Yes, only by finding Tony can we learn who bought the weapons from him. He raised the cup to his lips, then paused. Harry was as sly as his father. Xia Luo had almost fallen into his trap. Deciding not to drink it, he made sure not to expose any of his facial features. Harry, a bit disappointed, continued, "Tony disappeared in that desert region. We could go search for him ourselves." "No problem, but why are you so interested in finding Tony?" Xia Luo asked curiously. Harry sighed. "This is a mission from S.H.I.E.L.D., and Oscorp is in desperate need of funds. Only Stark Industries can help me." Hearing that, Xia Luo grew thoughtful. "I heard from your friend Xia Luo that Oscorp pulled funding from Dr. Connor's research. Is this because of that?" he probed. "You two must be close if he told you that," Harry said, a bit wistful. "My father had high hopes for Dr. Connor's research. His work is crucial for perfecting the genetic serum. Once I secure funding from Stark Industries, I'll continue supporting Dr. Connor's research, for my father and for myself," he said with determination in his eyes. Seeing that Harry hadn't given up on Dr. Connor's experiments, Xia Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Mutual benefit, this was good for both of them. "Good luck. When do we head out to find Tony?" "Tomorrow. I need to make some preparations." "No problem. To make things easier, I'll stay here tonight." "You're always welcome." "No need to prepare a room. I'll sleep in a wee. "Wow, that's cool." The next day, Xia Luo and Harry boarded a private jet provided by Pepper Potts, bound for Afghanistan. "Is this jet from Stark Industries? Has Oscorp really fallen on hard times?" Xia Luo asked as they settled into the cabin, still in his nanotech suit. Harry looked out the window. "We're cutting costs where we can." "Xia Luo mentioned you recently bought a limited edition sports car," Xia Luo said, teasing. Harry. Cough, Pepper just provided some new intel. Quickly changing the subject, Harry pulled up a virtual map. "She's marked several militant groups that might be responsible for Tony's kidnapping. Let's analyze them." "No need. I've already found the answer," Xia Luo said, pointing to an inconspicuous spot on the map. "This is 10 Rings territory. They're the most likely culprits." 10 Rings, Harry frowned. "They're a relatively new group. They shouldn't have the guts to target Tony." "Trust me, my sources are reliable." "All right, I'll go with your judgment." "You won't be disappointed." "There are still 11 hours before we reach our destination. Are you sure you don't want to take off your mask and relax a bit?" Harry asked, feigning concern. "I don't trust sudden shows of concern." "All right, you got me." Chapter 33. Xia Luo entered the lab, noticing that the lizards in the terrarium had been replaced with a new batch. Busy as always, Dr. Kurt Connors looked up and immediately smiled when he saw Xia Luo. "Ah, Xia Luo, you're finally here. Come take a look at this data. Oscorp suddenly pulled funding for the project, and I'm running out of time," he said, quickly leading Xia Luo over to a computer. Xia Luo glanced at the screen, where an array of biological experiment data flashed by. He then looked at the visibly exhausted Professor Connors and began to worry. This guy was likely nearing the point of desperation. If things continued like this, Dr. Connors would surely resort to using himself as a test subject, ultimately transforming into a lizard monster and losing his sanity completely. Xia Luo considered destroying the experimental data to buy some time, but doing so would cause all of Connor's hard work to go down the drain, which might drive him even more insane. No scientist could tolerate such frustration and despair, especially not in the Marvel Universe. The outcome would only get worse. Whether it was Norman Osborn or Dr. Connors, the failure of their genetic experiments could largely be attributed to insufficient research funding. Norman, for example, was forced to use himself as a test subject after his funding was cut. After becoming the Green Goblin, Norman killed his competition and gained more control over Oscorp, allowing him greater access to its resources. He had promised to fund Dr. Connor's research, but with Norman's death, Oscorp was practically in shambles, and further funding was out of the question. This left Dr. Connors with no way to ensure the success of his experiments. Rather than delaying the project, which could lead to irreversible consequences, perhaps pushing things forward would offer a better chance at success. With that in mind, Xia Luo turned to Dr. Connors and said, "I think there's something wrong with this data, but it'll take some time to verify." we don't have any time left, Dr. Connors said grimly. I know, funding is a problem, Xia Luo acknowledged, thinking for a moment. Maybe we can try to talk to Oscorp. Harry is a friend of mine, I could talk to him. I think he'd agree to help. Dr. Connors sighed. It's no use, I know Harry well. He doesn't have enough influence over Oscorp's decisions, and there's no way he could convince his father. At this point, news of Norman's death was still being kept secret, and no one knew that Norman Osborn was the Green Goblin. Thanks to S.H.I.E.L.D., that secret was being well kept. It was one of the perks of Harry joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Xia Luo smiled as he stood up. Don't worry, Professor. Believe me, I know that Mr. Osborn has been conducting his own genetic experiments. He needs you, and you need him. There might be some issues at Oscorp lately, so he probably just paused the research funding for now. Once Mr. Osborn gets things back in order, I'm sure he'll continue funding your research. Do you really think that's possible? Dr. Connors asked, his face showing a glimmer of hope. Of course, Xia Luo said confidently. Connors thought for a moment, then nodded. Yes, the Green Goblin did cause quite a bit of trouble for Oscorp recently. He's been stirring up all kinds of rumors about Mr. Osborn. It must be a tough time for him right now. Exactly. Seeing that Dr. Connors had calmed down, Xia Luo added with a smile. Some people are even suggesting that Mr. Osborn is the Green Goblin himself. That's ridiculous. Of course it's ridiculous. If Mr. Osborn were the Green Goblin, why would he almost blow up Harry? Connors didn't suspect a thing. When the Green Goblin first appeared, he attacked an Oscorp shareholder meeting with bombs. Although Norman had left early that day due to illness, Harry had been present at the event. That explosion had nearly killed Harry. Because of that, Harry found himself struggling to manage the turmoil at Oscorp. Without S.H.I.E.L.D.'s backing, he wouldn't have had any chance of salvaging the company. Xia Luo's words eased Dr. Connor's sense of urgency. Looking at Xia Luo with a pleading expression, he said, Xia Luo, I really can't give up on my research. Please help me. Don't worry, I'll get you an answer within a week, Xia Luo promised, looking Connors straight in the eye. But you have to promise me something, no rash decisions like human testing. That will ruin any chance of getting the funding. Of course, I understand. Taking a deep breath, Dr. Connors sat back in his chair. Thank you, Xia Luo. Since you showed up, I feel much more at ease, he said with a relieved smile. Don't mention it. As they continued talking, Dr. Connors mentioned he would be attending a research conference in the coming days. After giving Xia Luo access to the lab, he left, leaving Xia Luo alone to work. Now in the adjoining room, Xia Luo began familiarizing himself with the equipment, which was far superior to anything available in his school lobby. He started preparing the materials to synthesize artificial web fluid. He used his own spider silk proteins as the primary ingredient, which should improve the results. Then came the various auxiliary materials, all of which were easily available in Connor's well-stocked lobby. Although Peter Parker could synthesize artificial web fluid at home, this was Xia Luo's first time attempting it, so he needed the lab's equipment. Once he got the hang of it, he wouldn't need the lab anymore. Before long, the synthesis process went smoothly. Watching as the artificial web fluid came together in a beaker, Xia Luo tapped his chest, causing nanometal to cover his right wrist. He removed the web shooter and began loading the artificial web fluid into its base. Moving closer to observe the shooter, he activated it, causing the web fluid to surge out with a slight electrical charge. It expanded in the air, forming a sticky and highly durable artificial weeby. Splat! In an instant, the sticky web fluid sprayed all over Xia Luo's face. Xia Luo stood there speechless. Wiping the web off his face, he realized his first attempt at synthesizing artificial web fluid hadn't gone perfectly. The fluid's plasticity still needed some work. Back to the drawing board. 2 hours later, Xia Luo finally succeeded in creating a viable batch of artificial web fluid. Without his own spider silk proteins, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Next up was compressing the web fluid. If it wasn't compressed, each web shooter could only hold about 10 milliliters of fluid, which would run out after just a few shots. Compressing the fluid would allow for much more storage in each shooter. Fortunately, the compression process was simple and could be handled by the lab's equipment. Half an hour later, Xia Luo pressed the spider emblem on his chest, retrieving a few backup web shooters from storage. He loaded the compressed web fluid into each one. Once the nanometal retracted back into his suit, Xia Luo left the lab, satisfied with his work. At the school gate, he pulled out his phone and dialed Harry. "Hey Harry, I ran into Spider-Man last night and we became friends. Pretty cool, right?" Xia Luo laughed. On the other end, Harry sounded relieved. "Xia Luo, you finally showed up. Let's meet at the Oak restaurant in an hour." "No problem. Oh, by the way, since you're friends with Spider-Man now, do you think you could get in touch with him? I have something important to tell him." "I can try, but I can't promise anything. He's a city hero, a crime-fighting legend, the friendly neighborhood hero for every girl in the city, New York's greatest legend, the world's most valuable treasure, the brightest star in the..." Beep, beep, beep. The line went dead. Xia Luo rolled his eyes. "Rude, couldn't even wait for me to finish." Chapter 34. Under the glow of fire, the ruined buildings, shattered by explosions, littered the streets, with half-buried corpses lying under rubble. Bangs, bang. Boom. Gunfire and explosions echoed throughout the streets. Heavily armed men executed elderly civilians in front of everyone, while women and children were dragged, screaming and crying, onto a truck. The men either died fighting back or knelt in submission, forced to watch their wives and children being taken away. The night brought nothing but despair, turning the small town into a scene from hell. Thick smoke hung in the air, obscuring the view and any hope. "No." From a corner of the rubble, the laughter of men drowned out the sobs and pleas of women, as no amount of begging could awaken any mercy in these monsters. "Niam." Amid the chaos, a man trembled, lowering his head even more as he heard his wife's cry. His body shook, too afraid to stand up, his love for her overwhelmed by his fear of the gunmen. In this war-torn desert, their lives were small and fragile. Any attempt to defend their dignity would end with them dead like the corpses on the roadside. Boom! Suddenly, a streak of green flame shot across the night sky, followed by a red and blue figure gliding down from above. "Hey, fellas, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is here, and I brought some pumpkin treats." Before Spider-Man even landed, the pumpkin bombs in his hand exploded among the armed men who were about to fire. Enemy attack. Boom! A terrifying explosion silenced the screams as body parts and rubble were hurled through the air, scattered by the shockwave. The sudden chaos caused the remaining armed men to scream in panic. "Open fire. Shoot him. Kill him." In an instant, armed men scattered across the town rushed toward the street, even turning the turret of an armored vehicle toward Spider-Man. Boom! The next moment, another streak of green flame blazed through the sky as Harry, standing on his glider, dropped more pumpkin bombs. The town was once again engulfed in explosions. Boom! Ah yeah. Kill them. Booms, booms, boom. The battlefield was ablaze, gunfire and explosions mixing in a cacophony of destruction. As Spider-Man swung from his webs, dodging bullets, he latched onto Harry's glider, and the two vanished into the night sky. "Spider-Man, you just killed someone," Harry said, looking down at Xia Luo hanging from his glider. Xia Luo scratched his head. "Sorry, I didn't catch that." When they arrived near the city, they had headed straight for the 10 Rings camp, but stumbled upon this horrific scene along the way. Surprisingly, the two of them had acted in unison without hesitation. Hearing Xia Luo's response, Harry smiled. "Fine, they're not exactly human anyway. But it seems like the people here need our help. We might have to delay rescuing Tony. What do you think?" Though phrased as a question, Harry was already steering the glider back toward the desert town. "Let's deal with the big guy first," Xia Luo said. As the town ruins drew closer, Xia Luo released his web, plummeting down directly onto the armored vehicle. Boom! With a loud crash, the armored vehicle shook slightly. Immediately, armed men poked their heads out and opened fire on Spider-Man. Rat-a-tat-tat. Thwip, thwip. In a flash, webs shot out, silencing the gunfire. With a powerful tug, Spider-Man dragged the men out of the vehicle, sending them flying into the night. "Aya. No." Bang, bang, bang. As Harry swooped overhead, the dismembered bodies fell among the ruins. "Spider-Man, nice teamwork," Harry laughed. Xia Luo glanced at the waves of armed men approaching. "There are at least 100 more of them. How many bombs do you have left?" "I'm all out." "You sure?" Harry guided his glider over the ruins, contemplating whether to stay and help. There were just too many enemies, and even Spider-Man would have trouble handling such a large, well-armed group. But Harry soon realized he was wrong. Xia Luo leapt into the crumbling walls of a building, using the debris for cover as he darted through the war zone. Thwip, thwip. Suddenly, thick webs shot out from behind the walls, trapping a dozen armed men. "Aza. What is this?" "No." In shock, the armed men watched as the slender red and blue figure spun around, flinging the webbed men into the oncoming crowd like ragdolls. "What kind of monster is this?" "Aza." The sound of bodies crashing together echoed through the night, with cries of pain following. Watching from his glider, Harry murmured, "So what Coulson said was true. Spider-Man really does have that much strength." Before Harry could act, one of the armed men pointed a rocket launcher at Xia Luo. "Watch out." Boom. Just as Harry shouted his warning, a rocket-propelled grenade shot toward Xia Luo, leaving a fiery trail behind. Thwip. In the blink of an eye, Xia Luo's web shooter switched modes. Releasing a massive web from his wrist, the RPG became entangled in the web. Its momentum halted, and it rebounded back into the crowd. Boom. The RPG exploded among the enemies, unleashing devastating force. Amid the carnage, the remaining armed men stared at Spider-Man in terror, and chaos erupted. "Retreat. Fall back. He's a monster." Watching the panicked retreat of the armed men, Harry was stunned. That actually worked. "Hey, what are you waiting for? Go help those people," Xia Luo called out as he chased after the fleeing men. "You're surrounded. Drop your weapons." During the chase, Xia Luo switched to his backup web shooters, firing webs that ensnared another group of fleeing men. With a burst of strength, he yanked them back toward him. Before they even hit the ground, Xia Luo was already moving. At the same time, the soft blue glow in his eyes shifted to red. "Time to feast." Crack, cracked. The red and blue nanotech suit writhed and morphed into black. As Xia Luo melted into the shadows of the night, he felt the familiar surge of power spreading through his body. The power of the symbiote. Not only that, but the nanotech on his back formed 4 sharp, black metal spider legs that extended and twisted like spears. In an instant, the sharp appendages gleamed, cutting through the air, extinguishing life wherever they struck. Thwip, thwip, thwip. As the black spears pierced through the bodies of the armed men, Xia Luo's figure darted forward, and the webbed men fell to the ground, motionless. Blood sprayed into the air like drifting flower petals. Harry stood frozen, his mouth hanging open in shock. Did I see that right? In the fiery ruins, the black figure moved swiftly, the spider legs curling and extending like liquid, slicing through enemies with deadly precision. Even the barrage of bullets that struck the black suit were absorbed into the symbiote. Explosions and fire, things the symbiote normally feared, were powerless to stop the slaughter. Thwip. A man hiding behind a wall didn't react in time, and the black spider leg pierced his chest, sending blood spraying. Through the hole in the man's chest, the woman cowering behind him saw the red-eyed demon, drenched in blood. No, he wasn't a demon. He was a god sent to save them. Chapter 35. Half an hour later. In the desert town, the bodies scattered everywhere were slowly being consumed by flames. By a truck, over 100 surviving townsfolk huddled together, their eyes filled with fear. Despite surviving the onslaught, they couldn't feel any relief, unsure if the demon who had slaughtered their enemies would now turn on them. Crack, cracked. Not far away, the black suit began to shift, turning back into its red and blue colors, with not a trace of blood left on the surface of the nanometal. Xia Luo leaned against a wall, panting heavily. At his feet, the corpses of his enemies lay strewn across the rubble. In venom mode, his strength had been boosted to around 40 tons. While the power increase wasn't as great as it had been during the revival tournament, it came with no side effects. He was also no longer vulnerable to sound waves or ordinary fire, and his physical defense was incredibly strong. The existence of the symbiote's spider legs compensated for the lack of variety in his attacks and the limited destructive power of his normal form. However, the only downside was that venom mode put a huge strain on his body. This wasn't a true symbiote, it was a nanosuit fused with symbiote cells. To access the symbiote's abilities, he had to pay a price. Luckily, Xia Luo's body wasn't weak. The exhaustion would soon be alleviated with food and sleep. If it had been Harry, who hadn't injected the serum yet, he'd likely be passed out from exhaustion by now. "How are you holding up?" Harry came over to help Xia Luo up. "You look like you can barely breathe. How about you take off the mask? I'm worried you might suffocate." Xia Luo shot him a look. "No need. My suit has a built-in oxygen system." "Wow, that's pretty cool." Harry pointed to the crowd of refugees nearby. "What about them?" Xia Luo waved his hand. "Let them drive to the nearest city on their own. I've done enough." "I thought you'd at least offer them a bit more help," Harry said, surprised. Xia Luo gave him a side-eye. "I'm the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, not a babysitter. Should I help them find jobs, buy houses, get married, and raise kids too?" "Well, if you wanted to," Harry teased. "I don't want to," Xia Luo said, brushing off Harry's hand before glancing at the message that popped up before him. "You played the role of a friendly neighborhood hero and wiped out a terrorist force. Restart chances +4. He fell silent. What kind of friendly neighborhood hero takes out entire terrorist groups? It seemed that the number of reboot chances depended on the difficulty of the task. When he had dealt with the Green Goblin, he had earned 9 reboot chances. Now, despite taking down a heavily armed force, he'd only gained 4 reboot chances, likely because they hadn't posed much of a challenge to him. It was clear this desert was a good place to farm reboot chances, but he had no desire to stick around and play savior. The situation in the desert was complicated. Numerous terrorist groups occupied the area, equipped with advanced weaponry and backed by powerful forces far beyond what a single Spider-Man could handle. Who knew when a missile might land on his head again? And that kind of pain, well, it hurt, a lot. He didn't really want to be a hero. Being a hero came with a price he couldn't afford. In situations like these, it was better to act within his limits. There was no need to switch on the savior mode. While Xia Luo rested, Harry went off to organize the refugees, helping them find their way to a nearby city. It wasn't long before Harry returned. "Dawn is approaching. Should we keep going?" he asked. Xia Luo thought for a moment. "Of course. But you look exhausted." "It's fine. I'll find a place to rest." Here, Harry glanced around at the wrecked town. "Of course not." Before dawn, at the Ten Rings Valley stronghold. In an abandoned bunker. "Spider-Man, how did you know there was a bunker here?" Harry asked, surprised, as the two of them squeezed into the shelter. Harry blocked the entrance with rocks to keep the sandstorm at bay. "I've been here many times," Xia Luo answered truthfully. Harry didn't believe him. "That's impossible. I've never heard of Spider-Man operating in this desert." "That was before." Xia Luo checked the time. "Let's rest, we move at night." "You already have a plan?" Harry asked in surprise. "Of course, I've planned this over a dozen times." "I don't understand what you're saying, but I've got some compressed biscuits and water. Want some?" Harry opened the storage compartment on his glider, trying to act nonchalant. "Yes." The moment Xia Luo answered, he knocked Harry out cold. "Crafty Harry, I won't let you trick me." Xia Luo grinned, hiding the glider under some rocks. It was to prevent Harry from using any cameras he might have hidden on it. "Haha, I'm so clever." A short while later, Harry woke up, rubbing the back of his neck. He knew exactly what had happened. "Spider-Man, you're too sneaky," he muttered, eyeing the now-sleeping Xia Luo, who had already eaten his fill. Seeing no other option, Harry sighed, nibbled on some food, and then lay down to rest. Time passed quickly. That night, Harry was awoken by the sound of rocks being moved. Groggy, he got up and saw Xia Luo clearing away the rocks that had blocked the passage. "You're awake." Xia Luo dusted off his hands and smiled. "To avoid alerting the 10 rings, I plan to sneak into the valley through this bunker." "That's a good plan." Harry glanced at the pile of stones. "Why didn't you wake me up? I feel guilty letting you do all the work." "Do you think you could have helped?" Xia Luo asked. Harry shook his head. "No, but I could have cheered you on." He said this with utmost sincerity. "Xia Luo." He activated his suit's built-in flashlight, illuminating the tunnel ahead. "The armory is just above this section." "All right, I'll help this time." Harry extended the blade from his glider, ready to assist. "Wait, don't dig there." Xia Luo quickly stopped him. Harry was puzzled. Why not? "There's a septic tank above us." "Harry, how do you know that?" "It's my superpower." Harry's jaw dropped. "Your superpower lets you detect poop." "Shut up, you're the second person to insult my superpower." Xia Luo's face darkened as he switched into venom mode and began chiseling away at the wall with his symbiote spider legs. Harry hurried to keep up. Who was the first? "A dead old man." "No, Spider-Man, you shouldn't insult the dead." "I didn't insult him, he's literally dead." "Oh." Before long, they found themselves behind the 10 Rings armory. They emerged from the tunnel silently, and Xia Luo pointed at the armory in front of them. "When the time comes, you set off the explosives, and I'll use the chaos to find Tony." "You even know where Tony is?" Harry asked, his expression growing more suspicious by the second. He was starting to think Spider-Man might have been the one to kidnap Tony in the first place. Otherwise, how else could he explain all this? "Also, once I reach chapter 50 here, updates will slow down." Bye-bye 5 chapters a day reverse glottal stop, acute letter 1D25 grave glottal stop Japanese letter. Chapter 36. Do I look like an idiot to you? Harry gave Xia Luo a skeptical look. "We should work together, or maybe you light up the ammo depot while I go to the cave." Don't friends trust each other, even a little? Someone once told me that you should always be cautious with new friends. Which idiot said that? My friend Xia Luo. Xia Luo. Fine, go over there and hide. You see that rock behind the wooden shed? Go crouch there, you won't get caught in the crossfire. Harry. All right, but I seriously suspect you're the one who kidnapped Tony. He muttered as he stealthily moved to the spot Xia Luo had pointed out. Once Harry was in position, a spark ignited from Xia Luo's nanometal fingertips, lighting the ammo depot instantly. Boom! Pew pew pew. In an instant, explosions echoed, bullets flew in every direction, and chaos erupted among the 10 Rings members. It's that red and blue guy. We're under attack. Behind the boulder, Harry peeked out, eyes wide in shock. Xia Luo danced gracefully around the edges of the explosions, bullets whizzing by, barely missing him. Occasionally, he paused for a split second, and beneath his feet, a series of bullet holes appeared. It was as if he anticipated every detail of the ensuing chaos, his movements flowing like a dance. Blood splattered, and the groaning of unlucky victims filled the air, becoming the background to his elegant performance. On his toes, gliding gracefully. Hands gently poised. Elegant, so elegant, Harry whispered in awe, unable to stop himself from clapping. Islap. Suddenly, Xia Luo appeared at his side, patting his shoulder. What are you doing? Come on, let's go. Without waiting for a response, Xia Luo darted into the cave. Wait for me, Harry snapped out of his daze and hurried to catch up. The moment they entered the cave, they ran straight into a group of heavily armed 10 Rings soldiers. Who are you? Friends, Xia Luo said calmly, before launching a barrage of webs that ensnared the soldiers. With a powerful pull, he flung them outside. There's a fork in the path, which way? Harry asked. Left. Xia Luo sped through the left tunnel, taking down the armed enemies with ease. In less than 3 minutes, they reached the end of the tunnel, where a large iron door stood. Let me handle this, said Harry, eager to blow the door open with explosives. No, this is how it's done. Xia Luo stopped Harry, then took 3 steps to the left. Yep, this way, I definitely won't hit anything by accident. He nodded in satisfaction. With that, he gave the door a powerful kick. Boom! The iron door collapsed with a deafening crash, dust filling the air. Just as Xia Luo was about to bask in the glory of his success, a cold glint suddenly flashed in the dim light. Something's wrong. The warning from his spider sense sent a jolt through Xia Luo. Without hesitation, he grabbed Harry and hurled him aside. Zzzzt. A metal claw narrowly missed Xia Luo's waist, scraping against his nanometal suit. The force of the strike sent tremors through the stone walls, causing bits of rubble to rain down. Barely dodging the ambush, Xia Luo turned to see a cold, expressionless man in black slowly, withdrawing his right arm from the stone wall. Crack, crack. The man clenched his fist, reducing the crushed stones in his palm to dust, showcasing his terrifying strength. Watch out, it's a metal arm. Harry, who had landed ungracefully, called out in warning. Hi. Xia Luo finally noticed the metallic gleam under the man's torn sleeve. Winter Soldier, Xia Luo immediately thought of Steve's old friend. But upon closer inspection, the man's steel arm seemed more brutal, with sharp claws at the tips of his fingers, unlike Bucky's left arm. Hydra's cyborg. Or Xia Luo suddenly recalled that rainy night when Norman was killed. Before he could think further, the man charged again. Xia Luo, reacting instinctively, fired webs behind him. The whips. Bang! The figure behind Xia Luo slammed into the man with a heavy thud. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated as the two figures tangled and rolled towards Harry. Kill! Without hesitation, the two attackers lunged at Harry. Shit! Seeing how fierce the two were, Harry's face paled. Cursing Spider-Man under his breath, he hopped onto his glider and shot out of the cave. Without his pumpkin bombs, he didn't stand a chance against these two cyborgs. Meanwhile, from deeper in the cave, a voice barked out. Fools, finish off that guy first. Hearing the order, the two cyborgs hesitated briefly, then turned and charged at Xia Luo. Boom! The wind howled in the cave as two steel fists flew towards Xia Luo, their combined force enough to smash through walls, their intent to crush Spider-Man clear. Bang! But in the next second, Xia Luo caught both steel fists with his hands, stopping them cold. The scene was unexpected, to say the least. What? The two cyborgs, usually cold and emotionless, were now visibly stunned. They stared at Xia Luo in shock, unable to understand how he had blocked their combined attack so effortlessly. Xia Luo was equally surprised. These guys weren't as strong as they looked. Testing his theory, Xia Luo's arm muscles swelled, and slowly but surely, he began twisting the steel fists aside. Crack, crack, crack. The grinding of gears filled the air as the steel fists struggled to resist. But under the immense pressure, they could only emit strained metallic sounds before sparks started to fly. Bang! With a surge of power, Xia Luo twisted the fists into a tangled mess of metal. The two cyborgs struggled, but Xia Luo webbed them up, then violently tore off one of their metallic arms for inspection. No doubt about it, it was the same steel claw that had killed Norman. Xia Luo narrowed his eyes, realizing something was off. The mysterious figure who had killed Norman was strong enough to break through the Green Goblin's armor with ease. These two cyborgs, on the other hand, were just grunts. But why were they here? What did they have to do with Tony? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Xia Luo suddenly tilted his head. Bang! A bullet whizzed past his ear as Xia Luo grabbed the gun's barrel. Crack, crack. The gun twisted in his hands like putty. Then he turned to face a familiar figure. Dr. Yinsen. Staring at the terrified Dr. Yinsen, Xia Luo frowned. This version of Yinsen was far from the wise and compassionate mentor he remembered. Spider-Man, you're still alive. Though fear filled Yinsen's face, his eyes betrayed a viciousness as he threw down his gun and ran towards a crude operating table. You can't save that arms dealer, ha ha ha. Yinsen laughed maniacally as he reached for the lever, but before he could pull it, a web shot out, wrapping tightly around his neck and holding him in place. "Damn you, Spider-Man, let me go." Yinsen struggled violently, but Xia Luo noticed the red skull tattoo on the back of his neck, shaped like an octopus. It was Hydra, after all. Xia Luo couldn't help but grumble to himself. The Marvel multiverse's differences made it much harder for a traveler like him to navigate. So many characters had turned evil, reducing his knowledge advantage significantly. Chapter 37. "Hey, red and blue kid, I hear your pajamas are made of metal," Tony quipped, blinking as his hands and feet were bound. Xia Luo glanced at Tony briefly, then violently broke the handcuffs restraining him. "Are you all right?" he asked. Tony sat up carefully, rubbing the blood marks on his wrists. "I'm fine, almost died, but no big deal," he said, pointing to the arc reactor in his chest with a false sense of nonchalance. "Did Pepper send you guys to rescue me?" he asked. Xia Luo didn't answer but turned to look at Harry, who had just entered the room. "He seems fine. Let's get out of here." "Got it," Harry said after a brief introduction, then helped Tony onto his glider. "My ride can't handle 3 people," Harry said to Xia Luo. "I'll drive." All the cars were blown up. There's still one left outside. "All right, I trust your abilities," Harry said as he flew out of the cave. Xia Luo looked at the struggling Yinsen and noticed a silver suitcase on the table. "This thing." Yinsen suddenly grew tense at the sight of Xia Luo eyeing the suitcase. Smiling, Xia Luo grabbed both Yinsen and the suitcase before heading outside. Not long after, in the desert night, an off-road vehicle kicked up clouds of dust as it sped across the sand. "Okay, you can tell me your conditions now. How much did Pepper promise you? 1 billion or maybe 10? "Actually, it doesn't matter to me," Tony said from the passenger seat, his eyes closed, trying to rest while rubbing his tired face. "Call Pepper, she'll send someone to pick me up," he added. "I've already contacted her. It's been a pleasure working with you, Mr. Stark," Harry said with a smile, extending his hand. "Working together?" Tony asked, confused, not used to shaking hands. "Yes, I agreed to save you on the condition that Stark Industries funds Oscorp." "Oh, now I remember, you're Norman's son," Tony chuckled. "To be honest, Oscorp won't last another 3 months. This is a losing deal." "Will you agree to it?" Harry asked, slightly nervous. "Of course. After all, you did save me," Tony said, turning to Xia Luo. "Hey, you saved me too. Want me to get you a gold suit?" Xia Luo scoffed. "You already know who I am." "All right, you're Spider-Man. I didn't expect you to still be alive," Tony said, scratching his nose awkwardly. "But since you came to rescue me, I'm guessing you know I have no ill will toward you." He continued, "Someone bought weapons from me. She made a very tempting offer, so I didn't refuse. But I didn't expect them to bomb the Villa District. When S.H.I.E.L.D. found me, I knew I was in trouble." "So you used selling weapons as an excuse to come here and hide?" Harry asked. Tony nodded reluctantly. "Yes, I wanted to lay low before things went public." "You didn't have to run. S.H.I.E.L.D. has no real evidence," Xia Luo commented. Tony laughed. "True, but my company's weapon just happened to kill the beloved Spider-Man. That's put me in an impossible public relations nightmare. I realized it was a conspiracy against me and Spider-Man. I couldn't show my face. I have no idea what they plan to do next." Yinsen, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "Now you know what they plan to do." Tony turned to look at Yinsen, mocking him. "Yes, now I know. You people caught me so easily in this godforsaken place and even wanted to modify my body. But I survived. You must regret not killing me outright." Yinsen sneered but fell silent. "No, they wanted to give me a new spine." "A spine?" Xia Luo raised an eyebrow and opened the silver suitcase under Yinsen's nervous gaze. Inside was a glowing black spinal implant. "That's the thing," Tony said, his voice trembling slightly with unease. Xia Luo looked at Yinsen. "All right, I know you won't talk." He reached out and touched the black spine, feeling a cold energy seeping through the nanometal into his hand. Quickly, he pulled his hand back, deciding not to investigate further. "It looks like a snake's backbone," Xia Luo remarked, closing the suitcase. He turned to Tony. "You still haven't told me who bought the weapons from you." Tony sighed deeply. It was a woman, a stunning woman. That night was truly unforgettable. The irresistible part wasn't the deal she offered, but her, right? Harry chimed in, grimacing as he pieced it together. Tony shrugged. Exactly. You know I don't care about money. I like beautiful things. Xia Luo rubbed his forehead. You clearly have no idea who she really is. I was attracted to her the moment I saw her, like a fire on a cold winter night. Please spare us your inner thoughts, Xia Luo cut in. I need to know who's trying to kill me. Any chance of getting more information? Tony shook his head. Not right now, but I think killing you was just incidental. Their real target was me. Maybe they wanted my company to supply them with a large number of weapons. It's not that simple, Xia Luo said, patting the suitcase. This thing is the real key. At that moment, Yinsen's body tensed, further confirming Xia Luo's suspicion. If they kept this item with them, whoever was behind it would definitely show up again. They wouldn't expect Tony to have been rescued so soon, or that they'd lose such an important spine implant. By the way, Norman's injuries were caused by claw-like weapons. You can compare this metal arm, Xia Luo said, handing Harry the metal arm he had taken earlier. Harry's grip on the steering wheel tightened. If these guys really did it, I'll make them pay, he said through gritted teeth as he accepted the arm. HMPH, you won't be able to, Yinsen sneered. So, it really was you, Harry shouted, slamming on the brakes and glaring at Yinsen. Yinsen's smile faded. So what? Even your father had to obey us. What can you do? He said with disdain. Hearing this, Harry lost his temper and lunged at Yinsen. I'll kill you. Don't be rash. He's trying to provoke you on purpose, Xia Luo warned, stopping Harry. Then he turned to Yinsen. You want Harry to kill you because if your own people catch up to you, you'll die a much worse death, right? Yinsen's face paled. He gritted his teeth and said, Yes, I admit it, but I have no regrets. He glared at Tony's back. Stark ruined everything for me. He's a war profiteer with blood on his hands. Do you know how many people die each year because of Stark weapons? My wife and daughter were among them. They were so kind, so innocent. But Stark's greed and his arms deals killed them and destroyed my family. I will do whatever it takes to get revenge on him. And you, Spider-Man, you help a blood-stained devil. What kind of hero does that make you? You're not worthy. Yinsen's emotions boiled over, and he struggled furiously. Xia Luo nonchalantly shot more webs to bind him. But I'm innocent too. Do you know how painful it is for a poor little spider to have a huge missile dropped on it? Xia Luo muttered, while Tony's expression darkened. Stark Industries only supplies weapons to the military. What they do with them is beyond my control. Stark Industries was born out of war in the last century, and its weapons were key to securing victory and protecting people during those dark times. No one questioned the morality of Stark Industries back then. But as times changed, so did the people who used Stark's weapons. That was part of what led to tragedies like this. After this event, Tony began to reassess himself and the entire Stark Industries. Chapter 38. The refugees had already left. I'm tired, Tony suddenly said. Harry, driving the off-road vehicle into the ruins, responded, I don't think this is the time for rest. The 10 rings can't pursue us, but Yinsen's associates might be able to. He suggested cautiously. Tony glanced around at the surrounding wreckage and then pointed at Xia Luo, who was snoring loudly in the backseat. What about him? Harry sighed. He's tired, that's normal. I just escaped. It's normal for me to be tired too. You can sleep in the car. My sleep quality is terrible. As Tony spoke, he borrowed Harry's watch to check the time. My people will be here soon. Don't worry about those guys. Hearing this, Harry instinctively hit the brakes. That soon? He asked, surprised. It takes at least 10 hours to get here from New York, and it's only been 3 hours. Tony got out of the car and stretched. I have friends here. Harry realized, I see. Well, can you trust your friends? He got out, locked Yinsen in the vehicle, and found a relatively intact set of steps to sit on. Want something to eat? I have some rations. I don't usually eat these things, but I'll make an exception for you today. Tony took the offered rations and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing slowly. They're a bit dry. Got any water? We're out of waters. Tony frowned. He was beginning to suspect Harry was doing this on purpose. I have a little left. At that moment, Xia Luo woke up and handed Tony half a bottle of water. Thanks. Tony chugged the remaining water, then laid back on the ground, feeling more at ease. Much better, he said with satisfaction. Harry, curious, asked, I thought we ran out of water earlier. Where did you get this? Xia Luo proudly patted his nanotech suit. This suit is equipped with a urine filtration system. What? Tony froze, so the water you just gave me was. Xia Luo grinned, worry about it. Think of it as purified water, you can't even taste the difference. Hey, why are you vomiting? That's such a waste. Hold on, let me filter it again with my suit so it won't go to waste. Tony looked at Xia Luo in disbelief, eyes wide with disgust. You're unbelievable. I'm never drinking water from you again. Okay, I shouldn't have told you. How about I knock you out? If you're lucky, you might get amnesia. That's how it works in movies, right? Xia Luo joked as Tony turned away in silent frustration, refusing to engage with him further. Just then, the rumbling of helicopter blades grew louder from the distance. The searchlight swept over the off-road vehicle, and moments later, a black helicopter descended from the night sky, stirring up dust with its rotor blades. Thwack, thwack, thwack. As the helicopter landed in the ruins, Tony stood up and waved to the cockpit. My friends have arrived, he said, visibly relieved. Perched on the roof, Xia Luo frowned. That's a transport helicopter, but there are only a few of us here. Harry grabbed his glider, speculating, maybe they've brought security. We're still in hostile territory after all. Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Luo's spider sense flared up intensely. Get down. In an instant, Xia Luo leapt and tackled Harry to the ground, just as the off-road vehicle behind them exploded in a massive fireball. Boom! Flames and a scorching heat wave consumed the ruins, sending Tony flying through the air. Meanwhile, the helicopter's doors opened, and an armed squad poured out, advancing toward the trio. Damn, it's an ambush, Harry shouted as he scrambled to his feet and rushed toward Tony. Go, he yelled. You're not going anywhere, a masked man's voice echoed. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Gunfire erupted once again, and another rocket was fired, engulfing their surroundings in another fiery explosion. Boom! The masked man watched the explosion with furrowed brows. They escaped. Pursue them. Yes, sir. Immediately, dozens of armed soldiers fanned out, searching for any trace of Xia Luo and his companions. In the corner of the ruins, Xia Luo looked over at Tony, whose shoulder was bleeding from shrapnel. Without hesitation, he fired a web to seal the wound. Mr. Stark, is this what you meant by friends? He teased. Tony, sweating profusely, didn't respond before Harry, still shaken, spoke up. This isn't the time to discuss that. Yinsen is still in the car. He's already dead, Tony said through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with anger. Yinsen's tragedy had been indirectly caused by Tony, and though Tony didn't hate Yinsen, he had never intended for him to die. He had even considered helping Yinsen rebuild his life, feeling a sense of responsibility. But now, it was too late for that. Harry peeked out from behind a wall, then quickly ducked back. Getting closer, he warned. Xia Luo quickly swapped out his web shooter cartridges. I'll go distract them. You take Tony and get out of here. My glider is out of power. It can only fly for 3 minutes max, Harry said in frustration. Where's your backup battery? I already used it. Use mine, Tony said, pointing to the arc reactor in his chest. 3 minutes is enough to recharge it. Can that thing even work? Harry asked, skeptical as he eyed the glowing device in Tony's chest. Of course it can, Tony reassured him. All right, I'll trust you this once. As the two continued working on the glider, Xia Luo had already slipped into the ruins. Hey, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is here, Xia Luo shouted, drawing the attention of the surrounding soldiers. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Bullets sprayed in his direction, but Xia Luo somersaulted behind a wall and returned fire with webs. Splurt splurt. Switching to explosive web mode, he fired a blanket of webs that ensnared the soldiers in front of him. Get over here. With a mighty yank, the gunfire ceased, and the soldiers were dragged toward him. At that moment, his spider sense flared again. Reacting instinctively, Xia Luo flipped backward, narrowly avoiding an incoming punch that smashed into the spot where he had just been standing, sending debris flying. Turning around, Xia Luo saw the attacker's sleeves had torn open, revealing a row of identical metal arms. No way is this place a Winter Soldier factory. His eyes glinted as he darted back into the ruins. Meanwhile, the masked man in charge calmly watched the green trail of Harry's glider as it streaked across the sky, but made no move to pursue. Instead, he stepped toward the burning wreck of the vehicle. With a swift movement of his metal arm, the remaining wreckage scattered like paper in the wind. Kicking aside Yinsen's charred corpse, the masked man bent down to retrieve the scorching hot metal suitcase, unfazed by the heat. He opened it, revealing the black spinal implant inside. Seeing this, he nodded slightly. His target had been secured. But Spider-Man must die. Chapter 39. Boom! At that moment, the cyborgs abandoned their firearms entirely. Using their metal arms, they violently struck the crumbling walls and debris, sending rocks flying in all directions as they trampled the ruins beneath their feet. With this, Xia Luo had completely lost his terrain advantage. On top of an armored vehicle, Xia Luo crouched, surveying the rapidly approaching cyborgs. About 30 of them, it was going to be a hassle. And the masked man not far away gave Xia Luo an incredibly dangerous feeling. In the past, Xia Luo might have resigned himself to defeat. But this time, he wasn't going to die. As the first wave of cyborgs charged toward him, Xia Luo's eyes glowed blood red, and his red and blue suit rapidly morphed into a black, inky texture. Venom mode activated. Crack, crack, crack. His black suit was soon adorned with streaks of white webbing, and 4 black tendrils whipped from his back. Bang, bang, bang. The leading cyborgs were violently struck by the tendrils, smashing into the ground. Hiss! In an instant, 3 more cyborgs scrambled onto the armored vehicle, their metal fingers extending into sharp claws, glinting coldly as they aimed to tear Xia Luo apart. But Xia Luo leaped into the air, avoiding the deadly swipes. As he landed, the black tendrils from his back shot out, skewering the 3 cyborgs, sending their heads flying in a spray of blood. Yet this display didn't faze the other cyborgs. With cold, emotionless eyes, they charged, fists and claws at the ready, showing no signs of defense. Seeing the relentless assault coming his way, Xia Luo's body swelled in size, his immense strength unleashed as he grabbed the armored vehicle beneath him. Boom! Bang, bang, bang. Under the masked man's intense gaze, Xia Luo swung the armored vehicle down like a giant hammer, smashing the charging cyborgs into pulp. All that remained in the craters were twisted, sparking metal arms. In Venom mode, Xia Luo's 40-ton strength was absolute against the cyborgs. Those who managed to get close enough were ruthlessly impaled by the black tendrils, their heads split open. The cyborgs' bodies had undergone modifications that made their bones tougher and muscles stronger than the average human. Their metal arms could wreak havoc, their strength nearing that of the Green Goblin. This was a testament to Hydra's advanced cybernetic enhancements. But they were up against Xia Luo, whose ferocity and power left no room for the cyborg's numerical advantage to make a difference. Boom! With each swing of the armored vehicle, the ground shook, turning the battlefield into chaos. Soon, only a few scattered cyborgs were left alive, barely clinging to life with their mangled bodies buried in the rubble. As the armored vehicle, now just a pile of scrap metal, hit the ground with a resounding crash, Xia Luo's chest heaved. He panted heavily, exhaustion finally catching up to him. His steps faltered, and the red glow in his eyes flickered. 3 times in 2 days, activating Venom mode that often was taking a toll on his body. He needed food, and a lot of it, as well as rest. Despite his fatigue, Xia Luo focused his gaze on the masked man not far away. He eyed the metal arm of the man and noticed how his claws extended menacingly. A flash of memory resurfaced, the image of Norman Osborn's death. Was it this guy? As if confirming his suspicion, the masked man suddenly spoke. Norman warned you, but you chose to keep being Spider-Man. Hearing this, Xia Luo frowned. So, you're the one who killed him. The masked man's gaze turned cold, and he stepped forward. Crack, cracked. With each step, the stones beneath the man's feet crumbled. The familiar sense of pressure bore down on Xia Luo like a heavy weight. He spoke coldly. I didn't want to kill him. It was an accident. His mission wasn't finished. He wasn't supposed to die. But because of you, he did, and now we have to start over. This is your fault. You must die. In a sudden burst of speed, the masked man charged, his metal arm slicing through the air, aiming straight for Xia Luo's heart. Xia Luo's spider sense screamed in warning, and he instinctively threw a punch. Bang! A shockwave exploded between them, a deep, resounding thud instead of the usual clanging of metal. There was no screech of steel, just raw power clashing. Xia Luo's mind raced. This guy's strength wasn't nearly 40 tons. He shouldn't be able to match him in power. What the? His eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly directed his black tendrils to strike. But before the tendrils could land, the masked man's metal arm absorbed the force of Xia Luo's punch and unleashed it, slamming Xia Luo into the ruins with overwhelming strength. Boom! Debris flew everywhere as Xia Luo crashed into the ground. His gaze locked on the advancing masked man, the red glow in his eyes flickering. It's a vibranium arm, he muttered to himself. Firing a web, Xia Luo swung away, unwilling to engage directly. This guy's arm was made of vibranium, like Captain America's shield. It could absorb and store kinetic energy, then unleash it with devastating force. The harder Xia Luo hit, the more power the masked man could absorb and release. Unlike the bumbling villain, who had a similar arm in the movies, this guy knew how to use his power efficiently. Xia Luo realized he had to avoid direct hits. With that thought, he fired a flurry of webs. Splurt, splurt. The masked man barely had time to raise his arms to shield his eyes before he was wrapped tightly in a web cocoon. Hiss! The black tendrils, gleaming ominously in the firelight, shot forward, aiming for the masked man's head. Interesting, the masked man sneered. With a surge of strength, he tore through the webbing and, with uncanny precision, caught all 4 of Xia Luo's tendrils in his vibranium arm. Crack, cracked. He twisted his arm, pulling the tendrils taut as if reeling in a catch. Spider-Man, you're finished. But just as he prepared to strike, his expression shifted. The tendrils in his grasp liquefied, snaking around his arm and dragging him like a rag doll, slamming him into the rubble. Boom! Bang, bang, bang. The ruins exploded around them as the masked man was flung back and forth, his vibranium arm still intact, but the rest of his body racked with pain from the repeated impacts. Arg, damn you. Boom! With one final throw, the masked man crashed to the ground. Xia Luo's black suit retracted, and the tendrils withdrew into his back. His body was at its limit, forcing Venom mode to deactivate. Weakness washed over him, but Xia Luo managed a small smile. I told you, I won't die this time. Just as he moved forward to remove the vibranium arm, a helicopter roared overhead. Suddenly, Steve Rogers, clutching his iconic star-spangled shield, descended from the sky. Boom! Landing in a perfect crouch, Steve rose with a stern expression. Sorry, I'm late. Xia Luo sighed. Did Steve pick up that pose from Black Widow? You're definitely late. The fight's over, Xia Luo said, shrugging. Steve stood up, his gaze landing on the battered figure of the masked man in the pit. His eyes widened in shock. Bucky, you're alive. Xia Luo's heart sank. How did Steve recognize him through the mask? Before Xia Luo could react, his spider sense blared again, but his exhausted body couldn't keep up. Watching as the star-spangled shield hurtled toward him, Xia Luo had only one thought. Great, another game over. Chapter 40. In the boundless cosmic web, Xia Luo sat up, a look of exasperation on his face. A sneak attack, seriously, how shameless. Running into Hydra's Captain America was just his bad luck. At least this time, he'd begun to piece together the bigger picture. The shadowy figures behind everything were finally coming to light. Whether it was Norman's death or Tony's kidnapping, it was highly likely Hydra was pulling the strings. Xia Luo guessed that the key to it all was that mysterious black spine. S.H.I.E.L.D's request for Norman's body might be connected to that spine. It wasn't just for research. But if Hydra needed Norman's body so badly, why didn't Bucky retrieve it after killing him? Bucky had plenty of time to take Norman's body. Could it be that Norman had a similar strange spine inside his body? What was the purpose of that spine, anyway? Hydra, a strange spine. There had to be a connection between the two. And then there was the fact that Hydra's Captain America went to such great lengths, risking exposure just to kill Spider-Man. Xia Luo couldn't figure out why. He shouldn't be that important. No, he wasn't important before, but now he was. Xia Luo thought back to his resurrection at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Hydra's Captain America must have set his sights on Xia Luo after discovering he had the ability to come back to life. Of course, it was also possible Hydra's real goal was the spine, and killing him was just a bonus. If Xia Luo lost this resurrection match, his body would likely be taken by Hydra for study. Who knows where he'd end up resurrecting next? If he won the match, there would undoubtedly be another fierce battle waiting for him after he came back to life. Remembering the moment before his death, Xia Luo's expression grew solemn. The first time he'd met Steve was during his battle with Norman at Oscorp Tower. At that time, Steve wielded his shield, but he couldn't even scratch Norman's armor. Yet during the recent sneak attack, even though Xia Luo had been weakened, he hadn't been completely defenseless. And still, he was killed instantly. Clearly, this guy had been hiding his true strength. Too bad Xia Luo didn't notice. The parallel versions of characters across the multiverse often had subtle differences, which had made Xia Luo overlook Steve's oddities. Especially after easily fending off Steve in the mansion, he'd stopped seeing him as a threat. He never expected the guy had hidden his abilities so well. Without his cheat, Xia Luo knew he'd stand no chance against these sneaky, deceitful masters of disguise. Speaking of his cheat, Xia Luo looked up at the floating notifications in the void. Congratulations, you have received an invitation to the resurrection match. Would you like to join the match? Yes, no. Seeing the familiar prompt, Xia Luo didn't immediately accept the invitation. In this space, his mind and body were restored to peak condition, but he still felt tired. Mentally exhausted. After all that fighting, he deserved a break. Lying down on the massive cosmic web, Xia Luo put his hands behind his head, letting himself relax completely. As he gazed at the flickering stars across the universe, his thoughts began to wander. Would he run into Lizard Parker in this match? He'd messed with the guy twice already. Xia Luo kind of missed him. If he lost this match, would he, like Lizard Parker, be able to enter the resurrection match again? Lizard Parker had shown up twice without having any restart ability. Could the resurrection match have been triggered by something else, not just Xia Luo? Maybe it would still appear in the multiverse, even without him. He was overthinking it, and his head was starting to hurt. Gradually, Xia Luo closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep on the cosmic Weebee. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the cold, mechanical voice jolted him awake. Ding, no response detected. You have been automatically entered into the resurrection match. Before Xia Luo could fully react, the void swallowed his body. In the next moment, a grand crystal fountain appeared before his eyes. Splash! The fountain's blue, sparkling waters shot dozens of meters into the air, and amidst the swirling mist, a rainbow shimmered in the sunlight, bending in graceful, wave-like arcs. The dense mist made the air feel crisp and cool, and even the air seemed sweet. Looking up, Xia Luo saw massive, multicolored planets hanging in the purple sky. These planets floated in close proximity, their surfaces covered with pink clouds that occasionally glowed and flickered. Through the gaps in the clouds, he could make out glimpses of mountains and glaciers on the planet's surfaces. It was dreamlike and enchanting, stirring endless imagination. The planets seemed to be drawn toward each other by some invisible force, as if they were about to collide, creating a sense of both danger and beauty. As the mist gradually cleared, a message appeared before Xia Luo, detailing the current match. Scenario: Titan. Mission: participate in the exile journey and ensure the survival of Thanos. Mission item: legal identification as a citizen of Titan. Reward 1, Resurrection Slot X1. Reward 2, Titan's Physique Beginner. Participants: Xia Luo Parker, Peter Parker, Steve Rogers, Tony Stark, Jane Foster, Peggy Carter, Bruce Banner, Clint Barton, Loki, Thor, and more. Countdown 3 minutes. Restart opportunities 9. As the countdown began, Xia Luo furrowed his brows at the information. So they were on Thanos' home planet, Titan, and the task was to ensure Thanos survived. This match seemed different from the ones before. With Thanos' strength, they should be worried about the participant's survival, not his. Something wasn't right. The mission item was a Titan Citizen ID, and the exile journey sounded like some kind of trial or competition. Looking at the list of participants, the sheer number of familiar names was overwhelming. Even after clicking More, another dozen or so familiar and repeated names appeared. The upcoming scene was bound to be chaotic. Xia Luo couldn't even imagine it. As for the restart opportunities, Xia Luo had earned more during the 10 Rings mission after saving Tony and eliminating the cyborgs. He hadn't paid much attention at the time because he hadn't expected to be backstabbed by Hydra's Captain America. 9 restarts, just the right amount. As the countdown ended and the mist fully cleared, familiar faces began appearing around Xia Luo. Tony, Cap, Natasha, I didn't expect to see you again. Wait, something feels off here. Brother, stop looking at me with that disgusting gaze, you idiot. Jane, how did you die? As the fog dispersed, a group of people either looked delighted, confused, or conflicted as they saw each other. In this seemingly harmonious scene, a green giant's eyes landed on Xia Luo Parker, and fury ignited within him. Xia Luo Parker, you piece of trash, you died again, and now I'm going to tear you apart. Xia Luo. It had to be fate. Somehow, the resurrection match never seemed to happen without him. Chapter 41. A gust of wind roared, and Lizard Parker let out a scream as he was knocked into the crowd. Damn it, I'm so mad. How did you die again, Erg? Realizing that he still couldn't beat Xia Luo, Lizard Parker howled at the sky in frustration, only to feel his stomach churn, and he fell to his knees, vomiting miserably. Are you okay? Suddenly, someone handed a tissue to Lizard Parker. Lizard Parker froze as he stared at the tissue. He took it, then looked up at the elegant woman before him, stunned. In the sunlight, the woman's long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her eyes were captivating, and her entire presence radiated confidence, charm, and vitality. Despite wearing an old-fashioned floral dress from the previous century, it couldn't hide her tall figure. Her toned arms and legs revealed signs of training, showing she wasn't a fragile, helpless woman. Hey, have you looked enough? An elderly Steve Rogers couldn't help but interrupt. Lizard Parker snapped out of it, a rare shade of red coloring his green, scaly face. I've seen enough. No, sorry, I didn't mean to. Thank you for the tissue. I'll treasure it. No, wait, I didn't mean it that way. Seeing Lizard Parker so flustered, the woman, Peggy Carter, stifled a laugh. What an adorable big lizard. What's your name? Lizard Parker. Being called a big lizard didn't make him angry for some reason. Instead, he awkwardly fiddled with his fingers, looking flustered. My name is... He's called Gecko Hottie, Peter Parker. Xia Luo helped him introduce himself. Hearing Xia Luo's voice, Lizard Parker glared at him angrily. You jerk, I'll tear you apart. Peter Parker, huh? You seem like a kind person. Please calm down. As soon as Peggy Carter spoke, Lizard Parker's fierce expression instantly softened, and he obediently stayed put. Yes, you're right. I'm very gentle. I don't lose my temper easily, Lizard Parker said with a goofy smile, scratching his head. Seeing this, Xia Luo couldn't help but facepalm. So it turns out his weakness isn't Gwen, but any pretty woman. I used to think he was some tragic character. I was wrong. Nearby, elderly Steve Rogers stroked his chin, reassessing Lizard Parker. He's probably never had a girlfriend. Damn, he's so pure, now I feel guilty. I shouldn't have treated him like that last time, Steve said, his tone full of regret. Hearing this, Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. Old man, is that really you? He began to wonder if he had the wrong person. Of course it's me. Aren't you familiar with the wrinkles on my face by now? That's odd. We won last time. You should have been resurrected. Ha, so should you. So why are you here again? Elder Steve's eyes were full of disdain. Xia Luo's face darkened. If we still have any sense of camaraderie left, let's not talk about that. Elder Steve shook his head. No, I have to protest about the last match. He clenched his teeth, looking up at the sky, growing more agitated. Mother, the extra reward was Peter's spidey sense. What good is that to me? I died of old age. I didn't even get time to crawl out of my coffin. Tell me, what's the point of winning the resurrection match? He pointed at the sky, his wrinkled face filled with righteous indignation. Hearing this tragedy, Xia Luo couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, this is too much. So you got resurrected, only to die again because you were too old. That's hilarious. I can't stop laughing. Shut up, Elder Steve roared, losing his temper. At the same time, not far away, a metallic figure also couldn't help but laugh, which caused him to cough. Sorry, I didn't mean to, but that's just too sad. Also, you swore, Tony Stark said, his face full of amusement, though it was tinged with fondness and nostalgia. The nanotech helmet retracted, revealing Tony's smiling face. But beneath that smile, there was a deep sense of reflection. Elder Steve turned to look at Tony's advanced armor, his expression shifting in disbelief, though he quickly composed himself. Is that you? He could hardly believe it, but he wasn't entirely surprised. After all, the last time he'd seen Natasha, she was dead. So encountering a familiar Tony here wasn't all that shocking. Hey, old man, long time no see, Tony smiled slightly. Hearing the familiar nickname, Elder Steve felt a surge of emotion. It's been 70 years since I last heard that nickname. Tony shrugged. Well, I can make sure you hear it plenty more. No need for that. I prefer my other nickname, America's Ass. You've got no ass left, it's all saggy. Sorry, didn't keep up with the maintenance. The two of them chatted, exchanging stories of their experiences. Meanwhile, Peggy Carter glanced at the several different versions of Steve present, her brow furrowing. She didn't seem particularly interested in meeting any of them. But the Steves, on the other hand, were clearly interested in her. Peggy. Sorry, we don't know each other. And you know what I mean, Peggy said, coldly cutting off the various Steves before turning to Xia Luo. You're Xia Luo Parker, right? Her gaze softened. Xia Luo nodded. Yep, that's me, Spider-Man, a superhero filled with compassion. My cute nickname is Pajama Baby, but don't think this suit is just ordinary sleepwear. It's made of nanometal. Look at this fabric, feel the texture, go ahead, give it a touch. No, thanks. I'll pass on that. Peggy quickly took a step back, regretting starting a conversation with someone who seemed harmless but was clearly odd. She glanced around at the native inhabitants of Titan, her expression becoming serious. This is Titan, a rather remarkable alien planet. Does anyone here know who Thanos is? I do. Thanos is a cosmic warlord who delights in destroying civilizations and leaves no survivors. No, he's a devotee of the goddess of death. You're all wrong. He's the madman who collects the Infinity Stones, planning to wipe out half the universe's population. Thanos, in my world, he's just a sad, pathetic cosmic scavenger. The group argued back and forth, unable to settle on a consistent description. But Peggy could see from the looks on most people's faces that Thanos was probably a terrifying, hated figure. Meanwhile, Tony glanced at Xia Luo. Spider-Man, long time no see, so what's your plan to use me this time? He smirked. Xia Luo felt a bit awkward. Haha, come on, adults don't use people. How about this time I make it up to you? He quickly sobered up, saying, the mission this time is to ensure Thanos survives. Since there's no limit on how many people can win, I think we should work together to increase our chances. No sooner had he finished speaking than a burly, hammer-wielding figure burst into laughter. What a joke, I am the future king of Asgard. You weak humans will only slow me down. I don't need your cooperation, for I am Thor, the god of thunder. With that, he raised his hammer high, a look of arrogance on his face. The sky above them, a light purple hue, began to swirl with crackling lightning. Rumble! Lightning shot down from the sky, and the fountain beside them exploded into a cascade of water. Beep, beep, beep. Immediately after, the city's alarm sounded, and a group of 3-meter-tall purple guards flew in on advanced vehicles. Before Thor could say anything, they pulled out a strange device. Zzz. Electric current surged, and Thor instantly convulsed, collapsing to the ground, foaming at the mouth. The mighty god of thunder had been shocked unconscious, again. Take him away, destruction of public property, 100 days in detention. As the purple guards dragged the boastful Thor away, the crowd exchanged awkward glances before looking down at the identification device implanted in their wrists. This is our identification, and also our limiter, Xia Luo mused, deep in thought. Chapter 42. Loki, amidst the crowd, glanced around and saw that everyone was looking at the horns on his crown. Only then did he realize something. Reindeer, are you talking about me? He touched the horns on his crown, his face darkening. Foolish mortals, you're courting death. With a shout, he raised his scepter and charged at Tony. Die. Bang. Elder Steve instinctively stepped in front of Tony, flinging his shield, which passed right through Loki's figure and hurtled toward another Steve. OSH. The other Steve barely managed to raise his shield in time, avoiding a direct hit. Thud. The shield spun back into Elder Steve's hands. Looking embarrassed, he walked over to his alternate version and profusely apologized. Xia Luo, watching Loki's figure dissipate in a green shimmer, couldn't help but chuckle. So he slipped away again. Tony nodded. Seems like this Loki is even sneakier than the one I've met. Peggy Carter, looking disappointed, said that Loki guy could have been useful. With his ability to create decoys, he could have helped us complete the mission. But it seems he doesn't want to cooperate. He's just a coward, Lizard Parker chimed in, trying to put on a gentle smile. Can I join you? He asked, looking at Peggy. She was one of the few who didn't view him with disgust. Of course, Peggy said with a smile, extending her hand. Peggy Carter, nice to meet you, Peter Parker. I feel the same, Lizard Parker stammered, reaching out his claw, but quickly pulled it back, feeling too ashamed to shake hands. This made him hang his head in embarrassment. Seeing this, Peggy offered him some comforting words. You must have been human before. Yes, I wasn't always a monster. You seem to know those S.H.I.E.L.D. guys. They're all named Steve, right? I'm not mistaken, am I? Following Lizard Parker's gaze, Peggy looked over at the various Steves, her expression darkening with a hint of sadness. I wish I didn't know him. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's fine. Peggy turned to Xia Luo. So Spider-Boy want to team up? She smiled invitingly. Xia Luo thought for a moment, then nodded. Sure, no problem. This resurrection match was different. Even though he had several restart opportunities, completing the mission on his own would be tough. I'll join you as well, Tony stepped forward. He glanced at Peggy and introduced himself. I'm Tony Stark. I've heard of you, Agent Carter. Stark, Peggy raised an eyebrow. What's your relationship with Howard? He's my father. So, I guess that makes me your elder. That's technically true. Tony scratched his temple awkwardly. So this was the type of strong woman the old man liked. Tony glanced around and noticed that many of the other contestants had already wandered off. He shrugged. Looks like they've found their own teams, and it's not us. Same here, Elder Steve approached Tony, looking somewhat helpless. It's a shame they didn't want to join us, he said, gesturing toward the group of Steves. They're all Steves. You'd think they'd be easy to get along with, Tony mused. Elder Steve shook his head. Something feels off about them, but I can't quite figure out what. Peggy immediately rejected the idea. I feel the same way. Let's not risk it. Xia Luo had no objections. The mission says we need to participate in the exile journey. We should find out what that is first. I can handle that, Tony said, tapping his helmet as his virtual AI connected to Titan's network. Sir, the exile journey is Titan's most severe form of punishment. They don't have a death penalty here, so exile is the harshest sentence. Hearing this, Xia Luo understood. Everyone knows how ruthless Thanos is. He must have committed some terrible crime and was exiled by Titan. To participate in the exile journey, we'd have to become ruthless criminals too. Elder Steve nodded. Yeah, becoming ruthless criminals might be a bit of a challenge for us. He glanced at Lizard Parker. Then again, you might not need to commit a crime to get exiled. Lizard Parker bared his fangs. I'm actually a nice guy. Doesn't look like it. Stop judging by appearances, or I'll tear you apart. See, he's getting worked up already. You jerk. Lizard Parker was visibly frustrated. Meanwhile, Tony stared at Xia Luo with a strange look. Everyone knows. Does that mean Thanos exists in your world too? Xia Luo nodded. Of course. Thanos, the guy who killed his dad, it's a touching father-son relationship that we all love to watch. Your sense of humor is lost on me. Tony glanced at the ID device implanted on his wrist and suggested, I haven't had grilled meat in a while. How about we try some Titan cuisine? We should fill up before the fight, or we'll have no energy. Do we have any money? Elder Steve asked. Xia Luo spread his hands. Anyone who knows Spider-Man knows that he's poor, plus no pockets in this suit. The Peter I know is poor too. Tony raised his hand, and the nanotech in his palm shifted into an electromagnetic pulse gun. I'm thinking of selling this. It should get us some money. Xia Luo's eyes lit up, giving a thumbs up. Great idea. Elder Steve proudly held up his shield, but I think my shield is worth more. Oh, old man, you're a genius. Vibranium is rare even in the universe. It'll definitely make us rich on Titan. I thought so too. And me, I'm super strong. I could work and earn more money, Lizard Parker chimed in, unwittingly joining the group's get-rich-quick scheme. Xia Luo waved his hand. Nah, you should go perform at the zoo. The pay's better. No way, you should go clean windows on that skyscraper, you loser. Behind them, Peggy watched as the group veered off toward a roadside restaurant, her face full of exasperation. If she'd known they were this unreliable, she never would have teamed up with them. But now, she glanced around at the other contestants, who had already left. It was too late to back out. She had no choice but to stick with them. Soon, they arrived at a nature-themed forest restaurant. The sight of humans didn't attract much attention from passers-by. On Titan, besides the native Titan race, there were many aliens from various parts of the universe. To them, humans were the extraterrestrials. Their harmless appearance was actually quite welcomed by the Titan natives. However, things quickly changed when the city news began showing images of humans. Suddenly, harmless-looking folks like Xia Luo and the others became villains in the eyes of the Titan race. Breaking news, a group of vile alien creatures was spotted near Star Castle. They brutally killed local residents. Titan's guards are en route. Hearing the news, Xia Luo and the group's expressions shifted. They're making their move already. Was it low-key? No, it was the Avengers. Chapter 43. Beep beep. The village's aerial surveillance system continuously blared alarms, while Steve's face lit up with excitement. Guys, they've spotted us. Let's go. Kill them all, and we'll definitely get to join the exile journey. Without waiting for his teammates' response, he continued his merciless slaughter of the villagers, all while introducing himself to the surveillance cameras. Welcome to Freedom America. You're watching peace every day. I'm Soldier Boy, also known as Captain America. Let's see where the disaster is happening today. Oh, it's your home, lucky you. He steered his motorcycle straight into a wooden house, screaming with delight, Thanos, I love you. Boom! The house collapsed, instantly burying the villagers inside. Boom! An alloy arrow suddenly descended from the sky, triggering explosions across the village and setting the entire place ablaze. Clint Barton, with cold eyes, ignored the villagers' screams as he continued firing explosive arrows, each one taking more lives. Hey, Hawkeye, any tips on killing people? Natasha asked as she passed by, holding dual pistols and expertly picking off fleeing villagers, her eyes filled with envy. The more they killed, the greater their chances of joining the exile journey. Barton smirked. Cap taught me, start with the elderly and the kids. Oh, wonderful. Look at the brain matter flying everywhere, Natasha complimented. Elsewhere, Bruce Banner, in his Hulk form, roared as he stomped on the bodies of the villagers, his eyes glowing red as he glared ahead. Elderly and kids, let me kill them first. Hulk, roaring like a bulldozer, rampaged through the village, leaving no bodies intact. Well done, Hulk, don't leave anyone alive. Steve zoomed past on his bike, his shield slicing through the flesh of the villagers in a bloodbath. Is that all you've got, Natasha? Your kill rate is pathetic, he taunted loudly. Cap, I want to say something to you, motherf, Natasha cursed under her breath. At the entrance to the village, Loki, watching this scene unfold, was completely stunned. They're even more evil than me. No, I can't lose to them. He rushed toward the village, but Hulk blocked his path. Roar! Hulk roared, I warn you, this is our territory. Loki wiped the spit off his face and sneered. You imposters, I'll make you know. Before he could finish his threat, Hulk grabbed Loki by the legs and slammed him left and right. Bam, bam, bam. Within seconds, a battered Loki lay in a crater, staring blankly at the blood-stained sky, tears sliding down the corner of his eyes. Ha, so much for a god, Hulk scoffed as he turned away, his voice full of mockery. Soon, the Titan Guard arrived on the scene, but the Avengers had no intention of fleeing. Seeing the gruesome carnage before them, the Titan Guards were stunned by the brutality and immediately activated their control devices. Zzz. Electric currents surged, and Steve and the others collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Loki, foaming at the mouth, lay there speechless. Back at the restaurant, the live feed abruptly cut off, and everyone glanced at Xia Luo with fear in their eyes. They look just like him. Are they from the same species? What a terrifying alien race, so cruel. Don't look at him, just keep your head down. They'll kill us for sure. The atmosphere in the restaurant dropped to freezing, and Xia Luo furrowed his brows. They attacked the ordinary citizens of Titan just to join the exile journey. The regular Titan natives didn't have any special powers, and they stood no chance against the Avengers' slaughter. Tony's face darkened, and he crushed the cup in his hand, startling everyone in the restaurant. Damn them, he growled through gritted teeth. Elder Steve's face was equally grim. I knew something was off. They're Avengers, but they're not heroes. Lizard Parker looked down at the plate of grilled meat he had just ordered and suddenly lost his appetite. Beside him, Peggy Carter trembled slightly, clearly unsettled by what she had witnessed. Elder Steve noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" Carter shook her head, her voice heavy with exhaustion. Watching this reminds me of the Steve I knew. I trusted him and let him take part in the super soldier experiment, but his ambition was beyond what I imagined. He killed me, took control of all my resources, and by now, he might already be the leader of Hydra. Gripped by painful memories, she clenched her fists, closing her eyes as she quickly regained her composure. She still showed no sign of weakness. So that's why you don't want to deal with the Steves. I understand now, Elder Steve said, finally understanding. Hearing her mention Hydra Cap, Xia Luo's mind began to race. Agent Carter, I want to ask, is Hydra Cap really strong? Carter's expression became serious as she slowly replied, yes, he's extremely powerful. The super soldier serum he took was an improved version, and it enhanced his body to an incredible degree. He's got at least 40 tons of strength. Later, he gained access to Hydra's dark powers, making him more ruthless. He could easily take down 1,000 well-armed soldiers on his own, and he has abilities I don't even know about. He's a true monster. Why are you asking about him? She asked, puzzled, as she looked at Xia Luo. Xia Luo glanced up at the ceiling. I was just curious. So you were killed by him, weren't you? That explains it, Elder Steve said, immediately calling him out. Xia Luo scowled. Old man, you sure don't sound like someone who died of old age. No need to remind me, Elder Steve muttered, lowering his head awkwardly. Seeing Xia Luo admit it, Carter seemed surprised. So we're from the same world. She had already guessed that the contestants were from different parallel universes. Not just her, all the contestants had likely figured that out and quickly adapted to the pace of the resurrection matches. After all, their understanding of the world, their adaptability, and their ability to process information far surpassed that of ordinary people. As for Carter's question, Xia Luo didn't confirm or deny it, he simply wasn't sure. But if they won this resurrection, Match and Carter revived alongside him, everything would become clear. Soon, another news bulletin came over the speakers. Breaking news: 393 people have been confirmed dead in Orpheus Village. 5 culprits have been sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Titan's legal system moves fast, they've already sentenced them, Xia Luo noted. Tony, suppressing his anger, added, even with charges like that, they still can't get into the exile journey. We're in more trouble than we thought. Yes, Carter sighed, there's no way we can do what they did, and I can't imagine what Thanos must have done to get exiled from Titan. Xia Luo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If we can't do bad things, then we'll just have to make them think we did. Lizard Parker, who had been hesitating over whether to eat the grilled meat, suddenly looked up and grinned wickedly. I've got experience with that. Chapter 44. Xia Luo and his companions strolled down an exotic street, taking in the sights and sounds of the alien world. Perhaps it was because of Lizard Parker, but they could feel the curious gazes of the passers-by. However, Lizard Parker didn't mind these looks at all, as they didn't carry any disgust or fear, only pure curiosity. On Titan, a humanoid lizard wasn't considered that scary. In fact, much uglier creatures were commonplace. This helped him relax. Surrounded by towering skyscrapers, Xia Luo tilted his head back, gazing up at the various geometric structures, his fingers itching with excitement. You look like you want to do something, Carter suddenly observed. Xia Luo took a deep breath. He never swung through an alien city before, and those skyscrapers with what looks like gemstone exteriors, can you imagine how it would feel to climb them? He instinctively scratched his wrist, struggling to suppress his Spider-Man urges. Carter raised an eyebrow. Just hold back a little. If you do that, you'll get arrested for illegally using a mode of transportation and miss the mission. I know. Xia Luo reluctantly let go of the idea. They wandered past several shops, with colorful neon signs lighting up the streets. The aesthetic wasn't too far removed from Earth, but the various products displayed were things Xia Luo had never seen before. What's this? Finally, he stopped in front of a transparent window, staring curiously at some irregularly shaped crystal stones inside. That's a stone heart. Wearing it reduces the chances of heart disease, the octopus-faced shopkeeper eagerly explained, his tentacles twitching with enthusiasm. You have heart disease here too, Xia Luo asked, perplexed. The shopkeeper seemed equally baffled, though it was hard to read his expression through his tentacles. As Xia Luo pondered this, Lizard Parker grew impatient. Imposter, let's go already, we've got work to do. Xia Luo ignored Lizard Parker, continuing his conversation with the shopkeeper. How much for the stone heart? Seeing Xia Luo inquire about the price, the shopkeeper's enthusiasm only grew. You've got great taste, my friend. It's normally 10 gold coins, but we're having a sale, just 7 coins, and it's yours. He began to retrieve the item from the display for Xia Luo to inspect. Xia Luo didn't refuse and took the item, all the while extending his hand toward Infinite Tony. Give me some money. You're buying this? Infinite Tony frowned. Buying stuff here is a waste. We can't take it with us anyway. You don't get it. This is called investing to gather information. Fine, I sold off some nanotech gear and made this much. Just don't blow it all at once. With that, Tony handed Xia Luo a small pouch of gold coins. Gold, being a non-renewable resource, was still considered valuable on Titan. Seeing the coins in Xia Luo's hand, the shopkeeper's eyes gleamed with greed, and his tentacles wriggled even more. Another sucker, today's a good day, he thought to himself. Ever heard of Thanos? Xia Luo asked casually. The shopkeeper froze for a moment before nodding. Of course. That terrifying guy was arrested recently. Tomorrow, he's being exiled to Planet M78. Planet M78? Xia Luo twitched, sounded like they'd wandered into the wrong universe. The shopkeeper, still eyeing the gold coins, replied absent-mindedly, Yes, Planet M78. It's a very dangerous place. Once Thanos is exiled, he'll have a hard time surviving. All right, and where's Thanos being held? I don't know, the shopkeeper responded, snapping out of his daze and now eyeing Xia Luo and the others more warily. Are you here to ask about Thanos? Xia Luo toyed with the gold coins in his hand, wearing an indifferent expression. What do you think? Eyeing the coins, the shopkeeper relented and invited the group into his shop. I know Thanos' case has drawn a lot of attention. You must be here to witness the exile ceremony. After all, Titan hasn't had an event like this in many years. The shopkeeper poured each of them a glass of green liquid before continuing. Thanos is one of the purest-blooded Titans. If nothing had gone wrong, he'd be the future ruler of Titan, the youngest planetary leader in history. But on the day of his coming-of-age ceremony, for some reason, he fell unconscious, and when he woke up, he was a completely different person. He paused for dramatic effect. First, he had a huge fallout with the Titan Council, and then he started rampaging across the planet, slaughtering villages and cities. Every time, he killed exactly half the population. Brutal, right? They labeled him a Dark Titan, a traitor to his people. When the Titan Guard finally caught him, the charge was treason. Too bad there's no death penalty on Titan, or they would have executed him by now. The shopkeeper sounded indignant, but Xia Luo was puzzled. If Thanos is that powerful, how did the Titan Guard manage to catch him? Was it because of this? He raised his wrist, indicating the ID chip implanted there. The shopkeeper looked surprised. You guys don't know? These chips only work if you're within 10 meters of a Titan Guard. Beyond that range, they can't control you. He continued, it seems Thanos was betrayed by the Chitauri, his allies from another planet. That's how the Titan Guard managed to capture him. Infinite Tony, deep in thought, added, no wonder those fake Avengers weren't zapped right away when they started killing. They weren't close enough to the guards. The Titan network likely filtered out certain, common knowledge, which explained why they were just now learning that the control range for the ID chips was limited to 10 meters. As for Thanos' exact location, that was still unknown. Xia Luo thought for a moment, then asked, so, where exactly is Thanos being held? I told you, I don't know, the shopkeeper replied, shaking his head. He's the first person in nearly a century to be exiled. There's no way they'd reveal his location. Xia Luo handed over a few more coins and asked his final question, what are the requirements for exile? Do you have to kill as many people as Thanos did? The shopkeeper's expression grew even more curious, but the allure of gold coins kept him talking. If you're an off-world visitor, even if you blew up all of Titan, you'd just be deported and imprisoned on your own planet for life. But if you hold a Titan citizenship card, you'd have to kill at least 1,001 people to qualify for exile. Hearing this, Xia Luo and the others exchanged puzzled glances. 1,001. The laws on Titan were indeed bizarre. But for Xia Luo, this wasn't a big issue. Chapter 45. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of Titan. I'm your good friend, General Rhodes, and now we're going to play a little guessing game. Can you guess where the next explosion will happen? Oh, right here, you guessed it. We're filming Prison Break. In an instant, the Black Iron Man's suit flew over a suburban prison, launching mini-missiles that bombarded the complex. Technically, he's only a colonel, Tony remarked confidently. Sir, that armor looks just like yours, the shopkeeper, his face covered in octopus-like tentacles, muttered uneasily. He instinctively took a step back, his appendages twitching nervously as he realized something unsettling, that these dangerous individuals might be the same species as the criminals wreaking havoc. And they were right in his shop. Noticing the shopkeeper's nervous demeanor, Infinite Tony shrugged without offering any further explanation. Carter let out a sigh of relief. At least this time, they're bombing a prison and not attacking innocent civilians, she said. But a lot of people in prison don't deserve to die, old Steve pointed out. This is still the best outcome we could have hoped for, Carter countered. Lizard Parker, eager to start, cracked his knuckles and grinned menacingly. Let's do it right here, I can feel it, he said to Tony. No problem. Infinite Tony tapped his wrist device, beginning to record a video. Xia Luo clapped the slate board in front of the camera. Action. Lizard Parker's grin turned even more wicked as his body expanded in size. He grabbed the shopkeeper, locking his claws around the poor man's throat. With just a simple motion, he radiated pure evil. Gehahaha, citizens of Titan, tremble in fear. Everything happening here is under our control. Release Thanos, or I will blow up all of Titan. But halfway through, Lizard Parker's smile froze. Imposter, what's the next line again? I forgot, he whispered. Xia Luo rolled his eyes. Cut, we'll edit it in post. No problem. Infinite Tony paused the recording while Lizard Parker quickly released the terrified shopkeeper and crouched down to rehearse his lines. The shopkeeper huddled in the corner, trembling, utterly confused about what was happening. Carter tried to comfort him. Don't worry, we're not going to hurt you. Xia Luo pulled Carter aside. Telling him that won't make him any less scared, he pointed out. Carter blushed slightly, realizing her mistake. So, what should we do? Leave it to me. Xia Luo then walked over to the shopkeeper's safe. No, please don't, I beg you, don't do this. The shopkeeper collapsed to his knees, wailing and sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Director Steve grinned in satisfaction. Yes, that's the emotion I'm looking for. Keep it up. You've got this. Carter just stood there speechless. What a bunch of devils. After a while, Lizard Parker looked up, frowning. There's too many lines. Can't we just use a teleprompter? That's doable. Infinite Tony resumed recording, pointing the camera back at Lizard Parker. Gehahaha, I'm your best fry. No, wait, I am your worst nightmare. Cut one more time. Gehahaha, citizens of Titan, I'm going to tear you all apart. Perfect, that line was flawless. See, that's called professionalism, Xia Luo praised. About 30 minutes later, the Titan Guard arrived at the scene, and Xia Luo and the others were tasered into unconsciousness, content with their performance. Who knows how much time had passed before they gradually woke up, finding themselves in an unfamiliar environment. On their wrists were restriction bands, sensitive enough to sound an alarm with the slightest movement, clearly designed to control beings with extraordinary powers. Did we succeed? Lizard Parker asked. Xia Luo searched himself, but found no trace of his nanometal spider insignia. We didn't succeed. My nanosuit has been confiscated, he sighed. This round had been a miscalculation. Infinite Tony, too, had no luck finding his arc reactor. My reactor's gone too, he said, shaking his head. He had long since solved the problem of needing the reactor to sustain his heart, having converted it into an external device. But without it, he lacked the nanometal armor essential for combat. Even if they had managed to join the exile journey, facing what lay ahead without their gear would be a huge challenge. Old Steve was also missing his shield. Carter, who hadn't brought any gear, didn't seem to mind, though Xia Luo still had no clue what her abilities were. Meanwhile, Lizard Parker had been given a new pair of underwear to cover up. Soon after, a towering Titan entered the room. I've reviewed your identification. Xia Luo Parker, Tony Stark, Steve Rogers. He read through their names, confirming their identities before making an announcement. I, Forildred, hereby declare you guilty. You are sentenced to life imprisonment, effective immediately. No, we killed so many people, we should be exiled instead, Lizard Parker roared. Forildred glanced coldly at Lizard Parker. HMPH. You're merely Thanos' lackeys, insignificant grunts. Even Thanos himself denies any association with you. You aren't worthy of exile. I'd like to ask, besides murder, what else would make us eligible for exile? Xia Luo asked seriously. The shopkeeper, being an ordinary citizen, didn't know much. To learn more, they had to engage directly with those in power on Titan. Forildred looked at Xia Luo with a mix of surprise and confusion. He had never encountered such a polite criminal before. And certainly never heard such a ridiculous question. Scum, I won't waste my time answering your trivial queries. But before he could finish, a guard rushed in, reporting urgently. Sir, someone has bombed the temple. What? Those damn fools. I won't let them get away with this. Forildred stormed out of the room in a fit of rage, while Lizard Parker shouted after him in frustration. You purple idiot, I want to be exiled. I'm the one who did it. I'm the bad guy, can't you see that? Forildred vanished without a backward glance, ignoring everything behind him. We blew it. We're going to miss out on the exiled journey. Lizard Parker mumbled in dejection. Xia Luo thought for a moment. Actually, we could try bombing the temple ourselves. Old Steve looked at him. Kid, we're out of options now. Why don't you use your superpowers to sense where the nearest toilet is? I need to take a dump. Xia Luo glared. Can you please forget about that? Sorry, that incident left a lasting impression. You really deserve to die. I already did. Ignoring old Steve's nonsense, Xia Luo quietly waited in the room. Sure enough, soon there were sounds of more commotion outside. Another group of contestants had been arrested. Were they the ones who bombed the temple? With his enhanced hearing, Xia Luo picked up on a few keywords, including exile. His eyes lit up. They still had a chance. Then, the system's elimination message appeared. You've been eliminated and cannot earn a revival slot. Reward, Primal Web Mode +1. Remaining restart chances, 9, restart. Chapter 46. In the restaurant, the scene of the Avengers slaughtering villagers shocked everyone present. Meanwhile, Xia Luo had already learned the location of the temple from one of the waitstaff. Let's go to the temple, Xia Luo said, leading the way with a wave of his hand. Old Steve instinctively stood up. You've got a plan? Steve asked. Xia Luo nodded. Blowing up Titan's temple will be more effective than random killing. Where did you get this information? Infinite Tony, following closely behind, was curious. It's his superpower, Old Steve answered for Xia Luo. Carter and Lizard Parker joined in, following right behind. Superpower? Carter asked, pondering. Lizard Parker scratched his head. I'm also a Spider-Man, but Gwen doesn't have that kind of superpower. Old Steve chuckled. His superpower is no joke, he can even sense. Shut up, Xia Luo cut him off before he could continue spreading rumors. As they walked through the streets, curious gazes from passers-by followed them. Xia Luo pointed towards the city's center, where a tower pierced the clouds and emitted a dazzling light. That's the temple. It's most likely the heart of Titan's beliefs. Blowing it up should guarantee us a spot on the exile journey. Infinite Tony frowned. I couldn't find any information about the temple on Titan's network. They must have strict controls over what's accessible. That doesn't matter, Xia Luo said. Passing by a shop, he casually tossed a few gold coins to the octopus-faced shopkeeper at the door. Excuse me, sir, you dropped your coins. The shopkeeper called out, running after them with the coins in hand. Without looking back, Xia Luo waved, keep them. Consider it compensation for last time. No trouble at all. The shopkeeper stopped in his tracks, scratching his head with a tentacle in confusion. Do I know him? Half an hour later, Xia Luo and the others arrived by magnetic levitation taxi at the base of the tower. So this is the temple. Looking up, they saw that the tower, up close, resembled a slender, pyramid-like structure. The sharp tip of the spire pierced the purple sky, while the surface was covered with circular protrusions of various sizes, each glowing with a silver light, like shining beacons. Suspended nearby were rings made of unknown material, each guarded by Titan sentinels on constant alert. Xia Luo took in the sight and glanced at the tourists from different planets milling around. It's basically a hotspot for galactic influencers now, he chuckled. Infinite Tony leaned in close to Xia Luo, whispering, I've calculated. There are at least 200 guards here, each equipped with one of those taser devices. There's no way we're getting close to the temple, let alone blowing it up. Xia Luo smiled. Don't worry, those devices only work within a 10-meter range. Tony seemed skeptical. How do you know that? Old Steve chimed in again. It's his superpower. Can we trust that? Carter asked, curious. Old Steve assured her, absolutely. In the last resurrection round, Natasha and I completed the mission with ease, thanks to his superpower. Hearing this, Lizard Parker couldn't help but recall the previous 2 resurrection rounds. Xia Luo wasn't all that powerful at first, yet he seemed to accurately predict every event's outcome. In the second round, it was even more absurd. He'd managed to dodge missile strikes before they even landed. The further things went, the more Lizard Parker felt a deep sense of powerlessness when facing Xia Luo. Now, hearing that Xia Luo had this kind of superpower, everything suddenly made sense to him. But something still felt off. If he had the superpower, how had he died so many times? There could only be two possibilities. Either Xia Luo was utterly useless, or the enemies in his world were terrifying. For the first time, Lizard Parker took a serious look at Xia Luo. This guy couldn't be useless. So there was only one possibility. While Lizard Parker was lost in thought, Carter was busy assessing the terrain, beginning to formulate a plan for the bombing. "When do we act?" she asked Xia Luo. Xia Luo shook his head and walked over to sit on a nearby bench. "We wait." "Wait for what?" "We wait for the other contestants. Someone will bomb the temple before we do." Everyone was puzzled. Old Steve, by now used to this, explained, "It's his superpower." Everyone nodded in understanding. "Xia Luo Parker, I lost last time, but I wasn't satisfied with the outcome," Infinite Tony said, sitting beside Xia Luo, a small smile on his face. "But now I feel at ease." Xia Luo looked at Tony, his expression serious. "You could have one last time." "I know." Tony pulled out a gold coin and used it to buy a black donut from a passing child. "At the time, I thought it was all a hallucination. If I'd taken it seriously, you might not have had a chance." After taking a bite of the donut, Tony immediately spat it out. "Damn it, it's spicy," Tony muttered, wiping his mouth in disgust. "The black color should have been a warning," Xia Luo quipped, tossing a coin and choosing a white donut for himself. After taking a bite, he fell silent. "Judging by your expression, it's not good either," Carter said, pointing to a nearby trash can. "Don't do what Tony did." Xia Luo swallowed reluctantly. "It's salty." "Well, thanks for taking one for the team," Old Steve said, pocketing his own coins. As they chatted, time flew by. Infinite Tony glanced at his virtual screen, showing a video feed of Rhodey bombing the prison. "He's just a colonel, I swear," Tony explained seriously. Carter was quiet for a moment, then remarked, "He's already done quite well. I'm only a captain." Lizard Parker's gaze fell on Old Steve, who hadn't said much. "And you?" Parker asked. "He's just a regular soldier," Xia Luo answered for him. "Old Steve." "Actually, I was also an actor. I had a lot of fans in the military," Steve added defensively. Lizard Parker thought for a moment. "Got it, you're a mascot." "Old Steve." After some idle conversation, they soon noticed the appearance of other contestants nearby. "I see Loki," Infinite Tony said. "And I just spotted Thor's girlfriend," Old Steve added. "I know, Jane Foster. They've broken up," Tony replied. "No, look at the hammer she's holding." Infinite Tony pointed, suddenly standing up. "The shattered hammer has been pieced back together," Old Steve said, his expression turning strange. The next moment, Jane Foster raised Mjolnir high into the air. Lightning enveloped her, and a dazzling suit of armor materialized around her in an instant. "Lady Thor," Xia Luo squinted his eyes. Chapter 47. In an instant, lightning roared through the sky and struck down. The cracks on Mjolnir's surface spread with terrifying electric light before the hammer shattered into pieces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the fragments of the broken hammer shot out like a meteor shower, effortlessly smashing through the rings surrounding the spire. The shards crashed into the tower's surface, triggering a series of explosions. "Rumble. Ah, run for your lives. It's those demons. Their kind already killed many villagers. Titan gods, please save us. They're going to destroy the temple." People fled in panic. Some Titan guards on the rings fell into the wreckage, but nearly half of them managed to avoid the hammer's debris. "There they are. Stop them. These despicable villains." They rode their flying machines toward Jane Foster, but were intercepted by Barton, who had been lying in wait. Whiz. Boom. An alloy arrow exploded midair, and the heat wave sent one of the flying machines spiraling out of control, leading to a chain of explosions. Rumble. Oza. It's an ambush. Land immediately. Chaos broke out at the scene as Loki, blending into the crowd, conjured hundreds of solid clones that charged toward the Titan guards. Zzzzzzzz. The Titan guards activated their taser devices, but the clones were unaffected. "Purple brutes, your doom has arrived." The Lokis flung their daggers and swarmed toward the Titan guards. Bang! In the next second, a buzzcut guard stomped on one of the clones, confusion plastered on his face. Doom, from a pathetic weakling like you. The clone's face froze. Well, actually, I'm more of a mage. Before the guard could act further, more clones piled onto him, overwhelming him. In the midst of the battle, Loki, dressed in a tuxedo with his hands behind his back, whistled as he strolled through the chaos, a smug smile on his face. Meanwhile, Jane Foster called back the hammer fragments embedded in the tower, which tore through the Titan guards as they flew back and reassembled into Mjolnir in her hand. Seeing the Titan guards in disarray, Jane Foster raised Mjolnir, her face stern, and shouted as thunder rumbled across the sky. "Bring on the Brazilian babes." Boom! Just as she finished her call, reinforcements from the Titan Guard arrived, unleashing lethal energy weapons that bathed the area in fire. With the overwhelming reinforcements, the group surrendered and was swiftly taken away. At the same time, taking advantage of the chaos, Xia Luo and his group slipped into the interior of the spire. Through the hole created by the hammer fragments, Tony observed the scene outside. "She's got more presence than Thor," he couldn't help but admire. Carter's eyes sparkled with envy. "I love her armor." Lizard Parker scratched his head. "Does her hammer have auto-navigation or something?" "That's called an artifact," old Steve explained. Xia Luo looked up at the countless stairs overhead and noted the absence of an elevator or any similar device. "I'm guessing the temple is at the top," he surmised. Infinite Tony was skeptical. "Do we really need to go all the way up?" "Of course." Xia Luo smiled. "Just attacking the spire isn't enough. Completely destroying the temple will ensure we succeed." "Isn't that going too far?" Carter hesitated. Infinite Tony activated his nanotech suit. The nanometal split into small propulsion devices and attached to Carter and the others, lifting them into the air. "This planet's doomed anyway. Keeping the temple intact won't make a difference," Tony remarked. "What?" As Carter and Lizard Parker were lifted by the propulsion devices, they couldn't comprehend Tony's reasoning. Old Steve, who followed closely, explained, "We once fought Thanos. Back then, Titan was already gone, so I'm guessing this Titan will meet the same fate." With that, Infinite Tony, now airborne, glanced down at Xia Luo on the ground. "Are you going to swing up by yourself? My nanometal's running low." "I doubt you're that strapped for resources." Xia Luo's face darkened as he shot webbing toward Tony's suit. "All set." "Lazy Spider-Man." Infinite Tony chuckled as he closed his metal helmet, then shot toward the top of the tower with Xia Luo in tow. Boom! Soon they reached the top, where they found a massive altar. The altar, roughly the size of a football field, resembled a giant millstone, covered in intricate and cryptic runes. Around it, large stone tablets inscribed with Titan symbols stood in a circle, weathered by countless ages, their surfaces cracked and worn, radiating an aura of mystery and ancient power. Above them, the night sky was filled with shimmering stars. In the distance, one could occasionally glimpse the faint, colossal figures of Titans moving among the stars. So this is Titan's temple. One by one, they landed on the altar, surveying the enormous stone tablets towering like skyscrapers around them. Tony raised his hand, scanning the inscriptions. "These are the names of deceased Titans, recording their deeds during life," he explained. Xia Luo wasn't particularly interested in the inscriptions. He knelt down, running his hand over the altar, deep in thought. "What are you thinking about?" Carter asked. Xia Luo stood up. "I found out that this place is where every pureblood Titan undergoes their coming-of-age ceremony. It was after Thanos' ceremony that his personality drastically changed. Perhaps this was where he uncovered some secret about Titan. Look here." Suddenly, Lizard Parker pointed to a blood-red groove in the center of the altar. He sniffed it and said, "It's blood, though the scent is faint." Xia Luo approached the groove. "Lizard Dude, why don't you try bleeding into it?" he suggested. Lizard Parker gave him a disgruntled look. "Fake Spider-Man, we came here to destroy the temple, not to play your games." Xia Luo shrugged, then leaned over to whisper something in Carter's ear. Instantly, Carter gasped, My God, is that true? Of course, Xia Luo grinned mysteriously. Seeing this, Lizard Parker felt an ominous sense of dread. What did you tell her? He asked. Xia Luo turned to walk away. Nothing important. Don't worry, she understands you. Fine, I'll do it. Lizard Parker clenched his jaw, seeming to have figured out something. He slashed his palm with a claw, letting his green blood drip into the groove. Immediately, the groove lit up with green light. Cracked. The altar began to tremble slightly, and overhead, the stars seemed to rotate slowly, forming a vague, strange pattern. Lizard Parker wasn't interested in whatever was happening. He glared at Xia Luo. Now tell me the truth. Xia Luo nodded in satisfaction. Sure. Leaning closer, he whispered, I told her my cat can do backflips. Lizard Parker. Damn it, he'd been tricked again. Hey, Spider, old Steve called out, pointing to the increasingly clear pattern in the sky, his expression turning odd. It looks like your spider symbol. Xia Luo looked up, his face thoughtful. It's a broken spider totem. As soon as he spoke, the fragmented spider totem suddenly glowed brightly, transforming into a red and blue pillar of light that engulfed Lizard Parker's body. At the same time, Xia Luo felt a strange sensation. He looked down to find 2 complete spider totems, appearing one after another on his chest. Chapter 48. The spider totem on Xia Luo's chest began to flicker, its red and blue glow swirling. Gradually, one of his complete spider totems started to break apart. At the same time, a broken spider totem appeared on Lizard Parker's chest, covered in light, and it began to repair itself, slowly becoming whole. Seeing this, Infinite Tony and the others looked stunned. What is this? Old Steve pondered. This must be the mark of Spider-Man. Perhaps it's what gives Spidey his powers. Carter frowned, but why does Peter Parker have a broken one? Infinite Tony entered a mental whirlwind. He speculated, Xia Luo Parker and the Peter I know, they're both Spider-Men. So this Peter Parker must be in a similar situation. Old Steve recalled their previous revival match. I think I get it. Last time we met 2 Peter Parkers. One of them was an evil Spider-Man. So this Peter Parker must also be a Spider-Man. But because his spider emblem is broken, he lost the chance to fully become Spider-Man. His tone shifted from uncertain to convinced. Carter watched as the spider totem on Lizard Parker's chest grew more complete. She turned to Xia Luo, still puzzled. His emblem is broken, but you had 2 of them originally. Old Steve chuckled. Maybe that represents his other powers. If Lizard's totem becomes complete, he might transform into a Spider-Man just like Xia Luo, Carter added with a small smile. He won't feel like a monster anymore. But sadly, we won't be able to call him Lizard Guy anymore. The trio quietly observed, waiting for the spider totem on Lizard Parker's chest to fully form. Lizard Parker heard their guesses and grew increasingly excited. I'm going to be Spider-Man, haha, no more living as a monster. Finally, I'm free. Lizard Parker howled toward the sky, tears of joy streaming down his face. No one could fully understand how he felt at that moment. He had suffered from a disability since childhood and endured the scorn of others. Bullied by classmates and treated differently by teachers, he had grown to despise the sympathetic gazes of others, recognizing them as pity for the weak. After becoming a monster, no one looked at him with sympathy anymore. He liked seeing fear in people's eyes, knowing he had become strong. Yet deep down, he still felt insecure, fearful, weak, and lonely, traits that had only become more ingrained after his transformation. To cover up his helplessness, he became more irritable and used his hideous form to intimidate others. He was isolated. Even Gwen couldn't fully save him. But now, he had finally found redemption. Once he became Spider-Man, all his suffering would be behind him. As a hero, the world would finally show him its brighter side. Or so he thought. But in the next moment, things took a turn, leaving Lizard Parker in utter despair. Xia Luo, snapping back to reality, frowned. He darted forward and without hesitation, shoved Lizard Parker out of the light. With a swift bite, he let his own blood drip into the groove on the altar. Cracked. Immediately, the altar stirred once again, and the starlight above surged more intensely, forming an even clearer spider totem in the vast sky. "What are you doing?" Lizard Parker roared. He watched in despair as the spider totem on his chest flickered, on the verge of vanishing. If this continued, he would lose his chance to become Spider-Man. Then, something even more devastating happened. A red and blue beam of light descended from the stars, enveloping Xia Luo. The spider totem on Lizard Parker's chest was pulled away by an invisible force, slowly peeling off like strands of silk and merging with Xia Luo's incomplete totem. "No!" Lizard Parker's pupils shook with rage. He charged at Xia Luo, claws outstretched, trying to hold on to the totem that he believed was his. But no matter how desperately he grasped, the broken spider totem was drawn irresistibly toward Xia Luo's narrow-paired emblem. "Lizard!" Old Steve and the others tried to stop him, but it was too late. "Buzz!" As Lizard Parker lunged into the beam of light, the spider totem in the sky trembled before bursting with a dazzling brilliance. Boom! Red and blue light waves swept across the altar. Infinite Tony and the others staggered, their minds suddenly flooded with images of Spider-Man's fate. A lone hero, destined to lose again and again. At the same time, Lizard Parker, who had leaped into the light, understood what Spider-Man's destiny truly was. "Buzz!" Before long, the spider totem in the sky quietly faded away. The light receded, and Xia Luo's chest now bore a fully restored spider totem, while the other broken totem also vanished into his chest. He had absorbed Lizard Parker's broken spider totem. But Lizard Parker showed no sign of anger. He collapsed onto his knees at the altar, his pupils dilating in disbelief as he stared at Xia Luo. "Is that true?" he asked, his expression complicated. "Is this really the fate of Spider-Man?" After becoming Spider-Man, his parents, Uncle Ben, Aunt May, everyone around him will die. With great power comes great responsibility. Anyone who believes in that will always be alone. Gwen will face the same fate. My totem was broken, so I never became Spider-Man. I was spared the pain of losing my loved ones, but I was still doomed to live in loneliness until the day I died. No, it was because Gwen was Spider-Man and saw me as a friend that I ever. Tears of regret and sorrow dripped onto the altar as Lizard Parker slowly rose. The anger in his eyes had faded. He looked at Xia Luo, opening his mouth as if to say something, but the words wouldn't come. Finally, he took a deep breath. "You knew all of this from the start." Xia Luo nodded, "Of course." "Then why did you help me?" "What?" "You took my broken totem. My misfortune has left me, but now you're taking on even more misfortune. You'll never be free of this curse." Lizard Parker's words of gratitude sent a shiver down Xia Luo's spine. "Stop looking at me like that. I already had 2 spider totems, so I don't need your half. Wait, no, 2.5. Oh, crap, this reminds me of someone I knew." Xia Luo paused for a moment before speaking seriously. "Consider it my way of making it up to you, after all the times I tricked you." Lizard Parker stared deeply into Xia Luo's eyes. After a long silence, he grinned, though his smile was still quite terrifying. "I forgive you." "Thanks." At that moment, the two shook hands, settling their differences. Meanwhile, Infinite Tony and the others were still reeling from what they had learned about Spider-Man's fate. Will Peter have to endure this too? Infinite Tony thought of the trouble-prone teenager and couldn't help but worry. Rumbled. Suddenly, the altar began to shake again, and the surrounding stone tablets shifted. A swarm of Titan guards arrived on flying machines, their faces lighting up with hope as they gazed at Xia Luo and the others. The scene was bewildering. A towering purple figure stepped forward eagerly to greet Xia Luo. "Hello, I am Thanos, the leader of Titan." "What?" Xia Luo froze. "Leader? Wasn't he supposed to be the traitor of Titan?" Chapter 49. As a series of moving stone tablets formed an ancient palace, the group followed the purple figure into its depths. Along the way, the torches on the stone walls of the palace ignited with golden flames. Xia Luo couldn't help but sigh, so this is the real sanctuary. He then looked ahead at Thanos, or rather, the younger Thanos. At this moment, Thanos still had a full head of black hair. Who knows when he started shaving it off? Sensing Xia Luo's gaze, Thanos suddenly paused. He glanced down at his purple and gold armor and turned around to ask, "Is there something on me?" "No," Xia Luo shook his head, "but can you tell us the truth now?" "No problem." Thanos raised his hand and snapped his fingers, immediately causing Infinite Tony and Old Steve to jump in alarm. "What are you doing?" Infinite Tony's arm cannons charged up, ready to fire at any moment. Old Steve also raised his shield, staring warily at Thanos. "Thanos, I was just calling for chairs. You're all too tense," he explained, pointing at the stone chairs that were slowly rising beneath them. Infinite Tony glanced down, embarrassed, and quickly retracted his weapons. Old Steve, on the other hand, casually blew on his shield and wiped it with his sleeve, pretending nothing had happened. "Stark, you really overreacted," Old Steve muttered. "Cap, don't think I didn't notice how your legs went weak," Tony retorted. "They did not." "They did." Old Steve sat in his chair, straightening his back as he looked at Thanos. "Just don't snap your fingers next time," he said seriously. Thanos looked puzzled. "Why?" "I'm scared." "Oh, that's an unusual fear," Thanos laughed. He sat down and was about to snap his fingers again to summon refreshments, but paused when he saw Tony's wary eyes. "Sorry, force of habit." Thanos chuckled as he tapped his wrist device, remotely notifying his servants to bring food for his guests. "We don't have much time, so ask what you want to know," Thanos offered. "I'll start." Xia Luo spoke up. "I've heard that you're a traitor to Titan, but what I've seen here doesn't match what I've been told." Carter raised an eyebrow. "When did you hear that?" she whispered. "Last time," Xia Luo replied. "Last time? What last time?" "The last time." Carter was confused, and so were Lizard Parker and the others, their faces full of questions. Thanos, however, grew serious and began to explain. "The leader of Titan has never been just one person. It's a group, and I'm one of them. Here, because our use of the network is strictly limited, a lot of information gets spread through word of mouth and eventually gets twisted. So it's normal that the truth gets lost." "You've killed a lot of people," Xia Luo continued. Thanos nodded. "Yes, 300 villages, 9 cities, countless lives." "What?" Infinite Tony clenched his teeth as he stared at Thanos, who already reminded him too much of the tyrant he once knew. "You really are a demon." Tony's body trembled with anger. Unfazed, Thanos replied, "I killed only Titans. I didn't harm anyone from other worlds." "What difference does that make?" Old Steve said coldly. "The people I killed carried Titan blood." At that, Xia Luo instantly thought of the altar's groove. "Did you kill them to gain the power of the Titans?" Thanos calmly glanced at Lizard Parker and Xia Luo. "E already tried it. The altar in the sanctuary absorbs the power of those with the same bloodline." "Why did you choose such a brutal method?" Carter asked, frowning. "Because I'm out of time," Thanos sighed deeply. "Titan is about to face a catastrophic disaster. I needed to obtain the purest Titan form and become the legendary Eternal Titan to find a way to save this world. But saving Titan isn't my responsibility alone. Every Titan has a duty to bear. That's why I always spared half the population, choosing at random. It was the fairest approach I could manage." As he said this, his fingers trembled slightly, showing he wasn't as calm as he appeared. Facing Thanos, whose hands were stained with the blood of his own people, Xia Luo couldn't decide whether to label him a hero or a villain. "Tell us about the exile journey," he urged. Thanos nodded. "You heard of it, right? To outsiders, it's seen as the greatest punishment for criminals. But in reality, while it's terrifying, it's also Titan's only chance for salvation." "What kind of disaster is coming that's so dire you would resort to such slaughter?" Lizard Parker asked. Thanos answered calmly, "An unimaginable enemy. No one can defeat him. He's about to awaken from within our planet." "Then there's even more reason not to turn against each other," Carter protested. Thanos smiled bitterly. "You have no idea what kind of enemy this is." He turned to Xia Luo. "I know your people. Today they caused quite a commotion. Their goal was to join the exile journey, but I don't mind letting them participate. Does that mean we can join the exile journey too? Lizard Parker asked eagerly. Yes and no, Thanos clarified. Before I met you, I wasn't confident I could initiate the exile journey on my own. I hadn't yet become a true eternal titan. But now, with your help, I'm confident. He looked at Xia Luo. You triggered the altar's power. That means you possess a similar divine strength, enough to help me start the exile journey. Divine strength, Xia Luo considered it. Was Thanos referring to the power of the spider totem? But I don't know how to use it, Xia Luo admitted honestly. That doesn't matter. Thanos raised his hand again, but stopped himself from snapping his fingers, instead glancing at Tony and the others. Starting the exile journey and joining it are two different things. Your comrades don't have the necessary power, so no matter what they do, they won't qualify to participate. But all of you. Thanos smiled, satisfied. After entering the sanctuary, I sensed the mysterious energy inside you all. You're all qualified to join the exile journey. Mysterious energy. Everyone was puzzled, but Xia Luo had some guesses. Perhaps Infinite Tony still carried traces of the power from the Infinity Stones. But Lizard Parker's broken totem had already disappeared. Old Steve was just a regular super soldier. And Carter's abilities were still unknown. What kind of power did they have inside them? Xia Luo didn't understand, and frankly, he didn't need to. When do we start? He asked. Tomorrow. Understood, Xia Luo nodded. So far, he had only used one restart opportunity, and the game was progressing smoothly. Haha, I'm getting better and better. At that moment, Carter stood up abruptly. I need a weapon. Do you have any more shields like his? She asked, pointing at old Steve's shield. Thanos nodded. Of course, we have plenty of them from those twins, no triplets, no wait however many there are. He had clearly misunderstood something. Then he looked closely at old Steve. You know, you look a lot like them. Without skipping a beat, old Steve replied, I'm their father. Thanos, wide-eyed, nodded in understanding. Your family genes are impressive. Your wife must have had a hard time. Take good care of her. Old Steve. Chapter 50. Thor's roar echoed through the corridor for so long that the guards were forced to activate the mute mode, sealing the loud voice inside the room. Several passing guards glanced at Thor through the glass, seeing him flailing like a mute, and couldn't help but sneer. This is supposed to be a god. Ha, what a terrifying god. Yes, we're so scared, ha. The guards laughed recklessly as they wheeled Mjolnir past Thor's cell on a small cart, taunting him with the sight. You scoundrels, are you even listening to me? Thor shouted, his voice muffled by the glass. Give me back Mjolnir. What are you going to do with it? He watched helplessly as his beloved hammer was taken farther away. He tried to summon it with a raised hand, but the next moment, a powerful electric current shocked him, paralyzing him once more. ZZZZTTT tilde. Thor collapsed to the ground, convulsing, and after a while he slowly got up, using the wall for support. These cursed fools, how can they take my hammer away? He growled through gritted teeth, though he didn't dare to try using his strength again. Behind him, Jane Foster, her eyes closed, spoke calmly. If your hammer can be hung on a wall, why can't it be taken away? Hearing her, Thor turned to look at Jane's familiar face, and his anger subsided slightly. Jane, you still haven't told me why he began. You should know, Jane interrupted him, there's really nothing between us. She exhaled softly, her voice composed. The situation isn't what we thought. Killing people or destroying the sanctuaries won't get us into the exile journey. We might have been wrong from the start. Even if we do participate, we won't be allowed to carry weapons as criminals, so the chances of failure are high. Nearby, Loki stretched lazily, a carefree look on his face. Maybe this is all just a prank. No, this must be a test from Father, Thor insisted confidently. Loki rolled his eyes. A test? To get us killed by Thanos again? Besides, Father's power has already faded. He couldn't have brought us here. At this, Thor's last hope seemed to fade. His expression became gloomy, and he slumped down on the floor. Yes, Father is gone, and our home is destroyed. Destroyed? So what? There was nothing worth keeping there anyway, Loki responded indifferently. What did you say? Thor shouted angrily. You fool, that was our home, you are my brother, and it was your home too. I am not your brother. Yes, you are. I am not. As the two continued to bicker, a group of Steve Rogers variants sat in the corner, looking irritated. They quietly plugged their ears with their fingers to drown out the noise. Suddenly, the room flickered to life with a virtual screen, and a guard's voice came from outside. You're in luck. The exile ceremony will be broadcast globally. You can watch the grand event unfold. The exile journey is starting. Thor and Loki immediately stopped their arguing, and everyone turned to watch the figures on the screen. Inside a majestic palace, countless titans were kneeling in prayer. A massive altar, resembling a giant millstone, slowly turned, and within it, several familiar figures appeared, shocking everyone. That old captain, he actually got into the exile journey, Natasha remarked with a smile. The other Steve Rogers variants exchanged puzzled glances. How did he do it? Who knows? Wait, what is he holding? Suddenly, Loki pointed at old Steve on the screen, a look of astonishment on his face. That's your hammer, he exclaimed, turning to Thor. Thor stared in disbelief as old Steve wielded Mjolnir. He shook his head repeatedly. No way, how could he be worthy to lift Mjolnir? That's impossible. Even the usually calm Jane Foster seemed startled by the sight. A thoughtful expression crossed her face as she spoke. They took the hammer so this captain could use it. That means, could it be him? She seemed to have a theory, though she wasn't entirely sure. In the vast multiverse, it was hard to be certain. And Tony, he made it too, one of the Steves remarked, filled with envy. Another Steve, however, sighed with relief. Carter's also part of the exile journey. She might have a chance to come back to life. That big lizard sure is lucky. And that red and blue Spider-Man, standing next to Thanos of all people, what are they planning? Isn't Thanos supposed to be a criminal? He doesn't seem like it. He's even allowed to carry weapons. What are they holding? Are those Titan relics? What's that light? It's something like the portals used by the wizards from Camertage. I've seen it before. So, the altar sends them to the exile zone. Look, some of the other contestants are trying to get through the portal. They're being rejected. Why? Could there be additional requirements to enter the portal? Under the crowd's complex gazes, the group vanished into the portal. At the same time, those in the room heard the system notification announcing their elimination. Planet M78. Futilda. In the biting cold wind of a desolate wasteland, a purple portal slowly opened, and Xia Luo's group stepped onto the dim landscape, which was littered with massive stones and giant skeletons. So this is the exile zone. Old Steve looked around at the bones and rubble, a decaying smell hitting his nose, making him uncomfortable. Infinite Tony raised his hand, releasing a swarm of nano-drones that swiftly scouted the surrounding area. Thanos, holding his double-edged blade, glanced curiously at the hammer in old Steve's hand. That hammer can only be lifted by that man, Thanos remarked. Old Steve raised Mjolnir, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Yes, only he could lift it. My acting was pretty good back then too. Infinite Tony chuckled, remembering he had been there when it happened. Behind them, Xia Luo, Lizard Parker, and Carter each held a version of Captain America's shield, a benefit of having so many Steves in the competition. Thanos pointed to the faint sunlight in the distance. Our goal is over there. Once we reach that place, I will find a way to save Titan. Xia Luo observed the scene. If there's a portal, why not just teleport us directly there? Thanos shook his head. It's impossible. The Elders of Titan have tried many methods, but were never able to bypass this journey. All right then, we'll protect you and make sure you reach that destination, old Steve said, stretching his limbs to get ready. Infinite Tony sighed. I never thought I'd see the day when we'd be fighting to protect Thanos. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive skeleton in the distance began to tremble. The ground quaked as a giant creature, similar to a whale, burst through the earth, shattering bones as it emerged. Dark shadows swarmed over the ground as though the entire land had come to life. That's the Chitauri army, old Steve exclaimed, shocked. He could never forget those creatures. No, something's different. they haven't been turned into bioweapons yet. Xia Luo glanced at Thanos' back, deep in thought. Perhaps the reason Thanos would later command an army of Chitauri bioweapons was because of this exile zone. The original Chitauri had no such giant apes or whale creatures. Chapter 51. The colossal beast let out a deafening roar, seemingly defying the laws of physics as it slowly ascended into the sky. On the ground, an endless wave of Chitauri giant apes surged forward, their wild energy spreading across the battlefield. Behind them, Infinite Tony's nanotech suit activated, its back opening like the petals of a blossoming flower. "Cap, I need your help," Tony called over his shoulder. "No problem, I'm always here." Old Steve Rogers gripped his shield in one hand and Mjolnir in the other, channeling a terrifying surge of lightning through his body. Captain Thunder. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder echoed as high-voltage currents flowed into Tony's suit, supercharging it with immense energy. The nanotech suit reached full power, and beams of lasers erupted from it, bombarding the ground before them. Boom! A sea of fire engulfed the battlefield, the two of them finding a rhythm that mirrored their teamwork from years past, but soon, the nanotech suit began to flicker, the lasers weakening. "Sir, the armor is being affected by abnormal magnetic fields. Power levels have dropped to 30%. Flight system stability is down to 15%. Immediate landing is advised," Friday warned. Tony's suit wobbled in midair, forcing him to awkwardly descend to the ground. No wonder Thanos didn't bring any high-tech weapons. This planet's magnetic field is interfering with everything, he thought to himself. While the flight systems were compromised, the weapons still functioned, albeit at a reduced capacity. He could manage, but it wasn't ideal for extended combat. Behind him, Lizard Parker and Carter charged through the battlefield, wielding shields as they tore into the Chitauri apes. Lizard Parker was finally beginning to appreciate the benefits of a shield, though he still couldn't forget the time it had hit him in the face. Meanwhile, Carter's true capabilities were revealed to the group. She was Captain Carter, having been injected with the super soldier serum. Bang, bang, bang. Her five-pointed shield ricocheted between targets, sparking and flashing as it tore through the apes, returning to her hand with precision. Lizard Parker watched in envy, as his clumsy efforts left him using the shield more like a giant cleaver. On the other side of the battlefield, Xia Luo swung from giant bones, his webs slicing through the Chitauri beasts with ease. Shield in hand, he divided the attacking apes, working with the others to protect Thanos. Of course, Thanos didn't need much protection. Wielding his massive double-bladed sword, he tore through the battlefield like a bulldozer, beheading ape after ape with raw power. Although not yet at his peak strength, young Thanos already possessed nearly 100 tons of brute force. His skin was so tough that even the sharp teeth of the apes couldn't leave a mark. The task of protecting Thanos seemed like a joke. Roar! At that moment, a leviathan, towering over 30 meters tall, let out a roar as it zeroed in on Thanos, driven by its instinct to target the Titan bloodline. "Let's take that big one down first," Xia Luo shouted before launching a web and swinging into the air. "Got it." Old Steve took advantage of the moment, hurling Mjolnir with all his might. "Catch this." Bang, bang, bang. Mjolnir smashed through the Chitauri apes in its path, heading straight toward Xia Luo, who instinctively caught the handle midair. "Xia Luo. Why did I catch this thing?" In an instant, Xia Luo found himself being yanked by the hammer's immense power, flying uncontrollably in a wide arc through the air. Boom! Mjolnir hit the ground with a thunderous crash, taking down a whole swath of apes with it. "What are you doing catching it?" Old Steve yelled, his face darkening. "You told me to," Xia Luo retorted, dropping the hammer and flinging his shield at the apes. "Sorry, I didn't get what you meant," he added, embarrassed. There was no time for further explanations as more savage apes charged. Old Steve quickly grabbed his cracked Mjolnir and raised his shield again. Boom! With a violent throw, lightning surged, and Mjolnir shattered into a shower of sparks, obliterating the enemies in its path. "Broken hammer works even better," Old Steve exclaimed with satisfaction. Xia Luo launched another web, swinging back toward the Leviathan. Let's do that again. Got it. Old Steve summoned the broken pieces of Mjolnir, and as they reformed, he caught Xia Luo's web midair. Whoosh tilde tilde. With Xia Luo's enhanced strength, Old Steve was hurled onto the back of the Leviathan, where he immediately slammed Mjolnir into the beast's spine. Roar. The Leviathan let out an agonizing wail as Mjolnir, now as heavy as a planet, pinned it down, crushing its body with ease. Boom tilde tilde. The massive creature collapsed onto the ground, smashing into the dirt and rocks, crushing countless apes beneath it. Looking at the fallen beast, pinned by Mjolnir, Xia Luo landed gracefully beside the wreckage. He dusted his hands off. See, even on planet M78, we don't need Ultraman to take down the monsters. What's Ultraman? You know, the one that goes pew pew pew. Honestly, I don't get your humor. Wait, where's the hammer? Just as Old Steve shouted in alarm, the Leviathan shook off the remaining restraints and roared as it ascended back into the sky. Xia Luo frowned, swinging up to the Leviathan's back once more, only to find that Mjolnir had vanished. I get it now. Since Thor didn't make it into the exile journey and got eliminated, his hammer can't stay either. As he spoke, the shield in his hand was also swallowed by the void. Looking down at his companions, Xia Luo saw that Lizard Parker and Carter's shields had also disappeared. Without their shields, they were no match for the vicious Chitauri apes. The battle quickly turned, with Lizard Parker and Carter being overwhelmed by the endless swarm, leaving only Tony and Thanos to hold the line. This is bad. Spidey, use your superpower to figure something out, Old Steve called, his face pale with concern. Xia Luo. If he actually had a power like that, he wouldn't have needed to cheat his way through this. At that moment, Xia Luo's spider sense went haywire as the Leviathan twisted violently, trying to shake him off. Crap! Old Steve clung desperately to the creature's jagged bones. Hurry up and use your superpower, he shouted. But Xia Luo had an idea. Without hesitation, he ripped off his web shooters and leaped down toward the giant bones below. PSSHH, PSSHH. Firing his organic webs, Xia Luo swung around the Leviathan, binding it in layer after layer of silken threads. The creature's movements became sluggish as the gleaming webs tightened around it, cutting into its armored hide and tearing at its flesh. Screech! The sound of metal being torn filled the air as the Leviathan let out one final, blood-curdling roar. Black blood sprayed from its body as it thrashed helplessly in the web's grip. Xia Luo landed on a massive skeleton, exhaustion hitting him like a wave. The organic webs he had gained from the bonus primal spider mode were incredibly strong, with hardness and cutting power beyond belief, but producing them required an enormous amount of energy. He was exhausted, but stronger than ever. Chapter 52. Screech! In an instant, the Chitauri giant apes swarmed the massive skeleton. Xia Luo yanked the webbing in his hand, causing the crystalline strands to tighten abruptly. Slice, slice, slice. In the blink of an eye, the nearly invisible threads easily sliced through the creature's flesh, shredding every ape caught in the trap into pieces before they had any time to react. Within seconds, hundreds of apes had been decapitated, their bodies strewn across the ground, leaving a scene of utter carnage. Dark green blood trickled down the webs, but the threads remained spotless, untainted by the blood. As Xia Luo relaxed his grip on the webs, the skeleton briefly returned to a still, eerie calm. Get in here, he shouted to Thanos and the others, who were battling their way back as the endless waves of apes charged forward. The massive skeleton soon became covered in a mound of ape corpses, rendering the web trap ineffective. The others quickly vanished from Xia Luo's line of sight as they were overwhelmed by the onslaught. A shield, scarred and battered, lay embedded in the ground. The shattered remains of a nanotech suit were trampled underfoot by the apes. Lizard Parker's headless body was soon torn to shreds as the apes fought over it. Thanos, covered in blood, swung his war blade, cleaving through the creatures as he roared, his fury and desperation driving him toward the distant golden sun. No one could stop him. No one but himself. His stamina drained rapidly, and though the ape heads clinging to his shoulders had lost their bodies, their jaws still instinctively bit into his flesh. His arms, legs, and waist were all entangled by the creatures. Dragging their bodies along, the Titan's purple frame pressed forward. Mechanically, he swung his war blade, uncaring if it hit anything. The light in his eyes slowly faded, leaving only numbness and despair. Until, at last, the swarm of monsters engulfed him completely. Only then did a flicker of emotion appear in Thanos' eyes. To gain the ultimate Titan body, he had slaughtered countless people, his hands soaked in the blood of his kin. He had doubted, regretted, and struggled. There was a night in a dark corner where no one saw when he had wept. But after that, he chose to become the Thanos who would save Titan, no matter the cost. He grew more ruthless, edging closer to his goal. But the road was too long. He was tired. Truly tired. He knew he couldn't finish this journey. His power had its limits. He would join the many who had tried to save Titan before him, buried on this hopeless planet. Without becoming the eternal Titan, there was no saving Titan. His homeland was destined for destruction. But he was lucky, because he wouldn't have to witness that day. You have been eliminated. You cannot earn a revival. Reward +1 primal web mode. You have 8 restarts remaining. Restart. Back in the cosmic web, Xia Luo stroked his chin, deep in thought. The endless horde of monsters seemed like an insurmountable barrier, likely placed to prevent the Titans from reaching the Forbidden Land. But it wasn't impossible. Now that he understood what the exile journey truly entailed, Xia Luo had a new idea. Crossing the sea of monsters to reach the place bathed in sunlight wouldn't be that hard for him. After a moment's thought, he rubbed his wrist, manually switching to a new web mode, then shot out another strand of primal webbing. Doesn't seem different. Holding the white webbing in his hand, Xia Luo willed it to retract. The web snapped back into his wrist, rapidly converting back into its original protein form. Xia Luo. Well, that's handy. Web recycling, huh? Compared to the trap web mode, this new web retrieval mode wasn't bad at all. Who knows what kind of web mode he'll unlock next time? The thought flashed through his mind, but Xia Luo immediately shook it off, killing the idea. That line of thinking was dangerous. With that, he clicked restart. Restart. This time, under Xia Luo's leadership, the group smoothly made their way back to the altar atop the tower. He let his blood drip into the groove, and once again, the night sky blossomed with spider totems. 2 spider totems overlapped, followed by the appearance of the incomplete one. The spider totem didn't reset, Xia Luo pondered. So the incomplete spider totem could follow him back to his world if he won the revival match. What are you doing? Lizard Parker asked impatiently from the side. Xia Luo noticed the flicker of malice in Lizard Parker's eyes and sighed inwardly. So much for their newfound friendship, it was so fragile. Nothing. Then let's destroy this place. Not yet. Why not? Wait for Thanos, he'll come to us. Your superpower again. Yes. Soon enough, Thanos appeared before them once more. Hello, I am Thanos. I am the leader of Titan. I know, Xia Luo interrupted him. You know. Thanos looked surprised. Old Steve and the others wore puzzled expressions too. Spidey, your ability is getting too scary. Let's skip the chit-chat and make a plan. What plan? The Hawk planned. The next day, at the exile land. In front of countless Titans, Thanos solemnly approached the center of the altar, holding Titan's so-called sacred artifact. The artifact was a bronze urn that looked suspiciously like a chamber pot. To open the portal, you had to place your hand on the surface of the urn, allowing its mysterious energy to sense the divine power. Buzz tilde. As Thanos and Xia Luo both placed their hands on the urn, its surface lit up with glowing runes, and a purple portal slowly opened. Let's go. Before Thanos could say a word, Xia Luo led the group into the portal. How odd, he seems to know the process better than I do. Thanos scratched his head as he followed them, absent-mindedly pulling out a few strands of hair. Oh no, my hair loss is getting worse. His expression pained. He carefully pocketed the strands before stepping through the portal after Xia Luo. When the group landed on the desolate planet, the massive bones beneath them shook as terrifying creatures began to burst forth from the ground. "It's the Chitauri Leviathans," Tony exclaimed. "No, they haven't been converted into bioweapons yet," Old Steve said, glancing at Thanos before tossing Mjolnir toward one of the Leviathans. Boom! In an instant, the Leviathan was crushed beneath the weight of Mjolnir before it could fully rise, while an endless wave of apes swept across the land. "Your turn, old man," Xia Luo said. "Got it." Old Steve retrieved his spare Mjolnir, and after Xia Luo webbed the handle, he hurled the hammer toward the sunlight in the distance. Boom! A flash of lightning struck as Xia Luo was pulled into the sky, Mjolnir dragging him along, with the rest of the group bound together by webs flying behind him. "So this is the Hawk plan," Old Steve shouted midair. Xia Luo turned his head. "What? Speak up, I can't hear you." Whoosh tilde tilde. The wind roared past as they flew through the sky, tied together like a string of grasshoppers. This wasn't a metaphor. Chapter 53. "We're almost there," said Xia Luo. Mjolnir flew straight toward the sunlight. As they neared, Xia Luo finally saw what the so-called sun truly was. Floating atop the towering black cliff was a golden gemstone. Its light wasn't blinding, but perfectly enveloped the barren land below. Behind Xia Luo, Thanos gazed at the distant golden gemstone, a smile forming on his face. He hadn't expected that a challenge, which countless titans before him had failed to overcome, would be so easily resolved by this insect. Of course, it helped that these friends had suddenly shown up on Titan. Almost at the same time, both Tony and Old Steve spotted the golden gemstone and cried out in shock. "The Mind Stone," Tony's expression changed, his voice filled with alarm. He was certain of what he was seeing. Old Steve frowned. Shouldn't it be in Loki's scepter? Hearing this, Xia Luo suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. "Are you sure that's the Mind Stone?" he asked. Old Steve scowled. "Didn't you say you couldn't hear me?" "I was lying." Just as he spoke, Mjolnir, which had been heading toward the cliff, vanished into thin air. Clearly, the other participants had already been eliminated. With Mjolnir gone, Xia Luo and the others, carried by inertia, started falling toward the cliffside. "Well, with some effort, we should be able to reach it," Thanos breathed a sigh of relief. But as the Mind Stone's light flickered for a moment, things took an unexpected turn. Suddenly, a golden wave of energy radiated outward, and everyone instantly lost their sense of self. When Xia Luo opened his eyes again, he found himself in the middle of a golden field of flowers. Under the blue sky and white clouds, he ran freely through the flowers, a bright, beaming smile on his face. A familiar tune played in the background, Summer's slowly fading, leaving behind little secrets hidden deep inside. Xia Luo came to an abrupt halt, plucking a wildflower from his ear with a bewildered expression. "What am I doing?" The next moment, his spider sense tingled, and the world around him wavered. He finally saw something familiar. Up in the air, Old Steve and Lizard Parker were embracing. "Oh, Jack." "Oh, Rose." "Jack, I'm flying. I'm really flying." "Rose, I'm flying too, even higher." "Xia Luo." Elsewhere, Carter was flipping Tony off, spewing a string of expletives. "You filthy scumbag. I'm going to beat the crap out of you, then shove it right back up, so you'll learn not to mess with Agent Carter." Tony raised his helmet triumphantly, yelling, "Hail Hydra." "Xia Luo." Everything was in chaos. But why had his spider sense gone off if there wasn't any danger? He soon got his answer. Boom! A fierce gust of wind followed the sweeping strike of a double-edged warblade. The sheer force sent Old Steve and the others flying. "I am the Titan God, Thanos, and this is for the glory of the Eternals," roared Thanos. His face twisted in rage as he grabbed Xia Luo by the ankle, hurling him into the cliffside. Boom! Rocks exploded upon impact, and Xia Luo's body embedded itself deep into the cliff. Cracked. Loose stones tumbled as Xia Luo freed himself from the rocky prison, his back aching with pain. So this guy was the real wild card. He massaged his aching shoulders. Facing the threat of Thanos, Xia Luo's eyes glowed red as he swiftly activated Venom mode. In the blink of an eye, Thanos' massive body slammed into a distant cliff, shattering chunks of rock as he roared, for the glory of the Eternals. At that moment, Thanos was like an enraged ape, climbing towards Xia Luo, hell-bent on tearing him apart. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as Xia Luo's black spider spears failed to pierce Thanos' defense. Seizing the opportunity, Thanos grabbed one of the spears, unleashing his full strength. For the glory of the Eternals. Thanos swung the spear, ready to smash Xia Luo into the cliff again, but the next moment, his body was enveloped in Xia Luo's crystalline web trap. Srrrh. The sound of metal grinding became unbearably loud. Thanos' armor cracked and shattered, exposing his purple skin, which immediately bulged with muscles as it touched the webbing. Thanos' movement halted for just a second before his strength exploded, snapping the crystalline webs apart. Damn it! Sensing things going south, Xia Luo threw himself backward, allowing gravity to pull him off the cliff's edge. At the same time, the spider spear in Thanos' hand melted into liquid and slipped away. Boom! Thanos' fist slammed into the cliffside, but with his webs now gone, the rock cracked into a spiderweb pattern and crumbled, sending both Thanos and large chunks of the cliff tumbling down. Whoosh! Swinging through the air on his webs, Xia Luo looked down at Thanos, still falling, but thrashing wildly in his hallucination. His mental resistance was weak. Even falling from the cliff hadn't snapped him out of the illusion. Clearly, the injuries weren't enough to wake him up. Xia Luo alone wasn't strong enough to defeat Thanos. He needed the help of the others. But right now, most of them were dead or too injured to fight. This was looking grim. Climbing to the top of the cliff, he decided to try using the Mind Stone to snap Thanos out of it. Buzz tilde. Soon he reached the Mind Stone, but the moment he touched it, his mind fogged, and he found himself back in the golden flower field. Summer's fading away, oh come on. Already prepared, Xia Luo quickly snapped out of the illusion. But as he scanned the field, he couldn't find a way to escape. Wait, not the summer, the illusion. Time passed without a clear way out until his spider sense went off again. The flower field vanished, replaced by Thanos' snarling face. I know, for the glory of the Eternals. Wrong, for the glory of Titan. A fist the size of a boulder flew toward Xia Luo. He shrugged helplessly. Typical. You have been eliminated. You cannot earn a revival. Reward, +1 primal web mode. You have 7 restarts remaining. Restart. Back in the cosmic web, Xia Luo tested his new web mode. As the wave-shaped webs shot from his wrist, Xia Luo fell silent. Was this mode reminding him not to get cocky? Restart. 4th revival match. By the fountain, as the countdown ended, Xia Luo spoke directly to the group. I've been here before, and I know a way to easily participate in the exile journey. He wasn't lying. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Why should we trust you? Thor, hammer in hand, stepped forward sneering. Xia Luo glanced at the furious lizard Parker charging at him and casually knocked him away with a punch. Because I've won 2 revival matches. Pointing at the groaning lizard Parker, Xia Luo then gestured toward old Steve in the crowd. They know it, stick with me and we'll win. Carter seemed thoughtful, the first to be intrigued. All right, what's your plan? She asked. Simple, go to the temple and fight Thanos. Chapter 54. Why would we fight him? Isn't our mission to protect him? I get it. This guy must have died at Thanos' hands and now sees this version of him as his enemy. What a poor guy, he can't even tell who killed him anymore. What a waste of time, I can't believe I've been listening to this nonsense. What a lunatic. I'm out of here. Winning 2 revival matches, he's gotta be lying. Instantly, the crowd erupted with boos. Groups of people started to leave in 2s and 3s. Suddenly, old Steve squeezed through the crowd. I believe him, he said. He walked up to Xia Luo. Little spider, I'm happy to see you again. Wait, sorry, I shouldn't be happy about that, he added with an awkward smile. Don't worry about it, Xia Luo replied. not in the mood for humor after having restarted so many times. He glanced around at the remaining participants. It was impossible to convince everyone to stay, so he had to use that strategy. Relying on his accumulated experience from multiple restarts, Xia Luo quickly persuaded Carter, Lizard Parker, and Tony to join in on the plan. Standing next to Carter, Xia Luo put on a troubled expression. "Sai, this mission is so dangerous, and Agent Carter is so delicate. Who could possibly protect her? It's really a headache." He spoke loudly enough for everyone to hear, especially the various Steves nearby. Old Steve, understanding Xia Luo's game, glanced at the other Steves who had momentarily paused in their tracks. He immediately knew what Xia Luo was up to. "I am Captain America, a brave Avenger. I will protect every Agent Carter. It's my duty," Old Steve declared loudly. The other Steves' faces shifted slightly, their expressions turning more hesitant. Carter, caught off guard by this, felt quite awkward. However, she understood what Xia Luo was trying to do. After thinking it over, she realized she didn't want to interact with those other Steves. Unlike Old Steve, who she trusted, those others gave her an unsettling vibe, too similar to the Steve she knew, but different enough to make her uncomfortable. But then Xia Luo whispered something in her ear. "Agent Carter, with great power comes great responsibility. The team needs more strength, so please." At that moment, Carter froze. "With great power comes great responsibility." Those words resonated with her, as if they carried a special power, pushing her to reconsider. "All right, I'll give it a shot." Finally, almost against her will, she agreed and started walking toward the other Steves. Seeing this, a satisfied smile spread across Xia Luo's face. That line always worked. Next, he turned toward Jane Foster, ready to convince her. "If we want to succeed in this mission, reliable teammates are essential. You don't have to trust me, but you should trust it." He pointed at Mjolnir in her hand. "Those who are worthy of the hammer can't be wrong, right?" Jane looked over at Thor, who was standing nearby. "Are you talking about him? He doesn't seem interested in joining us." "No, he means me." Old Steve stepped forward, smiling as he extended his hand. "Let me give it a try." "What?" Both Jane and Thor, along with Loki, looked at Old Steve in disbelief. "Are you sure?" Jane asked, hesitating as she handed Mjolnir over to him. She seemed to have a hunch about what might happen. Before Old Steve could do anything, Thor burst into laughter. This must be a joke. How could a mere mortal ever be worthy? But mid-sentence, Thor's laughter turned to shock. "Impossible. Impossible." Thor and Loki exclaimed simultaneously, staring wide-eyed as Old Steve effortlessly handled Mjolnir, shaking their heads in disbelief. "I must be seeing things. How can a mortal lift Mjolnir?" Thor muttered. "I've figured it out," Loki chimed in. "The hammer must be broken, that's why he can lift it." Loki clapped his hands and chuckled. That must be it. He quickly rushed over and grabbed the hammer from Old Steve, who made no effort to stop him, nor did Jane. Under Tony's amused gaze, the moment Loki gripped Mjolnir, he was instantly pulled down to his knees by its immense weight. What an awkward sight. Loki glanced around nervously, quickly releasing the hammer and pretending nothing had happened as he dusted off his clothes. "I was just kidding earlier," he said, trying to explain. "I know, you're very funny," Old Steve said, picking up Mjolnir and handing it back to Jane. "So, will you join us?" he asked sincerely. "Of course," Jane agreed without hesitation. She smiled. "If I'm not mistaken, I think I know who you are." "What do you mean?" Old Steve was momentarily confused, before realization struck him. "Ah, I get it. There was news about Mjolnir being stolen from the exhibition hall. They said a woman took it. I remember reading about that." "That wasn't stealing." "I know. You're Thor's girlfriend and he loves you, so his hammer loves you too." "We're not together anymore." "Ah, that's a shame. So how did you die?" "It's a long story. I went to Valhalla after I died, but it was so boring there. Then I got a strange invitation." The two quickly struck up a lively conversation. Thor, curious, edged closer to listen to Jane's story. "So, are you joining us?" Xia Luo interrupted, seizing the moment to invite Thor. Thor thought it over, then puffed out his chest. "All right, mortal, I'll join you. but don't expect to boss me around. I am Thor, god of thunder, representing the glory of the northern gods. I know, the glory of the northern gods. You're free to act as you please. I'll join you too, Loki added with a mischievous grin. I find you lot quite amusing. No problem. And just like that, the team's strength surged. Let's go off to the Titan Temple, Xia Luo declared, leading the group to the roadside. They hailed a Kabi. Half an hour later. At the base of the spire, Xia Luo waved his hand slightly, and Loki cast a spell, creating thousands of duplicates. The clones swarmed toward the Titan guards like a tidal wave. Damn it, what are those? That many twins? No, triplets, no, wait, quadruplets. Their poor mother. Stop joking and deal with them. It wasn't long before the Titan guards were lured away by the clones, allowing the group to rush to the top of the spire. At the massive stone mill altar, Xia Luo dropped blood into the groove. Above them, the night sky lit up with the image of a giant spider totem, summoning Thanos to the scene. Greetings, I am Thanos, the leader of Titan, he introduced himself. While Thanos was speaking, Xia Luo quietly moved toward a corner. There, he touched one of the stone pillars, revealing a virtual lock. Skillfully, he entered the code, causing the stone pillars to shift and transform into the Titan Temple, sealing off the guards outside and leaving Thanos alone with the group of Avengers. What the? Thanos was startled. He scanned the group, who now eyed him with hostility, and then turned to Xia Luo in the corner. His face darkened. How do you know the code to unlock the temple? Because you told me, Xia Luo said with a shrug and a grin. After watching Thanos initiate the exile journey twice, Xia Luo had learned everything he needed to know. The temple required a code to open, and the portal to the exile journey could be activated at any time, as long as they had the sacred artifact and the necessary divine power. And the sacred artifact was hidden inside the temple. Now, with Thanos subdued, they wouldn't have to worry about him losing control under the influence of the Mind Stone. Chapter 55. Now attack, he shouted. Immediately, with his eyes glowing red, Xia Luo shot out webs, swinging through the temple. At the same time, Tony unleashed his full firepower, covering Thanos' entire body in a barrage of attacks. Boom, boom, boom. As the battle raged on, Thanos charged out of the fire, unfazed by the onslaught. Who the hell are you people? He roared. The ones who are going to kill you, Xia Luo replied. Freed from the restraints of the electric devices, Thor's body crackled with lightning as he wielded Mjolnir, unstoppable in his fury. Every swing of his hammer was filled with the power of the god of thunder. No, he was the god of thunder. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning exploded across the temple, causing the entire altar to tremble. Thanos' body shuddered violently under the relentless electrical assault, but he still retained his peak fighting ability. Die, Thanos roared as he fought through the storm of lightning, punching Thor with a fist as big as a sandbag. The punch shattered the lightning around Thor and sent him flying. In the next instant, Thanos' head was hit by several flying shields, crashing into his skull. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as Thanos' head collided with the shields. The Steves were stunned by the impact. They had never fought Thanos before, and didn't realize how terrifying he truly was. Damn you, Thanos growled, turning and throwing a powerful punch. A younger Steve barely had time to raise his shield. Bang! With hundreds of tons of force slamming into the shield, Steve was sent flying over 100 meters, crashing into the stone wall of the temple. Steve, heavily injured, fell to his knees, coughing up blood. He was no longer able to fight. Xia Luo, who had been observing the battle, landed nearby, puzzled. He picked up the shield and tapped it, realizing that it felt different from old Steve's shield. So that's it, he muttered, understanding the situation. Not all of the Steve's shields were created equal. Some had more vibranium content than others, leading to differences in defense. Because they were made using similar techniques, it wasn't easy to spot these differences without close inspection. No wonder the Steve was killed so easily, even with a shield. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, more Steves were severely injured by Thanos, and Lizard Parker and Carter were both thrown aside. Their numbers quickly dwindled. Die, Thanos roared. The air froze with his fury. Boom! Thor's hammer was knocked away, and the Mjolnir in Jane's hand exploded into a shower of light, attacking Thanos' body, but it wasn't enough to bring him down. Buzz tilde tilde. Just as Thanos was unleashing his power, the Mjolnir that had fallen to the ground responded to a summons and flew into old Steve's hand. Tony, Steve shouted. Got it, Tony replied. At once, the nanotech in Tony's suit activated, channeling Steve's lightning into his back thrusters. With peak firepower, Tony unleashed a full assault on Thanos. Booms, booms, boom. Laser beams and missiles rained down on Thanos, forcing him to stumble backward until he fell into a web trap that Xia Luo had set earlier. Crack, crack, crack. Even ensnared in the trap, Thanos continued to struggle, snapping the crystalline webs with his immense strength. Knowing that the trap wouldn't hold, Xia Luo swung onto Thanos' shoulder, and his black spider legs morphed into liquid-like tendrils that wrapped around Thanos' arms. Damn Spider-Man, you've really pissed me off this time, Thanos roared, but before he could unleash his full power, Tony's nanotech hammer came crashing down on his forehead. Bang! A heavy thud echoed as Thanos' head was struck, blood slowly trickling from his forehead. A single drop slid down the side of his face as he stared at Tony in disbelief. How could you hurt me? Don't be so surprised. Another version of you went through this too, Tony said, smirking. At that moment, with the combined force of Tony's hammer and Xia Luo's web, Thanos was slammed against the stone wall, shattering it. Boom! Crack, cracked. Rubble flew as Thanos was embedded in the wall. Shaking his head, he struggled to stay conscious. Before he could react, old Steve came charging in with Mjolnir, delivering a relentless combo of hammer and shield strikes, leaving Thanos in an even more vulnerable state. At the same time, Tony and Xia Luo closed in, and Thanos' furious roars echoed through the temple. This young Thanos was not as powerful as the version from the movie universe, allowing the three of them to keep him suppressed. Off to the side, Thor watched in disbelief. That's my hammer, how does he know how to use it better than me? He muttered. Loki, who had been standing by, smirked. I bet he's been secretly practicing. Lizard Parker limped over to Carter, holding his swollen face. You okay? He asked. Carter looked at her dented shield and shook her head slightly. I'm fine. If I had a better shield, I could go at it all day. I never want to face that monster again, Parker muttered, shivering as he recalled the power of Thanos' punch. Meanwhile, Jane Foster, holding Mjolnir, observed the battlefield. It's time. Seizing the moment when Thanos stumbled, she threw Mjolnir, now covered in cracks, directly at him. Boom! Lightning surged as the hammer shattered into a storm of meteors, raining down on Thanos' body. Old Steve and Tony followed up with more coordinated attacks, and after several rounds of firepower and hammer strikes, Thanos finally succumbed to the onslaught, passing out. Atop the shattered altar, Xia Luo shot out a massive web, wrapping Thanos into a giant cocoon before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Good, we're halfway there, he said. Hey kid, what's next? Thor asked. No rush, Xia Luo replied, glancing at the now cracked altar with concern. He wasn't sure if the portal could still be activated with the altar damaged. They would just have to try. Soon, he found the sacred artifact hidden within the temple. He placed the artifact in Thanos' unconscious hands and reached out to touch it himself. In an instant, the artifact responded. A red and blue spider totem appeared on Xia Luo's chest, while Thanos' purple skin faintly glowed. Buzz tilde tilde. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a purple portal finally opened. It worked, Loki exclaimed with delight, rushing toward the portal, only to be yanked back by Thor. I'm the older brother, I go first. We're not even related by blood. At least we're cousins. Loki. Before their argument could escalate, Xia Luo and the others had already carried Thanos through the portal. Damn it, they got ahead of us, Thor cursed, charging toward the portal, only to be stopped by an invisible barrier. Why is this happening? He asked, stunned. Loki tried as well, but he too was blocked. His face darkened, why do you think we've been played? He growled through clenched teeth. And did you notice? They took our hammer too, Jane said, exasperated. Thor. Damn it, give me back my hammer. Chapter 56. In an instant, lightning ravaged the sky, and Mjolnir came crashing down on the Leviathan, pinning it in place. Go. Boom. The damaged Mjolnir flew toward the high cliff where the Mind Stone floated, dragging along a series of grasshoppers in its wake. As the fierce wind howled, old Steve shouted at the top of his lungs, "Spider Kid, why didn't they come with us?" What did you say? The wind's too strong, I can't hear you tilde. Xia Luo replied. Within seconds, just as they neared the cliff, Mjolnir vanished. The light of the Mind Stone flickered, and suddenly everyone started acting chaotically. Summer quietly passed, leaving little secrets tilde. Oh, Jack. Rose, I'm flying. I'm gonna beat the crap out of you and shove it right back up your. Hail Hydra. This time, the unconscious Thanos showed no signs of violent outbursts, so Xia Luo's spider sense didn't trigger immediately. Not long after, everyone began plummeting toward the cliff face like falling stars. Thanks to his spider sense, Xia Luo was the first to regain his senses. Without hesitation, he switched to web mode. Thwip. As they fell, a flurry of webs shot out, securing the falling group. Xia Luo's muscles bulged as he grabbed the tangled mass of webs in his hands, tying them around his waist. Crack tilde. Xia Luo used both his hands and feet to climb the cliff. Loose stones occasionally tumbled past him as his frail-looking body carried the weight of the entire team's hopes. The wind howled like a demon, and Xia Luo's heart was as precarious as Tony and the others, dangling in the air. Suspended people, suspended hearts, who knew when they might plummet to the ground. Cracked. Sure enough, the cliff's rocks couldn't bear the weight of everyone, and Xia Luo suddenly felt the ground beneath him give way. In a flash of lightning-fast reflexes, Xia Luo's eyes turned red, and his black spider legs pierced into the cliff, sending chunks of rock tumbling below. Only then did he stop their fall. Over the next half hour, using his black spider legs to aid his climb, Xia Luo finally managed to haul the group to the top of the cliff. Phew tilde. After tossing everyone onto the flat ground, Xia Luo let out a deep breath. If nothing went wrong, they shouldn't need to waste another restart chance. He didn't approach the Mind Stone, which floated in midair, but instead waited patiently. 10 minutes later, Tony was the first to wake up. Staring at Carter, who had been swearing at him earlier, Tony blinked. Did I miss something? He asked. A moment later, Carter snapped out of it, looking confused as she glanced around. What just happened? She asked. You were swearing. No, I never swear. All right, I must have misheard then. Soon after, Lizard Parker and Old Steve regained their senses. The group gathered around the still dreaming Thanos, looking at him with mixed expressions. What's this Eternals he keeps talking about? Isn't he a Titan? He must be hiding something from us. Should we wake him up? I'll give it a try. No, let me. I've got to pee anyway. Do you think you're funny? Xia Luo squatted down, raising his fist, ready to wake Thanos in the simplest, most straightforward way. But before he could strike, Thanos suddenly shuddered and opened his eyes. The confusion in them quickly turned into rage. You damn fools, why did you? Halfway through his sentence, he paused, suddenly realizing something. Where is this place? This is the Exile Grounds, on planet M78, Xia Luo replied. What? Thanos, wide-eyed, turned to see the Mind Stone floating in midair. Overjoyed, he burst out laughing. Ha, it's here, the light of the mind as recorded in Titan lore. I knew it would be here in the Exile Grounds. Titan is saved. My efforts were not in vain. Thanos, don't forget, it was my efforts that got you here, Xia Luo reminded him. Hearing this, Thanos finally seemed to realize something. Why did you help me? Because I want to help you. But you knocked me out. That was part of the plan, otherwise we wouldn't have made it here. What's your real motive? To make sure you survive in the Exile Grounds. I find that hard to believe. Believe what you want. With that, Xia Luo untied the webs binding Thanos and stepped back. Thanos stood up, wiping the dried blood from his forehead. His gaze remained suspicious as he looked at the group. But soon, his doubts were overshadowed by the glowing Mind Stone. Excitement flooded Thanos' heart as he turned and began walking toward the Mind Stone. Wait! Xia Luo's voice stopped Thanos in his tracks, and he immediately became defensive. What do you want? Thanos asked warily. Xia Luo shrugged. Just reminding you, don't touch it, otherwise you'll fall back into another illusion. Illusion? Thanos frowned. Yes, if it weren't for that, we wouldn't have had to knock you out earlier to prevent you from going berserk. Xia Luo's words left not only Thanos, but Tony and the others in disbelief. Spider-Kid, your ability's getting scarier by the minute. You predicted all of this. Old Steve gave him a thumbs up. Lizard Parker, still shaken, muttered, no wonder I lost the first 2 times. If it weren't for working with you this time, I'd have failed again. Wait a minute, I should hate you, shouldn't I? He said, feigning anger. Imposter, I'll never okay, I forgive you, Lizard Parker said, but he started to question himself. Damn, what did this guy do to me? He was losing his mind. Why was it so hard to dislike Xia Luo? Could it be that he... Suddenly, he had a terrifying thought. Nuo? Lizard Parker clutched his head in despair, causing everyone around him to be utterly confused. What's wrong with him? Carter asked. Old Steve shook his head. No idea, maybe he's still trapped in the illusion. Stuck in the memory of your romantic date, Tony teased. Old Steve's face froze. Date with who? With you, you two were hugging, staring in a live soap opera, Tony said, grinning. What? Old Steve's expression stiffened before he turned away in silence. Nuo. He suddenly dropped to his knees, clutching his head in agony. Carter sighed, shaking her head. Another man lost in the depths of love. Tony nodded. Yes, I never knew he had that kind of kink. Stark, you shouldn't judge them, Carter said seriously. Sorry, my bad, Tony replied, though his tone wasn't exactly sincere. Meanwhile, Thanos had already approached the Mind Stone. Following Xia Luo's advice, he didn't touch the stone but instead closed his eyes, recalling the Titan texts on the light of the mind. After a while, he opened his eyes, sighing deeply. If I'm not mistaken, we'll need the sacred artifact too. Here, Xia Luo said, tossing him the artifact. He had seen Thanos bring it in on his previous attempt. Thanos, you seem to know everything. Of course, you still have time to admire me, Xia Luo replied with a grin. I'll think about it. In Thanos' eyes, Xia Luo wasn't just wearing a Spider-Man mask anymore. He was shrouded in mystery. Chapter 57. Tilde. In an instant, golden light was absorbed into the artifact, and mysterious runes on its surface began to glow, becoming increasingly brilliant. Under the surprised gazes of Xia Luo and the others, the artifact emitted a magnificent purple starlight, which enveloped Thanos completely. Suddenly, Thanos' expression twisted in pain. Arg, no, what is this? He clutched his head and wailed as the blood in his veins seemed to boil. His entire body was racked with unbearable pain, and the visions flooding his mind shocked him to the core, leaving him in utter despair. Seeing Thanos writhing on the ground, Xia Luo and the others immediately retreated several dozen meters. What's happening to him? Is he trapped in another illusion? No, this seems different from before. Xia Luo observed closely and saw that Thanos' purple skin was gradually darkening, his bones creaking and cracking. His armor was stretched taut by his bulging, steel-like muscles, and his figure became even more massive and imposing. The iconic large chin began to take shape, and soon, his once thick black hair rapidly fell away. He's going to be pretty miserable when he wakes up. He's turned bald, said Lizard Parker, touching his own smooth head with a sigh. He's lost his hair, but he's gotten stronger, Xia Luo nodded. His spider sense told him that Thanos was becoming increasingly dangerous. What's happening to him? Carter asked, confused. Xia Luo speculated, he's evolving. Evolving? Yes, Xia Luo explained. Thanos slaughtered countless of his own people with the goal of becoming an eternal Titan. Only as an eternal Titan could he complete the exiled journey and save Titan, but until now, he had never succeeded. Now, it seems that the power of the Infinity Stone, combined with the artifact, is allowing him to transform into an eternal Titan. It didn't take long for Tony to understand. The exile journey was already initiated, and I know it's because of you. But without you, Thanos would never have been able to start the journey alone, nor become an eternal Titan. Old Steve added, without becoming an eternal Titan, the exile journey would never have begun. It's a paradox. What is the true purpose of this exile journey? I suspect there's more than one Infinity Stone, isn't there? Carter immediately saw the key issue. Tony nodded. There are 6 Infinity Stones. No one knows their power better than I do. As he spoke, his right hand trembled slightly, and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. But why is it specifically the Mind Stone that appeared here? Xia Luo narrowed his eyes, his mind filled with suspicions. After a while, Thanos' transformation neared its completion, and the light from the artifact began to dim. Who tilde? On the cliff's peak, the towering purple figure knelt, gasping for breath. The sacred artifact rolled to the ground, and the glow of the Mind Stone flickered faintly. Staring at the golden stone before him, sweat pouring down his face, Thanos' eyes were filled with boundless despair. Even though his life force had been elevated, and the power of an eternal Titan now coursed through his body, making him feel stronger than ever before. Before, Spider-Man and the others had managed to defeat him. But now, he could easily crush them. Yet despite this newfound strength, there was no joy in his transformation into an eternal Titan. Because as the Mind Stone activated the bloodline of the eternal Titan within him, Thanos learned the darkest secret of the Titan race. It was a truth only eternal Titans were privy to. The Celestials. The entity lying dormant at the core of Titan was a newly forming Celestial. It was invincible. As long as the population on Titan reached a certain threshold, the biological energy emitted would fully awaken the Celestial. Celestials, upon birth, were as large as planets, and no world could sustain their existence. Even as an eternal Titan, Thanos realized he could never defeat the Celestial. For the eternal Titans themselves were the creations of the Celestials. The Celestials had created the eternal Titans for the sole purpose of protecting life on their planets, ensuring it would proliferate and eventually nurture the growth of the celestial seed. Eternal Titans were both protectors and executioners. Thanos never imagined that his seemingly just slaughter of half the population, his attempt to start the exile journey, was actually the only way to delay Titan's inevitable destruction. By killing half the population, he had managed to slow the birth of the Celestial. Thus, the exile grounds held no salvation for Titan. The true purpose of the exile grounds was to remind the eternal Titans of their grim mission. Protect the life on Titan, and then watch it be destroyed. Over the centuries, as the Titan race devolved, this secret had been lost to history. But now Thanos knew the truth, and with it came total despair. He slowly stood, picking up the Mind Stone with the artifact. At the cliff's edge lay another stone altar. He would return to the planet he loved. His home, and it would become a slaughterhouse. His hands would soon be drenched in blood. He had made his decision. The birth of a new Celestial was imminent, and there was no time to evacuate the population of Titan. In order to save half of Titan's people, he would become the greatest villain, the most ruthless tyrant the universe had ever known. From this moment forward, he was no longer fit to be a leader. What awaited him now was the endless hatred and nightmares brought on by the lives he would take. He had no other choice. Thanos staggered, step by step, toward the altar, as if using every ounce of strength he had left. There were no furious roars, no resistance, no helpless sobbing like on that dark night. As they watched Thanos' lonely figure retreat, Tony inexplicably felt a wave of sadness wash over him. Did he find a way to save Titan? He asked. Old Steve's expression was calm. Maybe he did, but he doesn't want to accept it. Lizard Parker pondered. I think he's just having a hard time accepting that he's bald now. It's the price of getting stronger, Xia Luo remarked. And the cost of saving Titan. If he saves Titan, he'll be hailed as a hero, Carter smiled. Xia Luo shook his head. If he had the choice, I don't think he'd want to be a hero, he said with certainty. As Thanos finally disappeared into the altar, nothing unexpected happened. This time, the revival contest had only required 3 restarts, leaving Xia Luo with a strange sense of disbelief. Am I really this good now? But thinking it over, this round hadn't been particularly difficult. Then, a system prompt appeared before the group. Old Steve glanced at his reward and covered his face in despair. Oh no, this is not the reward I wanted. Lizard Parker, however, was moved to tears. My lizard abilities have become a voluntary skill. I can live a normal life again. Congratulations, Peter, and of course, congratulations to myself. Tony smiled, his usually tense expression finally relaxing. He could finally return to his own world. Pepper Morgan Peter. He couldn't wait. Carter was also overjoyed, but then looked at the others in confusion. Did we all get different rewards? Obviously, Tony said. Old Steve, looking downcast, asked, Spider Kid, what are you going to do next? He looked at Xia Luo with a hint of expectation. Xia Luo. Sorry, I've got something really important coming up. I probably won't be able to join you for any more revival contests. His eyes shifted to the 5-pointed star shield in Old Steve's hand, and a cold gleam flashed in his gaze. Hydra Captain, I'm back. Tonight at midnight, I'm coming for you, Hydra Captain. Chapter 58. Still no word from Spider-Man. Harry stepped into Nick Fury's office, asking as soon as he entered. Nick Fury, who was reviewing some documents, glanced up at Harry and shook his head. No, nothing. It's like he vanished into thin air. Our agents can't find a trace. Harry frowned. It's been 3 days. If something hadn't happened to him, he should have returned by now. Yeah, he usually shows up at night, but there's been no sign of him for the past 3 days. Nick Fury rubbed his temples, shifting the topic. How's Stark doing? Harry nodded. He's fine. He wasn't hurt. We have people watching him constantly to make sure he doesn't get kidnapped again. That's not the main issue. Nick Fury stood up and moved to the large window, his one eye filled with concern. Hydra hasn't been completely wiped out, and we still haven't found that strange spine. That's what worries me the most. Is Hydra really that scary? Harry asked, puzzled. S.H.I.E.L.D. is the world's top intelligence agency. Shouldn't we be able to handle what's left of Hydra? Nick Fury explained Harry's confusion. You don't understand. Hydra was the world's nightmare in its time. If they've resurfaced, there's a larger scheme at play. And Stark is part of that plan. It's possible even your father is entangled in this. What? Harry was taken aback, his fists clenching involuntarily as he took a deep breath to calm himself. He wasn't that naive young man anymore. He had to change. Impulsiveness, anger, those were fatal weaknesses. So Spider-Man is one of their targets too. Since that incident, he hasn't returned, maybe he's already. Harry, it's them who should be worried. Nick Fury interrupted Harry before he could finish. Gazing out at the neon-lit night, his voice carried an uncharacteristic calm. Spider-Man won't die. Anyone who messes with that guy is in for big trouble. Harry sighed suddenly. Spider-Man won't die, but Xia Luo is different. He's disappeared again, and I still have to keep it from Uncle Ben. He went traveling again, Fury asked. How should I know? Fine, next time, let me know before you investigate the people around me. Harry turned to leave. And don't go after Xia Luo. He's my only friend, he warned. Nick Fury calmly replied, You said the same thing about Spider-Man. A new friend needs a little sweet talk to build rapport. Who taught you that? Xia Luo. Xia Luo. Nick Fury pondered for a moment before voicing his suspicion. Haven't you ever considered? No, he's just who he is. He doesn't say, I don't ask. That's the most basic respect between friends. Friends. Nick Fury seemed to recall something, and the stoic man allowed a small smile to break through. I have a friend like that too, but she's always too busy. Harry wasn't interested in hearing Nick Fury's story. He walked straight out of the office. When the elevator doors opened, Harry was surprised to see Steve Rogers standing there. We've met, he said, stepping into the elevator and pressing the button for the first floor. Steve smiled. Yes, sorry about last time. No problem, it's in the past. As the elevator descended, the two remained silent for a while. Harry glanced at the shield in Steve's hand. You on a mission? He asked, breaking the silence. Steve nodded. Yes, a troublesome one. No need, I can handle it. Ding Tilda. The elevator doors opened, and Steve waved. I'll be off. See you. Harry watched Steve's hurried figure, frowning. Something feels off about him today. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and took out his phone to call Pepper Potts. This is Harry Osborn. When would be a good time to sign the contract? Not long after, in a secret underground base. Clank, clank. As the rusted metal door slowly lifted, Steve walked down a dimly lit hallway. At the end was a massive laboratory. Inside the lab, advanced equipment and devices filled the space. But the most noticeable was a giant glass container filled with light blue nutrient fluid. Bubbling noises. Bubbles occasionally rose from the bottom of the container, where a brain floated, twitching slightly. The equipment connected to the brain started to sound alarms. What's happening? Steve asked, approaching a bald man standing nearby. The bald man didn't acknowledge Steve's arrival. His attention was fully on the data displayed on the computer screen, and his face grew increasingly astonished. Spider-Man's brain is becoming more active. It's matching the data you provided last time. If everything goes as expected, we'll soon witness his revival. His voice trembled, face flushed with excitement. Mr. List, please stay calm. Steve frowned, staring at the increasingly active brain with a mix of anticipation and unease. Noticing Steve's concern, List chuckled. Don't worry. We've divided his body into dozens of parts, each stored in different facilities. Even if he revives, he won't be able to move. Steve took a deep breath. I see. If his cells remain active, could we extract his regenerative factor? List, filled with confidence, nodded. Absolutely. This is my area of expertise. Once we obtain those regenerative factors, our soldiers will become the most terrifying force in the world. Our plan for global domination will begin ahead of schedule. Excellent. Thinking of the future, Steve's eyes gleamed with barely restrained ambition. Spider-Man, thank you for helping me achieve my goals. No longer holding back, Steve's face twisted into a malevolent grin. In the dim light, his shadow seemed to stretch out into a series of monstrous tendrils, snaking through the lobby. From an ordinary soldier to where he stood now, no one knew the sacrifices he had made. His best friend, the woman he loved, both had given up their freedom and lives for this great cause. It was his choice, he had no regrets. Looking at the brain floating in the glass container, Steve's smile turned to scorn. Superhero, what a joke. The world is survival of the fittest. Showing mercy to the weak is no different from suicide. If you have great power but still let yourself be shackled by ordinary morals, you're destined to lose. You chose to be Spider-Man. I chose ultimate power over the world. The outcome was determined from the start. Steve didn't know why he felt the need to say this to a brain, but he was certain he was right. He never saw himself as the villain in this story. But soon, reality would show him who the true protagonist of this world was. Steve, something's gone wrong. Suddenly, List received a message and shot up from his computer. The Spider-Man samples stored at other facilities have escaped, he shouted. What? Steve's face contorted in shock. Escaped? Are you sure you're not joking? Chapter 59. Did you hear? Spider-Man is dead, killed by Lord Bucky. Don't talk nonsense. It was the boss who dealt with Spider-Man personally. Really? Have you ever seen the boss? No, he's very mysterious. They say he's someone important inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Hail Hydra, Spider-Man deserved to die. He killed a lot of our super soldiers. By the way, what are we transporting? Spider-Man's hand. What? How come I didn't know about this? Of course you didn't. You were off taking a leak. All right, but I heard Spider-Man is immortal. Are we sure his hand is safe here? His body has been cut into dozens of pieces. What could go wrong? I think it's dangerous. What? I said I think it's dangerous. The man's face went stiff, pointing at the shaking alloy box. Fear quickly spread across his features. Eric, look at it. Isn't that dangerous? I think you're right. Sweat began to trickle down their foreheads, and their legs started to weaken. Suddenly, the alloy box trembled violently. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud bangs echoed as dense fist-shaped dents appeared on the surface of the box, causing the two men to collapse in terror. Ah, someone help. Mom, what am I seeing? With ear-piercing screams, a severed arm burst through the box like a rocket, flying past their faces, creating a gust of wind before crashing through the wall. Bang, bang, bang. The severed arm continued smashing through walls and ceilings, finally shooting off into the night sky. Simultaneously, disturbances erupted at Hydra research bases in Siberia, Bard Castle in Italy, the Afghan desert, the outskirts of London, and even within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Oh my God, what is that? Something strange just came out of the ground. It's a flying leg. Oh my God, is this the legendary flying foot? Stop it. No, we can't. Notify the commander immediately. In the neon-lit streets, a red sports car idled at a traffic light. While waiting, Harry checked over his contract once more. With Stark Industries funding, Osborne Corporation would surely be revived. His father would be proud of him. Beep beep Tilda. His phone rang, and Harry glanced at the caller ID. This is Harry Osborne. What's going on? Harry, we've got a mission. Something strange has appeared. Something strange. Yes, it's... Before the person could finish, a scream rang out from the street. Something strange zipped past the roof of Harry's car, the gust lifting the skirts of several girls in its wake, leaving behind a scene of chaos. I saw it, definitely strange. What was it? A hand. A hand. Harry frowned, but I saw a giant foot. What? On the other end of the call, Nick Fury hung up, realizing something was off. Natasha, where did that thing come from? From underground, in a building with a hidden lobby. What? Why didn't I know about this? Nick Fury's face darkened. Where's Steve? Get him back here. We can't reach him. Damn it, where did he go at a time like this? Hydra's base 1. Boom. With loud crashing sounds, Spider-Man's severed body parts started flying from all corners of the world. An arm, a torso, internal organs, legs, and even a middle finger. All of them violently burst into the chaotic base, smashing through walls, obliterating everything in their path, and ultimately coming together to form a human body. Splash! As nutrient fluid spilled onto the ground, the red and blue nanometal covered the lean frame, creating an eerie atmosphere. The bodies, however, had no head. A brain floated above the neck, emitting an eerie glow. Damn it, how did it happen this fast? Steve had no time to consider the situation. He ran to the corner and pulled a lever, lowering an indestructible alloy cage over the headless body. List, on the other hand, stared at the scene in ecstasy, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, oh my God, what a miracle, it's a miracle. Shut up, Steve shouted, grabbing List by the collar. Where's the rest of his head? It's been dissected. Before List could finish, fragments of Spider-Man's head zipped past Steve, ignoring the alloy cage. They rushed into the cage and enveloped the floating brain. I've come to form the head. Xia Luo's voice echoed through the lobby. How is this possible? Steve was dumbfounded. Spider-Man's body parts had been stored in facilities all over the world. There was no way they could have gathered so quickly. It was practically the speed of light. Steve had expected Spider-Man's revival to be shocking, but he hadn't anticipated it would defy the laws of physics to this extent. No wonder Natasha and Banner had struggled to describe Spider-Man's revival. Even with all the precautions Steve had taken, he couldn't stop Spider-Man's resurrection. So, was Spider-Man's revival inevitable, no matter what? The thought flashed through Steve's mind. How could something so ridiculous be possible? And then, something even more outrageous happened. Inside the alloy cage, Xia Luo slowly opened his eyes. He glanced coldly at the shocked Steve, then turned his attention to the reward screen in front of him. Congratulations on winning the revival game. You have used 1 revival token. Reward, Titan Physique Beginner. Congratulations on actively triggering the spider totem. You have earned extra rewards. Bonus 1, Spider Totem Power X1. Bonus 2, Mental Resistance plus 50%. Remaining restarts, 6, accumulated for the next revival game. Immediately, Xia Luo's body began to change once again. Tiny particles of purple light emerged from the void, seeping through the nanometal suit into his body. Crack, crack, crack. His bones creaked, and a tremendous power surged into his previously lean frame. His bone and muscle density skyrocketed, and even his skin began to undergo subtle transformations. A cool energy, red and blue, briefly flowed into the center of his forehead before vanishing from his awareness. At that moment, Xia Luo could feel his body undergoing a fundamental transformation from the inside out. Though it was just the beginner level of the Titan physique, the boost to his attributes was significant. Combined with his innate Spider-Man physiology, these changes were enough to push his life force into a new realm. Damn his body. Sensing something was wrong, Steve quickly activated the high-voltage electric field of the alloy cage. Buzz! Blue electricity surged, snaking across Xia Luo's body like countless electric serpents. Under the onslaught of this near-thunderous voltage, the nanometal suit began to peel away, and the destructive force permeated the cage, intent on wiping out everything. Damn you, Spider-Man, die already. I won't give you another chance to resurrect. Seeing Xia Luo tremble under the electric shock but remain silent, Steve let out a manic laugh. It was both a declaration of victory and a cover for his growing anxiety. But then the spider emblem on Xia Luo's chest began to glow, his exposed skin turning a faint shade of purple. His muscles bulged, his frame growing taller. With his magical defenses skyrocketing, the Titan physique fully fused with his Spider-Man abilities. Haha, the voltage is too weak. Amid the crackling electricity, Xia Luo's body stopped trembling. Before Steve's disbelieving eyes, Xia Luo's massive purple fist effortlessly shattered the alloy cage. The purple beast was ready to crush everything. No. Chapter 60. Boom. On a quiet, deserted road at night, a long line of a dozen cars drove into the forest, shattering the stillness of the night. In the lead SUV, Nick Fury watched the red dots displayed on the computer screen. These strange objects, are we sure their destination is here? Natasha nodded. Absolutely. These things didn't just show up at S.H.I.E.L.D., there have been sightings across the globe, but satellite tracking has only managed to consistently capture the few that appeared in New York. Their speed doesn't seem that fast, why couldn't the satellites track the others? Fury asked, puzzled. Natasha tapped on the computer and replied, although they're not fast, they keep disappearing from satellite tracking, vanishing into thin air and reappearing on the other side of the planet. It's very strange. And just moments ago, we discovered similar targets around here. We tracked their movement patterns and confirmed that this is where they're heading, Coulson explained. Fury frowned as he watched the blurry images from the satellite. Disappearing body parts, what's the mechanism behind their movements? Is it near light speed travel? No, if it were, the satellites wouldn't have picked them up in the first place. Hey, Commander, I think it might be some kind of space teleportation. Above the car, a streak of green light flashed by. Harry, now suited up for combat, patrolled the area on his flying glider. Tapping his earpiece, he said, besides that explanation, I don't see how else it could be happening. Fury thought about it. That's a possibility. They're appearing here almost simultaneously, which suggests precise calculations. I found them. At that moment, Harry shouted, and the cars screeched to a halt. Soon after, a large group of agents swarmed into the forest, surrounding a hole that Harry had found. This is the last place they were seen. The ground before them was covered with small holes, from which thick white smoke slowly spread, quickly shrouding the nearby trees in a fog. Harry landed on the ground and sniffed the air. It smells like burning. It's gunpowder, Natasha confirmed. Fury frowned. Natasha's right, there could be an underground weapons cache. Check the area for any other entrances, he ordered, and the agents immediately spread out. Wait. Suddenly, Harry seemed to sense something. He crouched down, pressing his ear to the ground, his expression growing more serious. "There's something down there, getting louder. It sounds like..." His face changed dramatically in an instant. "Scatter." Without hesitation, Harry jumped on his glider and shot into the night sky. Seeing this, Fury and the others quickly turned and sprinted away. Boom, boom. In an instant, flames burst from the countless holes, followed by a terrifying explosion that obliterated the surrounding forest. Raging fire shot up into the sky, consuming large swaths of trees. The clouds above took on a strange, eerie red hue, as if stained with blood. That was close. What just happened down there? Half buried under dirt, Fury rolled over, breathing heavily, his forehead drenched in sweat. He had clearly been rattled. Getting up and brushing the dirt off his clothes, he looked up at the sky, now tinted an unnatural red. An explosion like that shouldn't be affecting the clouds, he muttered, puzzled. Natasha climbed up a nearby hill and squinted at the sky. It's not just red, it looks like blood. Coulson, covered in dirt and dust, approached them. "Commander, we found something. Among the debris from the explosion, there are Hydra symbols." "So it is Hydra." Fury gritted his teeth. "Harry, take Barton and go investigate." Before he could finish, Harry interrupted. "Sorry, but it's way too dangerous down there. I like living." "Fury." Bang! At that moment, a deep metallic clang rang out from the center of the explosion. A powerful shockwave blasted through the wreckage, briefly suppressing the flames. In that instant, whether it was Fury and his team or Harry in the sky, they all gasped in shock as they recognized the figure at the center of the explosion. "Steve." "Captain." How could it be him? On the scorched earth, a battered Steve Rogers was kneeling, struggling to hold up his shield. His face, smudged with soot and grime, was filled with exhaustion. In front of him stood a tall, muscular figure with purple skin, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. The creature's iron-like muscles and black veins beneath its purple skin made it a truly terrifying sight. The next second, as the purple fist slowly moved away from Steve's shield, the captain managed to catch his breath. But before he could recover, the purple fist came barreling back, with even more force. "What?" Steve barely had time to raise his shield before the massive hand gripped its edge and threw both him and the shield against a charred tree trunk. Crack, track, track. Bang! Steve crashed through several trees before finally stopping. "Steve, are you okay?" Fury and the others rushed to his side. Under the broken trees, Steve wiped the blood from his mouth and stood up, taking a deep breath. "I'm fine, be careful though, this guy is tough." "What are you doing here?" Natasha asked, surprised. Steve's expression didn't change. "Someone led me here." "What is this place?" Coulson asked, quickly mobilizing the nearby agents. Steve's gaze darkened. "It's a Hydra secret base." Fury's eyes shifted to the massive purple figure, his expression grim. So, is this Hydra's secret weapon? With his Titan physique, Xia Luo's appearance had changed completely, making it impossible for anyone to associate him with a human from Earth. Steve shook out his sore hand. "Yes, he's Hydra's leader." "What?" "The leader." Fury and the others were stunned, while Xia Luo's face twitched slightly. No wonder the Hydra captain was so good at deception. He could lie without giving away any clues. Combined with his handsome, trustworthy appearance, he exuded an aura of righteousness. Too righteous. But Xia Luo was different. Now he looked like a classic evil alien, someone who, at first glance, seemed like the perfect villain. But as the Titan physique merged deeper with his Spider-Man physiology, Xia Luo's purple form began to shrink, returning to a more human size. His purple skin also began to fade quickly. Noticing the change, Xia Luo tapped his chest, and the red and blue nanometal instantly covered his body, preventing anyone from seeing his face. "What?" "It's Spider-Man." Everyone gasped, and Steve's heart sank. It seemed his lie was about to be exposed. Chapter 61. Steve suddenly shouted in alarm and quickly hurled his shield toward Xia Luo. Bang! The shield shot forward, but Xia Luo raised his hand and caught it by the edge. The sharp metal cut through the nanometal covering his hand, but failed to even scratch his skin. He released the shield, letting it fall to the ground. The triangular shape of his eyes glowed faintly blue in the rising firelight. In the tense atmosphere that Steve had deliberately created, Coulson and the others didn't have time to think deeply and quickly surrounded Xia Luo. "Spider-Man, drop your weapon." Xia Luo spread his hands. "Actually, I don't have a weapon." "Wait, this has to be a misunderstanding." Riding his glider, Harry swooped down and placed himself between Xia Luo and Coulson. "Spider-Man isn't the enemy. This is a misunderstanding. Don't do anything rash." Coulson's expression was grim. "If he's not the enemy, does that mean Captain is?" "That's not impossible," Harry replied. "Harry, Spider-Man is part of Hydra. Don't let him fool you," Coulson said firmly, unwilling to listen to Harry's explanation. As a devoted fan of Captain America, he fully trusted Steve. Nick Fury stepped forward. "Harry, come over here. That guy is dangerous." "No, he's my friend." Ignoring their pleas, Harry pointed at Steve behind them. "He has no proof that Spider-Man is with Hydra." "You're right, I don't have evidence, but I have seen the truth," Steve said from behind the group, a cold smile in his heart, but his face a picture of sorrow. He looked at Xia Luo. "Spider-Man, we fought together against the Green Goblin. Back then, I thought you were on our side, just a free spirit unwilling to be tied down. But I never expected you to be the leader of Hydra, planning to overthrow the world. That can't be allowed, and I won't stand for it." His voice was resolute, and his body radiated righteousness, quickly influencing those around him. "Yeah, Hydra's evil organization shouldn't exist in this world. Harry, get out of the way." The group grew more agitated, and even Nick Fury and Natasha discreetly drew their weapons, aiming them at Xia Luo. Seeing the situation escalate, Harry rubbed his temples in confusion. "Why do I feel like he's right?" Xia Luo's voice snapped Harry back to reality. "No, I won't believe him." Harry shook his head vigorously. "I know," Xia Luo said, as the red and blue glow in his eyes briefly flashed. He smiled, looking at Steve in the crowd. "I understand now." "Understand what?" Steve frowned. "Your power," Xia Luo replied. He gently pushed Harry aside. "I have to admit, your ability to sway people works well on regular folks, but you overlooked one thing." "What?" A sense of foreboding crept into Steve. Xia Luo clenched his fist, and the nanometal on his palm creaked under the pressure. "They choose to believe you, and I'm not surprised. Who cares about that? In the face of absolute power, if I wanted to kill you with one punch of 50 tons, who could stop me?" "What?" Hearing this, the agents' faces turned pale. 50 tons of force, impossible. Almost as if to prove his point, Xia Luo suddenly pushed Harry away and kicked up the shield on the ground. In an instant, his wrist fired out webs, spinning the shield in midair with a sharp sound. The agents felt an intense pressure on their chests, followed by cries of pain as they were thrown back onto the scorched ground. "Ah. Phil. Natasha. Mothers." Nick Fury cursed, but in the next second, his weapon was snatched away by a web, and he collapsed unconscious under an overwhelming force. Whirring. In the night sky, a helicopter's blades chopped through the air, and an arrow shot straight toward the back of Xia Luo's head. Whoosh. Clang. With his spider sense tingling, Xia Luo reached back and grabbed the arrow mid-flight, his palm enveloping the arrowhead. After a dull thud, sparks flared from his fingers, a wisp of smoke curled up, and bits of the arrowhead crumbled to dust. "What?" On the helicopter, Hawkeye's face changed, and without hesitation, he knocked 3 more arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 arrows whizzed toward Xia Luo, targeting his head, chest, and legs with lightning speed. But for Xia Luo, they posed no threat. With the increased number of spider totems he had activated, his spider sense was now fully functional. Combined with his new Titan spider hybrid physiology, he was far more agile and durable. Even if the arrows exploded right next to him, they wouldn't harm him. But there was no need to passively endure the attacks. Clang! The shield ricocheted off into the air, striking the arrows and causing an explosion. Boom! As the fire lit up the night sky, Xia Luo launched himself like a missile from his web slingshot. Damn it! Steve, trying to flee, felt a sharp gust of wind behind him. With his seasoned combat instincts, he dove to the ground, narrowly avoiding Xia Luo as he smashed through the tree in front of him. Bang! As splinters rained down, Steve quickly turned, caught the falling shield, and leapt toward a charred opening in the ground. The reborn Spider-Man was far stronger in every way. Strength, defense, everything had skyrocketed. Steve hadn't expected that. Spider-Man was indeed powerful, but Steve had his own trump cards. He had more than one way to kill Spider-Man. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Steve felt the shield being pulled from his grasp. The underground entrance was within reach, but he couldn't move forward. Looking down, he saw that the shield was caught in a weeby. A powerful tug followed, and Steve's shield flew from his hand. "Captain, your shield," Xia Luo said with a smile as he caught the shield. Steve's face darkened. With a cold huff, he dashed into the underground tunnel. "Thanks for the gift, Captain," Xia Luo quipped, strapping the shield onto his back before following him. In the sky above, Hawkeye's view was blocked by Harry. "Wait, I think we need to clear this up first," Harry pleaded. Hawkeye remained stone-faced. "The facts are clear. Spider-Man is the enemy." Harry clenched a pumpkin bomb in his hand, taking a deep breath. "You really won't reconsider?" Hawkeye raised an eyebrow. "Are you going to betray S.H.I.E.L.D.? Think carefully." "It's not betrayal. I just want to help my friend," Harry said firmly. Hawkeye was unmoved. Drawing his bow, he aimed at Harry's heart. "You won't even have time to throw that." Harry smiled. "Right, your aim is impeccable, but your intelligence." Before he could finish, a pumpkin bomb attached to the bottom of the helicopter blinked, and an explosion engulfed it in flames. Aw shit. Meanwhile, in the chaos of the underground base, Steve ran for his life while Xia Luo chased him relentlessly. Previously, Steve had relied on Xia Luo's bulky Titan form to evade him in the complex underground base. But now, with Spider-Man's full agility, the maze-like terrain had become a disadvantage for Steve. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Webs shot out, and the red and blue figure quickly swung ahead, cutting Steve off. Before Xia Luo could strike, the metal doors around them slammed open, and hordes of cyborgs rushed out. "Spider-Man, do you know why I lured you above ground?" Steve asked with a smirk as he stopped. Xia Luo crossed his arms. "Then take a guess at what I have in my hand." With that, he tugged sharply on the web in his hand. What? Chapter 62. How is this possible? He couldn't hide his terror as a metal arm rolled to his feet. The next moment, he heard the sharp whistling of a shield cutting through the air, causing his heart to race. No. In a desperate move, Steve barely managed to dodge the incoming shield with an ungainly roll, but not before a blood-soaked ear fell to the ground, prompting a scream of pain from him. "Oh no, damn bug." Steve cursed, not even sparing a glance at his severed ear as he scrambled to his feet and ran. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a familiar object racing toward him. It was his shield. Thud. The shield flew by in a flash, sending another spray of blood as it sliced through the pipeline and then returned to Xia Luo's hand. White gas hissed from the broken pipe, and Steve's body froze in place. His eyes widened as he looked down at the horizontal line of blood shooting from his abdomen and spraying against the wall. A wave of unbearable pain struck him. No, my body. At that moment, Steve's body had been severed at the waist by his own shield. He collapsed into a pool of blood, staring at the lower half of his body lying in front of him, his eyes filled with terror and despair. He let out a series of frantic screams, much like the dismembered cyborgs who hadn't yet died. His wails and curses grew more and more garbled. As his body quickly lost heat, Steve's convulsions began to subside, and his consciousness started to fade into the cold, endless darkness. In his final moments, Steve, now deathly pale, glared at Xia Luo. "Xia Luo Parker, do you think you've won?" A twisted smile crept onto Steve's face before his eyes went blank, and he lay still. In the blood-soaked aftermath, Xia Luo gazed at Steve's halved body, feeling no sense of vengeance fulfilled. He had expected a fierce battle, but instead had experienced a one-sided massacre. Something felt off. This guy was completely different from the one who had ambushed him before. So, with his finely tuned senses, Xia Luo felt a vibration beneath his feet. Instinctively, he spun around and swung deeper into the base. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Webs shot out as Xia Luo's figure darted swiftly through the complex steel fortress. Along the way, he encountered cyborgs armed with guns, but he wasted no time engaging them. Rat-tat-tat. Gunfire echoed throughout the underground base as Xia Luo rushed headlong into the crowd, bullets zipping past him as if they were nothing. Booms, booms, boom. With the brute strength of a beast, the bug plowed through the dense throngs of enemies. Wherever cyborgs gathered, that was his destination. Crash! He burst through a wall, sending debris flying onto a flat runway. Whoosh! The roaring wind whipped around as a transport plane sped past Xia Luo, the fierce gusts swirling in its wake. For a brief moment, his eyes met those in the cockpit. Could it be? Xia Luo's eyes narrowed. Queens, next time we meet, I'll have a big surprise for you, said the real Steve, his cold gaze lingering on Xia Luo before he pulled the control stick, and the transport plane roared down the runway. Above the cliffs and over the crashing waves, the transport plane soared into the sky, disappearing into the blood-red clouds. In the cockpit, Steve switched on autopilot and then activated a virtual computer, where a screen displayed footage of his other self being killed. Stronger after revival, an opponent worth considering. The commotion Xia Luo's revival had caused would surely alert S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operatives worldwide to Hydra's secret bases. That was troublesome, but as long as Steve lived, Hydra would persist. After all, he had plenty of time. No longer burdened by the mantle of Captain America, he pondered his next move. Clang, clang. Suddenly, an odd noise from the fuselage made him frown. Beep, beep, warning, warning, hull damage detected, immediate repairs required. Alarms blared, and the cockpit was bathed in flashing red lights. Realizing what was happening, Steve didn't hesitate. He turned and rushed toward the cargo hold. Bang! The next moment, metal creaked above him as the shield sliced through the hull. Icy wind flooded the cabin as Xia Luo, in his red and blue suit, flipped down in front of Steve. Hey, Cap, I brought your shield back. You should really thank me, Xia Luo said with a grin, his feet planted firmly on the ground as if glued there, unaffected by the howling wind. Facing him, Steve spread his feet into a solid stance, his center of gravity low, while a sinister red glow flickered across his body, allowing him to remain steady despite the wind. As he stared at Xia Luo, Steve's eyes gleamed with admiration. Queens, interested in joining Hydra. Sorry, I don't like organizations named after snakes. Not a fan of snakes, unless you're willing to change the name to something like Hydra Worm. It sounds classier that way. I'll consider it. Steve tapped a device on his wrist, and the transport plane shuddered as it changed course, now heading toward the city. Before this plane crashes into Blake Street in Queens, I'll give you one last chance to choose. His tone was calm, as if the madness of his actions was unrelated to him. Xia Luo thought for a moment, quietly switching his web mode. The last guy who tried to threaten me with my family is already dead. Thwip, thwip. Webs shot out, enveloping Steve. In response, Steve's eyes glowed a fierce red, and he let out a high-pitched screech. SKRE80. An ear-splitting, blood-curdling sound wave erupted from Steve, accompanied by visible red shockwaves that tore through the webs. The metal of the plane groaned under the pressure, and sparks flew as equipment short-circuited. With his spider sense warning him, Xia Luo raised his shield just in time, stumbling backward as the shockwaves weakened its protective effects. For a split second, his mind blanked before he regained his senses. But in that brief moment of distraction, Steve had already closed the distance. Thanks for returning my shield. As Steve's blood-covered hand reached for the shield's edge, Xia Luo's body moved on its own. His right hand caught Steve's wrist while his left hand swung the shield toward Steve's face. But Steve didn't flinch. He reacted instantly, tilting his head to avoid the blow while letting the shield slam into his shoulder. In the same motion, he twisted Xia Luo's wrist and disarmed him, slipping behind him in the blink of an eye for a suplex. Bang! Both figures slammed into the ground, leaving a dent in the floor as the plane rattled from the impact. Chapter 63. Spider-Man, you've lost, Steve said coldly. Even though his entire body was immobilized, Xia Luo smiled instead of panicking. Impressive, Captain. Now this is getting interesting. With those words, Xia Luo stopped struggling. After all, this level of restraint couldn't truly harm him. Slowly, he extended 2 fingers and waved them in front of Steve's face. What are you trying to do? Steve frowned. Xia Luo grinned. I'm going to poke. Arg! In the next moment, Steve screamed in pain as Xia Luo took advantage of the situation, breaking free from the hold. Mimicking Steve's previous actions, Xia Luo quickly locked Steve's body with his own hands and legs. Captain, you've lost, Xia Luo teased. Damn bug. An enraged Steve began to glow with an even stronger blood-red aura. His strength surged, and the aura quickly condensed into tentacles, much like those of an octopus, emitting a dangerous energy. At that moment, Xia Luo suddenly recalled something Carter had mentioned. Steve, infused with the power of Hydra. Crack, cracked. One by one, the blood-red tentacles slithered up Xia Luo's body, binding him and applying tremendous pressure. Crack, cracked. Under the violent squeezing, the nanometal on Xia Luo's suit began to emit groans of strain. The tentacles hoisted him into the air while Steve slowly rose to his feet, his face dark and menacing. It's over. Not quite. Xia Luo's eyes, too, began to glow red as his nanometal turned jet black, forming venom-like spears that stabbed toward Steve's eyes. Squelch. Arg! Steve screamed once more, his blood-red octopus tentacles loosening their grip. In an instant, Xia Luo flipped backward, retreating while launching a series of spear attacks, riddling Steve's body with holes. Splat, splat, splat. Blood sprayed across the cabin as Steve's body staggered, yet the blood-red aura around him only intensified. Cracked. With a grotesque sound akin to bones grinding together, Steve's uniform disintegrated in the blood-red energy, and his exposed muscles swelled. Black veins slithered from his spine, spreading throughout his body. From his back, a black spine began to merge with the blood-red energy, extending more octopus-like tentacles, as an overwhelming evil aura erupted from him. Thwack, thwack, thwack. In the plane cabin, 9 tentacles flailed wildly, but Xia Luo skillfully dodged them all, weaving through the attacks with precision. However, the force of the blows left the metal walls of the cabin warped and dented. Suddenly, a hole in the plane's fuselage expanded, and the fierce high-altitude winds swept Xia Luo outside. Crack, crack, crack. With the help of his blood-red tentacles, Steve tore through the damaged plane and emerged into the open air, unaffected by the raging winds. The power of Hydra healed his wounds quickly, restoring his vision. Come out, I know you haven't left, Steve growled, scanning his surroundings. The blood-red clouds seemed to follow the transport plane wherever it went. Slowly, the plane began to descend toward the neon-lit city below. Amid the howling winds, a black venomous spear shot out from the side of the plane's wing. Boom! In an instant, Steve's blood-red tentacles lashed out, but the black spear turned to liquid, wrapping around them. Come here. With a powerful jolt from his back, Steve's tentacles yanked Xia Luo from beneath the wing. Boom! At the same moment, Xia Luo swung a punch containing several tons of force toward Steve. Steve, unfazed, countered with a punch of his own. Boom! The clash of raw power reverberated through the air, as blood-red tentacles and black venomous spears clashed repeatedly. Thanks to the enhancements from the black spine, Steve's strength continued to increase. Yet, despite his immense power, he couldn't overpower Xia Luo in a short amount of time. Thanks to the augmentation from Venom Mode, Xia Luo now possessed 70 tons of strength. Combined with his spider sense, he flawlessly dodged Steve's relentless attacks. If not for the eerie nature of Hydra's power, the fight wouldn't have dragged on this long. For now, neither seemed able to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, The transport plane was falling apart due to their fierce battle, with chunks of metal being torn off by the wind and the plane shaking violently. Pop! Suddenly, the webbing snapped and was blown away by the high-altitude wind. Steve seized the moment, grabbing Xia Luo's wrist and crushing the web shooter with his grip. "You can die now." With a loud shout, Steve flung Xia Luo into the air. Whoosh! Caught in the turbulence, Xia Luo shot out his organic webbing, pulling himself back to the plane's wing. With venom mode still active, he scaled the plane with ease, his black venomous spears anchoring him firmly as he launched another assault on Steve. Meanwhile, down in the city, countless citizens gasped as they watched the plane plummet from the sky. "Oh my God, the plane's going to crash. Dear Lord, don't let it land here. Look, there's someone on it. Impossible." As the plane skimmed the rooftops, sending violent gusts through the city streets, Steve suddenly snapped back to his senses, realizing something important. He immediately abandoned the fight and rushed back to the cockpit to regain control of the transport. He hadn't expected fighting a bug would take so much time. Big mistake. Xia Luo peered into the cockpit, watching Steve's frantic attempt to stabilize the plane. Internally, he couldn't help but scoff. Good grief, wasn't this guy acting all tough a moment ago? Boom! As the plane slowly started to ascend, Xia Luo calculated the flight path. With the plane veering off course, he shot out a web, grabbing the shield from a corner and pulling it toward him. Anyone who's been friends with Captain America knows one thing: Cap doesn't know how to fly a plane. Buckle up, Captain, we're going down. What? Steve felt a sinking dread as he rushed out of the cockpit, only to see Xia Luo approaching the propeller with the shield in hand. No, stop. Steve's face twisted with panic as he sent his blood-red tentacles flying toward Xia Luo, but it was too late. Crash! The shield crashed into the propeller, causing an explosion of sparks. Thick smoke began billowing from the engine, and the plane, after shuddering violently, tilted and began spiraling toward the distant coastline. No! On the tilting plane, Steve let out a furious roar as he charged at Xia Luo. Damn bug, I'll tear you apart. That's a familiar line, good luck with that. Xia Luo waved mockingly before flipping off the wing. As he fell through the air, his armpit webs spread out into glider wings, carrying him toward the towering skyscrapers below. Steve watched, suppressing his boiling rage, before turning and heading for the cargo hold. The parachutes had been ripped away by the storm winds. He had no other choice. In the cold atmosphere, the plane's electrical systems were destroyed, and the freezing chamber had stopped functioning. Steve approached the crystal coffin and gazed tenderly at the figure inside. Dressed in a red floral dress, Peggy Carter lay peacefully within, untouched by time for over 70 years. That night at the dance, he had killed her with his own hands, finally making her his forever. She would never leave him. Not now, not ever. Resting his head against the icy coffin, Steve and Peggy were separated only by a thin layer of frost. He closed his eyes, reliving the past, while the blood-red tendrils from his spine spread even further, enveloping the two of them. Boom! In the next instant, the transport plane crashed into the shoreline, engulfed in a sea of fire. Chapter 64. Hurry! Cars screeched to a halt as a large group of reporters rushed toward the coastline, eager to capture footage of the scene. Amidst the crowd, Betty was pushed over by the surge of people. Betty, what are you doing? Get up, the Daily Bugle can't fall behind the Globe. Standing by the roadside, J. Jonah Jameson shouted impatiently, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Betty glared at him. Boss, I just got out of the hospital. How about you come and do it yourself? No way, I'm the editor-in-chief. Have you ever seen an editor-in-chief personally covering a story? But you're already here. I'm here to supervise you and cheer you on. Mr. Jameson, if you keep this up, I'll tell my sister, Betty warned. Wait, don't let anyone know about that. Brother-in-law. No, shut up. Jonah hurriedly silenced her, his face flushed. I paid your medical bills. Think carefully before you speak. Betty rolled her eyes. I only got kidnapped by the Green Goblin because of you. If it wasn't for Spider-Man, I'd already be dead. Don't bring up that guy. Spider-Man. Okay, just get back to work. Jonah rubbed his temples, visibly frustrated. Eddie, you're up, he waved. Eddie, still in the car, blinked in surprise. But boss, I'm new here. You're strong, use that strength to push through the crowd. But I'll give you a raise. Got it, leave it to me. Eddie hopped out of the car, quickly shrugging off his jacket as he stretched his muscles. Boss, I'm going in. Go for it. I'm really going in. Wait, you forgot the camera. Jonah shouted after him, but at that moment, a black figure shot overhead. Oh damn, it's that guy. No, wait, a black Spider-Man. Jonah spat his cigar onto the ground in frustration, snatched the camera from Betty, and barreled through the crowd. Out of the way, I've got to see what kind of trouble that menace is causing this time. Brother-in-law, you're getting old, be careful. Shut up and stop calling me that in public. On the coastline, Jonah and Eddie managed to squeeze to the front of the crowd. Jonah's once perfectly slicked-back hair was now a mess, but he didn't care about his appearance as he focused on filming the scene. Then, his eyes widened as he noticed something familiar amidst the wreckage of the plane. That's Captain America's shield. He gasped, is the plane crash connected to Captain America? As he gazed at the wreckage, a thick, blood-red mist began to seep out, and the black-suited Spider-Man slowly approached the ominous fog. Suddenly, the wreckage erupted in a second explosion. Boom! Flames and debris scattered in all directions, and a monstrous figure emerged from the mist. What is that? Oh my god, it's an octopus, a giant octopus. No, wait, it's a man, a muscly-bound man. Look at his back, he's sprouting octopus tentacles. Hey, look closer, doesn't he look like Captain America? Someone shouted. Immediately, all the cameras zoomed in, revealing Steve Rogers' face. Oh my god, it really is Captain America. He's turned into a monster. Spider-Man's fighting him, what the hell is going on? As the crowd erupted in shock, the sound of sirens filled the air. Police cars arrived at the scene, and George, leading the officers, moved to secure the area. This place is dangerous, everyone needs to leave, George ordered. The Black Spider-Man, has any of the secret departments shown up yet? He asked one of his officers. The officer shook his head. No, we've notified them, but it seems like something else has held them up. What? George clenched his teeth. Those guys are never reliable. Looks like we'll have to handle this ourselves. Start by evacuating the reporters. Yes, sir. At the beach, the crowd of onlookers continued to gather. Xia Luo ignored the reporters and police, steadily approaching Steve. Steve's body was charred in several places, but thanks to the blood-red energy coursing through him, his burned skin was rapidly regenerating, and even the gaping wound in his chest had stopped bleeding. Steve gritted his teeth as he pulled a shard of wreckage from his body, glaring at Xia Luo with fury. You ruined my plan. Xia Luo shrugged. Sorry, Captain, but you're the one who chose to crash the plane. He glanced toward the crystal coffin behind Steve. That thing looks like it's about to melt. Should I call you an ice cream truck? Steve cast a worried glance at the coffin behind him. Damn bug, this is all because of you. Before he could finish, Xia Luo took the opportunity to strike, 4 black venomous spears stabbing through Steve's body. Splat, splat, splat. Here's a return gift. Arg! Steve howled in pain as the blood-red tentacles thrashed violently, lashing out in all directions. Booms, booms, boom. The coast was rocked by explosions as Steve's 9 tentacles finally unleashed their full strength. Each tentacle, imbued with tens of tons of force, acted like a mobile fortress, tearing through everything in its path. Boom! Amidst the chaos, shards of wreckage flew in all directions, and the surrounding crowd erupted in screams of terror. Ah, my leg. Get back. It's too dangerous. The crowd retreated, but the black-suited figure danced effortlessly amidst the frenzied onslaught of blood-red tentacles. It was as though he could predict every strike, moving gracefully through the battlefield like a choreographed performance. The fusion of the Titan physique and Spider-Man's powers had most dramatically increased Xia Luo's stamina. Even now, he showed no signs of exhaustion. And this was despite him constantly being in venom mode. With the interference from the blood-red clouds gone, his heightened senses were operating at their peak. After gaining more and more spider totems, his spider sense had evolved. No matter how furious or relentless Steve's attacks were, to Xia Luo, they were as if in slow motion. He could have dodged them with his eyes closed. Elegant, so elegant. In the crowd, J. Jonah Jameson stood in awe, clapping unconsciously at the spectacle before him. "Boss, that's Spider-Man," Eddie reminded him. "What Spider-Man?" Snapping out of it, Jonah immediately pointed at Xia Luo's figure and began cursing. "Damn it, don't think I won't recognize you just because you've changed into black pajamas. I'm going to personally write an article accusing you of violent behavior." As Jonah ranted, Xia Luo suddenly retreated, his crystal-clear web glinting in the dim light. Splat, splat, splat. In an instant, the raging blood-red tentacles were sliced into countless small pieces by Xia Luo's webbing. The horrifying tentacles squirmed on the ground like writhing red worms, an utterly revolting sight. "Damn it!" Steve's face twisted in rage at the sudden turn of events. Before he could regenerate new tentacles from his blood-red spine, Xia Luo, having replaced his web shooters, shot out a barrage of webs. Splat, splat, splat. The webs engulfed Steve, and with a powerful yank, Xia Luo pulled Steve to the ground, landing him at his feet. "Damn bug." "Buzz." Steve let out an ear-piercing roar, sending a sonic wave across the battlefield. But Xia Luo's red-blue aura flickered for a moment, and he remained unaffected. With his 50% increase in mental resistance, he could easily shrug off the sonic attack. In the next second, Xia Luo stomped down on Steve's back, his fingers forming claws as he drove them deep into Steve's spine. After observing for so long, Xia Luo had finally pinpointed Steve's weakness. Chapter 65. As expected, the moment Xia Luo's fingers locked onto Steve's spine, the piercing, high-frequency sound waves abruptly stopped. Steve's entire body went limp, unable to summon his octopus tentacles any longer. "Oh, my back." With a weak groan from Steve, Xia Luo's arm muscles tensed, and with a powerful yank, he tore out Steve's spine. "Rip." "Arg." Steve's scream was blood-curdling as his spine was ripped from his body. Now unable to resist, he seemed to understand his inevitable fate. Trembling, Steve clawed his way toward the crystal coffin amid the wreckage. The short distance of just a few meters felt like an insurmountable journey, with Steve giving everything he had just to inch forward. His back was a gory mess of flesh and blood, and though his movements became slower and slower, he refused to stop. As he neared the crystal coffin, his vision blurred. "Carter." He called out for his beloved, as if invoking her name could bring some warmth to his cold, broken heart. The bloody scene unfolding before them left everyone present utterly horrified. "My God, this is too brutal. What a terrifying black Spider-Man. Captain Steve Rogers is finished. They're all monsters, both of them. New York doesn't need these monsters to protect us. They'll destroy everything." Fear and unease rapidly spread through the crowd, yet no one dared step forward to criticize or curse at them. They had been quick to judge the red and blue Spider-Man because they knew Spider-Man only captured criminals and never killed. But this black-suited Spider-Man filled them with dread. They didn't have the courage to challenge him. Even George, the lead officer, stood frozen, too afraid to speak or intervene. For the first time, they had seen such a savage side of Spider-Man. Fear of the strong and disdain for the weak. This moment was a perfect demonstration of that principle. Meanwhile, Xia Luo calmly watched the scene unfold. He tossed aside the now blackened spine, slowly raising his right fist, ready to deliver the final blow. Sympathy for your enemy is suicide. And he wasn't ready to die just yet. Crack! Suddenly, a sound came from the crystal coffin, which was now close to melting. Both Steve and Xia Luo froze in surprise. Crack, crack, crack. As the crystal coffin rapidly fractured, a woman in a red floral dress slowly sat up, her body stiff and her expression weary. It was Carter. She had awakened earlier, but had been unable to move due to her body being frozen for 70 years. Fortunately, after winning her own resurrection battle, her body had strengthened somewhat, and the heat from the plane crash had melted the damn coffin. Finally, she had fully revived. Carter. Seeing her alive again, Steve was momentarily invigorated, crawling rapidly toward her. You're alive, how is that possible? He stared at Carter in disbelief, reaching out as if to touch her, but afraid it might all be a dying hallucination. Carter turned her head, looking at the pitiful Steve with calm, almost mocking eyes. I've been conscious the whole time, Steve Rogers. It seems your plan failed, didn't it? She turned her gaze to the approaching black figure. Xia Luo Parker, so it was you after all, she said with a smile. Xia Luo nodded. I guessed correctly, we're from the same world. I'm glad to see you again, Carter said, her smile unwavering. But when she turned back to Steve, her expression hardened once more. You. Steve was surprised that Carter and Xia Luo knew each other, but he was too far gone to care much about it now. He lay on the ground, bitter and defeated. His trembling hands reached toward the ground, and with a grimace, he forced himself to chew on a piece of bloody, mud-covered octopus tentacle. It gave him just enough strength to speak again. Yes, I should thank you for teaching me so much. I should repay you. But so what if I had the super soldier serum? The higher-ups only saw me as a mascot. They made me perform on stage, spouting things no one believed. Do you know what they said about me behind my back? They called me a clown, a coward afraid to fight. They said I was just a pathetic man who needed a woman to survive. I wanted to prove myself, but all I got in return was solitary confinement. Even though I blew up so many enemy bunkers and saved so many lives, to them, I was just another soldier who got lucky with the serum. They never gave me the credit. I was just another lab rat. The other lab rats died and I survived. But to them, it was their success, not mine. I couldn't argue back because even though I had the super soldier serum, I was still just a soldier. I had no right to defy them. From that moment, I realized the importance of power. I had to become one of them. I had to have absolute control. That was the only way my life would have meaning. To achieve that, during one mission against Hydra, I met John. I let him go, and in return, he helped me. We became friends, and I joined Hydra, learning their secrets. They were conducting their own super soldier experiments. I volunteered to be their test subject because, unlike the others, they respected me. The experiments went well. I became even stronger. But even so, I was still small in the grand scheme of things. I couldn't overthrow the world because, in the end, I was just a soldier, no matter how strong. I knew that once this era ended, someone like me, with superpowers, would be dealt with. They wouldn't allow soldiers like me to exist. They feared me. I didn't want to be controlled. That era was brutal, especially for someone like me. Heroes have always had a tragic fate. I needed to live on into the next era. That would be my time. The freezing project began. My clone, along with John, helped me complete the plan. And I also accepted Hydra's most powerful force. It was an experience like no other. I was finally free. Steve said all this, looking at Carter with a hint of guilt in his eyes. That night at the dance, I was happy you agreed to be with me, but I never expected you'd uncover my secret. So you killed her, Xia Luo interrupted. Steve took a deep breath. Yes, if she hadn't died, I would've. The Hydra power hadn't fully fused with me back then, and I was too weak to escape the base. You think telling me this will make me forgive you? Carter asked, standing over Steve. I don't oppose your desire for power, but you should never have betrayed your friends and comrades. They trusted you, and you turned them into monsters, she said, her tone cold. I don't need anyone's forgiveness. Steve let out a bitter laugh. John taught me that if you want something, you have to be willing to give something up. Whether that's friendship, love, none of it really matters. But I failed. I couldn't fully let go of those things. I shouldn't have taken you with me, and now this damn bug has caught me. He looked at Xia Luo, his face filled with bitterness. I'm not willing to accept this, Xia Luo Parker. You're just lucky. That mutated spider gave you powers everyone envies. If I had known, I never would have approved that meaningless experiment. Your parents betrayed me, and now you've finished me. I only lost to myself. But don't get too cocky. After I'm gone, All the defective mutant spiders in the lab will be unleashed on the entire city. I'll. Just shut up. Before Steve could finish his sentence, Xia Luo's fist smashed into his head, exploding it on the spot. So annoying. Chapter 66. You. Don't look at me like that. He did the same thing to me last time, Xia Luo said, glancing at the notification that had popped up. Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man successfully avenged America's ass plus 8 reset chances. But, Carter started, still wanting to say something. All right. To be fair, I was probably worse than he was. No, that's not what I meant. He didn't finish what he was saying. There might have been something important about you, Carter said, her expression growing serious. I don't know what connection Steve had to your parents, but those mutated spiders he mentioned sound like trouble. You might have acted too rashly. Xia Luo waved her off. Worry about it. Villains always say the same things before they die. Either they make threats or talk in riddles. They're never going to tell us what we actually need to know. Listening to them just makes things more confusing. The fact that the mutated spider research project was tied to Hydra was unexpected for him. From what Steve said before dying, it seemed that there were still a lot of those mutated spiders left, though most were defective. It would probably cause some trouble down the road. This was Steve's final act of revenge. Carter blinked, puzzled. I don't really get what you mean. You should watch more movies, then you'll understand. With that, Xia Luo picked up the blackened spine from the ground and glanced at the surrounding crowd. Are you coming with me, or are you going to wait for S.H.I.E.L.D. to pick you up? He asked. S.H.I.E.L.D., Carter looked confused. Xia Luo explained. It's basically the modern version of the Strategic Scientific Reserve from your time. You should be familiar with it. Oh, I see. Carter nodded in realization, then said, there needs to be an explanation for what happened with Steve. You killed him, and that's going to cause a lot of problems for you. I need to stay and clear things up. Plus, Hydra's remnants haven't been completely eradicated yet. It's my mission to help them finish off those guys. Xia Luo thought for a moment. All right, that makes sense. I'll leave the rest to you. Here's my phone number. Contact me whenever you need to. Oh, and don't expose my identity. He gave her his number and, under the gaze of the crowd, fired a web, leaped onto a lamppost, and swung up onto a nearby building, disappearing from sight. Watching Xia Luo leave, Carter's face grew serious. The times had changed, and she wasn't sure how much of her old connections she could still rely on. She wasn't worried about becoming a test subject just because she had come back to life. After all, if Steve could wake up from being frozen, she could use the same excuse. Hey ma'am, do you need any help? At that moment, George, gathering his courage, stepped forward to ask. Carter shook her head slightly, but then seemed to think of something and nodded. I could use a pair of boots, leather boots, and I need to make a phone call. All right, I'll arrange that, George replied, pausing briefly. Do you know Spider-Man? Yes, he's a new friend, Carter said truthfully. Do you know who he really is? George asked again. Since they'd been too far away earlier, no one had overheard the conversation between Xia Luo and Carter. Carter glanced at George's police uniform and replied, Sorry, that's classified. 1:00 a.m., 117 Blake Street. The house was dark. Ben Parker and Aunt May were already asleep, and Xia Luo made sure not to disturb them. He quietly opened the door and placed the gifts he had brought back outside their bedroom. Yes, he had gone on another trip. He wasn't sure how long he could keep using that excuse. He'd need to find a way to move out eventually. Xia Luo then returned to his room and retrieved his phone from the cabinet. Beep, beep. The moment he turned it on, a flood of messages appeared on the screen. Harry, Mary Jane, Professor Connors, and even Aunt May had all been trying to reach him. Skimming through the messages, Xia Luo saw nothing urgent. He decided to deal with them tomorrow. Sitting at his desk, he turned on the lamp and took out his toolbox to fix the web shooters Steve had broken. The web shooters were standalone devices, and his nanotech suit couldn't repair them automatically. Xia Luo would have to fix them manually. Fortunately, the mechanics of the web shooters weren't overly complicated, and within half an hour, they were back in working order. As for synthesizing more artificial spider silk, he'd need to borrow some equipment from Professor Connor's lobby. Just as he finished, faint voices outside caught his attention. "Fick, be careful, don't let them see us." "Relax, we're fine, this place is safe." Xia Luo looked out the window and spotted two men in black and white striped prison uniforms lurking near the corner of the house, apparently deciding where to break in. His brows furrowed. The nearest prison was at least 30 kilometers from Queens. How had two escaped convicts ended up here? What a coincidence. Yes, it was an absurd coincidence. If he hadn't come back tonight, Uncle Ben and Aunt May might have. Wait, no, it was because he had come back that they appeared. Xia Luo suddenly realized the connection. With half of the lizard Parker's spider totem now absorbed into him, along with the new totem from the resurrection tournament, Xia Luo now had 3.5 spider totems. One spider totem was enough to ruin the life of any ordinary Spider-Man, let alone the number he had. The gears of fate were starting to turn. He needed to take action. Immediately, Xia Luo tapped the spider emblem on his chest, and his red and blue suit enveloped his body. He then vaulted out the window, quietly landing below. "Who's there?" "Spider-Man." "Who's Spider-Man?" "Looks like you've been locked up for a while. Haven't heard the story of your friendly neighborhood hero." "Whiz." Xia Luo shot webs, yanking down their pants, then hoisted the two convicts upside down from the nearest lamppost. For good measure, he webbed their mouths shut to avoid disturbing the neighbors. A friendly neighborhood Spider-Man never disturbs his neighbors. Instead of returning home, Xia Luo swung off into the night toward the city. Home was no longer a safe place for him to stay. As long as Uncle Ben and Aunt May were around, they were at constant risk because of the spider totems. Until he found a solution, he'd have to live elsewhere. "Oh right, Harry." Xia Luo suddenly remembered. He landed on a billboard and pulled out his phone. "Beep, beep." "Hey Harry, where are you?" "City Hospital. Room 166. When Xia Luo arrived, he saw the doctor hang his stethoscope around his neck, shaking his head as he spoke to the nurse. "Notify his family." "What?" Xia Luo's eyes widened in shock. He rushed to the bedside and threw himself onto the patient, wailing loudly. "Harry, oh no, 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 no. Insert 10,000 words of sorrow." Barton, who had been woken up by all the noise, opened his eyes and saw a strange figure lying on top of him, screaming hysterically. His lips twitched, and he pointed to the bed next to his. "Buddy, Harry's over there." Xia Luo froze. On the adjacent bed, Harry, wrapped head to toe in bandages, awkwardly turned his head, clearly trying not to look at Xia Luo. "Actually, we're not that close." "Xia Luo." He stood up silently and shot the doctor an accusatory look. The doctor shrugged. "Sorry, I just wanted to call his family so they could pay the bill." "Xia Luo." "Damn it." Chapter 67. "What happened?" he asked. Harry glanced at Barton in the next bed. "Nothing, just a minor issue." "He injured himself with a pumpkin bomb," Barton chimed in. "I did not, I was trying to blow up the plane." Harry became agitated. Barton smirked sarcastically. "Yes, but you ended up more hurt than me." "You were just lucky." "Have you thought about how you're going to explain this to the commander later?" "I don't need to explain anything. I look more like the victim. You're the one who should explain." "Barton." He couldn't argue with that logic. At this point, Xia Luo had pieced together what happened. Harry had injured himself, though of course, the spider totem influence couldn't be ruled out either. Still, it seemed Harry was tough enough to be okay for now, assuming they didn't meet too often. Beep, beep. Both Barton and Harry's communicators went off. "How are you both doing?" In the virtual display, Nick Fury appeared, wrapped in bandages, looking no better than Harry. Before Barton could answer, Harry quickly responded, "I got seriously injured trying to stop Spider-Man." "Barton's." Nick Fury looked surprised. "Harry, I'm glad you're on our side." "Commander, Barton tried to clarify the situation, but Fury cut him off. "By the way, we just received word that Agent Carter has returned. She was frozen for 70 years by Steve, and she has evidence proving Steve is Hydra's new leader." What? Barton was shocked. Captain America? Hydra? How could that be? He's a hero from the last century. Nick Fury shook his head. I couldn't believe it either, but Agent Carter has the proof. And many people witnessed Captain America turning into a monster on the Brooklyn coast. Those red octopus tentacles looked just like Hydra's emblem. It seems we've misunderstood Spider-Man. As he spoke, Fury glanced at Xia Luo, who appeared in the background of the hologram. Harry, is that your friend? He looks quite capable. Could you invite him to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Harry. That lame excuse. Before Harry could respond, Xia Luo took a step back, disappearing from the frame entirely, a clear rejection. It seemed he had figured something out. And honestly, it made sense. How long had Xia Luo been missing? The same amount of time Spider-Man had been out of sight. If Harry hadn't joined S.H.I.E.L.D., maybe they wouldn't have been watching him so closely. After all, with so many people in the world, S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't have cared about one ordinary, extraordinarily handsome, funny, responsible, disciplined, kind-hearted, and justice-filled young man. But now, with Harry's involvement, everyone around him was under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s watch, Xia Luo included. Whether it was the remnants of Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D. itself, more and more people were starting to figure out Xia Luo's secret identity. And that wasn't a good thing. But Xia Luo had already come up with a plan to deal with it. Fury then connected with other agents. On the screen, Coulson, Natasha, and the rest of the agents appeared looking like mummies, wrapped head to toe in bandages. It was clear that Xia Luo hadn't held back when dealing with them. But in his mind, he thought he had gone easy on them. Xia Luo had no interest in these second-rate fighters. He didn't linger in the hospital for long and soon left, swinging through the city in his spider suit. Having confiscated plenty of dirty money, Xia Luo was better off than the other Peter Parkers, easily affording a decent apartment. The synthetic spider silk material project was promising. He just needed to find a reliable business partner. His first thought was Harry's Osborn Group. But that would take time. As he pondered, the glider wings under Xia Luo's arms retracted, and he swung down, landing in Forest Park. Swish! Perched atop a treetop, Xia Luo shot webs from his wrists, forming a hammock to lie on. With his hands behind his head, he gazed up at the starry sky and slowly drifted to sleep. Finally, after all this time, the tension in his mind eased. The next morning, Xia Luo was awoken by the shouts of startled park rangers. "Whoa, there's someone up there," they cried. Stretching, Xia Luo lazily yawned. "Ah, another beautiful day. Hello, everyone." He waved at the rangers before firing a web and swinging away, disappearing from Forest Park. Before long, Xia Luo was back at Blake Street. As he passed by a police car, he turned toward his house. Opening the door, he found Ben Parker and Aunt May happily unwrapping gifts. "Xia Luo, you came back last night, didn't you?" Aunt May asked as she admired a new scarf in front of the mirror, a broad smile on her face. Xia Luo nodded. "Yes, I came home and then went to see Harry." He poured himself a glass of water. Ben Parker was fiddling with his pipe, speaking as he worked. "Harry said you went on another trip. I didn't believe it for a second." "Oh, so what do you think I was doing?" Xia Luo asked casually after taking a sip. Ben Parker put down the pipe and looked at Xia Luo seriously. "Tell me honestly, have you been living with a girl?" "PFDH." Xia Luo spat out his water, looking shocked. "You're too smart. You figured it out," he said with a grin before adding, "I'm an adult now, so I've decided to move out. You two don't mind, do you?" he asked Aunt May. Aunt May turned around, her face filled with warmth and pride. She approached Xia Luo and gently patted his cheek. "Our Xia Luo is so mature. Staying here is just wasting food. Your Uncle Ben can't afford to support you anymore." Xia Luo's lips twitched. "I never asked for allowance money." "That's not important. You're grown up now. It's time for you to have your own place." Aunt May walked back to the bedroom and took out a small money stash from her cabinet. After counting it carefully, she pulled out a crumpled bill and handed it to Xia Luo. "When you take her out, don't be too stingy. I'll make sure to buy the biggest ice cream." "Oh, silly child, you can't just buy ice cream on a date." "But the money you gave me is only enough for ice cream." "I'm old, I can't hear you." Xia Luo. Is it Mary Jane from next door? Ben Parker suddenly asked. Xia Luo thought for a moment. I don't think so. What do you mean, don't think so? All right, definitely not. Hearing him deny it, Ben Parker looked relieved. You don't seem to want me and Mary Jane to be together, Xia Luo said, confused. Ben Parker had never meddled in such things before. Of course I don't. Why not? Because I suspect Mary Jane has violent tendencies. Ben put down his pipe, speaking in a hushed tone. This morning, there was a huge commotion at her house. Apparently, she put her dad in the hospital after she found a spider. That's crazy. Xia Luo frowned. His sixth sense told him something wasn't right. Chapter 68. Xia Luo snapped back to reality. Right now, I already found an apartment before I got here. Looks like you're in a rush. Yeah, the longer I stay, the less I know what's going to happen next. As he spoke, Xia Luo headed to his room and began packing his belongings. I'll help you, Aunt May followed him in. At the edge of the bed, Aunt May's attention was caught by a long object wrapped in clothing. What's this? Instinctively, she reached out, but Xia Luo quickly stopped her. Don't touch that, he said, carefully placing the object into his suitcase. It's something a friend left behind. A good friend, she asked. Yeah, a friend for life. Xia Luo's face grew serious. Soon after, Xia Luo finished packing. He said his goodbyes to Ben and Aunt May, then stepped outside and flagged down a taxi. Before getting in, he cast a thoughtful glance at Mary Jane's house. District 13, Eisen Apartments, please, he told the driver, then pulled out his phone to make a call. As the taxi drove away, Ben and Aunt May watched from the window, a sense of melancholy hanging in the air. Xia Luo has grown up, Aunt May said, her eyes misty with tears. Ben draped a coat over her shoulders, offering a comforting smile. Don't worry, he'll be fine. This day was bound to come. I know, but... Aunt May's voice trailed off. She leaned her head gently on Ben's shoulder. He'll always be a child in my eyes. District 13, Eisen Apartments. Xia Luo dragged his suitcase into the elevator. The 14th floor, an unlucky number for some. But the realtor had spoken highly of the place, and the price was reasonable. With no time to waste, Xia Luo had rented it after seeing just a few pictures. Ding! The elevator doors slid open, and Xia Luo stepped out, stopping in front of Unit 1404. Before he could pull out his key, the door cracked open, revealing a silver-haired middle-aged man. He greeted Xia Luo with a broad smile. Mr. Parker, you're here earlier than expected. I haven't finished cleaning yet, Walter Hardy said apologetically. Do real estate agents handle cleaning now? Xia Luo asked, puzzled. It's my side job, costs a bit extra. Ah, the struggles of middle age, I get it. Following Walter inside, Xia Luo noted the mess. Trash was still strewn about, but the room's layout matched the pictures he'd seen. Overall, he was satisfied. Please, Mr. Parker, have a seat. I'll be done soon. Walter gestured to a clean spot on the sofa. He then called out toward another room. Felicia, take out the trash. Coming, a girl's voice responded. A young girl emerged from the room, broom in hand. Her eyes widened in surprise when she saw Xia Luo sitting there in a red and blue jacket. Xia Luo Parker, Felicia's expression turned curious. Walter looked confused. You two know each other. I know him, but he probably doesn't know me, Felicia said as she bent down to gather up the garbage bags. Walter glanced back at Xia Luo. Do you two know each other? Xia Luo shrugged, looking baffled. Am I supposed to? He gave Felicia a once-over. For someone so young, she was surprisingly developed. Ahem, she had a head full of silver hair, poor thing. She did seem vaguely familiar, though. Was it from the school forum? Seeing Xia Luo's attention on Felicia's hair, Walter introduced her. We're from Denmark. This is my daughter, Felicia Hardy. Felicia's hands paused for a second. Xia Luo, you're quite popular among the senior girls. I've seen your selfies, Felicia said with a friendly smile before resuming her cleaning. Xia Luo's face darkened. All this time, and people still remembered that incident. Damn you, Norman. Sensing the awkward tension, Walter hurried to finish cleaning. then took his daughter and quickly left. After they were gone, Xia Luo brought a suitcase into the bedroom. He found a hidden corner and stashed the wrapped spine securely, then started putting away his clothes. Walter and Felicia, could they be? His thoughts trailed off as he finished unpacking. Realizing the time, he changed his jacket and headed downstairs to catch a cab. Half an hour later, he arrived at Empire State University, specifically Professor Kurt Connor's lobby. "Oh, Xia Luo, thank you so much. Osborne Industries agreed to continue funding my research. You're a lifesaver." Professor Connors greeted him warmly. Seeing that Professor Connors looked well, Xia Luo smiled. "Actually, it had nothing to do with me. You should thank Harry." "Harry?" Connors looked puzzled. "Yeah, he's the one who wanted to fund your work," Xia Luo explained. "Oh, then I definitely need to thank him." One of Connor's assistants chimed in. "Harry's on leave, he's not at school." "Too bad. I'll wait until he's back, or I'll visit him at the office." "Harry's in the hospital," Xia Luo mentioned. "The hospital? All the more reason for me to visit him." Professor Connors grabbed his coat and rushed out. Xia Luo turned to the assistant. "I'd like to use the lab equipment for a bit." Of course, the professor said it was fine. Within half an hour, Xia Luo had synthesized enough artificial spider silk protein and left the lab satisfied. In the university hallway, a vaguely familiar face blocked his path. "Xia Luo Parker," the guy shouted. "Do I know you?" Xia Luo asked, confused. "I'm Jenny. Last time you yanked down my pants and humiliated me in front of everyone," Jenny said, gritting his teeth. "Oh." Xia Luo nodded. "Now I remember, so you're here to get back at me." "Of course, I've changed, and today I'm going to humiliate you just like you did to me." Jenny puffed up his chest, a smug grin spreading across his face. Xia Luo shrugged. "Who cares?" He turned to leave. "Don't you dare look down on me," Jenny roared, throwing out his hand. White strands of webbing shot from his wrist, but before they could connect, Xia Luo sidestepped them. At the same time, Xia Luo instinctively grabbed the trailing weeby. His expression shifted. "This is..." "What?" Jenny was stunned that Xia Luo had dodged his sneak attack so easily. He tried to yank the web back, but Xia Luo released it, causing Jenny to fall flat on his butt with a loud thud. "Oh, damn it." Xia Luo's eyes narrowed. He noticed purplish-red spots on the back of Jenny's hand. The bite mark of a mutated spider, a mark he knew all too well. So this guy was a Spider-Man too. Chapter 69. He only had the ability to shoot webs. In a split second, Xia Luo's mind was made up. He pointed dramatically at Jenny, who was still sprawled out on the ground. "Oh my God, it's Spider-Man." His voice was loud, instantly drawing everyone's attention. "What? Spider-Man? No way. Did Spider-Man come to our school?" As curious students quickly gathered, Jenny's face paled with panic. "I'm not." "Look at this." Xia Luo raised the white strand of web in his hand, pointing at Jenny with exaggerated excitement. "This web came out of his wrist. He's Spider-Man." "What?" The crowd erupted, and they all turned their gaze to Jenny, eyes wide with excitement. Feeling the intensity of the crowd's gaze, Jenny looked uneasy. He opened his mouth to explain, but Xia Luo had already moved in closer. "Oh my God, you're actually Spider-Man. This is unbelievable." "I'm not." "Yes, you are." Xia Luo's tone left no room for doubt. As he spoke, he casually grabbed Jenny's wrist. No one knew more about shooting webs than he did. Thwib. Suddenly, a web shot from Jenny's wrist, clinging to the wall. The entire crowd erupted. "Oh my God, Jenny is Spider-Man. Am I seeing this right?" "No way." In an instant, everyone swarmed around Jenny, fascinated by his newfound identity. Some were poking and prodding him, and a few girls even started confessing their feelings right then and there. Jenny's expression slowly morphed from panic to smug satisfaction, basking in the attention. "I'm not fine, okay? I am Spider-Man." Once he said the words, a strange sense of relief washed over him. "I am Spider-Man, ha ha ha." From the edge of the crowd, Xia Luo watched with a satisfied smile. "Perfect. With all this evidence, no one's going to doubt my identity anymore. He's not Spider-Man. Suddenly, a soft voice came from nearby. Xia Luo turned to see a blonde girl with delicate features staring at him with certainty. What did you say? He's not Spider-Man, she repeated, shaking her head. No way. Xia Luo frowned. Have you seen Spider-Man before? No. The girl took a deep breath and spoke with conviction. But Spider-Man wouldn't reveal his identity to the public. He's always been hiding who he is. But this is the truth, Xia Luo countered. She looked at him skeptically. I know who you are, Xia Luo Parker. Time will prove that he's not Spider-Man. With that, she hugged her books tightly and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Xia Luo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. She's definitely one of my die-hard fans, he mused with a grin. Whistling a cheerful tune, Xia Luo took a step forward, but then a faint sound beneath his foot caught his attention. Hi. He looked down and saw a crushed pink spider. So there really are mutated spiders at school. Who knows how many people have been bit? His heart sank. After leaving school, Xia Luo received a call from Carter. This is Xia Luo Parker. I know, I heard that Spider-Man showed up at your school. That wasn't me. I know, it's those mutated spiders that Steve released. Let's meet. Sure. Half an hour later, in a cafe near the school. With a roar, a sleek black motorcycle pulled up by the curb, the rider's entrance turning heads. Hey, over here. Xia Luo waved from a shaded table. Carter removed her helmet, shaking out her golden curls, and her stunning looks drew admiring glances from passers-by. Dressed in a tight black leather outfit, she took a seat across from Xia Luo, who hesitated, looking like he was about to say something. Noticing this, Carter's lips curved into a teasing smile. What's the matter? Captivated by my beauty? No, Xia Luo said, shaking his head seriously. I was just wondering, are those leather pants breathable? What? I mean, if you can't hold in a fart. Just stop talking. Carter's face darkened. Not a kid anymore, yet you have zero appreciation for beautiful women. I'm worried about you. Xia Luo shrugged. Thanks for the concern. All right, let's get to the point. The waiter brought over a cup of coffee, and Carter thanked him. You said something about another Spider-Man, she asked, her expression turning serious. Xia Luo nodded. Barely qualifies as Spider-Man. What do you mean? He can only shoot webs. Nothing else about him is enhanced. Is that so? Carter exhaled with relief. It's possible we'll see more Spider-Man knockoffs popping up soon. No, correction, they're not knockoffs, they're the budget version. Don't sweat the details. Carter leaned back. With these fake Spider-Men around, it'll be easier to hide your identity. But if you're meeting me in public like this, how do you plan to explain that? Xia Luo asked with a smirk. I've already got it covered. The sunlight grew harsher, prompting Carter to slide on a pair of sunglasses. Since I returned to S.H.I.E.L.D., I've taken over Steve's role as the new captain. I've adjusted your file in the official system, so they won't get the wrong idea. Captains don't usually have that kind of access, Xia Luo remarked, surprised. Carter nodded. True, Steve didn't have that authority, but I'm different. I have the entire Carter family behind me, and they see my return as a chance to restore their lost prestige. They've secured a lot of power for me. Oh, I get it. If Steve had succeeded in overthrowing the world's order, your family would have been affected too. Xia Luo nodded in understanding. So, what's my new backstory? Carter adjusted her sunglasses, her tone turning wistful. 70 years ago, I lost my closest sister during the war. When I woke up from cryosleep, the first thing I did was search for her. But she's been dead for a long time. All I could find were her descendants. Before she could finish, Xia Luo felt a bad feeling in his gut. So Xia Luo Parker, I'm now your elder. Xia Luo. What is it with all these grandmother's friends popping up like this? He grumbled. Can't we go with a different story? Too late, Xia Luo. This is what all the elders call you, right? Carter reached out, trying to ruffle his hair, but Xia Luo swatted her hand away. Knock it off. Rolling his eyes, Xia Luo retorted. If you're going to play the elder card, you better hope you don't end up in another revival match. Then he paused. But if you promise to give me New Year's money every year, I might consider it. Carter. She had overestimated this guy's moral standards. Fine, that motorcycle's yours, she said, tossing him the keys. And there's one more thing, someone's been wiping out all traces of Hydra. The only leads left are those bitten by the mutated spiders. I need you to keep an eye on them. No problem, Xia Luo agreed without hesitation. Helping you means helping myself. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-curdling scream echoed from above. Watch out! Xia Luo's instincts kicked in, and he lunged forward, pushing Carter out of the way just as a red and blue figure came crashing down, ripping through the cafe's awning and smashing into the spot where they had just been. Crash! Tables and chairs shattered on impact, blood spraying everywhere as the person, dressed in a Spider-Man suit, lay dead on the ground. Wiping blood off his face, Xia Luo looked up at the high-rise building, his expression twitching with frustration. Jumping off a building to imitate Spider-Man, what an idiot. Chapter 70. He's dead. Spider-Man jumped off a building. No, that's just pajamas. He's not the real Spider-Man. He must have been a crazed fan of Spider-Man. As a crowd gathered around, Carter knelt beside the body, inspecting it closely. There's residue of webbing on his wrist. He was bitten by a mutated spider, she said, turning to Xia Luo. Xia Luo shook his head. He thought he'd turned into Spider-Man. He was desperate to imitate him. Carter sighed. He shouldn't have been so reckless. The mutation process in those who have been bitten is fast. How long did it take for you to get your powers? She asked, eyeing Xia Luo curiously. Xia Luo began walking away, and Carter quickly followed him. In the distance, the wail of sirens was growing louder. One night, Xia Luo replied. Carter pondered his answer, then pressed on. How long did it take you to get the hang of it? I mean, how long did it take before you were confident enough to leap off buildings? One night, he repeated. So fast, Carter looked astonished. Did you ever fail? Of course. Peter mentioned you've gone through 2 revival matches. Did you die from falling too? Xia Luo rolled his eyes. Only an idiot would practice from such a height at the start. I began with jumps from 3 stories, high enough to hurt but not enough to kill. Carter's curiosity only grew. How did you even think to use webs for swinging? Weren't you worried they wouldn't hold your weight? What about your arm strength? Doesn't it feel like your muscles are going to tear? With so many billboards in the city, did you ever crash into one? What if you ran out of webbing mid-swing and... Carter's questions flowed endlessly, and Xia Luo rubbed his temples in frustration. Another time, okay? Right now, you need to get back to S.H.I.E.L.D. and make a public statement. Tell those bitten by spiders not to test their abilities recklessly. Realizing he was right, Carter's expression shifted. Yes, you're right, I need to hurry back. Goodbye, Xia Luo. See you. She started to walk away, then paused and turned around, holding out her hand. My bike keys. You already gave them to me. Xia Luo waved, smiling widely as he hailed a cab for Carter. Such a gentleman, right? He said with a grin. Carter shook her head, amused. He really got away about you. Don't forget to return my helmet. Bastard. As she got into the cab, Xia Luo tossed the keys playfully. A gift from an elder, pretty nice. With a smirk, he put on the helmet, revved up the bike, and sped off down the street. Meanwhile, Carter returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. In her office, she summoned Agent Hill. Inform Nick Fury to call off the surveillance on Xia Luo Parker. Are you sure? Agent Hill hesitated. Carter's face remained stern. I have the authority, don't I? Yes, but Xia Luo might be. I just met him. He's not the real Spider-Man, but he's connected to him. It's very likely that Spider-Man gave us a decoy to mislead us. Agent Hill considered this. So, they dangled a very obvious target to draw our attention away, throwing us off track. Which is why Xia Luo disappears whenever Spider-Man does. It was all part of the plan. Exactly. But why cancel the surveillance? It's pointless now. With more mutated Spider-Men appearing, we're facing a bigger threat. We need Spider-Man's cooperation. Calling off the surveillance shows our respect. I see, understood. Agent Hill left the office, and relayed the message to Nick Fury. Back in his hospital room, Fury's brow furrowed. Got it, follow her orders. Pair of twos, Commander. Your turn, came Harry's impatient voice. Agent Hill, I'm a bit busy here. Carter will handle the rest, Fury said before hanging up. Four of a kind, Harry laughed. I fold. Ha's pay up. Hearing the disconnect tone, Agent Hill sighed and rubbed her forehead. These guys are so lucky, they finally get a break. Sitting down at her desk, she began to handle Carter's directives. On her workspace sat a small, wallet-sized poster of Spider-Man. Even if Xia Luo Parker isn't Spider-Man, he definitely knows him. Shame I don't get a day off, or I'd track that guy down myself. With a longing gaze at the Spider-Man poster, she slumped over her desk and sighed. Could the black-suited Spider-Man who defeated Steve also be him? I'd kill for his autograph. Agent Hill, there's been another call. Another Spider-Man has died. Oh, got it. Quickly, she hid the poster under a stack of files and rushed out. Time flew by, and night soon blanketed the city. For Spider-Man, nighttime was his domain. Agent Hill, a fifth Spider-Man has surfaced. I'm on it. By 11 that night, the phrase Spider-Man had become Agent Hill's least favorite words. Meanwhile, in Banner's lab, he was gathering his third Spider-Man corpse. He looked like he was losing his mind. What the hell is happening in this world? Someone tell me. His anguished yell echoed throughout the lobby. At the same time, in Stark Tower. In the top-floor penthouse, Tony Stark watched the endless reports on Spider-Man play out on the TV, the coffee cup in his hand remaining untouched. Tony, what's going on? Pepper asked, stepping up behind him to gently massage his shoulders. Tony snapped back to reality. Spider-Man's dead, 3 of them. They were probably just crazed fans. It's tragic, Pepper said sympathetically. Tony shook his head. Something doesn't feel right. What do you mean? I think the real Spider-Man's in trouble. He put down his coffee and headed to his lobby. Back to tinkering with your cold metal toys? Pepper asked, a hint of frustration in her voice. Without turning back, Tony replied, they're not toys, they're my purpose. I have to figure this out. Fast, maybe it'll be a way to repay Spider-Man. He did save my life. But you don't even know who he is. Didn't you say he's always wearing tight pajamas? It's not pajamas, it's a suit, and mine's called armor. Moments later, the lab echoed with rhythmic hammering. Clang, clang, clang. The story of Iron Man was about to begin. In the neon-lit city night, a massive screen displayed J. Jonah Jameson's animated rant about the recent Spider-Man deaths. It had been a long time since Jameson looked this excited. On camera, he spewed his usual venom about Spider-Man, but the moment he got home, he quickly drew the curtains shut. Then he pulled out his own homemade Spider-Man costume. Tilda. Jumping onto his coffee table, cigar still in his mouth, he shot white webbing everywhere, leaving his living room in chaos. Ha ha ha, this is incredible. Now I'm Spider-Man too. He whooped with joy, failing to notice the flash of red and blue passing by his window outside. Chapter 71. In the low-rise residential area. Next to the water tank on the rooftop, Mary Jane, wearing a homemade red and black spider suit, stood up and stretched, the tight fabric highlighting her curves. She switched off the portable radio beside her and took in the city's distant skyline. If I want to become Spider-Man, then I'll give it everything I've got. Pulling on her mask, which covered only the upper half of her face, her distinctive red hair flowed freely in the breeze. She cautiously stepped toward the edge of the roof. The building was just 3 stories high, but it felt like she was standing at a crossroads of destiny. Real Spider-Men swing from webs, and it's not even that high up. It should be fine. Taking a deep breath, she fought the tremor in her legs and carefully shot a web at a nearby billboard. After tugging on it a few times to ensure it was secure, she prepared to jump from the roof. Just then, a shadow flickered faster than her eyes could follow, leaping to the same billboard she was aiming for. What? Startled, Mary Jane nearly lost her footing and tumbled off the roof. She quickly crouched down to steady herself, her heart racing as she glanced toward the red and blue figure across from her. Hey, nice suit. Looks like you've got a knack for sewing, Spider-Man called out, waving cheerfully before firing another web and swinging gracefully toward her, landing with ease right in front of her. Mary Jane eyed this Spider-Man skeptically. His suit was clearly homemade, knitted in the classic red and blue pattern, just like hers. He definitely wasn't the real Spider-Man. She felt a pang of disappointment. Everyone knew Spider-Man's suit was now made of a special metallic fabric, with glowing blue eyes. This guy, like her, was just another lucky person bitten by a mutated spider. "Hey, what's your name?" he asked suddenly. "I'm Mary Jane," she blurted out, then immediately caught herself. "No, I'm not Mary Jane. I'm Xia Luo Parker," she said, trying to cover her mistake. Xia Luo froze. He scrutinized Mary Jane, noting that unlike most Spider-Men who wore full-face masks, she opted for a lacy eye mask. Was she trying to make sure villains were extra enthusiastic? He resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Tonight, he had purposely donned his old suit, using a voice modulator to alter his tone so he could get close to Mary Jane and figure out if her mutated abilities differed from the others. What he hadn't expected was that while she was cautious, she wasn't exactly bright. And she was kind of annoying. "Xia Luo sounds like a boy's name, so Mary Jane must be your real name," he continued. "No, I am Xia Luo. Mary Jane is my favorite girl," she insisted, flustered. Xia Luo sighed inwardly. Really, was she seriously that clueless? "Okay, Mary Jane, do you want to learn how to web swing? I can teach you." "No, I'm Xia Luo." "Sure, Mary Jane." Xia Luo grabbed her hand and raised his wrist to demonstrate. "Watch closely. You press here, using this hand gesture, kind of like a rock and roll sign. This controls the length of the WB. Once the web locks onto a target, you'll feel a tug. That's when you stop shooting and jump immediately." As he prepared to demonstrate, Mary Jane interrupted him. "Wait, the web is too thin. I might not be able to hold on to it." Xia Luo nearly stumbled off the roof. "The web is sticky enough to grip your palm, and Spider-Man's fingers can produce tiny barbs, like a spider's, that help cling to walls and hold the web securely." "Oh, I see. I get it now," Mary Jane said brightly. "I haven't even demonstrated yet, and you've already learned?" Xia Luo asked, surprised. "That wasn't me," Mary Jane said, confused as she glanced around. Xia Luo turned around to see another figure climbing up onto the rooftop. Wearing a black and white spider suit, the slender newcomer had pink webbing decorating her elbows and a distinctive hoodie with a pink inner lining. Her green ballet shoes made it clear to Xia Luo who she was dealing with. "Hey, were you bitten by a spider recently too?" he asked, waving casually. Without answering, she sprinted forward, launching herself off the roof. With a quick flick of her wrist, she shot a web, gracefully swinging toward a neon-lit billboard. Her movements traced a perfect arc through the night sky. Whoosh, thud. In the blink of an eye, Gwen glided between two buildings, landing with a slight bend of her knees to absorb the impact. She moved like a moonlit dancer, light and elegant, every move precise and practiced. It seemed both innate and endlessly rehearsed. "Clap, clap, clap." Xia Luo applauded, nudging Mary Jane with his shoulder. "See her, now look at you, tusk, tusk. Don't look down on me, I can do it too." Angered, Mary Jane mimicked Gwen's jump, shooting a web and squeezing her eyes shut. "I'm jumping." "Then jump." Did I really jump? "Are you going to jump or not?" Xia Luo kicked her lightly, sending Mary Jane swinging toward the opposite rooftop with a shriek. "Ah, help, am I there yet?" She looked around in disbelief after landing safely, a huge smile breaking across her face. "I did it, I actually did it." "Not quite, you have to stand up for it to count." Xia Luo swung down in front of her, staring at her with a smirk. Mary Jane blinked, realizing she was still kneeling, hands braced on the ground in an awkward pose. My legs are numby, help me up." "Sure thing, Mary Jane." "My name's Xia Luo." A minute later, the three of them lay sprawled on a giant web, suspended in an alleyway. Xia Luo looked to his left and right at Mary Jane and Gwen. "I'll go first. I got bitten by a spider last night, and when I woke up, I had Spider-Man's powers." "Same here. I even accidentally hurt my dad, but he deserved it," Mary Jane muttered. Her gambling addict father had long been a disappointment to her. Gwen hesitated, then said, "I got bitten at school today. My body changed a lot, my speed and strength increased, and I gained the ability to shoot webs and climb walls." Mary Jane rubbed her sore shoulders and knees. "My body got stronger too, but it's not a huge difference." Xia Luo's thoughts churned. He'd spent enough time with them to realize his spider totem wasn't reacting at all. Their abilities were similar to his initial state, but too weak to possess a spider totem. Gwen turned to Xia Luo, eyes narrowing. "Your learning ability is way faster than ours. For a second, I almost thought you were the real Spider-Man." Xia Luo chuckled. "It's a natural gift. You did pretty well too, picking it up on the first try." "Look, there's another Spider-Man," Mary Jane suddenly pointed. A figure swung past above them, dangling upside down. The movements were awkward but fast. "What the heck?" Xia Luo's jaw dropped. Why was that guy shooting webs from such a weird place? This world was getting crazier by the minute. "Who are those people in black?" Gwen asked, sitting up. She watched several dark figures vaulting over the rooftops in pursuit of the strange Spider-Man, frowning. Those shadowy figures didn't look like any Spider-Man she'd seen. As they approached the alley, the group split up, several diving straight toward them. "They've changed their target to us," Xia Luo said with a wry smile. More clones of the Winter Soldier, and he'd nearly forgotten about Bucky. "Looks like tonight's the night. At midnight, the Spider-Man trio will rise." Chapter 72. Gwen clenched her fists, assuming a fighting stance. "You guys go ahead, I'll hold them off," she said calmly. "Are you sure you can handle it?" "I've trained in combat with my dad." But before Gwen could make her move, Xia Luo launched himself forward like a cannonball, streaking toward the shadowy figures. "What the?" In their stunned silence, Xia Luo used his web as a slingshot, rocketing toward the attackers. The sharp sound of the wind accompanied his assault, followed by the thud of bodies crashing into the alley walls. Bang, crash. In the dim alleyway, a series of explosions echoed as steel arms gleamed in the darkness, tearing through concrete like a merciless wrecking crew. Boom! Chunks of debris flew from the alley, scattering onto the street as Xia Luo swung out and landed on a nearby billboard. "Hey, all good kids should be in bed by now. You guys should head home too," he called out, waving at the onlookers. Then, a dozen cybernetic goons charged out of the alley, smashing through streetlights and flipping cars as they lunged toward Xia Luo. "Run for your lives. Spider-Man will save us." "Get real, that's not Spider-Man. The real one has a metal suit." "That's just another fake." Screaming bystanders scattered, while Mary Jane and Gwen rushed to the scene. With dozens of enhanced enemies closing in, Xia Luo darted between obstacles, his movements swift and unpredictable as he relied on his web to dodge the relentless onslaught. It looked as though he'd be overwhelmed any second. Seeing Xia Luo's agility, Gwen remembered the technique he had demonstrated earlier. THWIP. She shot webs from both hands, anchoring them to either side of the alley entrance, forming a web slingshot. Creak. Gwen pulled back, the tension building. Boom! With a sudden release, Gwen launched herself forward like a missile, striking a cybernetic thug square in the chest. Crash! The impact sent the thug crashing into a parked car, setting off its alarm with a piercing wail. Distracted by Gwen's entrance, another cybernetic foe ripped a car door off and hurled it at her. "Watch out!" Mary Jane screamed, shooting her web at the metal arm to intercept it. "I saved you." Before she could finish, the enhanced thug flexed his steel arm, yanking Mary Jane off her feet and pulling her towards him. "Oh no, he's too strong, I can't hold on," Mary Jane yelled. Xia Luo landed on top of the car, saying calmly, "Just let go of the wee bee." "Oh right." The moment Mary Jane released her grip, the thug stumbled, only to be knocked out by a swift punch from Gwen, who darted in to deliver a blow to his head. "Their weak spot is the head." "Got it." Mary Jane ran to the alley's entrance, mimicking Xia Luo and Gwen's technique to set up another web slingshot. "Here I come." Swoosh! She flew past Xia Luo, her figure barely visible in the blink of an eye. Wow, that's pretty cool. Bang! Mary Jane's impact shattered a car window, sending glass flying as she landed face first in the backseat, legs sticking out and kicking frantically. "Help, I'm stuck," she cried. Xia Luo sighed. He jumped down, firing webs to latch onto a cybernetic fist swinging toward him. With a swift yank, he ripped the metallic arm clean off. Tear. Blood sprayed as the wounded cyborg staggered, only to glance at his allies, who immediately grabbed the severed limb and fled without a word. Xia Luo made no move to chase them. He knew these brainwashed soldiers would never talk. Since his third resurrection, dealing with these knockoff winter soldiers had become child's play. But since he was currently posing as a fake Spider-Man, he had to avoid showing too much strength. That's why he dragged the fight out. Gwen, meanwhile, leaned against the alley wall, breathing heavily. Ha. She looked at Xia Luo, who was barely breaking a sweat, a strange look in her eyes. "Your strength is way beyond ours," she said. Xia Luo shrugged. Maybe the spider that bit me was just healthier. Gwen didn't press the matter. Finally, Mary Jane managed to wiggle free from the car wreck, glancing around at the aftermath with a stunned expression. Is it over?" she asked, wide-eyed. Xia Luo crossed his arms. "You are the most useless spider person I've ever seen." "I just need more practice," she snapped back, indignant. Just then, a figure flashed overhead. Thwack! A bright orange-suited Spider-Man landed on a nearby car. "Wow, you guys were amazing. Can I join your team?" he asked eagerly. "You're the one who shoots webbing from there, right?" Xia Luo stared at the chubby newcomer, feeling the universe's cruel sense of humor. "I'm Ned, I just became Spider-Man," Ned replied proudly, even wiggling his hips as if to emphasize his unique talent. Xia Luo. Mary Jane. Gwen's. The three exchanged bewildered looks, utterly speechless. "Why were they chasing you?" Xia Luo asked. Ned shrugged. "I dunno. I was just practicing my web slinging when they showed up and tried to capture me. It was terrifying," he shuddered. Xia Luo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Why was Hydra hunting these mutated individuals? If they wanted an army of super soldiers, they could just kidnap people and create mutants in secret. Without all this hassle of releasing mutated spiders, first, it didn't make sense. "Can I join your team?" Ned asked again, hope in his eyes. "Sorry, but a team of 3 is just that, a 3-person team, right?" Xia Luo looked to Gwen and Mary Jane for backup. They both nodded eagerly. "Yeah, a trio can't have a 4th member. We're not even a real team. This was just a chance encounter." They had no interest in making friends with this oddball. "Oh, that's too bad," Ned said, clearly disappointed. Suddenly, the sound of police sirens drew closer. Gwen shot a web and disappeared into the night. She couldn't let her father find out about her new abilities. "They're here. We need to leave," Xia Luo said, just as Ned got into position, hands on the ground. FWWP. A sound suspiciously like a fart accompanied the web that shot out, latching onto a wall. Xia Luo. Of course, the infamous butt webs. Ignoring the horrified expressions of Xia Luo and Mary Jane, Ned swung away with surprising skill, joyfully twisting midair. "Whoopee, I'm Spider-Man." Hearing his triumphant shouts, Xia Luo buried his face in his hand. The Spider-Verse had just crowned its first underdog hero, a true dark horse, and all that was left was his destined partner in weirdness. Fun times lay ahead. Chapter 73. You played the friendly neighborhood hero and saved the butt-webbing Spider-Man. Restart chances +1. Staring at the notification, Xia Luo was beyond words. Beep. His phone buzzed with a video call. Xia Luo swiped to accept. "Hey, Xia Luo, have you made contact with the mutants? What's the situation?" Carter asked. Sitting on the bed, mirroring Carter's posture, Xia Luo rubbed his temples. "Not great. Most of the mutants aren't particularly strong, but some of them have peculiar abilities." "Peculiar?" Carter raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, have you ever seen a butt spider?" "Carter's. You wouldn't believe it, but that place can shoot webs too." "Oh, Xia Luo, that's just how spiders work." "Xia Luo. What do you need from me this late at night?" "Hydra's on the move again. It seems they're targeting the mutants. I know, I just had a run-in with them. Xia Luo paused to think. If possible, try to protect them. I understand, Carter nodded. We've already extended invitations to those mutants. Inviting them to join S.H.I.E.L.D., Xia Luo's eyes narrowed. You guys that desperate for superhumans? No, I'm just worried they might cause trouble, Carter replied seriously. Even if they're not powerful, they're still superhumans. We can't just let them run wild. There's one more thing, she added, locking eyes with Xia Luo. You have Steve's spine, I need it. Sure, send someone to pick it up, Xia Luo said without hesitation. The blackened spine had no use in his hands. Better to hand it over to Carter for research. He was also curious why Hydra had implanted it in Tony. He was sure there were more than just 2 of those spines. It was just a hunch. Seeing Xia Luo's willingness to cooperate, Carter felt a bit awkward. I won't take it for free. I have access to some discretionary funds. Send me your account info. Hi. Xia Luo's eyes lit up. We're all friends here. How can I possibly? Beep. Less than 2 seconds later, Carter received Xia Luo's account details. She wasn't surprised. She was used to this by now. By the way, there might be Hydra agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. Be careful, Xia Luo warned. Although he didn't know if this world's S.H.I.E.L.D. was the infamous Hydra S.H.I.E.L.D., it was better to be cautious. Carter's connections within S.H.I.E.L.D. were valuable, and he felt she needed to be warned. What? Her brow furrowed. Are you sure? Not entirely, but if Steve could infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D., others could too. All right, I'll investigate discreetly. Thanks for the heads up. Carter ended the call. Not long after, Xia Luo heard a knock at his door. He opened it just enough to pass the blackened spine to the person outside. But they didn't leave. Xia Luo Parker. The stern female voice made Xia Luo poke his head out. A pretty agent with a ponytail was staring at him intently. Reflexively, he smoothed back his hair. I get it. Let's be clear, I'm a man of integrity. Your colleague Natasha once tried to woo me, but I turned her down. I could make an exception for you, though, if it's to help a friend. Of course, a little compensation would be. Do you know Spider-Man? Agent Hill cut him off, clearly not in the mood for his nonsense. Xia Luo. Did I read the situation wrong? Sort of, he replied vaguely. Without a word, Agent Hill pulled out a photograph and handed it to him. Then, to his shock, she bowed. I want Spider-Man's autograph, please. Xia Luo. Sure, I'll see what I can do. He felt a bit unsettled by this strange fan, who was both cold and enthusiastic. Thank you, she said, expressionless, before turning and heading back to the elevator. Watching her go, Xia Luo looked down at the blurry photo she had given him. It's a bit grainy. I'll get you a high-definition one, he muttered with a grin, closing the door. Meanwhile, Agent Hill took a deep breath inside the elevator. Whoa. She patted her chest. Carter was right. There's no way he's Spider-Man. In her mind, Spider-Man was supposed to be a dashing hero, like Steve, someone magnetic and handsome, not some narcissistic teenager. Thinking of Steve, she sighed again. The revelation that Captain America was Hydra had been a massive blow to everyone, especially the female agents. At least she was different. She always liked unattainable men. Spider-Man fit the bill perfectly. Downstairs, the least injured of the agents, Coulson, had been discharged from the hospital. As he waited for Agent Hill, he occasionally pulled out a signed photo of Steve from his pocket. Hey, Agent Coulson, I'm Steve Rogers. Nice to meet you. I bet you $10 I can finish this mission in under 10 minutes. Coulson, you're giving me that look again. Back off or I'll file a complaint. Oh, so you're a fan? I can sign something for you. Agent Coulson, is this my dorm? Thanks for setting up my room. Agent Coulson. Memories of moments with Steve flooded his mind, the disappointment cutting deeper each time. This was his idol, but not anymore. Tear. In a fit of resolve, he ripped Steve's picture in half and looked up at Agent Hill as she approached. Steve taught me never to trust anyone, not even your idols, he said. Agent Hill walked past him without a word. Sliding into the driver's seat, she glanced back at Coulson. Not like you. At least he proved he wasn't Hydra. The next day, Xia Luo visited the hospital first thing in the morning. After chatting with Harry for a bit, he hopped on his bike and headed to school. Liar. Fraud. At the school gate, Xia Luo watched with amusement as Jenny, chased by a mob of angry girls, fled in disgrace. A one-day Spider-Man experience pass, think of it as a gift, he chuckled. With more mutants revealing themselves, Jenny's deception had finally caught up to him. Whoa, Spider-Man's here. Suddenly, a chubby figure swung past the school entrance, drawing gasps from the students. That's one chunky spider. Haha, his web shooting style is so unique. Amid the laughter, the butt-webbing Spider-Man zipped into the campus, clearly another student at the school. Ned Leeds, Xia Luo murmured, recognizing him, then rode his motorcycle through the gate. He was certain there were more mutants in the school. Because there were just too many Spider-Men. Hey, want to join the Spider-Man Club? On the sidewalk, a student dressed in a homemade red and blue suit stopped Xia Luo, enthusiastically thrusting a flyer into his hand. Xia Luo's eye twitched. Were there really that many mutants now? He glanced at the flyer, noticing the club's name. Charlotte's Web. Chapter 74. The Spider-Man pulled off his mask, revealing a freckled face lit with excitement. This is amazing. Your name is also Xia Luo. You'd fit right in with us. Would you like to join? Does the name of your club have some kind of special meaning? Xia Luo asked. Of course. It's inspired by the story Charlotte's Web. You've heard of it, right? In the story, Charlotte was a spider, and in our club, we're all Spider-Men. Xia Luo spread his hands. Unfortunately, I'm not Spider-Man. No worries. Maybe not now, but you could be in a few days. That's actually pretty convincing. Xia Luo was at a loss for words. Freckles leaned in closer, his grin turning sly. We're having a Spider-Man competition tonight. Lots of girls will be there to watch. The top 3 get a kiss from one of the senior girls. Cough, cough. Xia Luo covered his mouth, looking away as if deep in thought. Well, I'm actually a decent guy. Not really interested in a kiss from a senior, but as a Spider-Man fan, I absolutely have to participate. Do I need to sign up? No need. The address and time are on the flyer, Freckles said, pointing to the paper with a smile. All right, I'll be there. Holding the flyer, Xia Luo parked his bike by the side of the road. A gathering of mutants in one place was too good an opportunity for Hydra to pass up. Hey there, pretty freshman. Want to join the Spider-Man Club? Behind him, Freckles continued to recruit for Charlotte's Web. Spider-Man Club. Gwen Stacy took the flyer, glancing it over. There's a competition tonight, she asked, sounding intrigued. Besides Butt Spider, she wanted to meet other spider people too. Sure, I'll be there, Gwen said, tucking the flyer into her pocket. Soon, she reached the science building and spotted a familiar face. Xia Luo Parker, is Charlotte's Web your club? She called out, waving. Seeing the blonde girl approach, Xia Luo gave her a quick once-over. Do we know each other? I'm Gwen Stacy. Harry asked you out on my behalf once, and we met yesterday when Jenny got caught lying. Right, I remember. You had long hair back then. I cut it short. Why? Too inconvenient. Oh. Xia Luo hadn't expected such a coincidence. He waved the flyer in his hand. Just a coincidence. Are you going to watch the competition tonight? Sounds interesting, but I probably won't have time. All right, what floor are you headed to? 6th, I work part-time in Dr. Otto's lobby. I'm going to the 5th floor, Professor Kurt's lobby. Working part-time too. No, Professor Kurt invited me to visit. To see what? I have no idea. He said it would be a surprise. After chatting for a while, Xia Luo waved goodbye to Gwen and headed to Professor Kurt's lobby. Xia Luo, you're here, take a look at this. Professor Kurt was in a great mood, pulling Xia Luo toward a glass case. Inside was a green spider. Check it out, I just caught this mutated spider. I've heard many students gained Spider-Man's powers after getting bitten by one of these. Xia Luo frowned. Professor Kurt, are you planning to? Yes, I want to use the mutated spider's genes to advance my research, Kurt said, smiling. Mutated spiders don't have regenerative factors. You'd be wasting your time, Xia Luo said bluntly. Professor Kurt explained, but the way the mutated spider transforms humans into Spider-Men is what I want to understand. Don't worry, I've got it under control. Seeing that Kurt had made up his mind, Xia Luo's sense of unease only grew. It sounded logical, but could it really work? He didn't know, he wasn't an expert in this field. Respecting Kurt's expertise, he left the lab after a short conversation. He'd done what he could, respecting the fates of others. But when it came to his own Spider-Man fate, Xia Luo refused to yield. He would see this through to the end. Go get him. Come on, don't hold back. Knock him down. Put your back into it, didn't you have dinner? Amid the noisy crowd, Xia Luo swung in from the window, landing lightly. He observed about 100 people on the scene, 20 of whom were clearly mutants. Anyone bitten by a mutated spider and turned into a mutant loved, wearing the classic Spider-Man pajamas, making them easy to identify. Over the next few minutes, another dozen mutants arrived. Among them, Xia Luo spotted a familiar figure. Wasn't she supposed to be busy? Thwib. Shooting a web, Xia Luo swung down in front of the petite figure. Hey, it's you. Gwen looked surprised to see him. Are you here to win kisses from the senior girls too? No, those cyborgs seem to be targeting Spider-Man. I'm guessing they might show up tonight. Xia Luo said, turning his gaze to the street. Vroom. The roar of sports cars filled the air as scantily clad senior girls pulled up, bringing a fresh wave of excitement. Hey Bugs, tonight let's party. Woohoo. With the beat of the music, the guys got even more hyped. I bet the top 3 get more than just a kiss, Xia Luo muttered, rubbing his chin. Gwen rolled her eyes. Did you really think this was just a simple competition? It's not. Of course not, look over there. Gwen pointed to the corner of the abandoned factory, where some students were openly pulling out bags of powder and indulging. Some mutants were tossing the powder onto their webs, finding new ways to thrill themselves. The scene was unsettling. Xia Luo looked back at Gwen. Should we call the cops? I don't have my phone. Wow, what a coincidence, I don't either. Tab. A light footstep caught their attention. Mary Jane, who had mastered web swinging, landed beside them. I never thought I'd see Spider-Men doing this kind of stuff. It's weird, she said, shaking her head. No argument there. Xia Luo quickly changed the topic. What brings you here? I invited her, Gwen said, raising her phone. We exchanged numbers. Want to join in too? Xia Luo. Seeing the gathering was almost complete, Freckles jumped up on a table and shouted. Tonight's a web-swinging competition. The goal is the nearby amusement park. The first 3 to reach the carousel get a date with the beautiful Ms. Kalen. One night only, so don't miss your chance. The mutants went wild at the announcement. Xia Luo noticed a particularly eye-catching Spider-Woman among them, her outfit almost too revealing to describe. Are the rewards the same for the top 3? Xia Luo asked. Mary Jane adjusted her mask. Not only the same, it's for just one person. Wow, intense, Xia Luo said, clapping. Gwen looked disappointed. I was wrong. These guys don't deserve Spider-Man's powers at all. She turned to leave, but Xia Luo's earlier words stopped her. You said they might be targeted. She looked back at him. Xia Luo nodded. It's possible, but I can't be sure. All right, then we follow them, Gwen decided. Mary Jane blinked. Wait, I didn't agree to that. Doesn't matter, they're starting. I'm going first. Xia Luo shot out of the window, following the crowd of mutants toward the amusement park. On the way, he caught up with Freckles. Hey, if one of the top 3 is a girl, would Kalen still be down? A girl, Freckles' grin turned lecherous. Be even more excited. Xia Luo. Spicy. Chapter 75. Damn it, Kalen is mine. Move it. In the abandoned factory, a swarm of mutants shot out webs, swinging wildly between the low buildings. Amid the chaos, some fell to the ground due to poor technique. The location was chosen specifically so that mistakes during web swinging wouldn't be fatal. Burr, Fao, and Sadie, you guys hit the ground. You're out. Freckles, who was doubling as the referee, shouted. Oh no, my Kalen. Just the thought of her being taken by another man, it hurts. It hurts so much. The cries of the eliminated mutants faded as Xia Luo maintained his steady position among the top 3. Behind him, a bright orange figure with his butt sticking out swung with unexpected skill. His web-swinging technique was impressive, though it lacked any grace. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. "Is that you, Ned?" "Are you the Spider-Man from last night?" Ned was surprised, but he didn't stop swinging. "I'm going to pass you." "I doubt that." Xia Luo smirked. Midair, he tugged sharply on his web, transforming into a blur as he skimmed past a rooftop water tank, smoothly dodging all obstacles, and surged ahead to take the lead. Damn it, he's getting faster again. Many mutants noticed that something was off about Xia Luo's technique. But Xia Luo merely called back to them, "You're all overshooting the corners. Unless you fix that, you won't be able to keep up with me." With that, he swung into the amusement park at nearly the perfect angle, leaving the others far behind. "Oh no, he made it. Race for second place, go." "Wait, someone's passing us." "It's a girl." "Two girls with great bodies, actually." "Oh, Kalen's so lucky." "My Kalen." Ned fell to his knees, sobbing as he lost his chance at the top 3. As the chorus of disappointed cries echoed, the rest of the competitors reached the carousel one after another. Before Freckles could announce the winners, the area was suddenly flooded with blinding light from spotlights above. Is there someone else here in the amusement park? No way is this part of the surprise. The crowd looked around with eager anticipation, but Xia Luo sensed something was wrong. He quickly retreated, pulling Gwen and Mary Jane to a secluded corner. "What's going on?" Mary Jane asked, confused. Xia Luo gestured for silence. "We need to get out of here. Something's off." As soon as he spoke, bursts of muzzle flash erupted from the darkness beyond the lights. Rat-a-tat. Gunfire filled the air, screams and cries of pain mingling with the sight of blood spraying onto the ground. Those mutants who couldn't dodge in time fell, writhing in agony. "Ah, my leg." "Run." "Help." "Oh no, my butt." Ned clutched his bleeding rear, hopping around in pain, unable to swing. Then the gunfire abruptly ceased. Dozens of men in suits, wielding firearms, emerged from the darkness, quickly subduing the injured mutants. It was clear they weren't here to kill. From the crowd, the sultry figure of Kalen emerged, her presence leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. "Kalen, what's going on?" "Kalen, what the hell is this?" Freckles asked, his face pale with fear. Kalen looked down at the bedraggled mutants with disdain in her eyes. She didn't bother to answer, instead letting out a mocking laugh. "Ha, what a bunch of losers. Spider-Men who can't even dodge bullets, I'm so disappointed." "What do you want?" Ned, weak from blood loss, managed to ask. "You gathered us all here just to kill us, didn't you?" "You're a monster." The injured mutants hurled accusations, but Kalen had no interest in their complaints. With a slight motion of her fingers, the men in suits immediately moved in, tossing the fallen mutants into a waiting truck. "Looks like some of them got away," one of the suited men said, bowing slightly. "Got away?" Kalen lit a cigarette, exhaling slowly. "They won't get far." In the woods outside the amusement park, 3 figures dashed through the trees. "They're from the Empire. They were lying in wait at the park," Gwen said, catching her breath on a tree branch, her face pale beneath her mask. Xia Luo frowned. "What's the Empire?" "The Empire is the most feared underground organization in New York. Its leader is Kingpin, a ruthless crime lord with blood on his hands," Gwen explained. Her father, George Stacy, often dealt with Kingpin's men, and through him, Gwen learned about the underworld's king. Hearing this, Mary Jane's eyes widened. Why would they target us? And what about Kalen? She set up this whole thing. Is she working for Kingpin? "Probably," Gwen said with a sigh. "We'll have to be more careful now. They could come for us at any time." Xia Luo pondered. It made sense for Hydra to target the mutants, but why would Kingpin be involved? Crack, crack. Just then, a rustling sound came from the woods ahead. Trees toppled as a massive black shape crashed through the undergrowth toward them. "Found you." Boom. With a roar of laughter, a giant figure bulldozed through the forest, causing Gwen and Mary Jane to barely swing away in time to avoid being crushed. Who is that? He's huge. It's the rhino. No, it's a mech. Xia Luo's eyes locked onto the hulking figure. The metallic glint in the darkness and the grotesque horn protruding from the mech's head confirmed it. A new villain had arrived. Rhino. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled as mechanical joints creaked. A nearly 10-foot-tall black rhino mech crushed the fallen trees underfoot. Its oppressive bulk made Gwen and Mary Jane feel like the air was being squeezed from their lungs. You're not like those other weaklings. Tonight might actually be interesting, a voice cackled from inside the mech. Gwen's heart pounded in her chest. We need to split up, she whispered. Mary Jane's legs were like jelly. I think my legs are numb, she stuttered, on the verge of tears. Hearing this, Xia Luo clapped his hands with a grin. Perfect. Since your legs are numb, he'll have to catch you first. Mary Jane's. You jerk. By the time she turned around, Xia Luo had already vanished into the forest. Gwen's. The man in the rhino suit seemed just as confused. He ran away. Fine, then I'll just have to catch the two of you, Rhino said, smashing his metal fists together. Sparks flew as the enormous black beast charged forward. Ha ha ha, poor Spider-Man, you're doomed. The maniacal laughter grew louder as a fist the size of a boulder hurtled toward Gwen. Frozen in fear, she realized she was completely outmatched. It was too late to react. Get out of the way, Mary Jane screamed. She instinctively shut her eyes, unable to witness the impending violence. Boom! The ground shook as leaves flew, whipped up by the force of the impact. Whoosh! Leaves brushed against her face, and her red hair fluttered in the breeze. But the crushing blow she expected never came. Mary Jane slowly opened one eye. The scene before her banished all her fears, replacing them with unrestrained joy. Spider-Man! 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 Instantly, 3 voices cried out in unison. Chapter 76. Wait, who was it that called out Spider-Man's name just now? Mary Jane finally snapped out of her daze. In front of her, Xia Luo casually blocked the iron fist of the rhino mech with one hand, leaning his head forward to peer at the man inside. Hey, big rhino, is it the rainy season or dry season on the African savanna right now? How the hell should I know, you jerk? Alexei, suddenly aware of his situation, increased the power output of his rhino mech's engines, his fists surging with several tons of force. VRRMM. The roar of engines filled the air, mechanical noises grew louder, but Xia Luo remained calm, effortlessly holding off the massive punch with just one hand. All right, it seems you didn't watch much Animal World as a kid. With that, Xia Luo deftly sidestepped the iron fist, sliding beneath the mech and ending up behind it. What? Before the mech could adjust, Xia Luo leaped onto its back, climbing the metallic structure like an agile bug. Alexei lost sight of his target. Get off me, you pest. Alexei flailed desperately, trying to swat Xia Luo off his back. The bulky mech's movements were clumsy, and there was no way he could touch Xia Luo, especially since he was wearing his mask. Cracked. Moments later, the red and blue figure flipped off the mech, pulling tight on the crystal-clear web in his hand. Snap, snap, snap. The entire surface of the rhino mech sparked as metal plates rattled, snared in Xia Luo's web trap. The mech shuddered violently, unable to move freely. Damn it, what did you do to me? Alexei's furious curses echoed from inside the mech, his struggles only tightening the webs around him. With metal plates tearing off under the strain, realization dawned on Alexei. He'd seen this trick in online videos, the one that had taken down that giant red octopus. It was the web. The black Spider-Man had to be him all along. Seeing the rhino stop struggling, Xia Luo turned with a smile. If you don't have an arc reactor, don't try to play with power armor. It's way too easy. The rhino mech was huge, but it was too slow. Its punches only packed around 10 tons of force and lacked advanced weaponry. It could barely handle some of the mutated wannabes. With the rhino restrained, Gwen and Mary Jane finally breathed a sigh of relief. Spider-Man, thank you, Gwen said gratefully. It's too early for thanks, interrupted a voice from inside the mech, just as the cockpit door cracked open a few inches. A web immediately shot out to block it. "Hey, Spider-Man, can I come out now?" Alexei's muffled voice echoed. Xia Luo hesitated for a moment, surprisingly polite, huh? In the next second, he yanked hard on the web, forcing the cockpit door to snap shut. "You're better off staying inside," he said, then tapped his wrist device. "Captain, I've got a situation here. Trace my location and send a team over." "Understood." On the other end, Carter's voice was brisk. After ending the call, Xia Luo tore a chunk of metal off the cockpit, revealing Alexei's face. "All right, why were you after those mutants?" he asked. Alexei peeked out from the hole, glancing around. "To hand them over to Kingpin, of course." "And then," Xia Luo pressed. "I'm just a hired thug. I don't know much," Alexei grumbled, retreating back into the cockpit as if searching for something. "Care to tell me why?" Xia Luo asked again. "They want something important from their bodies. That's all I know." "You're surprisingly honest." Xia Luo hadn't expected him to spill anything. "Found it," Alexei suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, Spider-Man, this is your end." "Hi." Boom. Cracked. Sparks flew, metal shards scattered, and Alexei's exposed body was quickly bound tight by the crystal-clear webs. But it seemed like it was already too late. Alexei's lips curved into a grin, half of a mutated spider's body dangling from his mouth. With a disgusting slurp, he sucked down the entire spider, its fluids bursting out before he swallowed it whole. "What?" He actually ate a mutated spider. Gwen and Mary Jane were dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. Meanwhile, Xia Luo's spider sense was screaming. Not wasting a second, he tightened the web trap around Alexei's body, his arm muscles swelling. "Squelch." "Arg." The webs dug into Alexei's flesh just as his body began to mutate, bones cracking, skin stretching. Black blood oozed out, dissolving the web on contact. Snap, snap. The mutation continued, his face splitting into grotesque spider-like mandibles, his limbs twisting unnaturally. A thick layer of black hair sprouted from his skin, and bony, spiked spider legs burst from his back. A monstrous spider beast had been born. Pure terror and malevolence emanated from the creature. Gwen and Mary Jane both shrieked and retreated. Even Xia Luo's expression darkened. This abomination had absorbed the mutated spider and gained acidic blood that could dissolve his webs. It was as if the creature had been created to counter Spider-Man's powers. "Hiss!" The mutated Alexei screeched, glaring at Xia Luo with hunger. "Spider-Man, let me eat you." Splurt, splurt, splurt. No sooner had he spoken than streams of white webbing shot from his mouth, blanketing the area in a flash, engulfing Xia Luo and several trees. Reacting instantly, Xia Luo switched to his synthetic web mode. Bang! In explosion mode, the webs clashed midair, creating a tangled mess. With only a brief moment of delay, Xia Luo had already swung to a nearby tree branch. Looking back, he saw Alexei's acidic webs dissolve the synthetic strands, taking down multiple trees in the process. Hiss tilde. Smoke rose as the trees melted away. "Wow, acid webs," Xia Luo shouted, giving the monstrosity a thumbs up while holding tight to his web-slinging line. Boom! The red and blue blur shot past Alexei's side in a blur of motion. In the blink of an eye, Xia Luo grabbed one of the grotesque spider legs protruding from the monster's back. "Time to fly." No. In the moonlit forest, the mutated creature was hurled dozens of feet into the air, falling helplessly in a freefall back toward the ground. "Damn bug," Alexei roared, twisting midair, his 6 spider legs gleaming with deadly intent. "You're a bug too now." Without another word, Xia Luo shot from his web-slinging slingshot, rocketing toward the falling creature. "Die," Alexei lunged, thrusting his sharpened spider legs downward. "Sorry, not today." Xia Luo's eyes flashed crimson, black liquid rapidly enveloping his body as 4 deadly web spears extended from his suit. Clang, clang, clang. A chaotic clash ensued midair, metal screeching as webs snapped and sparks flew. Black blood splattered like rain as severed spider limbs fell to the ground. And then, with a resounding thud, Alexei's mangled form was sent soaring even higher into the air. Friendly neighborhood uppercut. Chapter 77. With a burst of force, Xia Luo soared skyward while Alexei, the rhino, plummeted to the ground at an even faster speed. Friendly neighborhood poison dragon drill. Up in the air, Xia Luo extended his glider wings, making his body spin rapidly as he descended. The wind howled around him as the web spears on his back converged into a deadly drill. Via RRMM. Splat. A black tornado plunged from above, piercing straight through the monster's body. A gut-wrenching scream filled the forest. Rip. As the black web spears tore through the creature's flesh, black blood splattered everywhere, instantly corroding the nearby trees. Gwen and Mary Jane, watching from a distance, were left slack-jawed. Their eyes were wide with horror as they stared at the black-clad Spider-Man, utterly stunned by the brutality of his attack. "He's even more ruthless when he turns black," Gwen murmured. "It was him, he's the one who killed Captain America after the plane crash," she added, almost to herself. "Captain America?" Mary Jane echoed, shocked. "You mean that giant octopus was the captain?" Realizing her slip, Gwen quickly shook her head. "No, you misheard me." The truth about the octopus monster being Steve had been sealed off by a mysterious government agency after the incident. Gwen knew because her father was involved and had been present that day. For her father's sake, she couldn't say anything more. The connection between the red and blue Spider-Man and the black-clad one had once been the subject of intense debate. But after the flood of fake Spider-Men and some crafty misinformation, the controversy had died down. Now seeing it all firsthand, Gwen was certain. Wrestle, wrestle. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the forest, and both Gwen and Mary Jane's faces paled with fear. Xia Luo's brow furrowed. This creature wasn't particularly strong, yet it had set off his spider sense to an alarming degree. His suspicions were soon confirmed. Under his watchful gaze, the shredded remains of the spider monster began to writhe, morphing into dozens of tiny black spiders. Each the size of a thumb, the swarm moved quickly, forming a dark, undulating wave that surged toward him. "That's a lot of spiders." Feeling a shiver down his spine, Xia Luo swung away, launching himself deep into the forest. "Ha ha ha, you can't escape." The swarm briefly condensed into a human shape, before once more rushing after Xia Luo like a tidal wave. Gwen and Mary Jane, still frozen in shock, finally began to relax as the spider tide chased after Xia Luo. "That was terrifying. What kind of monster was that?" Mary Jane gasped, clutching her chest. Gwen exhaled slowly, her brows deeply furrowed. "We're too weak, we can't help Spider-Man at all." "You may not be able to help him, but you can help me." The cold voice from behind made them both whirl around in shock. The city's night train sped along the tracks. Inside, passengers dozed off, but a sudden burst of excitement jolted everyone awake when a familiar face appeared on the overhead TV screens. "Hey there, night owls. Yes, it's me again, J. Jonah Jameson, editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle. I'll be keeping you company through the long, sleepless night." The moment Jameson's face popped up on screen, a wave of groans echoed through the train car. Not this guy again. He's been on a roll lately. They're calling him a Spider-Man expert. Oh no, I don't want to watch this trash. I've got the night shift soon. We're not exactly sleepless friends here. Amidst the chorus of complaints, Jameson casually puffed on a cigar, his expression as smug as ever. "You're probably all curious about the sudden surge of Spider-Men popping up lately, but that's not tonight's topic." He waved 3 pictures of Spider-Man in front of the camera. "Tonight, we're talking about the Black Spider-Man." Pointing to the first photo, he continued, "This was the original Spider-Man. His suit was a cheap DIY job, practically pajamas, but this is the Spider-Man we first knew." The second photo shows him with an upgraded metallic suit. And the third, the Black Spider-Man. The host beside him, finally getting a chance to speak, jumped in eagerly. "Mr. Jameson, are you saying all 3 of these Spider-Men are the same person?" Jameson chuckled. "Oh, absolutely, they're the same person." "But how can you be so sure? There are so many Spider-Men around now," the host pressed. "I'm certain," Jameson said with confidence. I was there the first time the Black Spider-Man showed up. His fighting styles become more brutal, but that doesn't fool me. I've been studying him since the beginning, and none of the other Spider-Men have his kind of power. The host still looked skeptical, pointing at the pictures, but their physiques look different. I don't think they're the same person. Jameson's grin widened. I knew you'd say that. He explained, sure, the Spider-Man we usually see looks like a scrawny insect. It's hard to believe that such a thin frame can hold so much power. But when he goes into combat mode, I noticed that his muscles swell, and his body becomes bulkier and more muscular. That's when he's at his strongest. It's a unique ability. Wow, that's incredible, the host said, clapping. He can control his own body size. The train passengers nodded, slowly buying into Jameson's explanation. So that's how it is. Meanwhile, outside the train, a dull thud echoed through the night. Thump! In the forest beside the tracks, Xia Luo's black-gloved fist crashed into the ground, sending a shockwave that scattered the encroaching spider tied into a cloud of black mist. Yet the mist quickly coalesced back into mutated spiders, seemingly indestructible as they swarmed around Xia Luo, driving his frustration higher and higher. He finally understood what it was like to face an unkillable enemy. Ha ha ha, stupid bug, you can't kill me. The swarm briefly formed Alexei's gloating face before transforming back into a tide of spiders, surging once more at Xia Luo. Inside the train, the passengers remained oblivious. They were now captivated by Jameson's show. All right, let's move on to Spider-Man's wall-crawling ability, Jameson said, raising a hand for emphasis. My theory is that Spider-Man's fingers underwent some kind of mutation. He went on, I've interviewed some of the fakes. Their fingers look normal, but when needed, they can grow tiny barbs to help them climb walls. But there's more to it. People have seen Spider-Man scaling smooth glass windows, and those little barbs alone wouldn't cut it. So I suspect that Spider-Man's body can generate a unique bioelectric field, creating a static charge between him and the surface. That's how he can climb even the slickest surfaces while wearing his suit. Jameson continued to elaborate, completely engrossed in his theories. Outside, the black figure of Xia Luo darted past the train's windows, pursued by a massive wave of mutated spiders. Ha ha ha, pathetic bug, thanks for bringing me a whole train full of snacks. Alexei's distorted face flickered amidst the swarm. Xia Luo turned with a wry grin. You know, villains really should keep up with the news. What? Alexei blinked in confusion. Chapter 78. As the train sped down the tracks, a dark swarm of mutated spiders rushed towards it, only to be caught in a violent gust of wind. In an instant, countless mutated spiders were swept away by the furious airflow, spinning wildly into a black vortex. Oh no, 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 no! Alexei's frantic shouts echoed as some of the mutated spiders slammed into the train's metal sides, making a noise like falling hail. Many disintegrated into a bloody mist, carried off by the relentless wind. As the train sped onward, the mutated spiders quickly regrouped along the tracks, reforming Alexei's body. He looked up at the black figure perched on the roof of the train and roared, his rage reaching a fever pitch. Why am I so stupid? But before he could launch another attack, a thunderous noise came from above. Carter's finally here. Xia Luo stood atop the train, exhaling a breath of relief as he spotted the approaching helicopter. These endless foes were too much trouble, and now it was time for S.H.I.E.L.D. to deal with them. If Kingpin was collecting so many mutated individuals, there was no way this would end quietly. Maybe Hydra was involved too. He had no interest in wasting more time on Alexei. Just as he prepared to make his exit, the helicopter soared past Alexei and headed directly towards Xia Luo. What the? Something felt off. A heavy sense of foreboding gripped Xia Luo's chest. And he was right to worry. Suddenly, a burst of fire lit up the night as a rocket launched from the helicopter, heading straight for him. Without hesitation, Xia Luo's web shooters fired, filling the air with a dense weave of webs aimed at the incoming rocket. He leapt from the train just in time. You dropped something. With a mighty shout, Xia Luo performed a perfect discus throw, swinging the web-entangled rocket in a wide arc before flinging it back toward the helicopter. Boom! The rocket struck its target, and the sky lit up with a fiery explosion. You played the friendly neighborhood hero and saved everyone on the train, plus 3 restart attempts. The helicopter, trailing smoke, crashed to the ground, exploding once more. Its spinning rotors tore through the tracks, scattering debris and chunks of metal everywhere. Amidst the flames, a lone figure emerged, surrounded by a crimson mist that carried a familiar metallic scent. Wait, is that? Xia Luo's eyes widened as he saw the metal arm splinter apart, revealing bloody tendrils writhing and growing, forming a monstrous claw that gleamed like a beast's fang. Xia Luo Parker, I'm here to avenge Steve. Bucky stepped out of the inferno, his face cold and unyielding, his blood-red arm transforming into a massive blade. Die! Bucky charged, the blood-red blade crashing down with terrifying force. Xia Luo's spider sense flared wildly, prompting him to dodge just in time as the ground where he'd stood turned into a massive crater. Boom! Debris flew in all directions as Bucky, shrouded in a crimson mist, darted forward with astonishing speed, appearing right in front of Xia Luo in a blink. Whoosh! The air whistled with the force of Bucky's next strike, but Xia Luo's fist reached him first. Crash! A deafening blast shook the air as Xia Luo's punch, packed with over 50 tons of force, sent Bucky hurtling 100 meters away, leaving a deep trench in the ground. So, you've been implanted with Hydra's power, huh? Xia Luo slowly lowered his fist, his crimson eyes gleaming as his swollen muscles returned to normal. Good, let's finish this once and for all. With a sudden surge, his body expanded, his augmented strength unleashing the full might of his Titan-enhanced Spider-Man physique. He launched himself like a black bullet towards Bucky. In their brief clash, Xia Luo had noticed that Bucky's abilities were far below Steve's. Whatever enhancements Hydra had given him were minimal. He wasn't going to be a difficult opponent. Boom! The air crackled with their combined force. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Bucky grit his teeth and charged to meet Xia Luo head-on, the blood-red blade morphing into razor-sharp claws. Whoa, prototype vibes, Xia Luo smirked, feeling the twitch of his spider legs behind him. Wham bam slam. Ugh! Bucky roared in agony. Before he could retaliate, Xia Luo was already behind him, ready to end the fight. His plan was simple. If he could rip out Bucky's spine, this battle would be over. But suddenly, a swarm of black insects surged toward them, forcing Xia Luo to retreat. He had no desire to be swarmed by those creepy crawlies. So he did the next best thing. He grabbed Bucky's body and swung it like a club, smashing through the oncoming wave of spiders. Smash! Cracked! Each blow was followed by the loud crack of breaking bones and shattering metal. The crimson mist around Bucky seemed to flare with each impact, and the mutated spiders caught in the spray shriveled and disintegrated. This made Alexei's eyes widen in horror. That crimson mist, it had the power to nullify his regeneration. Seeing this, Xia Luo's lips curled into a savage grin. Perfect double kill coming right up. Shhhhiek. In a desperate move, Bucky ripped off his own arm, freeing himself from Xia Luo's grasp. He rolled to the side, the severed stump already regenerating, sprouting new flesh in seconds. Let's finish him, together, Bucky shouted to Alexei. Alexei sneered, I'm not your lackey. I'll pay you. Deal. In an instant, Alexei's mutated spiders piled together, forming a massive, 3-meter-tall humanoid spider monster. He stayed back, shooting corrosive webs from a distance. Splat, splat, splat. The acidic webs coated the battlefield, and Xia Luo barely had a moment to react before Bucky lunged forward, unconcerned about getting hit. The crimson mist enveloped him, disintegrating any white webs that touched it. It had no effect on Bucky. But Xia Luo wasn't so lucky. He could feel the white webs' dangerous acidity, knowing that getting caught in them would spell trouble. Die, Bucky roared, his clawed hand growing new tendrils that stretched out like tentacles, surrounding Xia Luo from all sides. Xia Luo remained calm. His black suit rippled, forming huge, fan-like hands at the end of his arms. Any friend of the Hulk, knew exactly what was coming next. Spider smash. In an instant, Xia Luo's hands clapped together with 70 tons of force. A massive shockwave exploded from the impact, sending debris and dust flying. The white webs reversed direction, flung back by the sheer force, while the crimson mist dispersed under the blast. SSSSSHHHHH. Caught off guard, Alexei's mutated spider form disintegrated as the mist corroded his body. He dropped to the ground, writhing in agony. It burns, it burns. Meanwhile, Bucky, who had taken the full brunt of the shockwave, staggered, his vision swimming. Before he could react, Xia Luo was already upon him. No. SHLICK. An agonizing pain shot up his spine as Xia Luo wrenched his spine out of his back, leaving Bucky's entire body drenched in blood. With all his strength drained, he crumpled to the ground, fighting the urge to scream. His pride wouldn't let him cry out like Alexei. In fact, he couldn't help but smile. Because, despite everything, he had succeeded. Chapter 79. But it was too late. Shunk. The black barbs on the surface of the spine effortlessly pierced through the nanometal's defense, stabbing into his fingers. Instantly, Xia Luo's fingers went numb, and the black spine dropped to the ground. He looked down. The nanometal retracted from his palm, revealing his fingertips rapidly rotting away. The decay spread across his entire hand. Xia Luo frowned, then sighed. "Care to tell me what this is?" he asked, staring at the weakened Bucky. Seeing Xia Luo's rapidly decaying hand, but noting that the infection didn't extend to the rest of his body, Bucky's smirk faded, yet he didn't lose hope. "Your powers come from a mutated spider," Bucky said, with a hint of satisfaction. "But it looks like the genetic destroyer isn't as deadly to you as I thought." Genetic destroyer, Xia Luo's brow furrowed. Bucky nodded. "Yes, in the days I vanished, I did a lot of preparation, just to kill you once and for all. But I'm not going to die," Xia Luo said calmly, though his heart sank. His enhanced Titan physique seemed to provide some resistance to the spider-targeting genetic destroyer, but he could feel it weakening his powers, threatening to strip them away. There was only one way to halt the damage. Xia Luo's confidence only solidified Bucky's conviction. "You will die. The genetic destroyer will completely eradicate your mutated regenerative cells. For Steve's sake, you think it's worth sacrificing yourself?" Xia Luo asked, genuinely puzzled. Bucky laughed, his voice tinged with sorrow. "You have friends too, but I doubt you could ever understand." His thoughts drifted to the past. The first time he met Steve, he was just a clueless rookie, naive and eager. Besides Carter, it was Bucky who taught Steve how to be a good soldier. Steve was weak, physically frail, but he was sincere, kind, and possessed a fierce sense of justice. Bucky admired that about Steve, and Steve respected Bucky in return. They became close friends. Before Steve underwent the super soldier experiment, Bucky had tried to talk him out of it. But Steve insisted. In the end, Steve succeeded, only to have misfortune follow close behind. Steve became a mascot, a symbol that eclipsed his true potential as a soldier. In the midst of war, it was a crushing blow to someone who deserved better. Bucky fought tooth and nail, using every tactic to reverse the decision, but nothing changed. He watched as the idealistic hero was slowly consumed by ambition, until the day he uncovered the truth during a mission, a horrifying revelation that shattered everything. Steve was aiding Hydra's escape. They fought and Bucky tumbled off a cliff, but he didn't die. During the long hours waiting for rescue, hope turned to rage, then to despair. He was abandoned by everyone he trusted, the officers he revered, the comrades he called brothers. Except for Steve. Just when he was about to end it all, Steve appeared. In the frozen wilderness, Steve carried his injured body for what felt like an eternity. Bucky lost count of how many times Steve stumbled and fell. But one sentence remained burned in his memory. "Bucky, I won't give up on you." It was that single phrase that made Bucky realize Steve was the only true friend he'd ever had. When his friend was unjustly punished, it was his duty to help. Yet he hesitated. His upbringing couldn't allow him to join the evil forces of Hydra. It felt wrong. But then the war ended, and Steve chose to step away from the world. Bucky believed peace had finally come. But he was wrong. War had never truly ended. It never would. The brave knight, who once fought dragons, had become one. No, he realized, they had always been dragons, merely cloaked in heroism. For the first time, he saw things clearly. It didn't matter if his choice was right or wrong. He only knew one thing. Only a dragon could slay another dragon. Then Spider-Man appeared, and everything fell apart. Steve died, leaving Bucky with only revenge. The unfinished genetic destroyer became his last hope. It would take his life, but he wasn't afraid. He'd already died in the freezing abyss 70 years ago. Back then, he still had dreams of what a post-war world might look like. Memories surged, then ebbed away like waves. Bucky slowly closed his eyes. Do it now, while you still have strength. Xia Luo studied him for a moment, coming to a decision of his own. All right, I understand. He raised his other hand, mustering every ounce of strength. Boom! His fist crashed down, splattering blood across his black suit. As Bucky's life faded, the bomb inside his body detonated. He had endured until this moment, until the very end. BOOMs. In a blinding flash, his body disintegrated. The blast's force, laced with the genetic destroyer's deadly energy, swept outward. The nanometal surrounding Xia Luo disintegrated at point-blank range, and the power of the explosion tore his body apart. As consciousness faded, his mind drifted to a thought of Norman's infamous pumpkin bombs. Seconds later, a battered spider emblem fell to the ground, the surviving nanometal retreating into it. From the shadows, a severely injured Alexei watched. Forcing himself up, he stumbled over to the emblem and picked it up, laughing hysterically. Hey ha ha ha, Spider-Man is dead at last. Ah, I'm dying too. He convulsed, pieces of his monstrous form shedding in black clumps. His body began to dissolve. The side effects of consuming the mutated spider, worsened by the blood mist, were proving fatal. Desperation driving him, Alexei staggered towards the city. Only Kingpin could save him now. Minutes later, the sound of rotor blades filled the air as another helicopter arrived. Captain, there's evidence of a battle here, Coulson reported, surveying the scene. Carter scanned the area, her expression darkening. Looks like it's over. Look, the black spine, Coulson exclaimed. Bring it back. Yes, ma'am. Then came a report from Agent Hill over the radio. Captain, we couldn't rescue the mutated individuals. Their defenses were too strong, we couldn't break through. What? Carter's frown deepened. Kingpin, he's more troublesome than I thought. Coulson nodded grimly. He controls the largest underground network in New York, and he's incredibly dangerous. We've tried to infiltrate his organization multiple times, but none of our agents survived. Even military force couldn't do it, Carter asked. Coulson shook his head. His reach goes far beyond what we can see. Carter pondered for a moment. This is turning out to be a serious problem. Should we keep looking for Spider-Man? Coulson asked. Carter sighed, shaking her head. No, we're heading back. If that guy were still alive, he wouldn't have left the black spine behind. As expected, he only seemed good at playing the resurrection game. Chapter 80. The Cosmic Spider We Be. Congratulations, you've received an invitation to the Resurrection Tournament. Do you wish to participate in the Resurrection Tournament? Yes, no. The prompt floated before him, but Xia Luo ignored it. Standing atop the web, he stretched his body, confirming that his superpowers had indeed been restored. Reflecting on what had just happened, Xia Luo couldn't help but wonder what material the barbs on Bucky's spine were made of. Penetrating the nanometal wasn't impossible, but his enhanced Spider-Titan physique had even greater durability, and those barbs still managed to pierce his fingers with ease. It was likely vibranium. Bucky's internal explosive device had also been mixed with similar fragments, allowing it to completely disintegrate his body. Otherwise, if it were just the genetic destroyer alone, it wouldn't have been enough to kill him. The Marvel Universe was always full of strange black technologies, difficult to predict and even harder to guard against. Xia Luo shook his head. If his enemies had tried using such weapons against him right from the start, there was a good chance he'd have dodged them. Now that he was prepared, Bucky would never be a threat again. In the end, Bucky had used himself as bait, and it had been very effective. The invincible Spider-Man had fallen once more. When villains start getting cautious, they really do become a problem. With a deep breath and his body now reset, Xia Luo didn't hesitate. He initiated the resurrection tournament. Ding, you have entered the resurrection scenario. New York at night, the top of the Empire State Building. Xia Luo's figure materialized out of the void. Staring at the familiar antenna tower, he fell silent. They're doing this on purpose, aren't they? Scenario: Marvel Multiverse, on the eve of the Chitauri invasion of Earth. Objective 1: defeat Chitauri soldiers in this world. The participant with the highest kill count will receive a reward. Objective 2: defeat Avengers in this world. The participant with the highest kill count will receive a reward. Objective 3: defeat other participants. The participant with the highest kill count will receive a reward. Objective 4: defeat Loki in this world for a reward. Objective 5: defeat Thanos in this world for a reward. Objective 6: defeat Odin in this world for a reward. Reward 1: Resurrection Slot X1. Reward 2: 100 kill points. Participants: Xia Luo Parker, Steve Rogers, Bucky Barnes, Norman Osborn, Peter Parker, Loki, Stephen Strange, Max Dillon, Kurt Connors. Resurrection count: 18. Time until the event begins: 1 minute. Time until the event ends: 24 hours. Xia Luo studied the prompt in front of him, silent once more. This resurrection event was incredibly straightforward and brutal, a free-for-all massacre. Defeating some of the targets was feasible, but Odin, really? The All-Father of the gods, Odin. If he didn't want to die, not even all the participants combined could kill him. So Objective 6 was out. Objective 5, too, who knew where Thanos might be hiding. This was going to be a bloodbath, and Xia Luo could already predict the coming chaos. Sure enough, as soon as the 1-minute countdown ended, a powerful blue light exploded in the nearby bustling city district. Crackle! Suddenly, lights across a vast section of the city began flickering. Visible arcs of electricity gathered towards the blue glow. Electro Max Dillon. Xia Luo guessed, immediately leaping from the skyscraper's peak. Whoosh! The wind howled past as he activated his glider wings and soared towards the source of the blue light. Whoa, what's that? A new superhero. Never seen him before. He looks like a bug. Before long, Xia Luo neared the scene. He swung down into a shadowy alleyway, tapping the spider emblem on his chest. SHHK. The nanometal rapidly retracted, revealing his red and blue jacket underneath. He pulled up the hood, disguising himself as an ordinary civilian before stepping out. At the center of the street, bright blue electric arcs danced wildly. A glowing blue figure stood gripping thick cables, ravenously absorbing the city's power. Crackle! Blinding blue electricity pulsed through the air, highlighting Max's skin, veins popping beneath his blue exterior. His entire body seemingly made of raw current, both dangerous and mesmerizing. Even with the danger, plenty of citizens lingered in the shadows to witness the scene. Oh my God, he's absorbing the electricity. Is he some kind of electric god? No, he must be a god of thunder. Oh my God, so that's what Thor looks like. In a world of superheroes, no scene was ever too perilous to deter curious onlookers. Xia Luo squeezed into the crowd, observing. He wasn't about to recklessly confront Electro. Unlike Spider-Man from The Amazing Spider-Man, he didn't have lightning-speed reflexes. This guy had absorbed a colossal amount of power, reaching his peak strength. Facing him head-on would just make Xia Luo an easy target for other participants to snipe. Hey, found you. Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke behind him. Xia Luo turned to see Old Man Steve, also dressed in casual clothes. His iconic shield was wrapped in a tattered cloth, clearly trying to avoid being spotted by other competitors. Good, looks like we'll get to enjoy another resurrection tournament together, Old Man Steve said, his expression one of genuine delight. Xia Luo's face fell. I have a feeling you mean something else by that. Don't misunderstand. I really am glad, Steve replied, stepping closer, his face lined with loneliness. At least for the next 24 hours, I have someone familiar to keep me company. Now he was just a lonely old man, craving companionship. Sorry you've had to go through this, Xia Luo said, patting him on the shoulder. But don't lose hope. Maybe this time, one of the rewards will extend your life so you won't have to keep doing these tournaments. We'll see, who knows if I'll even win, Old Man Steve said with a sigh. I really envy Stark. He's probably telling Morgan a bedtime story right now. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. If you came back to life, there should have been some time before your end. You didn't manage to revive last time, but Natasha might have dug up your casket, so you probably saw her. Old Man Steve nodded. Yes, but it was less than a minute. Their conversation was cut short when a sudden, intense flicker of electric light erupted at the center of the street, the arcs beginning to spread wildly. Crackle. Boom. Electricity lashed out like a whip, causing storefronts and parked cars to burst into flames. Only now did the crowd begin to panic. Run. The thunder god is attacking. Amid the chaos, Old Man Steve instinctively raised his shield to shield the people from the incoming bolts. At that moment, the roar of an aircraft echoed above, the familiar sight of a Quinjet descending rapidly. The young Captain America leapt out, shield at the ready. Hey, are you the god of thunder Fury mentioned? Stop right there. Chapter 81. Crackle. Before the shield could get anywhere near Max, a surge of electricity shot out, knocking it away. It clattered to the ground, spinning. Steve stared. How does anyone fight criminals in this era? He reached up to scratch his head, only to realize his mask was getting in the way. You look like a complete fossil, old man, came a mocking voice from above. Gasps filled the street as a red and gold marked suit descended from the sky. Boom! A pulse of energy fired from the suit, blasting the blue-skinned Max straight into a nearby storefront. Oh my god, it's Iron Man. It's Mr. Stark. So cool, this time I'm definitely voting for him to be New York's mayor. As the Iron Man suit landed, a drone zoomed overhead, showering money down from the sky. Oh my gosh, look at that. So much cash. We're rich. Immediately, the crowd, seemingly unfazed by Electro's danger, surged into the street, grabbing the falling bills. Click. Tony removed his helmet and waved to the excited crowd with a charming grin. Thank you all for your support. Make sure to vote for me, and I promise to bring even more wealth to New York. Xia Luo's face went blank. This version of Tony Stark was off. Crackle. Suddenly, arcs of electricity erupted from the wrecked storefront as Max, now radiating with electric fury, hovered in midair, surrounded by a storm of crackling energy. Iron Man, you've made me angry. Max bellowed, and a massive blue bolt of electricity, over 100 meters long, shot down the street. The crowd screamed and scattered. Crackle. Boom. Lightning flared across the street, forcing the Mark suit to rapidly ascend. Hey, electric baby, calm down. I'll give you money, a whole lot of money. Just promise you'll vote for me. Tony maneuvered deftly in the air, trying to appease Max, but it was having no effect. Sir, I've detected Spider-Man in the vicinity. JARVIS's voice suddenly chimed in Tony's ear, making him grin. Finally, you show up, Xia Luo Parker. On his HUD, JARVIS had zoomed in on a figure in the crowd, using facial recognition to pinpoint the target. It was the guy who had used symbiote cells to save his life once. Hey, Spider-Man, fancy meeting you again. Tony dodged another arc of electricity before diving down, landing directly in Xia Luo's path. Where's your cool black suit? He asked, clearly intrigued. Xia Luo sighed inwardly. Oh, so it's this guy. You've got the wrong person, he said, pulling his hood down lower and turning away. I should have worn the mask for the entire second resurrection tournament, he thought bitterly. He hadn't expected to end up in the universe of the symbiote-enhanced Tony Stark. Now that he'd been recognized, he was in for a world of trouble. Hey, old man Popsicle, I saw you too. Tony's voice cut through as he called out to Old Man Steve, who was attempting to slip away. After the way you disappeared last time, I had a hunch. When I saw the younger Steve and Natasha, I knew you were from. Before Tony could finish, a powerful blast of electricity engulfed him, sending him crashing into a nearby alley. The older Steve blinked, staring at the empty space before him. From where exactly? The next moment, a cloud of blood-red mist exploded from the crowd. A familiar figure charged directly at Xia Luo. "Ha ha ha, I found you, Xia Luo Parker. I know the secret of your resurrection." The blood mist quickly spread, and Hydra Steve lunged forward, grotesque red tendrils shooting out from his spine, creating an overwhelming aura. Xia Luo instantly shot a web and swung away, landing on a nearby billboard. His headache was already pounding. Damn this world's Tony, why did he have to shout so loudly? Across the street, the younger Steve had just retrieved his shield. Seeing a monstrous, crimson version of himself suddenly appear, he froze. Stark was telling the truth, he muttered. He remembered the first time he met Stark, how the man had ranted about parallel universes and claimed to have seen another Steve and Natasha. And now, on the billboard, he saw the familiar sight of red and blue metal covering a teenager's body, the Spider-Man Stark had talked about. But this one didn't seem to be wearing black. Boom! With a powerful whip, Hydra Steve's crimson tendrils obliterated the billboard, forcing Xia Luo to swing towards the rooftops. "Haha, little Xia Luo, I let you win last time, but not this time. You won't escape." From the night sky, the Green Goblin shot forward at breakneck speed, hurling pumpkin bombs in rapid succession. Boom! Heat waves surged, but Xia Luo's silhouette emerged from the explosion, rocketing away without hesitation. What the? Crash! The two figures collided in midair, sending Norman spiraling out of control. "How is he even stronger now?" he shrieked. Hydra Steve cast a disdainful glance at the flailing Norman, shouting, "You useless piece of trash. Chase him down, Spider-Man must die this time. No chance of resurrection." With that, crimson tendrils dug into the walls, propelling Hydra Steve after Xia Luo. "Damned idiot thinks he can order me around," Norman growled. But he quickly recovered, determined to use Hydra Steve as a pawn to secure his own resurrection. Meanwhile, the electricity crackling around Max surged as he caught wind of the words Spider-Man. His eyes narrowed with fury. "Spider-Man, I hate you." Roaring, Max abandoned his fight with Tony and transformed into pure electricity, disappearing into the night. Is that considered an early exit? Tony blinked in surprise before JARVIS chimed in. "Sir, the suit's power levels have reached 300%. "Wow, thank you, Electric Baby, you're the best," Tony laughed, jetting off in pursuit. He couldn't pass up this chance to win favor. His election as mayor could hinge on tonight's performance. Then again, the guy was moving fast, he might not catch up. Oh well, maybe throwing more money at the problem would work better. As the other dangerous figures dispersed, Old Man Steve breathed a sigh of relief. "Good luck, little spider. Use your powers to take them down, I believe in you." After a distant cheer, he approached his younger self. "Hey kid, you need a wardrobe upgrade. You look like you're in some kind of theater production," Old Man Steve said, shaking his head. Young Steve, stunned, stared at his older counterpart, eyes fixed on the familiar shield in his hand. "You are you." "Yes, I'm you. Well, another version of you." Old Man Steve's face grew stern. "There's a horde of dangerous people invading this world. Take me to Fury, we need a plan." "But what about your friend Spider-Man, right? He's out there all alone," young Steve asked, concerned. "Don't worry about him. His superpowers are, well, pretty terrifying." "Superpowers?" "Yes." Old Man Steve leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially. His powers let him sense poop. "What?" Young Steve's jaw dropped, utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 82. Which idiot is badmouthing me behind my back? He rubbed the tip of his nose and cautiously peered outside. Through the window, a green streak of flames shot across the night sky, blood-red mist swirling wildly. Then, a bright electric arc split the darkness. Xia Luo sighed and rubbed his temples. Dealing with Norman and Hydra Steve was bad enough, but he really hadn't provoked Electro. Why does everything have to be my fault? The difficulty of the Resurrection Tournament was partly due to all these people he had previously defeated coming back for revenge. He could only imagine what future tournaments might look like. As General Douglas MacArthur once said, mixing personal vendettas into a match is very unprofessional. After silently complaining to himself, he decided to abandon the task of killing other contestants for now. As soon as he showed up, most of the participants would target him. 1 or 2 would be fine, but if 4 villains attacked him at once, his chances of winning were slim. Why 4 villains? Because the 4th one had just appeared. Clank! At the factory entrance, a shadow loomed as a metal arm shattered inch by inch under the veil of the red mist with a vicious roar. Crimson claws ripped through a concrete pillar, shattering it with a deafening crash. Boom! Bucky hurled the broken concrete like a giant spear. Xia Luo leapt onto the column, sprinted along its length, and launched himself through the ceiling, disappearing from Bucky's line of sight. There he is! Bucky shouted as blood-red tendrils lashed out, while green flames and blue arcs of lightning surged, enclosing Xia Luo. Haha, Xia Luo, you can't escape. Norman hurled several pumpkin bombs, causing explosions to ripple through the factory. Damn it, Norman, we're still inside, Bucky shouted angrily. Oh, sorry, I only have eyes for him, not you, Norman sneered as he shot forward on his glider, aiming straight for Xia Luo's head. But someone got there first. Crackle! A blue arc flashed past, diving into the sea of flames. Spider-Man, I hate you. Max lunged at Xia Luo, unleashing a torrent of electrical fury. But Xia Luo charged straight at the solidified bolts of electricity, raising a fist. Boom! In an instant, the air seemed to warp, flames flickered, and residual electricity dispersed, sending shards of nanometal flying everywhere. Xia Luo's exposed fist shimmered with faint purple patterns, unburnt by the electricity. Electro could absorb a huge amount of power, and his body had become almost pure energy, but his output was still limited, with a poor energy efficiency that wasted most of his power. Simply put, he was no Thor. With a Titan-enhanced Spider-Man physique, Xia Luo's resistance to magical attacks rivaled that of superior Spider-Man, and Electro's main threat was his lightning speed. If Max got in his way, there'd be no chance to target the other contestants. What the? Max's face twisted in shock as Xia Luo charged, his speed unabated. This Spider-Man wasn't normal. Bam! In a blink, Xia Luo barreled through Electro like a cannonball, leaving nothing but fragments of electricity in his wake. 3 seconds later, Electro's body reformed amidst crackling arcs. You blue-skinned idiot, what are you doing? Stop him! Hydra Steve roared as he caught up, fuming at seeing Xia Luo escape so easily, and he berated Max furiously. What did you just call me? Max's eyes sparked with rage, blue lightning dancing in his pupils. Boom! A surge of electricity exploded around Max, enveloping Hydra Steve's tendrils. All Steve could do was raise the blood-red appendages defensively before he was swallowed by a storm of electric arcs. Sizzle! Pop, pop, pop. Instantly, smoke rose from the crimson tentacles, the smell of burnt meat filling the air. Steve's charred flesh cracked and healed in a cycle, unable to withstand the raw electric force. Boom! With a mere flick of his gaze, Max unleashed a torrent of electricity, flinging Bucky's smoking body to the ground. You've all bullied me, now you'll pay. Max roared, the storm of electricity around him growing more intense. Seeing this, Norman turned his glider around without hesitation, speeding away from the scene. Idiots, losing their minds over Spider-Man, good luck surviving this mess. In the distance, the factory sparked with electricity, explosions echoing through the night. Xia Luo glanced back. Seeing that Max wasn't following, he frowned in confusion. He had prepared to be chased down, given how fast Max could be. But somehow, he'd broken free of their encirclement. Shrugging, Xia Luo leisurely swung toward the city. Aside from the electricity-hungry Max, the other contestants were lying low, clearly wary of being backstabbed by another participant. And with Hydra Steve and the others ganging up together, there was no good chance to strike them down. Loki hadn't opened a portal, and the Chitauri army hadn't invaded Earth yet. Killing an Avenger wasn't impossible, but if he angered Bruce Banner, Xia Luo wasn't sure he could handle the Hulk's rage. Who knew how strong this universe's Hulk was? Even the movie version of the Hulk was dangerous. Only Thanos had managed to put him in his place. Besides, the Avengers from the multiverse always seemed to have uncanny luck on their side, and Xia Luo hated relying on luck. He knew his limits. No point wasting a resurrection chance. So his only real target left was Loki. As for Thanos and Odin, Xia Luo had never seriously considered those. It was just a cruel joke, whoever believed it would be sorry. So now the only question was, where was Loki? Perched between skyscrapers, Xia Luo clung to a gleaming glass facade, lost in thought. Without solid intel, he'd be floundering like a headless spider, wasting time. Wait, Tony. Remembering the troublemaker, Xia Luo turned toward a distant, unmistakable landmark. The Stark Tower. Without another second's hesitation, he swung off the building, launching webs towards the towering structure. It wasn't long before Xia Luo had stealthily climbed to the top floor of Stark Tower. Eyeing the luxurious rooftop pool, he gave a satisfied nod. Both Tonys had identical taste. Hey, do you know where Tony is? He asked, knocking on the floor-to-ceiling window, startling Pepper Potts inside. Oh holy, what a huge bug. Wait, are you Spider-Man? Pepper quickly recovered. Tony had mentioned Spider-Man to her after returning. Yes, I need to talk to him, Xia Luo said, pressing his face to the window. Pepper pointed to the side, indicating the door. All right, thanks. Stepping inside, Xia Luo glanced around at the simple, yet undeniably luxurious furniture and artwork. This was his first time in Tony's living quarters. Coffee? Pepper asked, holding a steaming mug with a slightly nervous smile. This was her first face-to-face encounter with another superhero. Frequent visits from Coulson didn't count. Chapter 83. Xia Luo lightly tapped the spider symbol on his chest, and the metal mask retreated, revealing a young face. In this world, there was no need to hide his identity. After all, he wouldn't be staying long. Oh, I didn't expect you to be just a kid. Pepper Potts was visibly surprised, her initial tension easing a bit. Yes, and I'm a good kid. Xia Luo took the coffee and examined it carefully. Is this black ivory, or maybe Kopi Luwak? It could even be from St. Helena. What? Pepper looked momentarily confused. Sorry, I just learned about it online. Xia Luo took a sip, his face lighting up in delight. This must be really expensive, right? He asked casually. Pepper pointed to a small garden outside the window. Tony grows it himself. If you like it, you can have as much as you want. He doesn't usually drink it. Xia Luo. Cough, no needs, thank you. I don't drink it often either. Feeling a bit awkward, he set the cup down and picked up a nearby piece of horn art, examining it absent-mindedly. If you like it, you can have that too, Pepper offered. Really? Then eyes. Xia Luo's eyes drifted to a photo on the wall, and he quickly put the piece back. Turns out it was something an African friend of Tony's used for modesty. That's really something. Actually, I'm here to see Tony. I've already notified him. All right, I'll wait. With that, they both fell silent. If you want to try some really fancy coffee, I have some here too, Pepper ventured. Xia Luo nodded. Thank you very much, I only drink the finest. Definitely a kid, Pepper chuckled, then went to prepare some coffee beans. Can you tell me why you saved Tony? She asked curiously while grinding the beans. Xia Luo relaxed into the couch. No special reason, he was just lucky. Really? Pepper seemed distracted. Since he came back, he's been talking to himself a lot, but he won't tell me anything. I'm worried he's having mental issues. Tony does have a tendency to stress out. Xia Luo thought for a moment, but you don't need to worry, he just made a new friend, that's all. A new friend? Yes, a very new friend, Xia Luo said with a smile. The symbiote was Tony's new friend, after all. With the symbiote, Tony's reactor was externalized, and his heart issues were no longer a concern. Plus, the symbiote's enhancements meant Tony had some self-defense capabilities even without the suit. A much better situation than the other Tony, that's for sure. Suddenly, Xia Luo turned his gaze to the night outside the window, his brow furrowing. He had just felt the sensation of being watched. Seems like a contestant was planning to target Tony. Or perhaps... Boom! At that moment, a flash of light lit up the night sky. A Quinjet hovered just outside the window. The hatch opened and old Steve waved. "Hey, Spidey, hop in." Beside him, Tony grinned and waved with a hamburger in his hand. "Nice to see you again. Care to join me for a meal?" he offered. Xia Luo shot a web and swung into the cabin. "No, thanks, I only eat McDonald's burgers." Tony scratched his head, looking confused. Since when did she sell burgers? As the hatch closed, Tony piloted the Quinjet into the night sky. Old Steve's expression turned serious. "Spidey, you need to use your..." "Wait, I don't have that kind of superpower yet," Xia Luo interrupted him. "You don't?" He knew exactly how troublesome Loki and Doctor Strange could be. Doctor Strange wasn't so bad, being the Sorcerer Supreme. But Loki's moral compass was questionable. "Have they made any moves?" Xia Luo asked. Old Steve thought for a moment. "Aside from the ones chasing you, there's the Peter Parker we encountered before. He killed someone and then vanished. And Loki, he caused a scene at the Opera House, only to bump into another version of himself. They fought, then both disappeared." Venom Parker. Xia Luo recalled his showdown with Venom Parker during the second Resurrection tournament. There were moments when Peter Parker managed to break free from the symbiote's influence and regain his sanity. But most of the time, he had given up, letting the symbiote control his body. Peter Parker had abandoned himself entirely. Winning the Resurrection tournament didn't matter to him anymore. What mattered was keeping himself well-fed. As for the other Loki, Xia Luo asked old Steve, "Where's the opera house where Loki caused that scene?" "On Hamlet Street, why do you ask?" "No reason, just so I can answer if you ask me next time." "Next time?" Old Steve looked puzzled. This kid always said the oddest things. But it could be an important clue, so he jotted it down in his little notebook. Xia Luo. The more effort, the more disheartening. Soon, the Quinjet ascended through the clouds, revealing a colossal aircraft carrier that uncloaked before them. "We've arrived. This is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters." Tony turned with a smile. "So what do you think? Impressive, right?" Old Steve remained unfazed. "It's all right, I've seen better." Xia Luo observed the immense carrier and nodded. "It's definitely got a higher cool factor than my world's shield." Boom! The Quinjet touched down on the runway, and Tony led the two of them down the ramp. "Hey, Agent Coulson, is the meeting set up?" Tony asked the man waiting to greet them. "It's all ready, please follow me." Coulson glanced at Xia Luo and old Steve, then led the group down the hall toward the meeting room. Along the way, the passing agents shot curious glances their way. "That old guy looks awfully familiar." "Yeah, I swear he looks just like Cap." "No, I mean the other one." In the hallway, overhearing the agents' chatter, Xia Luo glanced at old Steve. "Do you know who you look like?" he teased. Old Steve shrugged. "Aside from a younger me, who else?" "No, I mean you've got a campaign-ready face." "Campaign?" Tony's steps halted at the mention of that word, and he turned to look at Xia Luo. "Can I count on your vote?" "Sorry, I'm not a legal resident here." "Ah, well, that's a shame." Soon, they arrived in the meeting room, where Nick Fury and several others were waiting. "You finally made it." Nick Fury stood and greeted them. "Hello, I'm Nick Fury, the commander here." "I know, we're old friends," old Steve said as he shook Nick's hand, then gestured toward Xia Luo. Xia Luo scratched his head thoughtfully. "Actually, we're old friends too." Hearing this, Nick Fury smiled slightly. "No surprise, I get along with superheroes in any universe." Chapter 84. Captain America had met others like himself before, but he had never heard of Spider-Man, which naturally sparked his curiosity. The other Avengers in the room were also eyeing Xia Luo and old Steve, with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Xia Luo didn't seem to mind the attention. He nodded. "Yes, it's not just us, some troublesome individuals have arrived here as well." Nick Fury frowned. And how did you manage to get here? Xia Luo's face remained impassive. That's a secret. If we're going to work together, we need honesty from everyone, Fury pressed, clearly wanting more information. Xia Luo merely gave him a side glance. This is a partnership, but I'm also here to save you. You need to be honest, I don't. Fury's expression darkened, as did the faces of many in the room. Old Steve, looking somewhat embarrassed, leaned closer to Xia Luo and whispered, "What are you doing? We need their help." Xia Luo paused. "Sorry, I couldn't help it." "Why?" "I just got caught up in the moment." "Aren't you supposed to be old friends?" "I lied to him." "Old Steve." Before Nick Fury could retort, Natasha Romanoff narrowed her eyes. "If I'm not mistaken, those people you mentioned are chasing you, aren't they?" "You're the one who needs saving," young Steve said with a hint of defiance. Xia Luo shrugged. "If it weren't for those extra complications, I'd be the one hunting them down." "He's right," Tony interjected. "You don't know just how powerful Spider-Man is, but I do. I trust him, and I think he's telling the truth. Besides, another terrifying spider creature has come here. We need Xia Luo's help to handle this threat." "Stark, you're one of us," young Steve reminded. Tony smirked. "Sorry, but I've never wanted to be on your team. Other than Dr. Banner, whom I admire, the rest of you don't serve much purpose in my eyes." An uncomfortable silence filled the room. In the corner, the mild-mannered Bruce Banner, who had just been singled out, looked around nervously, then quietly lowered his head. "Please don't involve me, please don't involve me," he thought desperately. Tony's arrogance had clearly gotten under the skin of young Steve and Natasha. "Stark, that's enough," Natasha said coldly. Young Steve stood up, staring Tony down. "From the first moment I saw you, I knew you were different from us, a self-absorbed arms dealer. Without that suit, you're nothing." Tony, now equally fired up, stood up and met Steve's gaze head-on. "And without your father's shield and the super serum, you're just a big-headed soldier." Young Steve took a deep breath. "Tomorrow, let's find a place to settle this. I'll show you who I am." "Why wait? Let's do it now, old man, and no calling for backup." Tony scoffed, turning to leave the room. "Stark, we're supposed to be planning right now," Nick Fury called after him. "I never make plans," Tony replied without looking back. Young Steve brushed past Fury. "If there is a plan, it'll be tomorrow's." "Steve, come back." Watching them storm out of the room one after the other, Nick Fury rubbed his temples. "Leadership is so exhausting." "Natasha, go talk to them," he urged. Natasha shook her head. "I think they should have this conversation. I'm at my limit with Tony." Seeing her reaction, Xia Luo leaned over to old Steve. "Were you all this rebellious back in the day?" Old Steve shook his head. "No, back then we weren't like this at all. We never disobeyed orders." "Xia Luo, you didn't call for backup." "Of course not. It was a fair duel," old Steve said confidently. Xia Luo's lips twitched. "Old man, I think you should see a doctor." "Why, do you think I'm sick?" "Yes, dementia. You seem to forget a lot of things." After saying that, Xia Luo turned to face Nick Fury. "This farce is over. Let's get down to business." He tapped a button on his wrist, and several holographic images of the other contestants appeared above the table. "It really is Steve," Nick Fury muttered, recalling the intelligence reports that had mentioned a third Captain America. Xia Luo explained, "In my universe, he's the leader of Hydra. He's not the Steve you're familiar with." "What?" Everyone in the room was visibly shocked, instinctively glancing at old Steve. "Why are you looking at me? I'm innocent," old Steve said, clearly uncomfortable. He turned to Xia Luo. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. I killed him myself," Xia Luo confirmed. Hearing that, a cold shiver ran down old Steve's spine. "No wonder you look at me funny, but carrying a personal vendetta into a competition isn't right," old Steve admonished. Xia Luo rolled his eyes. "I look at you funny because I suspect you're bad-mouthing me behind my back." "No, absolutely not," old Steve said, patting his chest as if to swear. Ignoring him, Xia Luo continued with the briefing. "The second one is Bucky Barnes, a friend of the Hydra captain. They both wield Hydra's power and are incredibly dangerous. The third, the Green Goblin, is another who's been after me. His name is Norman Osborn, and you need to watch out for his pumpkin bombs. The fourth is Electro, Max Dillon. His abilities can take down the power grid of an entire city. There's also Peter Parker, Loki, Stephen Strange, and Dr. Kurt Connors. As Xia Luo concluded his rundown, everyone's faces grew increasingly grim. These enemies were more terrifying than they had imagined. So many have come to our world, what's their goal? Fury asked. Xia Luo, feeling a bit parched, looked over at Bruce in the corner. Got any water? Yes. Glad to finally have a task, Bruce hurried to pour a glass. Meanwhile, old Steve began to discreetly explain the contestants' objectives to Nick Fury. This time, there seemed to be no mystical interference, so Xia Luo felt at ease. And when old Steve finished, everyone looked visibly shaken. They want to kill all the Avengers. They're even turning on each other. This is madness. What are Chitauri's soldiers? Are they definitely going to invade Earth? The Allfather Odin, Thor's father, is also one of their targets. This is insane. Oh no, Stark and Steve went out, could they? Natasha's sudden exclamation snapped Fury to attention. They could be ambushed, get them back here now. It's too late, they've already left, Coulson said, entering the room. Fury's face darkened as he turned to Xia Luo. Why didn't you say something sooner? I could have stopped them. Xia Luo shrugged. I don't usually intervene in other people's arguments. Tony and Steve leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. would serve as a perfect test to see if anyone was watching. Chapter 85. The Quinjet streaked through the night sky. With the help of his parachute, young Steve landed smoothly. Click, click. On the rooftop, Tony stood in his mark suit, looking down at Steve, who had just arrived. Traffic jam, huh, old-timer, he mocked. Young Steve tightened his grip on the shield, determined to let out all his frustration. Stark, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Tony's expression was indifferent, but suddenly his gaze shifted behind Steve, and he frowned. We agreed, no calling for backup. Young Steve froze. I didn't call anyone. He instinctively turned around, his face paling with surprise. Late night, the helicarrier. They're not back yet. In the meeting room, Nick Fury was growing more anxious. With Barton compromised, his available heroes were limited, and he was relying heavily on these two. If something happened to them, his entire Avengers initiative might crumble. Coulson, sensing Fury's distress, shook his head. Sent a team to track them. We'll have news soon. As he spoke, his communicator beeped, and he quickly answered. They've disappeared. We only found their jet nearby. What? Fury's face turned grim. They must be in trouble. Keep an eye on Stark Tower, old Steve suggested suddenly. Fury frowned. Why? Because that's where Loki will open the space portal to welcome the Chitauri army, old Steve replied. A portal, the magic of gods. Old Steve explained, opening a space portal requires the Tesseract. That's why Loki wants it. What's the Tesseract? Fury asked. You don't have a Tesseract in this world. Old Steve looked stunned. Beside him, Xia Luo frowned. Without a space stone, it's hard to say how the Chitauri army will invade Earth. Old Steve's expression darkened. Is this the variability of the multiverse? Not every universe has infinity stones, Xia Luo offered, then looked back down at the handheld device in his hands. On the screen, New York's map was marked with several red dots, places where contestants had been spotted, constantly updating. Norman, Dr. Connors, Peter Parker, Electro, Hydra Steve, and Bucky all had traces left behind. But their movements were swift, staying on surveillance for no longer than 3 minutes at a time, making it impossible to intercept them. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network was advanced, but it couldn't cover every inch of the city. So far, Xia Luo hadn't pinpointed Doctor Strange's whereabouts. The Sorcerer Supreme lived up to his mysterious reputation. With a flick of his finger, Xia Luo pulled up footage of the skirmish between Electro and Hydra Steve near the abandoned warehouse. After he'd left, they fought, but neither gained the upper hand. Electro was fast, but his electric output couldn't penetrate Xia Luo's defenses. As for Hydra Steve and Bucky, their defenses were average. If not for their rapid healing, they would have been defeated by Electro long ago. Ultimately, Electro's extended battle drained his power. allowing Hydra Steve and Bucky to escape. Xia Luo felt a pang of regret. He should have gone back for another strike. No, if he'd returned, they would have united against him again, turning him into the common target. Switching to the footage from Hamlet Street, 2 Lokis had appeared, yet Thor remained absent. The arrival of contestants had disrupted the original storyline, making it impossible to rely on omniscient knowledge. But who needed omniscience when you could create your own? For now, Xia Luo's goal was clear: secure a resurrection slot while preventing Hydra Steve and Bucky from succeeding. Otherwise, it would create another wave of problems. With that in mind, he zeroed in on the location where Tony and Steve had planned their duel. The Quinjet was still parked nearby, indicating that it was their last known location. He committed the coordinates to memory. Beside him, old Steve quietly asked Bruce Banner, what rank was Steve in this world's military? Banner thought for a moment. I think he was a lieutenant. Old Steve straightened up. I was a captain. But you're so old now and still just a captain, Bruce remarked meekly. Old Steve's face darkened. That's because I retired early. At the head of the table, Nick Fury was receiving reports of ongoing skirmishes involving the contestants throughout the city. He turned to Xia Luo and old Steve. If we're truly partners, I need you to stop them. My people can't handle this alone. They can't be caught. Before old Steve could respond, Xia Luo spoke up first. They're also wary of being discovered by other contestants. Battles won't last more than 3 minutes. By the time we get there, they'll be long gone. So we're just going to let them wreak havoc, Natasha asked, frowning. Xia Luo glanced at her. You should be preparing for the Chitauri invasion. The other contestants are eagerly waiting for their arrival. If the Chitauri army invaded Earth, the contestants would have an even better chance at securing a resurrection slot. They wouldn't pass up that opportunity. Hearing this, Nick Fury shot a deep, searching look at Xia Luo, then stood up and headed to the command center to make plans. As Fury left, Natasha followed. Old Steve watched them go, clearly puzzled. Spider-Kid, what are you planning? Are you really going to let Loki open the space portal? Didn't Mr. Eyepatch say there's no space stone in this world? It's impossible to predict what happens next. Xia Luo shrugged. With that, he stood up and started weaving a web hammock in the meeting room, planning to take a proper rest. Spider-Kid, I want an eco-friendly, non-polluting web hammock too, old Steve said enviously. Xia Luo removed the web shooter and tossed it over. Do it yourself. Thanks, old people can't stay up all night. I miss my younger days. I could go non-stop back then, old Steve said, fiddling with the web shooter. The whips. A stream of white webbing shot out, and old Steve's eyes lit up, like a kid nearing 200 years old. This is fantastic. It doesn't have to be that fantastic, Bruce muttered as he pulled a web strand off his face, sighing in resignation. Hey, I'm still here, Sorry I didn't see you. Please don't get angry, old Steve said quickly, trying to soothe him. He was well aware of how terrifying Bruce Banner could be when enraged. Bruce waved it off, but internally he let out a weary sigh. In the end, nobody could joke with him as comfortably as Tony did. Tony treated him like a normal person, and that was what he truly craved. Chapter 86. Commander, we've lost contact with the agents monitoring Stark Tower. What? Fury's face darkened. Why wasn't this reported sooner? Sorry, sir, everything seemed normal before. Damn it, they must have been mind-controlled by Loki, just like Barton, Fury cursed. The next moment, a dazzling blue beam shot up from Stark Tower, forming a massive portal in the sky with a diameter of several kilometers. The Chitauri army is here. It's just like the old portal, it's the space stone. At the window, old Steve exclaimed in shock. Xia Luo watched the blue light erupting over the city, narrowing his eyes. Figures, Fury didn't tell us the truth. He thought we were also after the Tesseract, so he kept it hidden. Old Steve gritted his teeth. Damn it, I've never been this annoyed with Nick before. You cursed, Xia Luo noted. I know, I'm old. What are you gonna do about it? Fair enough. Xia Luo switched to his backup web shooters and began to stretch. Just one thing, when you first woke up and saw that your superior was a bald black guy, what did you think? I thought I'd gone to hell. Old Steve quickly suited up. The fact that this world has the space stone is a good thing. What happens next should be similar to what I remember. Xia Luo nodded. If things go as expected, once the council decides to nuke the Chitauri, that'll be our chance. Wait, you're not seriously thinking. Old Steve's eyes widened in realization. Xia Luo grinned. Yep, you got it. He planned to replicate Tony Stark's nuke interception from the first Avengers film, taking out the Sanctuary II in deep space and becoming the MVP of the competition. Hold on, if you nuke the Chitauri for the resurrection slot, what about me? Old Steve looked torn. Xia Luo turned back. Before that happens, I'll make sure those other guys are out of the picture. Wasting a resurrection slot on Old Steve was hardly ideal, but it was worth it to ensure Hydra Steve wouldn't get it. Assuming, of course, that the private brawl between Tony and young Steve hadn't already resulted in one of them dying at Hydra Steve's hands. His intel was still limited. Soon after, jets began launching from the helicarrier. And in the sky above the city, the massive portal was spilling out Chitauri soldiers riding sleek gliders. Arooooizar. Then, giant Leviathan whales emerged from the portal, plunging New York into chaos. Gaza. Run for your lives. Aliens are invading Earth. Wow, for your age, you sure can run fast and scream loud. Oh, I've got more tricks up my sleeve. The old man smirked, tripping a young man next to him with his cane. His face lit up with a mischievous grin. Haha, now they'll eat you first. That's what I call old man wisdom. Zap tilde. A sudden laser shot pierced through the old man, and he fell to the ground. Above, a Chitauri soldier floated in midair, baring its teeth in a cruel grin. Lord Loki has ordered us to kill the old and the young first. And we don't eat humans. Kid, you were right. A jet zoomed overhead, and a red and blue figure dove down, kicking the Chitauri soldier off its glider. Look what I just snagged, Xia Luo cheered. Boom tilde. The glider wobbled wildly, as Xia Luo desperately tried to figure out the controls. Damn it, I don't know how to fly this thing. As the glider veered into a nearby skyscraper, Xia Luo leapt off and fired webs, hurling the out-of-control vehicle at a passing Chitauri. Kaboom! Explosions lit up the city as Xia Luo swung between buildings, leaving behind a web of nearly invisible strands. Boom! A Chitauri craft, speeding through the city, was instantly sliced in half by the webs, bursting into flames. Rat-a-tat-tilde. Amidst the blazing streets, Bruce Banner arrived on a second-hand motorcycle. He looked up at the massive Leviathan overhead and made a decision. Arooooir. Green skin spread, muscles bulging as the beastly roar echoed down the block. Boom! The green giant kicked off the ground, and the unstoppable Hulk launched himself straight into the Leviathan's belly, tearing it apart. Arooooir. Crack, crack, crack. Explosions erupted within the massive creature, armor plating falling away as it plummeted, unable to maintain flight. Bam! The giant Leviathan crashed to the street, leaving a terrifying trench several hundred meters long. Nice job, Hulk. The red and blue figure shot webs over the whale's carcass, setting traps. The pursuing Chitauri soldiers were quickly shredded into pieces as they fell. I've found you, Spider-Man. Crackle tilde. Electric arcs zigzagged across the city, and a furious Max sped toward Xia Luo. I looked up to you so much, and you killed me. Max howled with rage, surging forward as a Quinjet flew by, and the star-spangled shield flew from Old Steve's hand. Boom! Xia Luo caught the shield and braced himself as the intense electric blast struck, sending debris flying. Hey, crazy fan, please calm down, he yelled at Max. Worry about yourself first. With a crash, a wall exploded, and Hydra Steve, wreathed in bloody tendrils, charged. Seeing this, Xia Luo fired a web and swung to another building. Chasing me like this won't get you the resurrection slot. It's not about that, it's about making sure you can't resurrect, keeping you in hell with us forever. Hydra Steve laughed maniacally. Xia Luo shrugged, yeah, you're all nuts. Just then, another wall shattered behind him, and a bloody arm burst through. Steve, you have to survive. As Bucky lunged at Xia Luo, he activated his self-destruct mechanism without hesitation. Bucky! Boom! A hail of shrapnel that could tear Xia Luo apart exploded outwards, but Xia Luo had already ducked behind the shield. Clang, clang, clang. Heat and fragments pelted the shield, sparking wildly, but failed to pierce through to Xia Luo. Bam! The blast wave sent the shield skidding down the street. Xia Luo stood, brushing himself off, and casually tossed Bucky's severed black spine into a nearby alley. Spider-Man doesn't fall for the same spine twice. So you modified the self-destruct? Good thing I had the shield, he taunted the charging Hydra Steve. Damn you, Spider-Man, this is all your fault. As Bucky died, Hydra Steve's rage exploded. Blood-red mist swelled around him, and his tendrils lashed out wildly. Oh great, now I'm the villain, Xia Luo muttered, leaping backward and leaving a maze of web traps in his wake. Meanwhile, Max surged in once again, electricity crackling. Xia Luo called out loudly. Old-timer, it's your turn. I'm coming. Chapter 87. Crackle, crackle, crackle tilde. Max Electro couldn't stop in time and crashed straight into the wee bee, the blue sparks dancing across his skin, flickered as the web siphoned off his stored electricity, dimming his blue glow. What? Max was shocked. Old Steve seized the opportunity, shooting out another barrage of webs. Hey, Spider-Kid, magnetized webs work. Just magnetizing them wouldn't have been enough. You should thank Dr. Banner for his help, Xia Luo replied. Aroyar. Another Leviathan whale crashed to the ground as Hulk roared triumphantly from atop the creature's spine, his sheer presence causing the Chitauri soldiers around them to hesitate. Old Steve shivered. I'll thank him in person if I get the chance. Meanwhile, Xia Luo tightened his grip on the crystalline web, instantly triggering his trap. Hydra Steve was caught, his tendrils cut to shreds by the reinforced threads. Damn it, these webs again. As his tendrils were diced into pieces, Hydra Steve's face twisted with rage. Before he could regrow them, Xia Luo launched himself like a slingshot. Boom! Xia Luo's foot slammed into Hydra Steve's skull, his claws digging deep into his spine. RIP. Oza. Blood sprayed everywhere, causing both Old Steve and Max to freeze in horror. He's that brutal without even turning black. Max took the chance to slip free from the webs. He needed to recharge. But Hydra Steve, with his spine torn out, only grinned wickedly. Xia Luo Parker, you fell right into my trap. What fine, I get it. With his spider sense blaring a warning, the barbs on the spine's surface had already punctured his nanometal defenses and pierced his skin. Sharp pain flared in Xia Luo's fingers as his hand began to decay. Spider-Man hadn't fallen for the same spine twice, but he had still fallen for it. Weakness spread through his body, and the shield slipped from his grasp. Breath growing ragged, Xia Luo chuckled. Bucky's rushed self-destruction lowered my guard, and the barbs from his spine were transplanted into yours. You banked on the fact that I wouldn't notice in the heat of battle. Well played, looks like I'm about to lose my powers. Before that happens, who's your surgeon? Ha 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 ha, Xia Luo Parker, you've lost. Ignoring Xia Luo's banter, Hydra Steve shoved tendril remnants into his mouth to keep himself going. You don't have the strength to kill me now. Hydra's power is still mine, I win. As he spoke, he picked up the blackened spine from the ground, preparing to reinsert it into his open wound, right in front of Xia Luo's eyes. He wanted to see the look of absolute despair on Xia Luo's face. But to his disappointment, Xia Luo remained unfazed. Hey, you seem to have forgotten something. Suddenly, Hydra Steve's face went rigid as someone tapped his shoulder. He had forgot they weren't alone. Turning, he saw Old Steve smiling warmly. Kid, your memory's even worse than mine. With that, he shot out a web, snatched up the shield, and with a swift motion, severed Hydra Steve's arm. The black spine clattered to the ground. Arg, damn it, you should be helping me, Hydra Steve howled in despair. You're right, I'm helping you end your suffering. Old Steve ended it with the shield, then rushed over to Xia Luo's side. You're hurt pretty bad. Xia Luo was slumped on the ground, too weak to carry out the next stage of his plan. His face was pale, and he glanced at the incoming fire streaking across the sky. Knew it, this round's a bust. Ha ha ha, your little skirmish was pretty intense, huh? Norman arrived fashionably late, a satisfied grin hidden beneath his mask. From the shadows, the green lizard peeked out, baring his teeth. So now it's our turn. Spider-Man, you're done for. Seems like you're celebrating a bit early. Old Steve rose to face them. A sudden gust of wind swept past, and his muscles began to swell beneath his uniform, ripping it apart as he transformed into a hulking figure. His sudden show of strength left Norman and Lizard momentarily stunned, while Xia Luo blinked in surprise. To Xia Luo, Old Steve's back seemed to glow with a holy light, radiating a sense of safety he hadn't felt before. Old Steve turned and smiled. A man who survived 2 resurrection matches, I'm a friend you can trust. A friend, tasty. An old friend stuck in my teeth. What? The bizarre voice caused both of them to stiffen. Before they knew it, a black, slimy monstrosity was hanging above them, foul goo dripping to the floor. Xia Luo knew full well, even if Old Steve had been strengthened by 2 resurrection matches, he was no match for Venom Parker. They didn't stand a chance, not at all. Restart. You've been eliminated. No resurrection slot earned. Reward plus 1 original web mode. 18 restarts remaining. Restart. Restart. Second resurrection match. Beneath the antenna tower in the night, Xia Luo's wrist shuddered, and webs exploded out, expanding several times larger than usual. By the time the thick, rope-like strands hit the iron frame, they looked absurdly thick. Xia Luo. It reminded him of a certain Spider-Man who built robots. He tested the rope web's properties. No flexibility, barely any stickiness, but incredibly tough, nearly indestructible without manual removal. There was no way to swing with it. Yet another web mode that was practically useless. But with so many restarts, he could afford to experiment with various web modes, provided he was confident in completing the challenge. Except he wasn't confident. Raising his hand, Xia Luo input the coordinates he had gathered from the previous resurrection match. Buzz tilde. A virtual map materialized, faint blue eyes marking the screen. Xia Luo leapt off the building, zeroing in on the coordinates of his targets. Okay, now he was confident. Whoosh! Wind roared in his ears as Xia Luo glided toward Electro's location, dropping down into a dark alley. By the trash cans, Old Steve was rummaging for some cloth to wrap his shield. Hey, old man, your retirement looks pretty bleak. I've got $3. Wanna grab a bite at Madonna's? Spider Kid. Hearing Xia Luo's voice, Old Steve turned, his face lighting up. Great, I get to team up with you, Aga. For the resurrection match, yeah, I know what you're gonna say. Oh, I get it, that's your power. Old Steve stepped forward eagerly, but why should I eat at Madonna's? Don't you like burgers? No, I only eat McDonald's. Old Steve's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Tell me what to do next. I'm looking forward to fighting alongside you for the next 24 hours. Sure thing, I can't wait to see those exaggerated muscles of yours. With that, Xia Luo shot out webbing to form a web slingshot. Get on, I'll give you a lift. Old Steve's eyes lit up. He always wanted to do this. Together, they pulled back the webs. Launch. Meanwhile, Norman stood atop a roof, surveying the cityscape. Damn you, Xia Luo, I can't believe you won last time. This time, if I find you, I'll snap your neck. His face twisted with rage, he unwrapped a lollipop and bit down hard, as if the candy might help ease his fury. Down in the street, a little girl was sobbing. Suddenly, 2 shadows darted across the rooftops. Damn it, who took my lollipop? Norman bellowed furiously. It was me. No, it was us. Chapter 88. Old Steve. The Green Goblin had bad breath. Norman's expression shifted from fury to a forced smile as he saw the 2 of them. Well, well, looks like you caught me again. Can we have a fair duel this time? He asked, recalling how last time he'd been ganged up on during a revival match. What do you think? Xia Luo grinned, stepping closer to him. I think I'm going to throw some dirt in your eyes. No, you can't do this to me. I'm your most beloved Uncle Norman. 10 seconds later, with Xia Luo's assistance, old Steve raised his shield and took down Norman. Who's next? He asked. The lizard, that handsome guy. Peter. No, it's Professor Kurt. Great, I have a feeling I'll get to sit this one out again. 10 minutes later, following the coordinates, Xia Luo finally found Professor Kurt hiding in the sewers. Boom! The loud sound echoed from the sewers, and not long after, Xia Luo and old Steve emerged from the ground. They had taken down the second competitor. Who's next? Old Steve asked. Xia Luo thought for a moment. Let's head to Hamlet Street and take out Loki. Hydra's captain and Bucky were together, which would waste some time. Venom Parker was strong, and right now he might be too difficult to beat. Compared to them, Loki was much weaker. Even if he could hold his own against Hulk's combo. On the nearby street, Electro's fight with Tony was reaching its climax. Sir, armor energy at 300%. Excellent, initiate full power energy output. Yes, sir. Boom tilde tilde. Before long, with the tides turning, a desperate Electro retreated as his energy ran out. Oh, Mr. Stark won. He chased away the villain. As expected of Iron Man. Thank you all for your support. Please vote for me, thank you. As Tony waved victoriously, drones in the sky showered money, causing a frenzy. Stark, stop campaigning and pay attention. There's another weirdo incoming, young Steve said, picking up his shield. Tony glanced down at his heavily damaged armor, while Steve's clothes were still intact. His tone turned sarcastic. Ice Cube, why don't you go home and take a nap? I don't need a soldier cheering me on. Stark, you're crossing a line, young Steve said with a stern look. I'm just telling the truth. Fine, then I'll be honest too. What are you without that armor? Soldier boy, seems like you have a problem with me. Of course, who would ever have goodwill toward a weapons dealer? Fine, I'll switch to a new suit, and tonight let's find a place to settle this. No backup. Whoever calls for backup is a puppy. Heh, you really are an old man from the last century. Meanwhile, at the Hamlet Street Theater. Run. Screams echoed as citizens fled in panic. A horned creature, holding a staff, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Boom. Stop, don't do this. Silhouettes flickered as clones intercepted the energy attacks, dispersing in the process. Loki, stop this, don't go down this path. A Loki in a tuxedo had encircled Horned Loki with clones, pleading nervously. Horned Loki scanned the clones, a faint smile forming on his lips. Tusk, 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 Avengers from Earth. Don't think mimicking my appearance can stop me. With a sinister grin, he abruptly spun around, swinging his staff, and a solid clone was instantly destroyed. What? Horned Loki's face changed, realizing he had miscalculated. Squelch. Sorry, I can't let you keep killing. You're making things difficult for Thor and our father, the tuxedo-clad Loki said, his voice trembling. But Horned Loki, even with a weapon sticking out of him, kept smiling. Really? Then that's just perfect. With those words, his clone disintegrated, and the staff fell to the ground. Hi. Realizing he had only taken down a clone, Tuxedo Loki froze, then chuckled to himself. As expected of the god of mischief, truly devious. He picked up the fallen staff, his eyes nostalgic. It was something he had left behind on purpose, intending to use the Mind Stone within the staff to sow discord among the Avengers. No one understood how cunning Loki could be better than he did. With that thought, he approached the unconscious Barton, gently touching his body with the staff's tip. Instantly, the hypnosis was broken. Why? A confused Barton woke up, but before he could react, two figures swung down onto the chaotic street. Hey, Spidey, your web shooters are fantastic. Mind making me a couple? Of course. Seeing the two figures land before him, Tuxedo Loki's brows furrowed. Who are you two? His gaze lingered on old Steve, as if catching a glimpse of someone familiar. There was an unexplainable sense of recognition. The shield in the old man's hands made it clear who he was. A superhero, Captain America. As for the red and blue-clad spider, he'd never seen him before. But anyone walking alongside a superhero was surely a hero too. As he assessed them, Xia Luo was also sizing him up. He doesn't seem like the Loki of this world, Xia Luo said to Old Steve. Old Steve stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yeah, I noticed. His eyes, they're different from back then. So he must be the competitor Loki. Looks like it. Should we take him down? I think we should. The two chatted without any concern for Loki overhearing. Realizing they were ready to attack him on a whim, Tuxedo Loki quickly stepped back. Wait, I don't want to fight you. We need to find this world's Loki and stop him before he makes a huge mistake. Hi. Xia Luo and Old Steve exchanged bewildered looks. Did I hear that right? Yeah, he said he wants to stop Loki. Careful, Loki is always tricky. The two moved to flank Loki from both sides. What are you doing? Tuxedo Loki sighed, exasperated. I'm telling the truth. You're Avengers. You wouldn't want the Chitauri army invading Earth, would you? We can still stop it by taking you down. Old Steve began, but before he could finish, Tuxedo Loki vanished in a flash of green light. Darn, he got away, Steve muttered, disappointed. But we got this, Xia Luo said, picking up the fallen staff and tapping the mind stone embedded in it. You know how to use this thing? He asked Old Steve. Old Steve scratched his head, lost in thought. I can't quite remember. Back in the day, I used it to knock out my past self. Then my past self was ambushed by another version of me, and when my past self went to the shawarma joint, he was pretty annoyed, but it wasn't on purpose. My past self was in a rush but couldn't escape from. Stop, hand over the web shooters. Why? Because you becoming Spider-Man is way scarier than me. He burst into laughter. Chapter 89. It's actually pretty simple. Old Steve took the staff, testing its weight in his hands before tapping the end against Barton's chest. Barton. I just woke up. Seeing Barton roll his eyes and pass out on the ground, Old Steve grinned. Success. Xia Luo rubbed his forehead. I want to know how to use the staff to hypnotize people. Well, I can't help you there. Old Steve shrugged. That's the only thing I know how to do. Fine, you head to Stark Tower and wait for Loki to show up. I'll go and break up a fight. As he spoke, Xia Luo removed the mind stone from the staff, encasing it in nanotech and keeping it with him. Break up a fight? Old Steve looked puzzled. Yeah, break up a fight. If I'm not wrong, Tony and the version of you in this world are about to duel. What? Old Steve looked incredulous. That's impossible. Tony and I have always been on good terms. We wouldn't fight. Xia Luo rolled his eyes. You once beat the crap out of Tony. Who said that? That's slander, absolute slander. You said it. Not long after, in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of New York. Stuck in traffic, Ice Cube, Tony taunted from the rooftop. Young Steve gripped his shield tightly, ready to unleash all his pent-up frustration. Stark, I'm going to give you a good thrashing. Tony seemed unconcerned, until he looked over Steve's shoulder. He saw a dark shape darting rapidly through the forest, covering the distance in mere seconds. Tony's brow furrowed. We agreed no backup. Young Steve was equally confused. I didn't call for backup. Before he could turn around, a voice spoke from behind him, on your left. As the red and blue figure emerged from the shadows, Tony's face lit up with surprise. Oh, it's you, Spider-Man, he smiled. Young Steve glanced back at Xia Luo, then turned to Tony. You called for backup. You're a puppy. No, he came on his own. Tony stepped up to Xia Luo. Great to see you. Ever since we last met, I suspected you might be from the multiverse, a parallel timeline. Xia Luo cut him off and surveyed the darkness around them. You two go ahead and fight. Don't mind me. Tony, you're not here to help me. I'm actually here to break up the fight. Well, you don't look like it. I'll step in and break it up later. With that, Xia Luo fired a web and swung up to the rooftop. What are you waiting for? You can start now, he urged them. Young Steve scowled. You called in a referee. Thanks for the reminder, the ref's one of us. Tony ended the banter with a grin, raising his hand and firing a continuous repulsor blast. Bang! In an instant, young Steve quickly raised his shield to block the surprise pulse attack. We haven't even started, he shouted. Oh, we have. Tony's smirk widened, and his mark suit soared into the air, shooting repulsor blasts across the ground. Boom! In the middle of the explosion, young Steve dodged nimbly, occasionally reflecting the pulse blasts with his shield, gradually drawing Tony into the abandoned warehouse. He needed to use the terrain to keep Tony grounded if he wanted a chance to teach him a lesson. He wondered who would show up next. Aside from Venom Parker, there weren't many who could take down both Tony and Steve in a 2-versus-1 scenario. Of course, someone could still strike at the critical moment when they were both exhausted. But as a ring of dark red light materialized before his eyes, Xia Luo knew he was wrong. An eerie aura engulfed the space, his spider sense flaring wildly, and Xia Luo retreated back into the battleground. Hold up! With the two combatants locked in, Xia Luo raised his hand to deflect a pulse blast while catching the incoming shield with the other. Whoosh tilde. The wind roared as Xia Luo managed to stop the fight. What the? Both Steve and Tony were stunned by the scene. How is that possible? Young Steve doubted he had used his full strength. But Tony, coming to his senses, laughed. It's not impossible. 2 years ago, he did something even crazier. Yes, the black version of him. Xia Luo tossed the shield back to Steve, then turned toward the rooftop. From the dark red sparks of a portal, a figure clad in a sorcerer's robe slowly emerged. That's Xia Luo's expression tightened. Tony had also sensed the intense and terrifying presence, his face serious. Who is he? The Sorcerer Supreme, Stephen Strange. A sorcerer. Young Steve was taken aback. We have sorcerers now, I'm definitely outdated. Don't worry, this is my first time seeing one too, Tony tried to reassure him. Xia Luo shot them a quick glance. These two had no idea how serious this situation was. As Strange descended, the oppressive chill in the air grew even more unsettling. He's giving me an evil sorcerer vibe, Tony muttered, covertly instructing JARVIS to analyze the eerie energy surrounding them. Xia Luo took a deep breath. You guessed right, he is a dark sorcerer. He never expected it to be the dark version of Strange. This was bad news. What? Steve was shocked. Tony, noticing Steve's reaction, asked, You know what a dark sorcerer is? Steve shook his head. No, but it doesn't sound good. Are you done chatting? The next moment, Dark Steven interrupted them. He wore a mocking grin as he looked at the three of them, a shadow moving unnervingly across his brow. He looked gaunt but far more sinister. Didn't expect 3 of you perfect. With those words, Dark Steven's expression twisted, and he made a quick gesture with his hands. A dark magic array suddenly erupted beneath them. What's that? Before Tony and Steve could react, Xia Luo had already leaped from its center. You can't escape. Dark Steven sneered, snapping his fingers. From the magic array, hideous dark hands burst forth, latching onto Tony and Steve, transforming into writhing black serpents that quickly filled the warehouse. Ha tilde. MMMRR tilde. In an instant, the warehouse echoed with demonic whispers, mingling with chilling screams. The dark hands had taken over half the space. Seeing the hands rushing toward him, Xia Luo felt a cold shiver down his spine, his scalp tingling. Did his first encounter with a sorcerer really have to be this intense? Heart racing, he tugged at his web lines. Thwip 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 tilde. The spectral hands were instantly shredded by the web trap, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, dark energy surged again, and the severed hands began to reform. This damn phobia. Xia Luo slammed his elbow into the wall, bursting through it, only to be engulfed by even deeper darkness outside. Little spider, you won't escape.